Maposhka just controlling up their Nika. We won't even have an opportunity to use the spells. Dancing in and out, Yatoro goes, and Puppy somehow got put on the high ground. He might be able to clean off Mirror, but Toronto Tokyo gets a lucky bash. Soon to be a dieback for Chrysalis. He wants to enter the fight as well. Being able to clean up the Sansa up to the northern side. He's going to get some distance away, but Toronto Tokyo, hot pursuit, a bash there, and now we can bounce back, but Spirit, they want to get out.
Getting dragged by the Ether Remnant into the kisses and the roll. They've got a bit of chain stun here onto the Faceless Void, but Lumiere's able to get the chrono off onto the two of them inside the pit. Grabs up the 80% shard as Uragi's chasing Analog on the right-hand side. But this Faceless Void, taunted, stunned and controlled. OG doing everything they can, but Lumiere just refuses to die. First life finally claimed up as OG kill off him and the Undying. Cheese grabbed by the Earth Spirit. As Lumiere inside the pit still with his BKB to go, gets another chrono, finding Uragi's Alchemist and whacking him down. That's him gone. A huge fight for Lumiere's Void, and there seems like nothing can stop him here. Gets away from the two spirits. Amado with a triple kill on the other side. Did find the Undying another time as Theo forcing himself away from the Razor, but it's still this Lumiere show. Getting gobbled up and spat on, rolled upon by Tiger BZM and Uragi. The control, the Abyssal Blade right at the last second.
He has BKB, but he can't get it off.
Yeah, it's going to prevent that from happening. The toss away, but Bryle, didn't even need the split earth there. Set it all up. Maybe a second time was going to condemn him. Not needed. Katomi doing what he can there on the toss to try and save his ally, but no chance. And now, I mean, look here, they just mid.
Yeah, I want to kill more.
And the call is an old somewhere in place. That's going to be through the roll-up, and Tomato is here with immense damage here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Brylis is going in, huh?
Entity, they are being pulverized one by one into the high ground here, 20-3.
Turn towards the front as XXS slamming away at Armel. Armel going to turn himself into as he gets hexed right now. Raven looking for XXS. He might have found himself a target, certainly does, as DJ was sharpshooter to finish it off. And now they move on to the Death Prophet as well. 2 down on the side of Asta. They don't have buybacks either. Moving for more. Mane! Oh, he gets out just in time as a avalanche comes crashing towards him, but he does escape, and now the black hole comes down onto Baboka. Sansa? Okay, doesn't
I don't think it would have saved him.
I guess he was dead anyway, so...
Take anything you can find at this stage. They've found the Luna. Stuns are going to connect. She's got the BKB, but hasn't used it yet. Pounce comes in from Skidder. He's going to commit the Shadow Dance early. Sacred with the stun control, but there's the Primal Beast on the side. They'll hop across onto the Dazzle. It cancels out. You see the Pounce interaction right there. Eclipse on the side, but Bakaz is just leaving. Everything has been used. They have achieved nothing, and Tundra originally were looking towards Roche. Now they might just look towards the base.
I mean, the kind ability of this Radiant team is actually fairly impressive, I'm not gonna lie, but it's just gonna be all for naught. 2 more dead. There's a buyback on a Marcy right there. I'll say Luna understandably spent all that time trying to kill the Tombstone, wasn't able to do so successfully, and she's in trouble again. She's gonna need another 4 staff to survive. They killed Marcy, who went too far, and now it's Dawnbreaker's turn to go too far.
Pops the smoke, the ward drop instantly. Amar's going to drive up to the high ground as well as Draghi just assassinates one of the members, but they're completely split. They've been able to deal with Amar. First use of the global silence. They've got a second one ready to go. Matumbaman as well. Another dismember into the middle. Onto BZM. Mickey just posturing on the high ground with the right clicks. Raining down. Is going to look to buy back on BZM and get back into the middle of the fighter's eye. Black hole. Where's the counter? They're not going to have it. And BKB will hold the back.
Just a little late.
Whoa! They've got the damage. Mickey starting to pummel into the TA. Back into the lane. They go with Matumbaman. And dieback onto the Batrider, and Liquid are doing it.
Just looking to try and secure this one. The final lane of Barracks now as Katomi will jump in with a stun, but Fishman is already dead. And a tidal wave, Dragon Lina right out of position. Stormstorm is going to get dropped as well. That's 2 dead on the side of Entity. They'll look for more here as the X-Marks comes out onto Toby. Chrysalis, his Aegis is now up. He doesn't even care though. Jumping in deep. Katomi coming in. Throw out the stun. Pure trying to get on top of the Gyrocopter. Trying to catch him with the Aegis down. But do they have the damage? Does not look like it as they can now turn around. And Pure trying to get off some fancy footwork here. But Grillem's back in from Puppey. And that'll get it a kill as well. Buyback. But, well, there's a GG coming out from someone.
Sox are already getting a bunch of those kills. Mira does end up getting doomed, so 33 just chasing around here in the tree line. Do manage to go. They get the Moonlight Shadow. Still trying to find Mira. Then we'll get the denial off, but 9 there finding the opening. He's found his target. The arrow will connect over onto Yatoro. Skeeter just ripping through Yatoro. Now Toronto Tokyo left behind. Oh my god. Now Collapse. He goes for the call. He's getting a couple spins. It's not going to be enough. That's yet another kill. And they're diving really far here from Aposhka. I don't know about this one, guys. Yeah, they want it, though. They'll chase all the way over.
He is a savior indeed. Punch, that's a swing and a miss. Puts himself in an exposed spot. The Ghost Scepter goes off, the Dismember, but as soon as that wears off, he's likely dead himself. And there we go. The big red numbers coming out from Ori. Thanks to that Daedalus. Sleight of Fist, get away for Ember Spirit, but now the tier 4s are focused. There's the GG. It is over.
Yeah, Monet's like, do we need to pie in the fountain? Okay, you guys have caught it. Good job, good game. You took game 1, but Asta are not going to make it simple. They draw it out in the end, 1-1 apiece in this SA Chinese showdown.
Okay, go on mid there.
Yeah,
no global.
Nightfall, very tanky. Storm immediately onto the back lines, trying to get on top of X Nova with the right-click damage. Nearly has it as the hook shot from Fly now cutting in and finding Somnus here. Chalice doesn't have a lot of spells to use. Still has a BKB though, but Abed out of mana now, actually getting jumped by Ghost. Steals his Vortex and uses it as the global is out now. Can Abed still fight through this one? The answer is yes.
Hello everyone and welcome. We have finally made it to the final day here of the group stage of TI-11. This is a huge day with huge implications for many of these teams because 2 of the teams can get eliminated from each of these groups. So everyone's fighting for their lives. It's going to be a big day. We've got some amazing matches over here. Waga, tell me, what are your expectations for today? Because this is a big day.
Yeah, this is where the teams just have to deliver. I mean, it doesn't matter what position you're at right now. Everyone is fighting for something. If you're fighting for upper bracket, if you're fighting for your life right here. And that's pretty much what we're starting out with, right? We're getting straight into it. We have TSM playing in the first series here, and they are not looking great right now. They need a win more desperately than ever. And I'm expecting to see, teams just playing as though they had nothing to lose. That is really what I hope to see. Even though this is elimination, this is where you cannot play passive. I hope to see active gameplay where teams fight to take control of the game, dictate the pace that they're going to be playing at, and play to win and not play not to lose here. That's really going to be the most important thing, I think.
That is incredibly important. The whole adage of going in, you know, and just assume you're going to win. Go in there with a winner's attitude and put that aggressiveness down. Don't be meek. Don't be timid. But it's hard. This is TI. This is the biggest tournament that we have all year long. So you can tell there's going to be some pressure. But we have some great games today. We've got, if you can see here too, I'm a big SA fan. A lot of you already know that. I've been casting them forever. Hokori and Thunder both in the 4th position right now for their group. So South America really showing up this this group stage. Beast Coast in the lower bracket right now currently. Do have to duke it out a little bit more, but super excited about watching these two SA teams, what they're going to be able to bring, especially because our first match is, of course, Thunder Awaken versus TSM FTX, and this is a North American team versus a South American team. So a very big deal because they know each other pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, they have a history. Exactly, they have a history playing against each other, and of course they meet each other in both, you know, pro games and pubs quite frequently. So these players know each other to a better degree than some of the matchups that we see here. But yeah, we got Thunder TSM, we got Hokori versus Team Liquid, and Entity versus Tundra to round out the day. And then of course, if there are tiebreakers, there will be even more games, and we will have, you know, a lot of potential tiebreakers here, I believe, as looking at the standings. I mean, there's quite a few teams that are tied right now that could end up similar position.
Yeah, we end the day, though, if we do not have tiebreakers, on an absolute banger. Of course, Entity versus Tundra. We watched last night. Tundra looked absolutely incredible. The way that they were playing, the moves that they were making, the fact that they weren't playing necessarily all meta. They were playing, you know, some of those comfort picks that we'd seen. But Entity, also a team that's not afraid to pick something a little bit different, to try something new. So I'm very excited for that, because as much as I love seeing the meta unfold, it is so nice to see something a little bit different, a little bit crazier and wackier, as these teams are duking it out here in TI11.
Yeah, for sure. And that's also something we can expect a little bit here in the first matchup already we have of the day, is that TSM and Thunder Awaken, both of them have a little bit, you know, their own flavor to the way they play. None of them are necessarily like meta slaves by any means, and they have, you know, their own highlights, their own styles, as we see here, of course, on screen. Looking over to Bryle and the gang here, TSM showing up.
I love the attitudes that you can see in some of these pictures. I think it's very funny that Saberlight, probably one of the more notorious of being, you know, very big with ridiculousness, is probably the most reserved looking in these shots. But yeah, you know, this is a team that has had a lot of opportunities to play South American teams in the past, but also aren't afraid to, you know, dig deep and find things that, you know, they like to play. And you can see them all waiting here in the room, getting ready. Moon's got himself a stack of papers, as per usual. I think you can see the manager over the background there, Stina. And I'm excited to see, you know, are we going to see just straight up meta coming out from these guys? Or are we going to see something that's a little bit more team-based meta, in a sense?
I think we're going to see, what I'm curious about is going to be TSM's approach into this, because I know that playing against Thunder Awaken in particular, a lot of teams have respected them to a degree that is very, very curious to me. Dawnbreaker has been like priority first phase ban against them just because of how good Sacred is with this hero. They've played it, I think, like 6 games, and he delivers really well every single time. Almost always wins his lane, and it's, you know, the last 2 series I think they played, or at least in the recent series, they added first phase banned twice now. So are TSM gonna go with that approach? Do they have a different plan in mind for the first phase pick, or do they believe that they can approach it? You know, because I think Sacred is gonna be the one that I'm keeping an eye on over on the side of Thunder Awaken. I think he's playing really outstanding Dota.
It's funny, there's I forget exactly what the meme is, but there's like a certain type of ice cream in Peru, and it's got like little penguins. I think it's just called like penguino or something like that. And they asked at one point, like, oh, what have you been feeding Sacred? Like, Sacred is so, like, you know, he's really showing up recently. And they're like, oh, penguinos. Like the little, they're like, yeah, apparently it's an ice cream that teachers will buy for the students sometimes. So it was just like, yeah, they recognize, like, there's a lot of power coming out of Sacred recently. So let's hope he's had a lot of penguinos or whatever, you know, and is going to give us a really good showing today. But again, this is a very strong squad. I'm a very big fan of Pakaz. I think Pakaz is shaping up to be one of the best players in the South American region. I know a lot of people heavily say that it's Whisper. was of course the off laner of Beast Coast. But the Pakaz has been showing up. I know that Jenkins absolutely hates playing against him in pubs. He says he's an absolute psychopath. Granted that Jenkins calls most people an absolute psychopath, but he says, you know, this is the most aggressive core I think I've ever played against in some of my pubs, because he was playing against him as an offlaner and like just kept getting jumped on. They kept fighting him, and he's like, man, what is wrong with the support? Like, this support's absolutely nuts. So he goes back to watch the replays, and he just sees Pakaz just ping, 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 ping. Pakaz is the one who wants to kill nonstop. Like, most of these cores, you know, they want to sit kind of passive. They want to just farm. But he absolutely, like, if he feels like he's strong, he's going to come in, he's going to be very aggressive. And I think it's a great balance, too, with Pakaz. And then, of course, you've got Pandaboo, who is their hard support. Absolutely charming fella, very happy, a very sacrificial sort of support for Pakaz. They pair up very well together. So
yeah,
he's been excited to see this.
Yeah, Pandaboo has been playing a lot of Crystal Maiden as well, something interesting to note. I mean, that's also what we've been seeing from Tundra, who have been doing amazing, by the way, is that Snaking really likes that Crystal Maiden. While it hasn't been really the meta of the group stage, it is something that a few of the teams that have found good success have been utilizing. Also same for Secret, so a few different teams that are honestly playing really good here in the group stage and are doing really well are rating CM quite high, which is curious to me because she's not really necessarily like meta right now, but she wins lanes, and I think that's been very important for the success for a lot of teams. The Dota is played at such a fast pace now. Win lanes and transition out of it in a good way. You have that extra mana from CM. You can play high tempo with it. I think that could be a big hero to look towards as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we'll see more of her as we get further into the, once, you know, group stage is over, we're on main stage, if it's going to continue to trend, because it does feel like it's getting more and more popular. And we have been seeing sort of these shifts in terms of the drafts. Like the Nyx Assassin, really the only person who was playing it for quite a while was Zayat. Right, Zayat's over on Secret.
Yeah.
Was like 8 games or something during last chance qualifiers. But then other people started to take notice, and you started to see more and more people really, you know, favoring the Nyx. The other ones, obviously, is the Marcy, if you can get your hands on her, which has been pretty difficult, but she has slipped by a few times, which is why I'm curious now with, you know, you mentioned that Dawnbreaker that Thunder has been choosing to pick. TSM, a lot of the times, like, doesn't necessarily do some of the respect bans that I think they should, because what was the other series we watched the other day with TSM? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, we did have TSM.
There's a Secret, right?
TSM played Secret. It was the day before yesterday, yeah, and they did lose two games in a row against Secret. We were casting that one.
They didn't respect the Zayat's Nyx at all, and that one felt like something. I feel like more teams should probably be considering.
That's a good point. Yeah, against Secret, they were, you know, very persistent in letting that through, and I think I agree. Nyx having a lot of success lately makes so much sense because so many of the heroes in the current patch that are popular are just countered out by him. A lot of the strong first phase picks as well. You think about heroes like Primal Beast, easy to stun him and stop him from doing what he wants when you play Nyx Assassin with 2 different stuns available. Leshrac, a hero that also is first phase pick ban, he gets absolutely destroyed by Nyx. Enigma, also a first phase first pick ban, also gets completely destroyed by Nyx. So Nyx has a lot of value there, and just the scouting information it provides. I think it could be a big hero in any single series we see, no matter if the team usually is a team that wants to revolve around Nyx. I think the hero is a very good asset to any single draft.
Yeah, and it looks like in some of the other games that Thunder has played, they have been able to get their hands on some of the meta picks like Marcy, which also feels like one of those heroes that is just so incredibly strong. I know you're a big proponent of just banning her and not letting her through at all.
Yeah, personally, I think, you know, I have been a little bit impressed by the way that some teams deal with Marcy by banning out the Lich, or by taking the Lich for themselves. Instead of banning out Marcy, take the Lich, try and pair it up with some other naturally tanky heroes, like Tiny. When he gets some points in his ult, he also has very high HP pool, so he gets a lot of value out of the Lich armor. Lich Tiny has been a good opening to counter out the Marcy. There are approaches that can work, but we are quickly going into the draft here, and Thunder Awaken are banning out the Broodmother, banning out the Undying as their first 2, and over on TSM we have Enigma and Marcy being removed in the first 2, so no Marcy in this game.
No Marcy in this game, indeed. That does open the door, though, for potential picks coming out. Like we said, we've talked about that Dawnbreaker. Thunder Awaken does have the first pick. Do have to be a bit careful, though, because the Nyx Assassin has been popular, and that is something that we do end up seeing as a counter to it. In fact, they pick up the Nyx Assassin themselves. Very interesting. So they're going to make sure that that's not going to be an issue, but that also now opens up the door for the Dawnbreaker if they want to grab it, because they go with the Shadow Fiend Clockwork opening on TSM.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker is also something they have used against Shadow Fiend in laning stage and Sacred. Even though it's a melee hero against SF, she does have that gap close in the W, and Sacred has won against Shadow Fiend before in laning stage, I believe against Crystallis. So he certainly is prepared to take the hero, but they don't take it yet. They open up with the Nyx and Tiny. Very good disables here on the side of Thunder Awaken. And TSM's opening with the SF and Clock is also a very standard opening, not deviating too much from what is safe and regular.
5 seconds remaining. TSM.
So both of them having strong just vision game right off the bat, right? The Nyx Assassin having the ability to have Vendetta, crawling around. You know that he's going to be trailing the Shadow Fiend a lot, because Shadow Fiend does tend to be very squishy and is susceptible to burst damage. The Clockwork having the Rocket Flare, going to be able to do some scouting, kind of keep tabs on things. I like both of these pickups right here. I think both of the openings are strong. I'm just curious to see. Again, I feel like if the Dawnbreaker doesn't get banned here, they definitely pick it up, because we've seen the power of Nyx Assassin paired with the Dawnbreaker. Anything that has a like global just capability will blow up the enemy heroes so fast.
Yeah, certainly a hero that TSM have to be wary of here, because I think Thunder Awakening, given the chance, will take it here. It pairs up too nicely, as you said. Nyx Assassin finds a target in the jungle somewhere, Dawnbreaker just ultis on in and follows up. But the fact that they already banned out Silencer, for me, is a sign that TSM, they recognize this, because Silencer is usually also paired up into this combo. So you have the global silence when you Dawnbreaker ulti in. So by taking away Silencer, they're removing some of their strength. I think, though, that Sacred plays it so good, the Dawnbreaker, that you still want to target ban that as well.
I'll have to see if they value it highly enough to warrant a ban. There's still also Morphling. Morphling is probably Picas's best hero he plays. I think it's his favorite hero, and he's incredibly popular in this meta right now. It might be worth a ban.
Yeah, it's a fantastic hero, but they do go for the Dawnbreaker immediately. Okay, so I like this from TSM, because don't take risks against such a potent combo and comfort zone for Thunder Awaken. The Morphling is still there, but they still have one more chance with a ban. They also have, you know, the idea of countering it with their next picks. But I like the approach here by Thunder Awaken in the ban phase as well. They're banning out some very key heroes on the offlane. They can pair up well with SF, notoriously the Beastmaster and SF Aura combo, but also the Mars for just a big team fight impact.
TSM FTX's
Oh, there's
turn to ban.
the ban on the Kunkka coming out from the side of TSM. They don't want to have any ways of using that X marks the spot. It's a very strong spell, and of course the Ghost Ship is absolutely excellent in big team fights, because I feel like they're kind of lacking team fight over on the side of Thunder Awaken currently. You do have the Requiem over on TSM, so they've got a bit more. They've got a way to separate the fights too, the Clockwork, using the power cogs, but would like to see something else, you know, team fight related from Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, could still see them go for something like Invoker and Faceless Void into their drafts, and just have offlane Tiny. Completely fine to do so as well. And CM actually gets banned out by TSM. So they ban out the CM as it's something that Panda has not been playing so much, and then they grab themselves the Mirana here.
We did see Saberlight playing the... Actually, we've seen Saberlight and Moon, right? Trying to remember.
Yeah, I think they've flexed the Mirana as well, and other teams have also been running. But Mirana offlane has been kind of popular, not necessarily like meta or very commonly picked up, but it's been used here and there. Resto has been playing it as well. So Mirana pairs up well with Clockwork. You also get yourself a hero that is capable to win a lot of lanes. Honestly, she has very good very good damage. We saw Saksa absolutely destroy with his support Mirana earlier.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, because we were curious as to why he went for the early pickup of the Starstorm. Yeah, and then he ended up getting, what, like a triple kill? Super early on? Or at least 3 kills in lane. Might have been a double kill.
Yeah, he got a triple kill. No, it was actually a triple kill. They killed both the heroes in the double lane, and then when they TP'd back, they killed him again. So that was very impressive performance, and I think Mirana overall can be underestimated in laning stage for how much of a bully she can be.
This is a nice solution to the Mirana, because she only has so many leap charges, and if you're able to get the glimpse back on her, you'll be able to just drag her right back into an avalanche, into a Nyx stun, whatever you want to do, because they do have some very nice lockdown on the side of Thunder, and they'll go for the punch pickup. I like this. I like what they've got going on here. It does seem like they're going to be fairly high tempo on the side of Thunder Awaken. Would like to see something with a global capability to pair up with Nyx Assassin, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea, because they do have ways to get onto the back lines if they wanted something like, say, a Zeus.
Yeah, we'll see if there actually will be a combo. I mean, there's still potential. They can still pick up like a mid Invoker is still available for them. They have a lot of setup for the Sunstrike now if they want to play Exort. But I like the idea here behind the Pudge. It's kind of early though. TSM could still respond with a mid SF and like a carry Lifestealer, something we've seen a lot of teams do, to try and counter it out. Also, Lifestealer pretty damn good against both Nyx and Disruptor. I've suggested Lifestealer into Nyx as a solution before, just because he's a hero that doesn't easily get Spite Carapace stunned. It's in fact very hard to stun him at all when he has that rage available.
TSM is a little bit backed up against the wall right now. As we said, they're sitting fairly low in Group B, so they need this win. This is very important that they're able to clinch it out. I think they still have one series left against Fnatic, but every single game counts at this point for them, because they're sitting, like I said, right now currently poised for elimination.
Yeah, if they lose here, that would be absolute dire straits for them. They need to grab a win here, as they have 10 losses already. That is not a good spot to be in, but Thunder Awaken, they have proven to be a strong team here in the group stage, so this will be a true test for TSM, I think. They are certainly the underdogs as it stands right here, and perhaps not what everyone would have expected going into TI group stage, that TSM would be the underdogs to Thunder Awaken, but Thunder Awaken, they're a very potent team, and I think they've really found their stride as well here in the group stage, even more so.
Makes you wonder too how much of it is also patch related, right? Because that is a huge part of how you perform at each tournament, is that, you know, you could be the best players in the world, but if you're up against a team whose patch just fits just a little bit better, it makes it much harder to try to eke out these victories.
Yeah, you have to be able to adapt quickly and understand like the strengths and weaknesses of different, you know, heroes in the current patch. I like this approach by TSM. They took a long time to think what they wanted there. They ended up on the Slardar. I think Slardar and SF is a fantastic combo. The two heroes can be very strong. We did see from Sonics, I believe it was, against Bet Boom, they played something similar with the Shadow Fiend and the Slardar, but they played very passive in the end and didn't really go for a lot of action. I don't think we're going to see that from TSM, though. I have a feeling we're going to see them fight, and in that event, Slardar is a great solution here to a lot of what Thunder Awaken has. You get Reveal against Nyx, you get minus armor against Pudge, and even the minus armor into Tiny will make him a lot squishier here in these fights.
The only thing I'm worried about now for Thunder Awaken is they don't have great tower hitters. In comparison to TSM FTX, who, of course, you know, Shadow Fiend will be able to get the talent set. His Presence of the Dark Lord affects buildings. You'll see how fast those will melt. Mirana obviously can become, you know, pretty hard-hitting when she gets up a couple items, depending on how they want to play her. So what's the pick then for Thunder Awaken to give them? Like, is this a situation where they shift Dark Mago and they pick up... they still have the Morphling available.
It's still an option. I think I would like to carry Pudge off lane Tiny and then throw something like a Leshrac mid. He's still untouched throughout all of this. That's a hero they could still utilize on Thunder Awaken to a great degree here. They have good setup for him. and I think it would work pretty well against TSM's lineup. So we'll see if that's a hero that's on their mind here. They did ban out the lifesteal, by the way. Good call by them to not leave that in the pool, because that could have been a big problem for them.
They go with a Snapfire.
That is
So
curious.
is it Dark
Okay.
Mago Tiny? That must be Dark Tag. No, Mago plays the.
It
Plays
looks
the
to
Snapfire
me
mid
like
too.
it, yeah, looks to me a lot like they're gonna play either a carry Tiny, or it's gonna just be or it's just gonna be like a mid Snapfire coming out here. This is very curious by Thunder Awaken. It's very high intensity though. Their draft looks to take the fight over to TSM.
And the Pangolier pickup for the last pick here. So, alright. Moon Meander is going to be playing the Mirana. Saberlight will be on the Slardar, the model.
Yes, carry Pudge coming out. And the question is just if they want to do mid Tiny or mid Snap, because both are completely viable here. They could play either. They haven't really picked up yet. Okay, it's going to be Dark Mago.
Mago's going to play Tiny. This makes sense. This feels like this is a hero he's very, very comfortable on. I wasn't sure who would be more comfortable on the Snapfire in this game or how they wanted to set up the lane, so.
It's a good matchup too. I mean, Tiny going against the Pangolier is a pretty favorable matchup for him since you have so much damage. And Sacred on Snapfire. I'm very excited to watch that. I think Snapfire is the type of offlane hero who can have tremendous damage but struggles a bit with positioning. But if your understanding is good of where you can go and what you can do, then we could see Sacred have big impact in this game. He should be online a little bit earlier than Saberlight, who might play a little bit greedier on his offlane Slardar to really get scaling. But we'll see how it all plays out here. Exciting drafts from both teams though.
So what do you think Saberlight's going to go for as his draft? Because we've seen this before. They usually go, do you think we're going to see the Mask of Madness like Leslau did and then into the Blink Dagger?
I'm a fan of the Mask of Madness, yeah. I think you get yourself some attack speed. I mean, definitely at least get some power treads and either Mask of Madness or Armlet and then go into Blink Word afterwards. He could, of course, go Blink super early and just fight, but Saberlight generally likes to get big as well and become one of the hard-hitting cores toward the later stages of the game. We usually see him with quite a bit of farm, so I'm expecting him to, not be completely sacrificial in his role here.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of him being able to have some sort of scaling potential, because when you get something like the Blink Dagger, you just become straight up initiator, just a bash sort of thing. So would like to see him be a little bit more varied in his approach. Based off of these drafts though, Aga, who are you feeling, came out on top? Who do you think is going to be able to clinch this?
It's super hard actually, because neither of the drafts feel like they have a clear edge over the other. I think both did very well in the draft phase here. This game is going to be decided by gameplay. Just looking at it, I think I like what Thunder Awaken are doing. Even though I haven't seen an offlane Snapfire throughout all the group stage here, all the games I've been watching, I haven't seen it. So will be a lot of fun to see how they're going to execute this. But I like what they have in their hands here.
And TSM still not really opting to go for that smoke play out of the base. Just gonna wander over slowly. Do you see that Thunder did go for the traditional smoke out, try to play some wards? They do have them down.
Yeah. And I think since Thunder did smoke, they didn't reveal that they put that Observer Ward a little bit later there. Their Observer Ward on top was placed a few seconds after, but I think he was still in smoke fully when he walked out of the vision. So, shouldn't be dewarded.
I do like that they've been opting. I've been seeing this more and more recently with the wards over on the eye spots instead of, sometimes over on some of the cliffs, or not cliffs, but like the stairways and whatnot.
Yeah, but that ward was scouted out on mid. The little bit of aggro check there.
The battle begins.
Get a little bit of a hook here over onto Moon Meander.
She's gonna steal your rune though, maybe, but not even going for it.
No.
Okay.
Just want to get out. All right, so it's a even split, 2 and 2.
Stay safe. I mean, if we went for a rune, he could have gone it, but he might have had to skill leap to get out, and you really don't want to skill leap as a Mirana, because then you're just useless in lane. So he keeps a skill point, gonna be able to have the Starfall or the arrow, whichever he sees an opportunity for here.
Do have nice harass here in the bottom lane. Panda gonna be able to just... Yep. It's that range creep. Continuously put out the Thunder Strike and try to put pressure down in that manner. It should be nice. It will force them to be very careful and make sure that they're gonna have to always have the regen.
Yeah, that's true. Last hit battle mid will be an uphill struggle for Bryle, as the Tiny is quite strong. Top lane, though, is a good start over here for TSM. The Nyx is not necessarily the strongest laner, so Tomato will be a little bit difficult to fight into.
I feel like this is a good combo, though. If you're gonna have something with the Nyx Assassin, if you can pair it up with something ranged and something that can also follow up on his Impale, it could be potentially good. It is gonna take some levels, but...
Yeah,
like
we saw Nyx used earlier by I can't remember who it was, but they ran the safe lane sniper Nyx combo, and that was also a very nice way to utilize Nyx laning stage. But he is a hero that can struggle a little bit, but Snapfire enables him in a fair way. Also have the cookie here to possibly save.
There's the Impale. It's gonna take a little bit of damage, but just the harass back and forth. Little cheeky play with the Spike Carapace. Knows that Tomato's going to want to raise and is able to slow him down a bit.
Yeah, good job by Dubu so far on this lane, though. He's just harassing as much as he can on Clockwork, trying to set up a chance here to get a kill, but with the Snapfire cookie ready, he can't really lock someone in place. He knows the Nyx can always escape by Snap saving him.
Unless they make a very aggressive play like this. Decent amount of damage over onto Tomato. We'll go to pop that stick. Needs a little bit more. Matthew trying to close the gap. Sacred trying not to be the first blood, as now they'll turn their attention over to Matthew. But it looks like that's enough. They don't want to risk it any further on either side.
Yeah, everybody going really low there, but Thunder in the end are going to be the ones who stay and last hits on top of the creep wave, as Tomato gets a tree planted for him. Gotta eat that up and try to regen a bit. Just looking for a hook. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, it feels like they're doing a decent job harassing back and forth a bit. Pretty close in terms of the net worth. Top lane, power cogs will get used by Dubu. Just going to push them away. I was gonna remark though on this mid lane. I feel like this is a lane I've seen like, I don't know how many times. Looks back, oh, into the hook. You have the crush. So, Saberlight's gonna be fine. But that's a pretty nice combination if you can get that clear line of sight.
Yeah, they glimpse and the hook, good combo. They also didn't have the kinetic field there. If they were just a few experience points higher there, possibly they could have gotten a kill. Nice dodge by Tomato on top lane. Dodges the Snapfire cookie. Still in trouble though.
Yeah, I don't know if they have quite enough damage though to take down Tomato this time. They would need maybe a scatter blast to go on top of this. Constant brawl in top lane.
Yeah, it's a lot of fighting. A lot of fighting. Right now we see Meander just enjoying bottom lane a bit. Oh, they did turn around.
They finally get the kill. Tomato had been sitting low for a bit. And,
yeah, he raced into the Spike Carapace with his third race. That did a lot of damage to him. So he was just a little bit too low there.
Bottom lane, Saberlight setting up here for the arrow, but they're a little bit off the mark. Panda turning to the other side. Going for a little bit of a dive here into the tree line, but Panda is able to escape. We'll take some of the attention of the creeps and pull them away. Top lane, cookie hop forward from Sacred. Man, they are just making this look great. Need a little bit more damage. Have to be careful with these raises. They get the kill on Sacred, but Matthew will finish off Tomato.
Yeah, even though they're gonna lose two heroes, that's fine for them because SF doesn't have TP. So both of them died, sure, but they can both TP back to the lane immediately, whereas the SF, he has to run back to the lane. He does have boots, so it's not terrible, but it's never a good feel to have to do the walk of shame.
Dark Mago going up into the enemy jungle will be able to refill his bottle with the bounty rune. So I'd be pretty happy about that. And Mirana making her way over towards the mid lane. I believe she's spotted though by Panda as they go through. Yeah, they just get a quick D ward. Get some easy gold. And Moon will just back off.
An easy shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's using her ability there to clear the jungle. Yeah, he smoked up to run back to the lane, by the way, on Shadow Fiend, so that's pretty common.
Dubu. This is kind of scary, I feel like. He has no one to protect him now.
Yeah, and now, yeah, Clockwork, well, Clockwork can come back very soon. This lane is starting to feel more and more like Thunder are taking advantage of how strong their heroes are pairing up. These nukes are really putting a lot of hurt into TSM.
Still pretty quiet down here in this bottom lane. Do you see, you know, some poking and prodding, but nothing really overly aggressive. Not sure if... I feel like when you have something like the Slardar and the Mirana, you can set up for some really nice moves, but I like the way that Bakaz is playing this. He's like trying to stick around over here on the side so Moon Meander can't get that nice arrow. Teleports are coming down though. Bryle starts with the Rolling Thunder, making his way over to Bakaz. Glimpse back on Saberlight, but they still have these rolls going through. The arrow connects from Moon Meander. Bryle will be able to get the kill.
Yeah, good rotation, good use of first roll there. Dubu. Just running in with his battery.
They have the cookie hop forward into the cogs. And using Spike Carapace will be able to slow him with that battery
Impale soon.
going off. There it is, the Impale, the scatter. 1, 2, down goes Dubu.
Yeah, it's rough. Dubu wants to try and do some damage to battery assault, but if he gets too close, I mean, they have so much chase and lockdown between the Snapfire Cookie, the Impale, and of course the Cicada Blast doing so much damage as well. He just can't be that aggressive here. Tiny
And
coming
look
up
at this
top.
dive. Top lane, they see where Tomato is, plus Dark Mago. He says, you guys have been doing a lot of damage on Tomato. I'd love to get a kill too.
Oh, they're in good position to take the tower, maybe, with Tiny staying here. If they want to. Oh, he's gonna go back to mid.
His work here is done. He does get poked by Bryle, and Dubu's also in the mid lane, so he's gonna try to grab a little bit of harass, but they have the Avalanche. He's gonna see some teleports coming in. Bryle jumping in as well. But this looks like a very dead Dubu, and this could be potentially a dead Pangolier too. As Matthew keeping tabs, Panda Moo needs the vision.
Only level 1 glimpse. It's not long enough range.
A little bit closer. No, he's not gonna be able to make it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice try there, coming in with Disruptor as well.
Ooh, a good avalanche from Dark Mago, but they'll still be able to deny the Arcane Rune. Now they'll use the Rolling Thunders. Top lane, Tomato dies again. Dark Mago, nice save here from Matthew, but the Swashbuckle from Bryle will clean up.
You were never going to be fast enough for me.
Man, this game is turning out real brawly early on here. Crazy play from both teams. The way they're diving under towers. I mean, bottom lane.
Saberlight in the bottom lane, the first dismember, but does manage to stay alive, get the crush off and the little bash towards the end.
Yeah, he's happy to just use his ulti whenever he gets a chance to here on Pudge. This is just a nice way to get some damage done and a little bit of healing for himself at the same time, so good value.
He's like trying to remember what the fancier name was, because it was always just Crush, right? It wasn't Slytherin Crush? Or am I misremembering?
Yeah, it was Crush, yeah.
They fancified up his spells at one point. It used to just be amp damage, Crush, Sprint.
Yeah, and Bash.
Now it's all fancy. Oh, hello, Tomato. You were having too much fun here, and the jungle. We can't have that. Another kill for Dark Mago. Tomato's not having a game at all. How are they supposed to respond to this? How do they protect him?
5 deaths now. Yeah, Shadow Fiend is falling behind heavily here in laning stage. He is the lowest farmed core right now, and he's only 600 gold ahead of his Mirana, who is not even having that great of a game. Moon Meander, I mean, he hasn't died, but he also has no kills to his name, so him almost being higher net worth than SF, really bad sign for TSM.
I feel like Moon usually gets a bunch of courier snipes too, at least, but this game has not been going the way of TSM.
Dire's middle tower.
They need a good setup.
They're opening up for a tower, though. They want to try and expand their control on the map, and I think they need it. They need some form of area where Tomato can farm without being like hunted the way that Thunder Awaken really targeted him.
Alright, watch the supports on the side of TSM. They're in position to break the smokes. Matthew leading the charge. He's gonna find Dubu. Middle of that avalanche. The hook out. Those cogs mean nothing to him. Moonlight Shadow's gonna get used, and they do have the amp damage over on Dark Mago, the Starstorm. But the Snapfire just raining Hellfire down over onto Saberlight. is looking like they're gonna end up losing him as well.
Fantastic fighting. I mean, Thunder Awakened just stronger right now. They TP out after the fight on TSM, splitting up on the map, but every single engagement, it just feels like Thunder are coming out ahead. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Sacred, by the way. He's been involved in 8 of these kills. He's 3-1 and 5 at 10 kills for the team. He's playing a great offlane Snapfire this game so far.
This is actually very fun to watch, because I've watched a lot of these guys for a long time. Bottom lane though, Saberlight runs into Pakaz, has the bash, and follow. The arrow's just a little bit off the mark from Moon, and he can't do anything about this when the dismember goes through. Another bash on Pakaz. Does probably need some assistance. He's pretty tanky, but
Snap
does
is coming.
still
The
feel
cookie.
a bit. Yeah, she is indeed. With Scatter Blast, Cookie says get out of there, big boy. Leap forward, though, from Moon Meander. They really want to close the gap. They do have the arrow. Dark Mago, though, getting a kill on Duber. It looks like they might... Oh, just a little bit off with that hook. He was trying to save him, but not going to be able to.
Yeah, unfortunate there. A lot of these engagements for TSM, the arrow is just barely missing, like falling a little bit short. And it's hard to combo it with Slardar. While Mirana and Slardar are a pretty good combo, Slardar doesn't have the longest duration disable. I mean, his stun is only 1 second on the Slithering Crush. It's only 1.3 seconds on the Bash. So even if you do combine both of them, that's 2.3 seconds for a long distance arrow. That's not a great amount of time still.
Well, they do spot that Dark Mago ran up the side ramp here and is making his way top. And it looks like they're finally wanting to put the pressure on top lane and perhaps take it down after losing their own bottom tier 1.
Yeah, they need to start expanding their own territory. One thing that is going well for TSM right now is that SF has not been seen by anyone on Thunder Awaken for quite a while. He's just disappeared into the jungle, and he's starting to hit his farm. He's got that level 4 Necromastery, so up to 80 bonus damage.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Looks like they also want to put some pressure on the mid tower. Panda's going to be over there first, followed up with Matthew. Tower looks like it's going to go down. Hook shot comes in with the arrow, but the Static Storm landing over onto 2. Brawl doesn't care too much, but in comes Dark Mago. He's going to get bounced off thanks to that Rolling Thunder. A follow up now with Moonlight Shadow. Panda, he needs some help. Ryle jumping in. A nice hook on the back lines over onto Dubu. Panda will end up falling. Snapfire Kisses get used. They need to just be able to get this vision and close the gap. And Mago walking right into Saberlight. The arrow coming in. This time it lands from Moon Meander. And they will finally be able to get a couple nice kills that they pretty desperately needed after D'Amato having such a rough time earlier.
Yeah, that was a good recovery for TSM there. Managing to turn around the Moonlight Shadow was nice as well for sneaking in and getting close. And they have the Diffusal on Pango, so his Swashbuckle is starting to get really strong. Nice stat clearing here for Sacred. He's getting his farm going. Building towards the Vladimir's next.
Do have some nice sentries placed on the ground, so they will be able to see Matthew sneaking his way towards the bottom area.
Yeah,
Meander playing nearby. They're pinging out. They would like to get the Slardar, but looks like they're gonna back off on the side of Thunder.
Yeah, not quite gonna be able to get it. Panda should be getting a D-ward here. So that deep vision TSM had that protected them against the rotation gets removed.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They do start putting pressure on the mid tower and trying to open this up a little bit more. Because they've had plenty of kills on the board, but they need some of these towers too. Saberlight, hook shot goes in over on the back end. They see Matthew. Spike Carapace, though, does buy them a little bit more time. Cookie hop out from Sacred. The toss back from Mago, it's just not going to be enough as they land this avalanche. Go with a glimpse back. They say, get out of here, Saberlight. We don't want to deal with you.
Yeah, nice attempt at saving there, but still gonna get brought down. Pretty good at killing off one target quickly there on TSM, whereas the teamfights, I think overall Thunder Awaken have the better teamfight spells, but TSM's like single target lockdown when they hook in on someone or Slardar gets on top of someone and arrow falls up is pretty devastating, so Nyx gets caught out there. Tower does still stand.
Double damage on Bryle. Still looking to make these moves in the mid lane, though. So cut down the Cardi.
Yeah, Thunder Awaken are recognizing that they're a little bit stronger overall, so they should just reset and go again. The Pango ulti was used, so there's a good time for them to try and get more towers removed, and now the map is pretty open for both teams here.
I'd like to see +1 playing with Matthew a little bit more.
Oh, Seikiro is in
lane though,
trouble.
Bryle. Gonna use the Rolling Thunder. No.
That
All right.
glimpse! That was very nice. He glimpses him and stops the Rolling Thunder channeling, so he can't stop the TP. A cute
Very
little
cool.
play there by Disruptor.
Getting closer and closer towards that Aghanim Scepter for Kaz. He's got 2 of the components and it honestly could go for... Yeah, I was about to say, he could pick up the last 2 and be online. So I would like to see Thunder get a little bit more aggressive now that they have this. The Blink, of course, is going to be really nice, but... I think
TSM want to dive this. Then Pango ulti.
Yeah, they have the hook shot over onto Pakaz, followed up with the arrow. Sacred with the cookie, gotta make sure that they can keep him alive. The follow-up. Now, Dubu not realizing, I think, that there were that many people still waiting nearby. So they'll turn that gank right back around over on TSM.
Yeah, TSM, the moment they saw that there were multiple people after shot, they just decided not to go. The Pango was revving up his ulti and then decided, no, I'm not gonna go in here. This is not a favorable fight. We were only 3 heroes and they don't want to fight into 5. So only losing Clockwork, not the worst for them. At the same time though, Thunder Awaken get a little bit of a freebie there and they're gonna start moving towards bottom. I think for them, it's important that they don't forget about Shadow Fiend. You shot him down pretty good in the early game and he is behind, but Thunder Awaken, they have such a big advantage by how weak SF is. They should keep playing aggressively around this.
Saberlight trying to get in a good position, but he does wander across the ward. Matthew waiting patiently, knows he needs a +1. We'll just give a little poke and then walk away.
Yeah, that's the sad part about Dawnbreaker being removed, and I'm a little bit surprised they didn't even just open up with the Dawnbreaker and Nyx as their first 2 picks in this, going for the Tiny instead. Because Nyx and Dawnbreaker, we've seen the combination. Anytime that Nyx finds something like that, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill. Dawnbreaker ultis in, and then you have the longest chain stun combination.
This always seems to be able to blow people up as well, especially in the early game. You get that momentum, you start to snowball out of control, and just what can you do? Alright, well, we have the Wraith pack completed now for Sacred. And he'll be working towards that Aghanim's bottom lane, though. Pakaz has spotted here. Saberlight gets the hook off. We'll be able to interrupt him as he's trying to swim away. He's going to have the Guardian sprint up in just a moment. He's going to have to try to break some ankles. So they have the detection. They have a sentry ward. So it looks like Saberlight's going to be able to get out while the rest of the team wanders to the bottom area. But I still feel like they're happy about this because there is an objective to be taken.
Yeah, but they lost the top tower meanwhile, so a good read by Saberlight there, finding that pocket to hide and just TPing out safely. If he ran up, he would definitely have gotten glimpsed. There was no way to get out from that angle, so finds a good place to tuck himself away from vision and gets out. Meanwhile, though, of course, like you said, this bottom tower is gonna fall, so it's not for nothing that Thunder Awaken moved down here. And I would like to see them even try to move in and get some control on TSM's Ancients. Oh, but right now, Roche, it's a fast one.
Yeah, that's just so much like negative armor going on. They're not going to be able to get there in time. Look at that.
It's quick.
And Bryle will get themselves the Aegis. Do a scan. They know that Matthew's on his way. Scooting around underneath that one ward, but they also have the rest of the team smoked up. They're just a little too slow. And I honestly don't know if they were too slow or if TSM's just too fast in the way that they could have taken that Roche.
They're not really too slow, it's just TSM recognized that, okay, you chase 5 heroes down to try and get Saberlight. The fact that he baited them to come down there, they just used the most of it.
Matthew playing around here, does manage to sidestep on the hook shot. Good hit here from Saber. The Rolling Thunder is just locking them into place. They can't really do much of anything. They'll end up getting the kill on Matthew. They'll try to finish off too, but they'll be able to find it. Now we've got the Snapfire Kisses hook, not going to connect over onto Moon Meander. But they will push back. Thinking about possibly going back in from TSM. They do have the Aegis.
I think that fight could have gone much better even for TSM if they only had more mana on Pangolier. He ran out of mana mid through the fight, so had the Aegis of course, but he couldn't go in with Swashbuckle to keep fighting.
Getting closer and closer to some of these BKBs. Looks like Tiny. Might be it. And there we can see that, you know, Matthew was hoping he could get a cheeky play there, sidestepping around and whatnot, but...
Yeah, look here. So he finishes off Nyx Assassin, and now he's running towards the fight. And he could theoretically jump in there if he had enough mana for his Q and W. He could keep fighting since he had Aegis on Bryle, but... I mean, Pango does get some mana issues, and he already did use his ulti and shield crash throughout that fight.
Boy, we have not seen Tomato in a while. He's been able to pretty much just hide away. They haven't been able to scout him as hard as they want. Although they do jump on Bryle. Again, this is the guy who's got the Aegis. Toss back. Throw forward here. Matthew managing to force staff himself away. Plus a cookie coming in from Sacred. Will ensure that he's able to escape.
Yeah, they have good mobility to try and get out of that spot
The
here.
initiation from Maga. Again, the toss back has to be careful as Matthew just ends up getting obliterated. Already dropping the Wraith Pack. The chase is on from Saberlight. They'll get the glimpse off. Will be forced away.
He missed to stun the toss back combo. It didn't work. Like the Nyx was trying for a cute stun immediately from the toss there of Tiny, but he stunned the wrong way and it didn't connect.
Now Pakaz on the bottom lane. He's gonna get scouted. There's the Diffusal coming in with the Rolling Thunder. You can see all the TPs are coming out immediately, though. A couple of these bashes from Saberlight will be able to hold Dubu, win the status storm. They grab Bryle back, and that's going to be the Aegis. Moon Meander also now stuck over here at the side. Snapfire Kisses coming in hot, but they have the BKB on Tomato. So Mago, he ends up getting bashed. He's not going to be able to get out, as Matthew forcing himself up to the high ground. Pakaz does manage to finish off Saberlight. There's going to be the follow-up. Sacred goes for the cookie hop. Tomato, he's messed up. He's going to end up dying. And now Matthew trailing after Bryle. He's got the Impale. They have the vision. This is looking very scary now for Bryle. He's going to get slowed. He's going to try to fight his way out, but he's not going to be able to. It's a triple kill now for Pakaz's Punch.
Oh, that is absolute disaster. Every single hero going down. I think 4 of them, or maybe even all 5, died close to the Punch as well. So he got a ton of Flesh Heap stacks, can get even tankier. And you could already see how durable he is. He found, of course, one of the good item drops as well, got the Dragon Scale. There we see the initiation again. They tried to burst him, but with Flesh Heap up as well, he managed to pop it between there. They didn't get a clean chain stun. He is very hard to bring down.
Oh, that toss back of Moon into the Static Storm. Very unfortunate for him, and a nice play coming out from Maga. Was end up paying for it, but that fight's looking very good for the side of Thunder.
It's also very hard to disengage from Thunder Awaken when they keep chasing and they have vision. They can get the glimpse back, they have the hook, they have Snapfire to cookie chase people. They have a lot of tools to make sure that nobody escapes on the side of TSM.
Radiant are scanning.
Look on Moon's face, it's like, ooh, well, that was a fight. Sorry, Moon, shake it off, shake it off.
The prize is mine.
Not really the fight they wanted. Looks like Thunder now with a DD Arcane Rune Tiny are super ready to fight. He has the BKB as well.
Positioning from Pakaz, there it is, the toss back. BKB immediately gets used from Saberlight. Pakaz, though, with that dismemberment, grabbing hold of Saberlight. So he's going to be able to survive. This hook doesn't quite connect. We start to see Bryle with the Rolling Thunder, because over on the back lines, Panda was just throwing down that Static Storm. Wasn't going to be able to quite get enough, but there it is. There's finally the final hit over onto Saberlight, thanks to those Snapfire Kisses.
Overall, very good by TSM. They only lose 1 hero. They did use their BKB though, and BKB still ready on Tiny. He wants to go for more. It's a 3v4 if they want to dive here, but they force out the glyph. I think that's going to be it. They're going to back out.
They see that Bryle's down here in the bottom lane. He needs to be a bit careful. He doesn't have a blink. He's already used Swashbuckle.
Pudge does though.
Pakaz does have the blink, does have dismemberment. And he does have Sacred coming over here very soon, as you're going to try to evade. It's Not gonna be able to do it because there's just too many heroes. They'll flavoring around the rosy for the tree a little bit, but the shotgun doesn't lie. Finds his face and blows it off.
Yeah, that's massive. Dark Mago on this Tiny, going in, wants the clockwork, not the Star Dark.
Start a casual avalanche, tries to clean up the creep wave. The rest of the team, though, right behind him, ready to go in if he decides that he wants to go for this initiation.
He has cooldown right now, so it's going to be hard for him to chase for more. Nyx is going in, but he has been spotted. There's a sentry and a ward. Saberlight sees him.
Oh, yes, he does. Hook shot gets used on Matthew. Does have the force staff, though. A nice avalanche coming out from Mago. Will slow down Dubu. Arrow landing over onto Sacred. Matthew trying to get out. Another force staff who's still managing to keep him alive. The badge comes in, though, and now he looks like he's going to survive. This little Nyx assassin diving through the trees ends up getting the kill here with Saberlight. Matthew does eventually fall, but there's the toss back of Moon Meander. He cannot escape because he's got the BKB running. That will end up losing Sacred. It's a bit of a dive as Brawl does clean up on Panda.
Certainly a bit of a dive. Thunder Awaken. This is that psychopath level aggression just going in. The tower doesn't really matter that much to these boys. They're just going for more.
Oh my god, yeah, they just dive in. They see themselves Tomato. They know that they can burst him down. Even tossing out the tips.
You just have to expect that they're still there. These guys are so oriented around getting kills that TSM, they think they're safe under a tier 2 tower there after such a big skirmish, but no. With both Tiny and Pudge alive, they're still looking for more kills. They both have blinks, and they make this poor Shadow Fiend's life a living hell. Only 1 kill to his name and 7 deaths now.
I feel like this is the kind of Dota that really suits Pakaz. Like, very, very aggressive. Can still farm up, but like, you get the chance to be on the board a little bit earlier, especially with something like the Pudge, if your team is the sort of, you know, composition that's going to allow this. And we can see here that it's not even a bait, you know, it's just Matthew walking underneath all these wards. They try to make the play. It takes forever for them to, like, try to close the gap on him. I think Moon Meander finally cleans him off, but the positioning of the Static Storm, just being right place, right time. Yeah, it is Moon who finishes. Man.
Yeah, that was definitely a crazy fight going down, and huge favor for Thunder Awaken. You say this is the type of Dota that favors Pakaz, but this is the type of Dota that favors, like, South American Dota in general. All of these guys are very comfortable with this.
Gonna be a dead Moon Meander. It's absolutely godlike. 10, 1, and 6 on this big boy.
Brawl is rolling.
Yeah. There's Hayes trying to snap up. He'll get his courier, though, with the point booster. Look at Mago. Mago wants this guy. Blinks forward. Even uses the whip. The avalanche. BKB is going to get used by Bryle. Saberlight going to provide that backup. Matthew sitting on the bottom here. Nope.
Oh, he can't reach him.
Cannot quite get in there as there's the follow-up from Dubu. The pushback onto Sacred. Has the cookie hop. Ends up getting pushed back, though, again, by these cogs. So a nice hit from TSM.
That's a good time to win a team fight. They check Roche as well, as it could be spawning, but it's going to be 1 more minute until Roche is back. We know how fast TSM can get it, so despite being on the back foot, if they get a 1 team fight like that and Roche is up, it's immediately going to give them big favor here.
Got a completed Ethereal Blade now on Pakaz.
Oh yeah, the E-Blade Pudge is a lot of damage, to say the least. When he E-Blade dismembers someone, they die very, very quickly. Also, the E-Blade itself does, you know, a lot of damage potentially towards something like Shadow Fiend, who has still decent agi. Of course, it's not the old E-Blade anymore with the shotgun, you know, the morphling. Now it's based on the target's primary stats.
Kind of glad it's not like that anymore. It got to be real boring after a while.
Yeah, back then it was even stronger on Pudge, of course. He built up a lot of strength, so it would be quite easy for him to do a lot of damage with E-Blade.
Smoke coming out now. Thunder. Will find himself Saberlight immediately, but the BKB, he's able to punch that button quickly. BKB over on Mago, though, too. Matthew gonna get held over into the cogs. Nice follow-up here over using that Static Storm. They still were giving chase to Mago, and they're not gonna be able to do it because Brawl, he ends up getting dismembered by Pakaz. He's just holding him into place. Needs 1 more hit, then he will die. Matthew with the Spike Carapace trying his best to do what he can. Does end up getting pushed back, and they'll get the kill Now Sacred, already using those Mortimer kisses, is going to try to just back off and chase after Saberlight. They do have the regen rune on Saberlight. He's so fast in the river, they're not able to close the gap. So at the end of the day, they're going to end up losing their Nyx Assassin on Thunder, but they'll lose Bryle on the Pangolier.
Yeah, strong fight from Thunder. The Sacred there as well was using his Aghanim Scepter. Got a nice 2-hero connection on the Godbull ups. Just sent in a creep because he was standing on the mid lane. But connected that, got some good damage output with it. And overall, I think TSM, it's nice that they're trying to take these fights, but they have to be so wary of this Pudge right now. They don't have enough damage to burst him, and anyone gets like close enough to him will die so quickly. That's what happened to Pango there. He just cannot stay alive.
Feels like Thunder are ready to regroup again. They're playing quite closely together. They don't have any smokes currently, but they do start making their way to the top portion of the map. There is the Roche up. They don't want to let TSM get it for the second time.
Yeah, Thunder's only plan here though is kills, because they can't really take Roche for themselves, whereas there are more options for TSM. They could smoke up and look for possibly an initiation to take a fight and then Roche. They could also just try and split the map a little bit and force Thunder Awaken to react to that, which is what we see now from Bryle.
I like this positioning. They're playing around their Pudge. They're making sure that, you know, he can get this farm, but they're also protecting him. As they do start to make their way across the river, Matthew needs to be so careful. They have a sentry where they expect this. By Carapace, but the immediate fall from Dark Mongo. Very nicely done. The dismemberment onto Saberlight. They're going to be able to rip him apart. And they'll get the kill on Dubu. Oh, the hook coming into play on Moon Meander. He cannot tell tops from bottom. And there's too much magical damage. It's devastating. A triple kill now for Pakaz is over on the side. Dark Mongo, he pops his own BKB. Has to be careful. The gobble up the lodge of Pakaz, looking to see what he can do. He's got to try to get away, as that's a beautiful Requiem coming out. And Disc is popped on Matthew. Looking to go again. They drag back on Bryle. Oh, Bryle, what a static storm. What a glimpse back.
Tiny
the mansion toss back over onto Tomato, too. Oh, my goodness. Dubu is not looking like he's going to survive this. It's a team wipe for the side of Thunder.
Absolutely beautiful. Wow, the team fight is such a good way. All of this is from the first reaction there by Matthew. The fact that he gets off the spike carapace enabled all of this. Complete disaster for the Clock and the Slaughter as they both get stunned here. Comboed up by the Avalanche. The Snapfire dealing damage into it. Punches nearby as well. Lands the hook as well afterwards. Completely perfect fight from them. And it's not done there. Tiny, recognizing he can go for more, forces out the BKB of SF by his aggressive play here. And of course, Pango can't chain stun people anymore, so he just BKB walks away, and they all just keep each other alive here with the Snapfire cookies and the way the Aeon Disc as well. He assembled it at the very last second there on Nyx, so really good patience.
The toss in of Tomato into that static storm, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they didn't lose a single hero, and they even won against Buyback there on the side of TSM. This is all smiles. They're very, very happy now about how they played that one out. And almost level 25 now. The Pudge is level 24 and a half. He's close. And this is only 34 minutes into the game.
South America, they like to play fast, they like to play aggressive, and we're seeing that coming out from Thunder. This is one thing I'm really happy about with this team, is that I feel like in the past when they've gone to some of these international tournaments, they start to lose their identity. They start to feel like they need to adjust too much, and they start to change. And I feel like we've been seeing more and more from these South American teams. They're playing their style of Dota. And part of it has to do with the fact that the patch does lend itself to this sort of style, but they just feel more confident. And I think that's very, very important.
Yeah, Thunder are certainly playing, you know, as though they own the map before they already do. And you know, it's like they're envisioning it and then they're making it happen. Whereas TSM, they're doing the best they can. But after a laning stage they had on top, I think that really hurt them a lot in this game. It puts TSM on the back foot from the get-go here. Saberlight has to be very careful. He does have a ward, but...
Yeah, he's just going to teleport out. The smoke from the side of TSM looks like they're going to try to recover some of this area. Dubu
Nice
having a
detail,
couple
by the way, right there when he TP'd out. He backpacked his Coco Flames because he doesn't want to get Nick stunned during the TP. Saberlight with a 5-head play there to keep himself alive.
What game was that where there was a Nyx assassin and just one of the players?
The Queen of Pain carrying the Coco Flames.
That was,
yeah, it was
rough to watch.
I can't remember which team matchup. I mean, again, 50 games of Dota a day, it's all a blur. But yeah, against Nyx, you have to be very careful about this neutral item because now Nyx can stun Saberlight at any point in time during the fight as an initiation.
Nyx his way, has Matthew, sees Saberlight. And this popping immediately. The Dismember followed with the Impale. Good hook shot coming in from Dubo, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Now it looks very scary for Dubo because he gets dragged right back here by Picaz. He's just running in circles. And while this is going on, you can see Tiny, he is stunned. He's got the BKB. He's going to try to get out, but they have all the stuns. The Gobble Up, though, coming out. Can they keep him alive? Yes, they can. Oh, my goodness. Sacred says, get down, Mr. President. Takes the bullet for him.
Pudge is coming.
Pudge is coming right back in again. Gets a hold of Tomato. The arrow does end up going through, but the stun was from Tiny. They're just playing so well. Oh, my God.
What a sacrifice there. Sacred just flying in there, blinks in to try and save his or doesn't blink in, forces in to save his Tiny there with the Gobble Up and spits him out, jumps back in, drops down the Wraith Pact as his final act before he gives away his life to save his friend there. And
some
of
F's
course,
in
yeah.
chat for Sacred. I think he deserves those respects right now.
Truly. But he was the great sacrifice, but that is going to mean that TSM, they don't really get much in that fight overall. They just get offlaner and a support kill. Not at all what they want. Look at that last second save. And he's tanky enough they can't burst him. If they killed him, they could have gone the Kinder Egg surprise inside, but he gets to spit out the Tiny to safety first.
I think like the US is the one place that we aren't allowed to technically have Kinder Eggs.
Yeah, it's banned, right?
We get Kinder Joys, but I think the American public, they think that we're too stupid that we're gonna end up choking on them.
Yeah, there's got you can make little grenades with those. It's really nice. You like take some baking powder and shake it up with some water. You just throw that. It's probably why it got banned for you guys.
Really?
Huh?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they pop. It's don't do this stream. Don't do. Well, I guess I don't need to say that because it's banned anyway, so it's fine.
Well, no, because I think like it's funny that you mentioned that because I'm pretty sure that they have Kinder Eggs in South America. It's just the NA people who don't some of them don't know what that is.
Because they see
not
him,
allowed
but
to
he's
have
so
them.
tanky.
How
don't
do
even want to
you
go
do
on.
anything to this man? He still has the Aegis for 5 seconds too. He's got the refresher, refresher orb, sorry, and the BKB. Like, he's not worth it. He's not worth trying to expend all of those spells.
Yeah, he's monstrous. I'm not even sure if they could kill him if they had 5 heroes. Like, how long would it take to kill him twice?
Oh, they dropped the sentry, but they're just too late because this damage does so much. Tomato now
Nice
has
hook.
to get away from these Mortimer kisses. The hook over on the back line, though, Picaz grabs up Bryle. Gonna be able to hold him into place, stun him. It doesn't matter that he's all rolled up because they still go with the refresher. Get the kill. There'll be no Pangolier for this high ground push.
Poor Briley gets refresher dismember there with the dismember damage talent as well. They send in the Nyx. Matthew, in you go.
Saberlight gets glimpsed back here by Panda. This is a very aggressive little disruptor, but he needs probably a little bit more help to take him down. It's just gonna be a nuisance as the rest of his team eyes on the prize. Cut through these buildings like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, there's just nothing TSM can do at this stage. How did they stop this this Thunder, like the Thunder 5 here? When they go together,
Toss back over onto Saberlight, the dismemberment. They try to force him out, but there's a scatter blast. And Dubu, he tried to save him. He just wasn't able to do it as he's just taking so much devastating damage.
yeah, 1600
Got back on
damage crit.
Saberlight. Matthew poked. What is happening to Mono over here in the back line? They burn off his mana. He's not going to be able to get the Requiem off. He's just dead. Dios
He's
mío.
down to 2 supports. I mean, granted, Tiny comes in to kill steal,
Oh my
but
god. Because he says, hey Saberlight, where you going? Let's go fishing, buddy. GG gets called. Thunder Awaken looking so damn powerful in this game number 1.
they're playing with such confidence and such aggression. I like the celebratory Snapfire ulti there at the end, some fireworks to, you know, really enjoy their win. What a performance by Pakaz, though. I have to say at the back of this, like 18-1 and 12 on Pudge. The most dominant Pudge I've seen the entire group stage. Absolutely a monster. I can see why you're saying Pakaz is, you know, an outstanding carry player here. This was quite the performance by him.
Yeah, this is a guy who likes to be aggressive, has always played aggressive, and this patch, especially with the Pudge being in the meta, definitely lends itself to playing in a style that really lets him show off, honestly. And we can't, you know, we got to give credit where credit's due, too. Dark Mago had some really fantastic initiations. Matthew played very well, and I know Matthew has not been feeling well on top of that. He actually went to the hospital, I think, for a little bit. Needed some fluids or something. And then Saker, too, like we talked about. He just, that gobble up, that save in the top lane, that's one for his highlight reel. He has to be very proud of the way that he played that.
Yeah, it was a great save. I mean, he recognized that if he keeps Tiny alive, even if he dies himself, then that's a complete win for them. And eventually, the Pudge could come in and just clean up. Because this was really just, it was like watching some monstrous game of Pac-Man, where Pudge is just walking around and eating every single hero on the map. And everybody had to play so wary of getting close to him. In this fight, we see it as well. The Pango ends up getting too close, chasing after a Tiny, gets too close to the Pudge. What's gonna happen? You just go down. You cannot survive. BKB doesn't matter. You get brought down in the end here still.
Yeah, they are just looking in such good form. I know last year a lot of people, and again, this was a slightly different squad, but it's great to see South America feeling confident, feeling like they can play their own Dota, and it's really showing with these standings. Now, TSM, I'm not sure exactly what's going on right now. They definitely are struggling in this group stage. Again, they are sitting at the lowest. They do have another series against Fnatic. And they do have another game against Thunder, so they could get themselves back in here. How do they play to deal with what Thunder has been showing them, especially because in this game number 1?
I'm gonna say here, the secret is you have to remove these skill shot heroes that thrive in LAN environment settings, because you have to remember, you know, like South American Dota players, they are some of the best players at playing on high ping. They're so used to it. So when you give them something like Pudge in a LAN event, I mean, they're gonna dominate, right? Because they've been training in the hyperbolic time chamber, playing a lot of games on the NA servers, and they play on very high ping when they do that. So, of course, when they can perform here with, you know, no ping between the players, they're just delivering. Overall, though, I mean, they look very solid. I think TSM had a good showing considering the start they had, but they need a better lane than that. Like top lane was too disastrous, and when he tried to go jungle on Tomato, they were there. Thunder Awaken, they find him, they chase after him. I think a key thing maybe to activate him in a better way would be to more early switch him down to bottom lane and take that area, like take over the tower, take control of bottom part of the map, because sitting in your own jungle against Thunder Awaken, it feels like it's just a matter of time before they find you.
Yeah, definitely. They're just very aggressive, and if they get any sort of an advantage, they're not going to let you get away, which, again, goes to show you over the course of time, being able to have all these tournaments where they get to go and get more and more experience, really proving here in this particular, like, group stage just in general, just how valuable it can be.
Yeah, really proving that. Yep, I see. Building, proving.
That was not intended, but I will take the credit. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the players are getting into the lobby, and you know, I'm excited to see what will happen in the next game, because that was such a high pace and enjoyable game to watch there. And there we see, of course, Pakaz on his Pudge.
Yeah, he just absolutely dominated this game. I like to see him on this hero. I think it fits him quite well. I'm curious if they're going to try to go for the same thing. Look at that experience per minute. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's crazy. 1,093. That has to be the highest I've seen the entire group stage. At least, you know, again, there are so many games. There surely might have been a higher one, but this is the highest one I've seen. Like, that is crazy.
Yeah, everybody played exceptionally well. Like we said, Pakaz really shone here in this game. I think Sacred definitely earned himself another an ice cream there, or one for Matthew too. Like everybody, yeah, ice cream for everybody. You know what? You did really well. TSM though, they're gonna have to go back to that drawing board. They're gonna have to come back with something a little bit stronger and ready to skirmish a bit more too, because they just, unfortunately, Tomato just didn't have a game. He got handled so hard, and despite his best efforts in trying to bounce back, just never got the opportunity once they had the momentum. So a very fun and exciting first game here between these two teams. Now's the chance, though, for TSM to pick themselves back up and even out the score 1-1. They definitely need it, but we are going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we will see who will be able to reign supreme.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history with those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone, to the C stream here for the last day of the TI-11 group stage. We saw an incredibly impressive game coming out from the side of Thunder Awaken, and TSM now, their backs are even further against the wall. I think you said they have 11 losses now, Waga.
Yeah, that puts them at 11 losses, which, you know, it's not that they're like out already or something, so everything still matters, but they're not looking fantastic. They, you know, more than ever need a win, of course. The same is true for everyone, I guess. But Thunder Awaken now padding themselves up to, I believe, 9 wins, which is, they're, you know, in the upper echelon here of the group, so they're well within the upper bracket as they're looking right now. If they clutch a 2-0, they would be in a very good spot in the upper bracket seed.
Yeah, I think that would surprise a lot of people, seeing South America doing as well as they are. I know also in the other group, Hokori also sitting pretty far up there right now. Would feel very, very good as a South American Dota fan. I'm not going to lie, Waga, but would also love to see, you know, their North American brothers not get eliminated, fight back and stay here in these group stages into the main stage.
Yeah, it's rough for you, right? Because it's, you know, 2 teams that you're very familiar with, and it's difficult when you put the Americas against each other and have them fight it out. But TSM are going to battle out here in one more game against Thunder Awaken. And Thunder Awaken in game 1, they were handling TSM pretty well in these fights. Like, TSM, they stuck in there with a farm, but every single team fight just looked like Thunder Awaken had the edge. They performed better. They had clean execution, a lot of beautiful plays like the toss backs, the reactions on Spike Carapace, and the hooks, of course. I mean, a lot of nice hooks that would make Dendy smile over there.
It's all about making Dendy smile. We all want to make him proud. Make him proud Papa here in Dota. But no, you know, we joke over in the Americas. We're the space station. We're NASA, NASA. We are, you know, brothers in arms when we go up against the dreaded Western Europe. Because, you know, we do have that little bit of rivalry. But, you know, we know each other quite well because of that. We know that, you know, a lot of these teams, they scrim each other. They play each other in pubs constantly. They all have stories about each other. And then on top of that, you have over on TSM, you've got Tomato. He's Peruvian. Like, he knows these guys. He's played, you know, on lots of different teams from South American region. So he's very familiar. And so that does become something that people have to consider when they go into these matches, is how well they know one another and how well that they can kind of unravel the way that they want to play or the builds that they may want to do.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you have in Dota, right? Like, you have these different regions that are kind of brotherly regions, you could say, like Europe and playing with the Europe East region, as it's called, but with, you know, greater parts of Russia and like some of the players in the Eastern European scene, Western European, they play a lot with each other. You have China and SEA playing a lot between each other, and then you have North and South America who know each other probably better than any of the others. So it is adding layers to the drafts here and the mind games going into every game because they understand each other on a better level. We'll see what TSM are going to pull out here in Game 2 because they need to adapt. Game 1, Thunder Awaken looked pretty much in control of what was happening there.
I think the other thing you have to remember is the fact that South America for the longest time could not play any other region. They only could play North America because the ping differential was so bad. And a lot of times the NA teams did not want to actually play them at all because they were considered a joke. And
yeah,
so
they wouldn't scrim then. Yeah, I remember that controversy.
Yeah, so over time, though, we are seeing more respect coming out for them. I know at one point I was talking with a friend and they said, yeah, nobody wanted to scrim Thunder when they first got to one of the events. And then they played a couple games and suddenly everyone wanted to scrim them. All of a sudden they're like, wow. These guys are actually someone that are really, really good. We should be paying attention. And I think that's also how, you know, in the earlier iterations of South American Dota, like Pain Gaming, the Brazilian squad with like King RD, HFN, and then Tavo, they got away with a lot of things because of the fact that other teams didn't take them really that seriously in the beginning. They weren't doing their research. They weren't paying attention, and so they were able to get a lot of victories off of that. And when people started paying more attention, it started to, you know, become a lot more difficult, but you did get that little bit of spike. And because of that spike, from Pain Gaming, we saw more people entering the South American Dota scene. We saw more different, you know, nationalities. Whisper over on Beast Coast is Bolivian. You know, he started playing. All the Bolivians started playing too. We're seeing Chile and all these different groups. Very cool stuff. But taking a look at the draft now, we're seeing the very strong combination coming out for the side of Thunder Awaken. They get their Dawnbreaker. They get the Nyx Assassin. If I was Tomato playing that Shadow Fiend, I would be terrified right now. They need to find some way to protect this guy from the inevitable pain that is going to be coming from these two heroes.
Yeah, he needs some good form of support in lane. He could have, of course, even a Marcy on his lane. It's very possible to run the Marcy in the safe lane here, pairing it up with SF. Good way to try and get him out of trouble as well would be using the Dispose defensively. But I don't really agree with TSM's approach here. They go with the Tiny ban and the CM ban in the first phase. I think banning at the Tiny instead of banning the Dawnbreaker is misplaced. Even though Dark Mago plays a fantastic Tiny as well, I think Sacred is more instrumental to the success of Thunder Awaken, and targeting him would probably be a better choice, in my opinion. But of course we saw a Snapfire, and he delivered pretty well on that too.
Now they're just going at lightning speed right now.
Yeah, they're rushing through the bans here, so quickly going through the Beastmaster ban again. SF, don't really need to reiterate why that's so good. The Void ban, though, is also really nice because that's a lot of AoE control between the Void and the SF, and also would be a way to deal with the Nyx Dawnbreaker lanes, since he can time walk off a lot of damage and put the SF mid, of course.
Have slowed down a little bit. We see their spec coming out against Pakaz's Pudge. They do not want to have to deal with that again.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a smart idea because they did a good job on Thunder Awaken to pick it late enough and then ban out the Lifestealer as well as a reaction. There was a chance for TSM to pick the Lifestealer earlier, but then Thunder Awaken, they closed that window. So just kind of get rid of it here. I think that's the right choice by TSM.
No Visage. It's interesting to see that, like, I mean, we still get the Undying ban, but like the Marcy slips through, and it just doesn't seem like they care too much about it. In some of the other drafts, usually they'll end up picking it up on the side of Thunder, but it seems like they have a very specific plan in how they want to play over on the side of Thunder, and TSM feels not necessarily super reactive, right? Because they're just getting these really nice meta picks, but they do have to be responsive to the way that they're going to be playing with the Dawnbreaker and the Nyx coming out from Thunder.
A hero that's still available, by the way, that's really good here could be Primal Beast. I mean, such a strong hero for fighting, but maybe TSM don't want to pick it into Nyx Assassin. It's a little bit technical to play that. And Thunder Awaken go with a Lich, good counter to Marcy that has been used multiple times. I love seeing that as a reaction to Marcy. And now Silencer, Shaker. So TSM trying to get some form of good team fight here, and also some strong laners overall.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so I've been going out of my mind here trying to find out about like the ice cream. It wasn't an ice cream. It was not helado. It was cupcakes. They're Pinguinos cupcakes is what they were feeding Sacred as the joke. So
I want to have some of those cupcakes. That sounds like it could be an easy way to climb the leaderboard for MMR right there. If it makes you play like Sacred is playing.
Like to see them get like a sponsorship with that. That'd be pretty funny. But yeah, I was like, I know they're here. I know it has something to do with penguins. Why is nothing coming up for ice cream? It's because they're cupcakes.
I see. Well, TSM's pick here, by the way, picking the Silencer Shaker, while it's nice, it does feel a little bit bad to be Silencer against Nyx Assassin, because anytime you curse him, you expose yourself to that possible Spite Carapace at any moment. I hate playing heroes that have damage over times when you're against Nyx, and you're also playing a hero with very high int, so the mana burn can do a lot of damage. Silencer could become food in this game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they opted for that. I'm trying to find out what the win rate is on Earthshaker right now. I feel like it has not been very
It was like
successful.
30% in the last chance qualifiers. I haven't looked it up for the group stage here, but Shaker hasn't been overall in his usual TI form. Every TI, we always see some big Shaker moments, but this year Shaker just doesn't feel as enjoyable to watch. He's always like struggling every single game.
That's why I'm so curious as to what his actual win rate is in this tournament right now, because it feels like the teams that pick him just they don't end up getting enough out of it. But I'm going through Dotabuff and Spectral.gg and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm missing something. I'm not sure I'm looking in the right spot. So, but yeah, last time we took a look at it during Last Dance qualifiers, very low success rate. Which also makes me
we'll
worried
get back
for the
to
side
that.
of TSM.
We'll get a chance to look at the Shaker win rate later, but for sure he has not been shining as much as we usually see at TI. But the pick by Thunder Awaken here, by the way, going for the Monkey King, suits their style so much. It's such a high tempo hero, and it can play very well into aggressive style. We've seen other people as well, like Z-Smile on his Monkey King, just absolutely handling even a Leshrac in the laning stage. So it's a hero with high skill cap. You can outplay your opponents a lot, and you can be very much following up on Nyx and Dawnbreaker's plays because you're so fast at getting there.
Oh, we just had a little bird whisper in our ear saying that right now it's a 33% win shake for Earthshaker. So thank you, little bird, and
that's the same as the last chance then.
Yeah,
it's not looking better.
Good. I will say this is most likely going to be a Pakaz Monkey King because this is a hero he loves to play. Again, it's super active, which makes me very worried for TSM. And let's see, what do we have left here? What would be the Dark Mago? I could see something like he's a big Kunkka spammer. That could be something for Dark Mago if they wanted to have a little bit more control, a little bit more team fight.
Kunkka, I mean, do they just straight up not play Primal Beast? Because that's still an option even at this point, and I think that would put them at a very, very like dominating form to just charge in to fights. They have a lot of stuff to overwhelm TSM, because that is still ignored all the way. I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have the all of the matches that Thunder has been playing in front of me. I just have a couple from the last few times that they've played, but it looks like Primal Beast has not been played by them.
Yeah, that's interesting.
They had a Gyro and an Elk in one game. Good God. They ran a Zeus, they ran an Ember in the mid lane. They ran a TA at one point, but obviously we don't want to see a TA when there is a Venomancer in the game, so...
Yeah, I thought we were going to see that coming out. I mean, it could still be played here, but I'm low on Hopium for TA in this game. The Venomancer was a nice pick to try and mitigate the aggression from Thunder. It's like a calming hero. You put down the Venom Wards, you slow down the pace of the game. You can shut down one lane with Venom Wards and then tuck the SF in to farm behind all of this. But yeah, this is going to be a Kunkka.
Do I know my South American boys or do I not? Let's go. All right, Dark Mago, this is one of his best heroes. Playing the Kunkka, Pakaz on his Monkey King. Waga, I think this game is going to be so fast.
Yeah, it's going to be very high tempo, and while I'm looking at TSM, I'm trying to read exactly how they're playing into this. So they're going to do a Timado Marcy. That is a very active choice, so they're not putting him on the Shadow Fiend. This is a bit of a bait and switch, perhaps, for Thunder Awaken from what they were preparing for down the road. But Marcy's a very strong laner, very strong fighter in the early game, and the type of carry that comes online extremely quickly. And while you have tanky heroes on Thunder Awaken, in Dawnbreaker, Kunkka, and even Monkey King, Marcy can punch through that, especially with the SF armor aura. So I think TSM are a little bit in better shape to bring the fight to Thunder Awaken here, but it looks quite strong for Thunder Awaken still. It looks like they found their own type of draft, their comfort zone, and we've seen this Dawnbreaker Nyx combo. That's a very potent kill potential.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for any of the very squishy heroes, honestly, and they have at least 3 of them with a Silencer, Shadow Fiend, Venomancer. Like, you get a Nyx stun off all with the Dawnbreaker, they're just dead. It's very scary. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Timado to be able to get a good laning stage, make sure that he can get what he needs so he doesn't fall behind. Because this draft coming out from the side of Thunder Awaken is pure 100% comfort heroes for them. They're going to be very, very surgical in the way that they approach each of these fights, and they're going to have a really good time.
Yeah, that's also very nice to see that they're, sticking to stuff that they know how to play, that they're used to playing, and finding themselves, you know, a way to play their own style, which is certainly one of the most aggressive out of all the teams here in the group stage. They are like almost unreasonably aggressive. In TSM, they just have to feel like they have to be more prepared for it. After fights in particular, like last game we saw them not completely respect that. They might be sticking around. They might be looking for more.
I love the chatter in the beginning. The good luck friends.
And TSM, as usual, not smoking out. And we see them, I think we saw them place both the wards. Did they see both those? They saw one of the wards for sure. I think they even saw the mid. Yeah, they're pinging it out.
Yeah, Mago knows.
They're going to get double dewarded here. I don't like the no smoke approach on level 1. This is going to be really bad for them.
30 seconds to battle.
TSM do it repeatedly where they just choose to not do the level 1 smoke that most teams do. But Matthew has to be careful not to reveal his own ward by just how he's playing here. He wants to get the D ward on the obs, but in doing so might reveal that he had high ground vision himself.
Waiting patiently, scouting over here in the top lane.
The battle begins.
I think I'm gonna go 40. Says hello to Dubu. Dubu says, I don't want to deal with this. But Tomato is able to grab that bounty rune in the river. So it's still gonna be a split 50-50.
Yeah, the mid is dewarded by Panda. And they still have one more sentry over on the side of Nyx. Surprised they didn't go for it already, because they did ping out that ward that was dropped. So I thought that they would have gone for it. He even bought another sentry now. Maybe he wants to keep his sentry for the lane in particular.
Okay, so how do they want this bottom lane to go for TSM? Because we can see there's a lot of lockdown coming out from the side of Thunder. You're going to have the Boundless. You're going to have the Sinister Gaze. Plus, you know, the amount of harass coming out from this Lich. It's going to be pretty difficult. How do they want to play this to make sure
they
that
have a
they
level
can
2
kind of slow
power
down
spike.
Bakaz?
They have a level 2 power spike where Venomancer with the Gale and the Poison Sting gets pretty strong. But overall, I think this lane should be quite easy for TSM. You're playing Venomancer into a Monkey King. It's not the tallest order here to be winning this lane.
You're seeing the harass going back and forth. Poor Moon, he can't do anything over here against this Lich right now.
Yeah, Shaker is useful for backing the lane and useful for catching people off guard, but he is not very good at trading between two supports. He goes in and he tanks the Novas though. The Novas are landing on the Shaker, not on the Venomancer, so Venom is able to stay in lane, even getting some Magic Stick charges from this trade. So,
Like
it's
no
not
CS though. He's got one last hit and one deny. There it is, there's the Sinister Gaze that we talked about, plus the Harass the Boundless. Let's go and pop stick, but this is exactly what I was afraid of for the side of TSM.
Yeah, they didn't manage to get the lane as far back from the start as I expected they would with the Shaker Fissures and then Body Blocks. They're still playing pretty far down the lane, and Lich is able to bully more than he would otherwise.
Top lane, nice little impale over onto Tomato and Dubu. Sacred having himself a nice time in this lane, sitting 10-2. And Tomato not too far behind though, 9-1. So I think it's nice that he does have a little bit more of a sturdier hero that's able to kind of stand toe to toe and has these options to stun and escape if needed.
Yeah, it's also pretty nice that he keeps spamming the sidekick over on his silencer, so Dubu can have an easier time trading hits, and he gets an easier time CSing himself as well.
I feel like we haven't talked about the mid lane at all. Mago's just got a train of creeps. Okay, looks like they had a little bit of creep manipulation going on in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's not always that you see mid lane do the creep pulse, but they're both gonna park between their tier 1 and tier 2. Mago with a 5 melee creeps, meanwhile 1 range creep and 3 melees for the side of Brawl, so both of them gonna be able to deny their full creep wave here.
Bottom lane, again, this pressure. Good fissure, though. Should be able to keep Saberlight alive with about 40 hit points. Does have the Jingu up he wants to try to go for this play. And Saberlight gets a little bit closer. I got a little nervous for a moment. But again, don't have the balance for another 8 seconds.
Oh, top lane they're going.
Trying to put the pressure over onto Sacred. But fairly tanky. Has a salve on him. He's going to be able to regen up. Go right back to business.
Moon is struggling to have a good place to have impact right now. In fact, he's getting too close, getting hit by the creeps and the Nova.
The Fissure tossed out, but they'll get the draw over onto Saberlight. Not going to be able to drag him across, though.
Yeah, it's very short duration on level 1, but useful to have still. Mid lane is 22-8 for SF and 17-3 for Kunkka, so slight win for now over on the side of Brow, and that's usually how it goes. Shadow Fiend against melee heroes, very difficult for Kunkka to win that lane. But he's doing alright though.
I think we'll probably see Mago be fairly aggressive in rotation. Panda is kind of in an awkward position, but there's the jump down from Pakaz. Be able to separate. Nice fissure from Moon Meander. Panda drawing in again with the gaze. Get a couple more hits. Probably going to end up losing Panda here. Is Pakaz going to be able to get himself a kill, though? Is the question with the Boundless over on Saberlight. Needs to get a little bit closer. One more hit should be able to do the trick, and he will be able to get it, but most likely going to fall down. Nice dodge, though. Uses the fairy bar. Pakaz. Oh, no. Moon Meander with that enchant totem will punish him for being very aggressive.
That is big for TSM. That bottom lane wasn't going too well. Oh, top lane, toss back.
Top lane Sacred taking a lot of damage, and that's going to be +2 int going the way of Divu.
Yeah, those curse points are doing a lot of damage in that lane because the Dawnbreaker always wants to use 2 spells, and it's just difficult. If you get cursed, you can't get out of it.
Oh. Panda canceling out the salve on Moon Meander. They will punish him. And then allow Pakaz to have more time to farm.
Yeah, because with power treads now, this lane is going to be very difficult for Saberlight to get any farm now. Because power treads on Monkey King, he hits very fast, it's really hard as well.
I mean, Saberlight was already having difficulty getting some of the CS, let's be honest. He's sitting at 9-2 currently, Pakaz sitting at 22-12. This is proven to be a very difficult lane.
Yeah, I don't think the lane should have been... I don't think the lane should have been that bad for them. The matchup is not necessarily that weak, so I think Thunder Awaken have just played the lane really well. Of course, Shaker isn't a lane dominator by any means, but Fissure to pull the lane back and having Venomancer, I don't think they should be struggling as bad as they are.
Again, these are extreme comfort picks. Yeah, look, this Pakaz finding the opening over on Saberlight. It's going to bounce back up into the tree, though, because there's a lot of rotation now with Dubu making his way bottom. Panda needs to be careful too, sitting a little bit low, as he does have a couple of these stick charges, gets himself the Windlace, but they've decided we've had enough. We have to deal with Pakaz. We cannot keep allowing him to do this. Puts down the Boundless though, trying to get some distance in the tower though, doing damage. Dark Mago makes his own rotation to dodge away using that Mischief. Boat comes in over on the back lines, and Moon Meander still will be able to get the kill, but they'll end up losing Saberlight. And now Dubu will be the next one to fall. Moon Meander, he wanted this kill, but now he's just gonna give Dark Mago a triple kill.
Moon Meander. I mean, he does get the kill in the end, I suppose, with the Poison Sting there. Top to see a bit of a trade here between the 2 heroes left alone.
That was funny to see the dispose while Sacred was doing the Starbreaker.
Yeah. Now, really good by Thunder Awaken to move and engage the Kunkka now as well, enabling him on this lane. He's sitting around. He wants to go for the Venom, not gonna connect.
Just a little bit off though with the Torrent. We'll get the D-ward off. The mid lane. Can see some pincering going over onto Matthew. They'll just go and drop wards for now.
Power spike for Timado on top. He's gonna get his level 6 now. Has the ulti available.
Big stack coming out from Matthew.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Saber is gonna try and clean that up. Will do so pretty easily, I think.
Pig pool, get the shovel. A lot of goodies in this one camp.
Yeah, get some items for yourselves. Right now we see all of TSM pretty much playing top, just leaving Venomancer bottom. So Veno should start being fine when he gets some points in Veno wards, but he really is quite underleveled right now, and not going for the build that we saw. We've seen some like 2-2-2 skill builds on Venomancer, which is a little bit stronger at fighting early on with Venomous Gale, and also gets the Plague Wards online pretty early still. I think he needs to get maxed out Plague Wards this game because the fights are not working out.
Mago with the Invis rune has half duration. He's being very careful in the way that he's playing over onto the right-hand side of the map, trying not to stand underneath the sentry that he knows is probably over here.
Oh, he might get the X mark if he sticks around.
Yeah, he's found himself a Saberlight. He's got the boat. Moon Meander is getting into position. See if they can use the fissure to buy a bit more time. There's Tomato jumping in, but the Solar Guardian coming in hot from Sacred. We'll be able to turn this right back around again. The Boundless, couple more hits. Tomato, he's going to die. That Chain Frost getting some nice bounces, and now Bryle. Bryle, he should not be here, because there's the follow-up from Matthew. Gets the Impale. They need to slow him down just a little bit. Don't quite have that Starbreaker just yet, but they're going to have the hammer in just a moment. Sacred going forward. Starbreaker, they just blow up Bryle. And they'll still end up losing Sacred, but they are perfectly happy with this, I have a feeling.
Yeah, that
Look
was
at Matthew,
amazing.
he wants Dubu. He wants Dubu.
He's gonna get him. Oh, runs around the corner.
Oh.
Maybe he's fine.
Keep it
No,
down.
this looks bad. This looks bad.
Boop. Boop. And then digs up a bounty rune. Oh boy.
Even more gold. Moon Meander takes a slap mid too from the Tidebringer. A lot of damage onto the Shaker immediately as he comes down on mid lane, and he doesn't have Tranquil Boots, so he will take a lot of. He did just buy a Tranquils now. Okay, so he wants to heal up again.
See the setup in the bottom lane. How patient Dark Mago was. Waiting for Saberlight, and Moon Meander has good positioning, throws down the fissure, and you see Tomato jump into the center, but this is the power of that Solar Guardian that we talked about. Gives you that global presence, and then they were just able to beat them down so quickly. Bryle wanting to go
going
in,
on Pakaz?
they are going on Pakaz in the top lane, yes.
Okay, they protect him with a shield. They were close enough with the Lich, so they're gonna disengage. But yeah, that fight was really nice. The Lich ulti coming in there was bouncing around doing so much damage from Panda. He was very patient, sitting around and getting a perfect Chain Frost that bounced until it was done.
Alright, smoke play coming up from the Nyx Assassin and Dawnbreaker. Matthew walking underneath the ward they see. For a bit of a dive here, as they show. They'll respect it. It's interesting that they opted to smoke together because I feel like with the Solar Guardian, shouldn't they just kind of leave Sacred by himself and just let him farm and then jump in?
I mean, yeah, the important thing is they place opposite side of the map from Pakaz, so we can join in on that. But they can either go towards Sacred and play with him, or they can go top and enable. I think right now they should make moves towards the top area of the map for Thunder, just because it's the more natural tower to try and pressure. It's easier to take that tier 1. So we see them sliding over towards it now, Matthew making his way.
Middle lane, boat coming in hot over onto Bryle. They'll use the global silence. Tomato though trying to follow up, and this is that Solar Guardian again comes in hot with the Starbreaker, gets the heals off. We'll get the dispose from Tomato, so that's looking very nice for them. But now Moon Meander going in with the Echo Slam. We'll be able to finally take down Matthew. So a good response from the side of TSM as they're going to immediately smoke and make their way top lane, trying to put the pressure down on Pakaz.
Yeah, see if he can get a read on this. If he can sense it, he gets the range creep. Immediately get out, man. Oh,
okay, alright. Tree Dance trying to get away, but it's very hard to get away from this 3 over here on the side. Tries to dodge away with the Mischief a little bit, but that's another +2 int for Dubu.
A bit greedy by him there. He was, well, the greedy part is that he didn't use his Primal Spring from the tree. He jumped down from the tree manually instead of actually Primal Springing away because he was cursed. So he didn't want to take extra damage from the curse, but in doing so, he jumped down onto the ground and he's right next to 3 heroes. So if he Primal Sprung, I think he would have lived there. But yeah, he got a little bit too greedy, stayed a little bit too long anyway.
Alright, well we got 10 int stolen here for Dubu, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about some of these participations. Couple kills under his belt too. But Gau's right back top again. And I'd like to see, like you said, I'd like to see them make these plays towards this top part of the map. They feel a little bit slow for the side of Thunder, which feels unusual considering this draft.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit slow, but they're also comfortably farming up, and perhaps a bit of it is respecting that TSM are more ready to fight now than they were in the last game. Last game there was the Shadow Fiend who literally just went to sit jungle and farm, whereas Marcy is a very active +1 hero, so Tomato is certainly ready to fight.
They see Dubu, Matthew. Moon Meander though in a good position to throw out the fissure to separate. Have to use a spike. Carapace, Sacred. They've been split up pretty far here. I'm not sure if Matthew survives. This is a good impale though. We'll be allowing Panda to get the deward off, but they'll be able to get themselves a nice kill and get their own dewarding.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Picasso cleaned up the creep wave top. They're not chasing for him. Marcy has no way to get close.
They manage to get the stun. They break the tree. There's the sidekick and those hits, but again, okay, Global Silence coming into play. So they're going to be able to cancel out the Dawnbreaker ulti, and Picasso's trying to man up, trying to fight. Boat comes in. Not going to be enough to save him, but does put out a decent amount of damage as Dark Mago pops his BKB. Turns his attention now over to Moon Meander, but the Fissure coming in very well. Going to be able to just block them off as the rest of TSM hiding in the tree line. Mago, he wants this. Panda's got the Sinister Gaze. They need to get a little bit more damage. They'll go and put down that Frost Blast. Need maybe one more hit, and they'll be able to find out Tomato in a very bad situation because he's revealed himself, sitting at 30-something hit points. The hit comes through from Moon Meander. They'll be able to get the kill on him.
Oh my.
And Dark Mago is just running around in circles. They even tip Tomato. They say, bro, what were you doing?
Yeah, I think they are confused by what he was doing. I don't think he understood just how overwhelmed they were there already. They didn't really have anything to fight with as well. Dubu was kind of low, and he was the only hero still alive for him to play with. So, gets kind of a free kill there on Tomato. Thunder are going to be very happy about that, as they're already in pretty good shape, but getting a free +1 kill is certainly not going to slow them down.
Mateo finding out the opening over onto Saberlight, but they have the Fissure. It's a bait because TSM was already in position. They'll still be able to get the kill though. And now, it looks like after using that Wukong, they're just not going to be able to go and pursue.
Yeah, they're respecting the Venom ulti. The Poison Nova is taking them down, so just going to back out.
Radiant's middle tower is
I like that the tooltip for Poison Nova says it's taking for 2 damage. That is not true. It takes for a whole lot more than 2 damage.
It's a free game. Because mid lane, they even use that Echo Slam. Panda tries to save him. Cannot do it, but Mago? Like he wants to try to get Nex off. No, he's just gonna teleport out.
They want Brawl, trying to catch him.
And the Impale. Dark Mago, though. Immediately going to use the Illusion Rune. And just on the bit, they get the X spot over onto Saberlight, so we'll connect. Solar Garden this time, they have nothing to cancel it, so in comes Sacred. He'll collect the kill.
Very nice catch there by Kunkan. He has these convenient illusion runes. They're so high value in this game. You can dispel a lot of good stuff. The Silencer, of course, the Venomancer, even the Shadow Race stacks can be dispelled. But he used it mid as well against the Global Silence earlier during one fight. He had an illusion rune bottled and used it to be able to still trigger his X mark and pull back into Torrent. Very convenient for a Dark Mago.
Playing around with Dubu, Sacred, throws out the hammer, just gives him a bit of a fright, but it's not going to go for a full-on committal because they are seeing these teleports come out. Marcy's already on her way down. Moon Meander. There's the jump to dispose. BKB comes out from Mago. It's like he wants to just walk away from this engagement. They have the Wraith Pact already discussed out as Moon Meander clicks it down. He's going to get himself a nice tidy amount of gold.
Yeah, smart to back out and respect here that TSM are playing for the area. They want to control this, and that's a good thing that they're doing so because they already lost their own safe lane tower. If they lost their off lane tower and didn't take the enemy safe lane, they would be in a terrible spot. So they're kind of forced to going down here and fighting this. Meanwhile, though, Picasso is enjoying a lot of free farm during this time, and they're also shoving in mid.
Yeah, he's got enough for the BKB, so he's going to pick up the recipe. And that's a huge power spike going over to the side of Thunder.
Yeah, that means they have double BKB ready, and of course the Wraith Pact over on Dawnbreaker as well, so she's quite fight ready as well at this stage.
Tomado's getting closer to the BKB, but still has some ways to go, although off of this creep wave should be able to pretty much finish up. So
Yeah,
we'll be seeing some skirmishing from both of them, and I like this. I like the fact that we're getting these cores that want to fight early.
All of them have BKB now. There's the BKB finishing up on Brawl, is flying out. He got it just now, and the BKB is flying out for Tomato. So everybody's going to be in good shape, like you said, to take the fights. And I think initiation is going to be the key to who wins. But I think Thunder Away can just have a little bit better initiation, as Shaker doesn't have Blink yet. He has the Shard, and he has Tumbler's Toy, which is, I guess, the poor man's Blink. But he doesn't have that full, like, oh, I'm gonna initiate, don't worry, stand back. And who else can disable on their team? Look at their stuns. Like, it's just SF ulti for Fear, I guess Marcy jumping in, but that's a core Marcy. So it's not that clear cut. Meanwhile, on the side of Thunder Awaken, pretty much anybody could set up a fight.
Looks like a fight is being set up. They see Mago in the mid lane. Sounds like a TV cartoon show. But TSM, they're going to make their way over to the buy angle. They'll see Matthew. It's not necessarily who they want, but the Fissure landing over onto 3 is beautiful with the Echo Slam. They were not prepared for this over on the side of Thunder. As they take out Seika, they'll take down Panda. They'll find the kill on Matthew, and they're trying to finish off Saberlight. There's the Global Silence, though, because having to run away, they just do too much of the punches from Tomato. So they'll turn their attention over to Mago. Panda buys back, wants to go in for the Chain Frost, drags Tomato back, but they've already lost the Kunkka.
What a fantastic team wipe for TSM. And they get, like I just highlighted how difficult it is for them to get initiation, and they managed to find this. They drop down to Observer Ward, sees 3 heroes stacked right next to each other, Fissure, and then follow up with a 3-man dispose or rebound into that. That was a beautiful start for them. And then of course the aftershock on the Fissure with the Shard. You can trigger the stun again. That worked out so beautifully for them.
That's an Aegis now for Bryle. That feels really, really good for TSM.
Yeah, they needed this so badly. Their tournament life is at stake, and this was a big, big W for them taking that team fight.
Feels bad to like look at Saberlight and see him just so stressed out, because I always feel like that guy's smiling. It's a lot like Insania or Panda. Like these guys, you usually see them. They got big smiles on their face, very cheerful. So you know that it's serious when they are looking stressed out.
Yeah, he knows the severity of the day. I mean, today will decide: do they stay in the game in the playoffs, or are they going to be eliminated already from the group stage? Nobody goes to TI, you know, wanting to not be able to take part of the main event. So for sure, he's focused.
Mid lane, poking away at Dark Mago. They teleported in Moon Meander to sit on the back lines.
Yeah, Saberlight just filling his role of protecting. The mid tier 1 tower can be very difficult to bring down against Venomancer. Venom wards are really, really obnoxious in that if you want to get close, you're gonna take a lot of damage. And of course, they're running 4 melee heroes, so anybody killing those Venom wards will get hit and take damage back. Here comes the smoke, though.
It's gonna break the smoke into 4 heroes. It's gonna be a very dead Panda Moon. I think Thunder probably are going to want to back away from this. They were making the moves thinking maybe we could get Tomato. Tomato thinks maybe he could get Pakaz.
He landed the stun, actually. He landed the damage from his rebound, but he flew away in time there on Monkey.
Alright, so what is the item progression now coming out for each of these guys? We've got the Crystal, soon to be a full Daedalus for Bryle. Saberlight has just finished the Vladimir's Offering, which will eventually become the Wraith Pact. And Tomato looks like he's going to be going for the Blink as the next item. There's a little bit of skirmish might break out over here in the corner. It's starting to ping. Matthew scouting.
Yeah, trying to sneak in. I like the choice by Tomato to go for Blink next, by the way. Blink, BKB. The SF is going to do the majority of the damage anyway, and Marcy doesn't need damage items. She does a lot with just BKB.
He creeps forward a little bit here. They do have the sentry. They ping out that they can see him. They will reveal that. Spike Carapace coming out immediately. It's going to force Staff away. Tomato, he's in though. Gets the dispose off, but they'll get the eyes off. Over onto Tomato, and he just can't BKB. He's just immediately taken down. No Tomato for this fight for 40-something seconds. Now Saberlight gets off the Poison Nova. They'll go get a big Arcane, but they'll finish off using that Chain Frost. And now Bryle does have the Aegis. Dark Mago facing off, but over on the back lines, they're just fighting with Moon Meander. They'll clean him up. Global Silence is going to get used. And they are going to force them away. Buyback now from Matthew. They want to get back into this fight. Because thinking about going for it. Oh no! It was just off the mark, and now Sacred, did he just feed? He is super dead, giving off that extra int to Dubu. Not quite knowing their limits on that.
I mean, that's Thunder's aggression kicking them in their ass a little bit there as well, because they're such... I wrote it down even in my notes earlier, that they're an unreasonably aggressive team, and that was unreasonably aggressive. You already got a big W in that fight. The Shaker used his ulti, it didn't get anything with it. Timado dying for free. If they just backed out there, they would have been completely fine, but now 2 big cores going down to Brawl there, and he's just back bottom.
Yeah, they see Matthew. Had a sentry ward to position. Matthew was hoping perhaps he could have grabbed that double damage rune first, but good positioning out of the side of TSM will punish him.
Yeah, Thunder should really just have been happy with what they got here. That was such a freebie, but the Venom ulti started taking them down a lot, and they didn't really respect, you know, the damage that everybody was taking. They were too low. Now TSM with the DD room pushing high ground.
I got to Wukong's command. Just want to push them out of this area. Still very scary. They are going to lose this DD rune very soon, though, so it looks like they're going to turn their attention over towards the mid lane.
Yeah, now they know there's no Wukong's command, so they feel pretty safe pushing the tier 2 tower. I would be surprised to even see Thunder able to mount some form of defense here. It can be very difficult.
I mean, they don't have the Kunkka, right? You've got Dark Mago. He's TP's down for 20-something seconds, so I think they're just going to concede this tower.
Yeah, they're going to leave that. Kunkka has himself an entire Assault Crest and a Sanj, by the way, so once he gets that Halberd, he can be a good solution to the SF, because Halberd against range heroes is a very good way to stop them from dealing out their massive damage, and of course that Daedalus on Brawl, we saw just how much he can do in last fight there.
Aegis has been reclaimed, though, for Brawl, so perhaps they can find this moment to push out of their base and try to get some sort of a pick off. But with Pakaz in the bottom lane, I'm guessing that they're just sitting back. They want to finish off the Desolator, as TSM does not want to wait. They have found themselves Dark Mago. Use the Glimmer Cape to buy him a little bit more time. They will punch down the Wraith Pact, but looks like Mago will survive.
Yeah, Moon Meander showing again and again that he's very, very willing to use the Echo Slam, by the way, as just a tool of chain stunning people. So he's using it with the Shard to just stun on top of the Fissure. Not necessarily waiting for only a moment to jump in and get a big Echo Slam, but also trying to catch people. But they force out BKB, always something. Didn't really get the kill though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Matthew wandering around a little bit, seeing if he can get any sort of information. Does have the Eye of the Vizier, which is one of those neutral lines that gives you the plus 125 cast range, which feels pretty good on a Nyx assassin.
Yeah, Nyx is a pretty good carrier for it. Not the worst. He does rely on his mana a little bit, but it's gonna be completely fine. He has clarities to work on his mana pool too. Might be able to snipe this tower if he sees that Shaker left again. He's eyeing it up. He's like, is this tower for me?
Yeah.
Is it?
I mean, they're smoked over on the side of TSM though, so it does feel a little bit scary, but they'll go, take a couple whacks and finish off the tower. Top lane. Mago hiding in the tree line. They see Moon Meander. Ooh, they have vision over on Mago. Panda trying to protect him as much as he can, but there's not a whole heck of a lot that he can do. Could potentially throw out a chain cross if he feels like they're tight enough here in this corner. But the hit's coming out from Tomato. There it is. There's the chain frost. They group together. The draw over onto Tomato, but the follow-up with the global silence is now Briled is just bouncing back and forth. Sacred sitting so very low is going to fall. But the Wukong's off, but this damage coming out. Even though Pakaz has that BKB, they've got to try to lifesteal a little bit more. And over here on the side, Briled is going to pop. End up losing Panda on the back line. Matthew looking not like he's going to survive this either. Moon Meander taking hits from the tower, walking through the Wukongs. It's just taking too much damage. They want this final hit on Tomato, and they're not going to be able to get it. Tomato barely going to survive this engagement. Has a team wipe for the side of Thunder.
I actually can't believe they turned that around again. That was a very back and forth fight. We got a full duration Chain Frost bouncing around doing a terrible amount of damage. But yeah, they fought under the Wukong. 7,800 damage it dealt. They were just trying to man up against Monkey King, and he has the Desolator as well. So standing under his Wukongs is a terrifying choice to commit to that.
impressed with how patient that
Tower is under attack.
Panda was with that Chain Frost and identifying, you know, maybe I can draw over Tomato. And I just can't believe that Tomato survived that, though, at the end of the day. He got so low during that entire engagement.
Yeah,
See, right here is the moment. He just uses the rebound, gets the stun. They have the Vessel on him, and he just barely survives on 70 hit points.
Props to Pakas though. I mean, he actually mischief dodged a Daedalus crit from SF there during all that too, so did his best to stay alive. Oh.
All right, though, Sacred. They're gonna follow up with a boat, but still very, very dead. Now Mago is gonna get disposed. Pops his own BKB. Matthew on the back line was looking for the Impale. Not gonna be able to go and line it up as the X marks the spot over on the side. Tomato drawn back. Feels like Thunder. He's got the fissure. They've got the silence. And that's just dead. But Pakas drops the Wukongs. Does manage to bottleneck them a little bit over here. Not gonna be able to quite finish off Tomato again, as Bryle does end up getting halberded. Got the frost shield over on Pakas, trying to keep him alive. He has the BKB, but he's fissure blocked over here on the side. Throwing out the chain frosting if they can just make them split. Over on the side, the mischief again. The Echo Slam over onto the back line. They'll kill Pakas, they'll find Panda, and they'll be able to collect themselves a Mago.
That D rune on SF. He's just too big and just manning up and fighting there. Even holding his BKB for a very long time on Bryle, but Monkey King had no way out of that there. Getting caught out by the Shaker. Great catch, and yeah, the right clicks from SF. Yeah, they're dealing so much damage now because he has the +3 damage per soul as well as the D rune as well as the Daedalus. Those crits are just shredding through the Monkey.
Feels like we started to get the one-by-one sort of syndrome happening on the side of Thunder.
Yeah, they're losing grip of the game entirely, and we see already a 10,000 gold lead, and this bottom racks doesn't even look defendable. They're gonna try.
Matthew throws out a nice little 3-man impale, but that's all they can do right now. They don't have the Monkey King, and they don't have their Kunkka.
Yeah, Rax falls, and they're gonna back out safely here on TSM. Roshan is up, spawned just now. We see a replay here of the chase here. Look at the SF coming in. The halberd was used, but he just patiently waits it out. He's like, he's right here. Gonna stay on top of him.
He's taunting. He knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, Glimmer Cape can't save you forever, and eventually he has to come out of it. And those crits, they're like 1,300 damage crits each, 1,400 on some other targets as well.
Yeah, they hurt. Moon. Love to see these player camps and the reactions coming out from them.
That reaction right there is Moon knowing that this is now their game. It's their game to throw, basically. They should not lose this game. And that was a relief, you know,
Yeah.
relief that he felt right there, that they won that fight so handily again. And now with the Aegis in hand, immediately smoking up, they're going down for more.
Have to be careful. Both of these cores in the vicinity here. Dark Mago, nice fissure coming out from Moon. They have to shock. There's a couple punches here from Tomato. BKB.
Basher. Oh, disarm. He didn't BKB. He didn't BKB on Tomato, so he could use his halberd before TPing. So the halberd saves him.
Otherwise, I think he was very dead there. Get enough of those punches off.
Yeah, very, very unlikely they would be able to stand a full volley without getting bashed. I mean, 5 hits, very unlikely that they wouldn't get it. He would even get more, because you have time to do more than 5 hits there.
Ooh.
Good reactions by Dark Mago, though.
Sneaky little play from Matthew during all that. Does manage to slow down that Satanic that was coming out to Bryle. Still needs the Reaver, of course, but slow him down a bit. So the
You looking for an ulti?
Well, they'll drop the ulti. Oh, a nice hit as Sacred goes into the back lines, but he doesn't manage to land the Starbreaker. Boat coming through. It's going to whiff, so that's a lot of those big spells over on the side of Thunder. But they do not have. Panda still holding very patiently with that Chain Frost. So if they group up, like maybe like this movie, they're jumping it over onto Matthew. We'll get these Chain Frost bounces. It's gonna get a couple here. Can they do enough damage over to Tomato, though, is the question. Global Silence gets used, and Sacred just cut off from the rest of his team because trying to hit as much as he can, trying to stay alive, but again, Sacred just not able to get there quite fast enough. It's another kill here for Tomato. Panda and they try to run back into the space. They bought back on the Dawnbreaker for that Solar Guardian, and it didn't end up working out. And Bryle, you can see here, just wants to finish. They call GG.
They call it, they know when they're beat, they're down. No buyback on the Dawnbreaker, and GG TSM take. That's going to tie up the series. Beautiful last fight there by Moon Meander. The blink reaction from Monkey King. Like, Monkey throws out the ulti and immediately follows up with a stun, but the moment he sees those clone warriors running out from the Wukong's command, he blinks to safety there. It almost looked like he got stunned because it was, you know, so close that that Boundless Strike landed. But gets out to safety and also connects with a very nice blink in later when the blink came off cooldown again.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful fissure, just having them in the choke point on the side of Thunder Awaken. Perfect setup for that fissure, the echo, and now they just get to chase them down one by one because already they're just 3 dead immediately. Panda even coming back here, chase is on, and it felt like Thunder, they had this game super early on, but definitely, you know, the patience coming out from TSM and also just the overextension from Thunder earlier. I think this is the fight too, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the fight where they throw a little bit. I think here, this is the fight they're going to be beating themselves up about because they kept chasing for more, and or rather, they were running away and then they had the idea to turn it around. And this is a wild brawl as well. That full chain frost going off, the Wukong's command, they just start standing there and fighting under it. The dodge with the mischief coming out, staying alive a long time on Monkey King with that frost shield as well on him. But at the end of the day, it's TSM who are just able to somehow clutch this out.
Yeah, I mean, in the fight of the Americas, like, both of these teams very, very talented. And again, TSM, they needed this victory. Right now, Thunder's sitting very, very nice in their position. But TSM is possibly going to be, you know, relegated out of the tournament, which you don't want. You want to be here. You want to stay. It's a long flight from NA to Singapore, guys. They want to continue here to fight and play in the international and play in front of a crowd. So, yeah, that last little death from the tower, but you know what? He already did his job. He served his purpose. If you had to pick an MVP, Waga, who impressed you the most here?
I think Moon Meander for me was probably the standout. I don't know. Moon Meander had generally really good initiations here, and the way he played together with Tomato. I think Tomato had a few moments where he didn't BKB early enough, or had a little bit of failed initiation, or thought that he was strong enough at certain points. But his combination play together with Moon was really beautiful. They managed to chain stun so much between the Fissure initiation, the jump in from the Marcy, and then the aftershock as well from the Enchant Totem and the ulti. So they really found themselves on the map in a good way and managed to combo. But you could also make a case for Braille. He was definitely carrying this game from the physical damage aspect. He was standing his ground and dealing good damage with the SF.
Wait, you said his first name was Jonathan on that screen?
Whose name is Jonathan?
Braille. Maybe
Braille?
I misread. I saw like a bunch of names over there. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't looking right though. I thought his first name is actually Braille. Maybe it was I saw Jonas there and just didn't see it. But anyways, yeah, no, I love the way that TSM adjusted because Thunder, they're a team that like to play fast. The first game there, we saw just how fast and aggressive they were playing. Second game, they got their comfort heroes and they looked good on them until it got to a certain point where they picked up that Marcy, and I think the Marcy was definitely the right play. Getting Tomato on something that's going to be able to fight earlier, giving Bra, you know, the Shadow Fiend, just the adjustment, so that way you had, you know, one that was very, very tempo, and then one that could sit back and farm a little bit more and do all that damage.
Yeah, no, they did a great job understanding how to deal with the aggressive gameplay that was bound to happen, and yeah, the game played out pretty much as we expected, right? With Thunder Awaken coming in, wanting to just clash and battle, of course, as always. But TSM this time more prepared against it with that carry Marcy. It was an intelligent way to draft against Thunder Awaken in particular, I think.
Shout out to Dubu too. We do have him on screen earlier as our MVP. He had 36 int stolen by the end of the game. So good positioning, some very good ultis. You know, Korean Dota, there are dozens of us, you know. Come watch us.
And
it's
he died the least as a support.
Yeah.
He had only 2 deaths in the entire game, 7, 2, and 23. Certainly a really strong performance by him too here in game 2. So yeah, TSM, at least they don't get too owed by Thunder Awaken. That would be absolutely terrible news for them. but they did drop one more game. They're still in a crucial spot in the group stage, so good luck to them in their final matchup. Who is it? Who's it they're playing at? Fnatic? Yeah, Fnatic is their final one.
Yeah, so they do have one more game where they can try to prove themselves. It's not going to be on this channel, though, because what's coming up on this channel is some more South American Dota and a little bit of Western Europe. This is going to be an exciting game, Waga. We've got Team Liquid versus the Dark Horses Hokori. So definitely want to stick around. We're going to go to a short break. Go get ready. Get hyped up. This is going to be an awesome series when we come back.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
It has been an explosive start of the final day of the group stage here for TI11 over here on Stream C, and we have another banger of a match for you. We got a little bit more South American Dota, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm very hyped about this, but also super hyped because we have Team Liquid. I know, Waga, you're gonna be cheering for your fellow Swedes. I'm gonna be cheering for SA. This is gonna be so much fun. I cannot wait to get into this.
Yeah, I think this is allowed, right? We're allowed to be biased as long as we have one biased for either side. Is that how it is?
I mean, I'm a big Liquid fan. I've always been a big Liquid fan too, but it's just so exciting to have both of these guys here. This is such a good day of Dota, actually. I'm so happy.
Yeah, this will be very, very fun matchup, I think. And Hokori, they've been a team to keep an eye on, really, throughout this group stage. I wish that we would have cast more of their games, you know, not only for you getting to cast some Hokori, but also because of how they've been performing. They've been doing really well. They only lost one single matchup, along with the rest of the top four here. Liquid also only lost a single matchup. Hokori having 5
sleepy
draws.
Boys. Wake up, Liquid. Wake up. Go wash your faces.
All deep in thought.
I like how Mati's just stroking his mustache.
Yeah, that's the thinking mustache right there. That's why he's doing the drafts together with Blitz, you know, sitting there and thinking.
But yeah, I'm very excited. Like I said, you know, big fans of Liquid, big fan of Hokori too. They've been really proving themselves. I believe this is the first time that they have been on an international LAN, and if they continue this great spree, I think at this point they're pretty much guaranteed playoffs. But this will be their first time, I think, playing in front of an actual audience, which is huge, and also could lend itself to some other issues because it is very overwhelming, some of that pressure, but they're looking so good right now. Lumiere, I think, has been impressing everybody. They've been saying he's just an amazing core. I'm very familiar with Tiolacor and Analog, both of the Brazilians. Tiolacor has been one of my favorite Elder Titan players for a very long time. Important to note, too, is that a long time ago, when Tiolacor was on different stacks, because he used to play on SG, he's played on a couple, but his internet was extremely unstable every time that it would rain. I'm not sure, I'm trying to think, I think it might have been Belo Horizonte, but I could be wrong. But he would, like, that was the problem with having him on teams, is that if it had a big rainstorm, all of a sudden Tiolacor couldn't play.
His one weakness, rain. Oh no.
Yeah, it's crazy because, again, you think about these regions that, you know, don't have the infrastructure necessarily. So I'm super excited to see him on a team that is succeeding. Seeing Analog as well, that guy has been playing on all the different Brazilian stacks for God knows how long. And now they get to go up against one of the, honestly, I think one of the best teams here. They've made it through the last chance qualifiers. Team Liquid, definitely one of the favorites here in this TI.
Yeah, and both these teams are sitting good in the group stage. I mean, this is the last day, so a lot of the games are very clutch for placements here, but neither of these teams are at any risk of elimination. So like you said, they will get to play at the playoffs. Hokori will be there, as they're 9-7 right now in the groups. The worst they can end up with is 9-9 as their result, which is certainly not going to put them at the bottom two. And they're looking like they can even hold on to that top upper bracket placement. So in a fantastic shape here, but Liquid, of course, also have been looking really strong. They only lost to a single team that they dropped 2 games against. Other than that, 4 wins and 3 draws. So Hokori up for a challenge here.
So are they guaranteed upper bracket at this point, or
neither of them are? No.
Okay, so they still have to play a couple more.
I believe Liquid probably have guaranteed upper bracket or tiebreaker now, I think, because they have 11 wins. So worst they could have is 7 losses, but then there could be a big tie if that happens.
Okay.
But if Liquid win a single game here, I think they're pretty much guaranteed already, because that would put them at worst 6 losses. So yeah, one single win here, and Liquid are, I believe, guaranteed to be in the upper bracket.
All right. And I think a lot of people, I've been hearing a lot of murmuring saying that these teams that are coming up from the last chance qualifiers, because they have had so many more games to play in professional play, a lot of people are saying these teams are going to end up in the top 3. And we have seen that Secret is looking very, very strong. Liquid has been looking strong as well. So this is going to be a good test for Hokori, who have played against some of these really big teams too. I think they won one against OG. They won one against most of the teams, I think.
Yeah, they've been doing good, but like you said, it's very cool to see the last chance qualifier teams are, you know, Secret guaranteed upper bracket, and already we see like Liquid in a very good spot to do the same here if they clutch out a single win here, and at worst probably a tiebreaker for upper bracket. So very impressive stuff from the last chance qualifier teams. These unknown small teams coming from last chance qualifiers of Team Liquid and Secret, right? Nobody ever heard of them before.
No, it's an exciting time for sure. So we're seeing that each of these teams definitely have done their homework. They're taking out heroes that are very strong, things that the other team loves to run. Especially that the Primal Beast and the Marcy have just been super, super popular. But then the Enigma and the SF also, I think, among some of the most hotly contested heroes in this current tournament.
Yeah, big thing to note, by the way, is that Hokori, one of the teams that are very happy running the Undying. They've been playing it quite a lot. Of course, Undying has been popular overall, but we've seen more and more teams let it through. And quite often we even see him get ignored and go all the way through because I think teams have just found more and more that they can play around it, they can counter it in certain ways. So Team Liquid picking up that Snapfire to be able to bring down Tombstone quickly. Also Pangolier, who can reposition quite nicely. Can be good to get out of the Tombstone and not fight under it.
Also just seems to be quite a strong hero currently with the way that these fights are going out and the aggression that is being brought to the table.
Yeah, the Pango is proving to be a very useful hero, and of course on their side they have some good Pango players. I mean, between Mikke, Zai, and Boxy as well used to spam a lot of Pango back in the days, so they have great talent for utilizing that hero. And I like Snap and Pango in combination. The team fight is strong. But Hokori though, they already have Puck and Undying in combination, so if Puck can get that coil down to stop the Pango from getting the roll, and you have the Tombstone going on under that, you can kind of force the engagements to be under the Tombstone using the Puck's Dream Coil.
Liquid's turn to ban.
So right now we're lacking some push over on the side of Hokori. Would like to see, you know, something that's going to be able to also kind of shove out those lanes and put the tower damage down. And in the past, when they have run this Puck Undying, they've had things like a Shadow Fiend or a Weaver. Those seem to be the big ones that they've had. They had a Medusa at one point. Oh, wow.
They also haven't, Hokori haven't really addressed a lot of the heroes that Liquid like to run as carries, by the way. Liquid has been playing quite a bit of like Lone Druid, some Lifestealer, some Pudge, of course, quite a bit of Pudge actually, especially going back to the last chance qualifier. So they like holding their pick for Matumba as a last pick, and I think they need to address him in the next ban phase. Of course, for now though, it's still very open for him. A lot of his comfort stuff isn't there.
Hokori's turn to pick.
Okay, to go for the Nyx Assassin. This is a hero that has steadily been gaining in favorite throughout this tournament, providing some really nice vision, and then also with that spiked Carapace, being able to interrupt anything that has any sort of ground targeted thing. So for example, there's things like a Bat Rider in the pool. The Drow has been popular as well. So like
it's great against the Puck in this game. Like you can set up on Puck extremely easily, or just make it impossible for Puck to escape by getting on top of him, activating Spike Carapace, and he can't Elucer or Waning Rift even.
I think I saw too. We were having this discussion like earlier on at the beginning group stages. We thought that most people at this point had themselves a coach. I believe Hokori does not have a coach. And what's even cooler is the fact that I believe they actually do not have a sponsor. Hokori ended up just using their own money to get themselves a boot camp, and just like a very cool thing, like seeing how far these players have been able to like push themselves to get them to where they are right now.
Yeah, then it's even bigger and like worth really celebrating that they are, you know, guaranteed to go through the playoffs at least and go into the playoffs so that they can fight for some good placement here at TI. Because there's, you know, a lot of money at stake for, especially for a team with no sponsorship, to be able to take home. And I know for a lot of South American players as well, the money makes even bigger difference, right?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they went and they paid for their boot camp out of their own pocket. And I guess they had less boot camp time too than any of the other qualified teams. It's very, very impressive. They also, you know, they made their way up through the qualifiers, and a lot of people had doubts. I actually had them as one of my dark horses when I was doing my predictions, but a lot of people had doubts about Hokori because of the fact that, you know, Tempest ended up, you know, having issues with their internet, which kind of opened the door, and then Infamous then had the penalty because of some unfortunate naming of couriers. But they're really proving, like, you know, they're taking this opportunity, they're seizing it by the hands, or the horns rather, and they're just proving, you know, you can't count SA out.
Yeah, you certainly cannot. And I like the way they're drafting in this game as well, picking up the Undying and Puck since it's comfort, like the Undying is comfort for them, and the Puck is a good reaction to Pango. They're also addressing Pango even more in the second phase here, picking up the Bloodseeker, something I honestly wish more teams would do against Pango because it's such a good hero to shut it down. And you get some potential reveal against the Nyx in case he's sneaking around on low HP or tries to get away with low HP, not going to happen. And the Hoodwink, a bit of burst here into the coil as well, so you have good synergy between what they have drafted. However, though, they did let through that Matumba Lone Druid, and it's already here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's the play here, how they're going to be able to deal with the Spirit Bear. What are the suggestions that you have that they could potentially pick up?
I think they already sort of have something against it. The Bloodseeker is quite strong against the Lone Druid as well when you get the Shard later down the road. When you have the Shard, the BKB, the Maelstrom, you know, the classic items, then the Shard does damage based on the max HP that something has. So against Lone Druid Spare, it dies very quickly, and it can also heal Bloodseeker very quickly. So that's at least something, but what you have to be mindful of is the tempo that Liquid can put up with this Lone Druid. We see him get that Mask of Madness Deso, and then the push is on.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if that's enough. Also, a little bit worried because of the fact that they picked a Bloodseeker. Blood Right when there's a Nyx in the game is very, very scary. I understand the reasoning, you know, why they decided they want a Bloodseeker, very popular in the South American region. It's fairly popular in this TI as well, but that does give me a little bit of pause. So we talked about having anything that's ground targeted against Nyx could be a little bit of a liability.
It can be. You certainly might see some opportunity there for Liquid to make plays both on a Bloodseeker and a Puck. So it can be worrisome. At least though, when you put down the Blood Rights, it's a conscious thing. You're putting it down. It's not like you're playing, you know, some Luna or Sven or something that just passively cleaves all around them on every single auto attack. So you can at least steer it a little bit. If he throws it down, he should be prepared that, okay, I might get Carapace on this. But yeah, he does have that opportunity on Nyx now.
That is true. Okay, so moment of truth. We need one more hero for the side of Hokori.
I wouldn't be against Magnus here for them. Getting Empower is a decent way to get some more damage. They also have, you know, a great teamfight control if they add that as well here.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna go for the Brewmaster. This is a hero that has been popping up a little bit more recently. Gives them some more control, gives them a lot of skirmish.
Yeah, very active, and also a good way to deal with the Lone Druid because you can send up the bear all the time with the tornado. So they can try and disable the impact that Matumba is gonna have and win the fight during the time that they have the Brewmaster ulti going. I like the approach. Liquid now, they have decent disable. They have actually quite good disable. So usually that's what you're looking towards against Puck, against Brewmaster, ways to chain stun. They already have that built in to a pretty high degree. Now they just gotta fit what hero do they want to grab as their last pick here.
The final pickup's going to be the Broodmother.
Yeah,
Not sure how I feel about that. You like it?
I like it. I think it works pretty well here. It's a way to chase after a Hoodwink in the tree line as well, so that you can't just hide in the tree line and be fine. Now the Broodmother can just chase in there. Oh god, he has the candles on that set too. It looks so silly. Yeah, we'll see it when we get in-game as the players are getting ready here. I think the Broodmother fits pretty well because they want to play high tempo, they want to pressure. That's how they played Lone Raid. We see Blitz here and Matumba. Last time Matumba did a little head shake, like he was, you know, Blitz was pep talking him, and then afterwards Matumba stared into the camera and just shook his head like no. So Blitz coming up here felt a little bit like a nod, like, you know, this time you got this, you got this. And
I like that the players are having fun though, and you can see they're in good spirits. Very important, because as amazing as it is to have like all of this tournament and like the pressure of like winning, it's still a game that we all love and we want to have a good time playing and watching and all of that. So very excited to see how this game is going to end up playing out. Again, it's not often that we see some of these SA teams, especially this one in particular, since it's just made it to the international stage, going up against Western Europe, and especially knowing that Liquid came all the way up through those last chance qualifiers. So they probably have a very good read on how things are going to be moving and a lot of time to study up some of these other teams that have been here for a bit.
Yeah, maybe, but there's also a possibility that, you know, Liquid, they had to deal with the last chance qualifier. The other teams, they had more time to still be scrimming, playing against each other who were already there. So Liquid had to probably more quickly adapt to the group that was already at TI. But they did have, however, the advantage of winning tournament recently, right? The qualifier tournament for TI, the last chance qualifier, was very recently. But they've been performing really good regardless. The reason, I think they look very prepared. We see both the teams starting out here. Hokori going with the smoke out. Liquid not going with the smoke outs.
I'm curious to know why some of these teams opt for the smoke versus not. If it's just, you know, they want to start making these skirmishes earlier out on the map, and that's why they're holding on to it. Because we are seeing some teams opting to do it and some not. And I'd be really curious if we ever get the chance to have an interview. I'm sure eventually we will. I'm not sure if anyone's going to ask that question, though.
No, I mean, the reasoning is there. It's that you expend one smoke to do it, so it's very costly to get rid of that. However, I think the advantage of knowing that your wards are almost guaranteed to not be spotted when you place them down is really big. You also get there faster, able to put down wards that might spot the enemy wards, which can be super big value. So personally, I think it does justify itself, that one smoke usage.
I'd be curious to see what the stats are on the this one smoke usage too at the beginning of the game, if it does give you that little bit of an edge or not. But yeah. Some skirmishing down here on this bottom rune spot. Skirmish up top too. It's gonna bounce around that little nut from the tree shot.
Oh, interesting. Oh no, dirty Liquid, dirty. Putting the mid Lone Raid. Oh, that's not fun for Puck at all. This is a terrifying lane to go into. Okay, Lone Raid should be destroying mid lane. This is a super difficult matchup for Puck.
Okay, can you elaborate for our viewers why this is going to be such an issue for Analog?
It's very hard because Puck doesn't have a good way to deal with the bear running at him. He has low armor. Puck just has one starting armor, so getting hit by the bear, who has a Blightstone as well, he goes down to -1, and when he gets entangled, that damage over time is going to be some serious harass. Meanwhile, he can't harass the Lone Druid back that well. Yeah, you can spam some illusory orbs, but mainly you have to use them for CSing, like right there. And Lone Druid has sustainability. He's going to heal when his bear is hitting things. So overtime harassment is not very effective against the Lone Druid. So for many different reasons, this lane, it will just be most likely Matumba's show here on the mid lane. Unless Analog can pull some really big plays.
So I'm curious about what you just said, you know, here, saying Analog's going to have a difficult time. That's going to mean that Matumba Man is going to be able to get all the farm that he wants, but I also feel like Puck is one of those heroes that does like to play, like, very tempo, and will probably rotate once they get the 6 online, because in these other lanes, you know, they're doing pretty well. The bottom lane here, too, putting harass over onto Mickey and Boxy. Again, Nick's not the strongest of laners, but do have that little bit of a shift, and he will have partners to be able to make things happen when he gets that level 6 to recover. Is this still a huge issue, or do you think it's a manageable one? Although, again, you don't want Matumba Man to get a lot of free farm.
The lone druid will be a massive issue, and the way mid lane is gonna go most likely will be a problem for them. But so far, like you said, they're starting out really good on the side lanes. Lumiere is getting great CSing here on his Bloodseeker, getting quite a bit of speed from the fact that they're constantly trading hits on bottom lane as well. So the other lanes are playing into helping him have an advantage here on top lane as Bloodseeker. Already running at like 440 movement speed here, only with level 1 Thirst. So great start for him, but yeah, while Puck does rotate early and wants to like participate and take fights, you usually want to do that with good items as well. You want to get your Witchblade, you want to get that early blink timing. So we'll see if he's able to get away decently. So far, nice CSing by him overall though. 11-2 against the 11-6, so not really falling behind even though he is getting harassed quite a bit.
I'm curious if we're going to see the supports rotate to try to secure these runes because of the fact this Puck is having some problems in this mid lane. Every little bit of regen that he can get is going to be helpful. Yeah,
the runes will be super important for him, for sure. We might see some rotations for the water runes, but more likely it's just going to be a minute 6 rune that we will see get contested.
Top lane, Scatter Blast over onto Lumiere. Is sitting very low. He's gonna try to juke around though, hoping that they're not gonna be able to find him. Does end up walking right near Zai, so that's gonna be a double kill for the Zai Broodmother. Not the start that they want in this top lane.
That was the recovery that Zai needed because he didn't have the perfect start to the lane, but now with a double kill, as well as recovering his CS quite well, and creeps being lost under tower after they died there. Very costly for them on the side of Hokori. And Insania going out to kill this stack, he's just farming it. So the stacked small camp, he's making sure that it's not going to be an issue for them by going out there and just using his Scatter Blast. He's going to kill the entire camp.
That's one way to deal with it. We talked about, which game was it? There was a Broodmother, oh, it was, oh gosh, we've seen so much Dota, I'm so sorry guys. But there was a Broodmother and then there was just, someone was always clearing the camps just a little bit ahead of,
yeah, you're thinking the game where Ame was playing his Naga Siren. Oh, Lumiere in trouble again.
Oh, Lumiere.
Gotta get out
Silence though. The Tombstone does buy them a little bit of time as Gardic chasing after Insania will be able to punch him. So he gets the kill. And now Zai left alone. Lumiere, he's very speedy while this is going down. Boxy gets kill on Theolacor. Feels like they want to try to put this pressure down on Zai, but they don't want to dive the tower. They'll respect it.
I like the Ring of Regen, or Ring of Health on the Pangolier on bottom, just trying to survive better in this lane, because he's taking a lot of harassment from the Hoodwink as well as the Brewmaster. So recognizing he needs some way to survive throughout all this, and then gonna go back for probably the Falcon Blade even, as his next item.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that too, because when you consider that there's a Bloodseeker in the game, it adds an extra layer, right? To what you have to be wary of. Kind of like how an Invis hero, you know, you have to buy yourself the detection. When you have the Bloodseeker in the game, you have to make sure that your team doesn't fall too low and give him that extra bit of thirst.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, your teammates will let you know in competitive Dota. They'll be like, what are you guys doing on the other lane? Why is Bloodseeker so fast? You know, like, that call out will always happen in competitive games. Like, keep the Bloodseeker slow, please, so I can win my lane. And speaking of winning lane,
Gardic, they should be able to walk away. Zai going a little bit for a dive, though, but the blood right on the ground is going to make them rethink, as he did take a tower shot. So, again, nice amount of harass going back and forth in this lane. But there's a rotation from the Theolacor. Sees himself, Zai goes in for the bushwhack.
Oh, no,
quite land it, though. They might have to turn their attention now to Insania, but no. With that little miss, you're going to see the Theolacor just wander back and over in the mid lane.
It wasn't a miss though, it was the tombstone. They messed it up. He killed the tree with the tombstone.
Oh no. Mickey finding the kill on Vitaly in the bottom lane, meanwhile, and we'll be able to secure up the haste rune here for Analog. Gonna put the pressure over onto Boxy, give a couple clicks, and just jump in front of him. Spike Carapace, though, be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. Go for that Dream Coil. So he's gonna use the salve. This is looking very scary now for Analog. He's got to get out of there, and he's got to get out of there now. Again, another hit there. This time, not gonna mess it up. We'll be able to get the kill using that bushwhack, but we'll end up losing Theolacor.
Yeah, Matumba Man getting that kill in the end. Top lane, the Bloodseeker is doing pretty well again now, though, with his face boots. Able to get back in CS, and Broodmother, while she has a good start, not able to pressure him too hard yet. He's a very tanky hero, and look at Matumba, he's just going in there.
He knows that he's strong against this puck. In fact, the Hokori jumping, or rather teleporting back in. Gonna try to slow down this bear, but Analog just being harassed constantly.
Yeah, this move by Matumba is certainly him just trying to be as active as possible. Trying to find the Undying here.
He again being used. Gardic though dropping the tombstone, has the soul rip, is still alive, and the Hokori jumping in should be able to help Lumiere finish off Insania as Gardic does go down. Now Zai throwing down the webs, trying to get away. Yep, there's the waning rift to open it up. The coil gets used into the blood right. Zai gonna be able to step around. Doesn't want to allow that extra damage, but this itsy bitsy spider is gonna get stopped.
Yeah, good rotation by Puck, but anytime you rotate, the Matumba Lone Druid is gonna go for the tower immediately. They use the glyph, they have it still, but this tower is soon to fall if they keep making these moves. So while Zai is going to be unhappy to go down there, first kill on him, it's still, you know, good space created.
Good cancel in the bottom lane. They still going to be able to force out the primal splits. They'll turn back around on Mickey. He's going to go for that Rolling Thunder and get himself away. Bounce back and forth, actually. Do a little bit of farming on his way out. But gonna heal up. Oh, they end up canceling that salve on Mickey, but it's too much stuff going on here in this middle lane as they're trying to keep this tower, trying to make sure that they don't get the final hit, but will be successful.
Yeah, tower goes down and he resummons, gets a healthy bear, but has to be careful now. If he dies now, it would be terrible for Matumba, but Oil is still CD.
Oh, the cookie over onto 2. Very nicely done by the Snapfire. Gardic will fall, and Analog is going to be forced to run away.
And now they're moving the supports top and leaving Mickey alone bottom. Mickey even going for first item Lincoln Sphere here. He does not want to get ruptured. This is because of the Bloodseeker counter. You prioritize getting as soon as possible this Lincoln's and he's going to be fine.
We do have the Rupture available. I'm going to use it on Zai as he climbs into the trees. The Hokori with Bushwhack, so it's a quick pick, but the rest of the team on the side of Liquid is in this top lane.
That was an easy kill for them. He tried to juke the Bushwhack there by going down a little bit. Unfortunately, they saw him, so still landed.
Well, good read here. Oh, but they have the vision thanks to those spiders. So Lumiere not going to be able to teleport out. Try to run away. They've got the cookie hot, though, from Insania. Drop the blood right. Try to heal up again. They do have that soul rip. As now Puck joining in, uses the Dream Coil, only managing to get the bear. We're going to see if they can put some damage down on him at the very least, but it's going to take some doing. Foxy trying to get some more vision. Drops Sentry. Sees himself. Analog trying to go away, but there's going to be the hop followed up from the Impale. The Scattered Blast. Analog. He needs one more hit, and down he goes.
And they get the Tombstone as well. Last hit to Matumba. 150 extra gold. Going for a tower now, and there's no way that Hokori can really hold on to this. They're trying to split push mid a bit with the Bloodseeker, but in comes Snapfire to pick that up.
He'll be able to grab himself the regen rune in the bottom lane. And he's got the Rupture up, so looks like he's gonna go try to finish up the Maelstrom. And then perhaps try to make some plays with the Brewmaster, who does have the Primal Spit up and running.
Yeah, I think playing around him is going to be crucial here. The next Primal Split, they need to try and activate around that and get something going where they can perhaps get a tower afterwards. Hokori already losing 2 towers, and they're not in position yet to threaten a single tower. In fact, bottom tower has completely full health, untouched throughout this game due to the way Mickey has been playing down there.
Close are we getting here to this Witchblade? A little ways off for the Puck. Zai have here top lane. He's gonna have the Vladimirs as soon as that recipe comes out to him. Foxy doing a little bit of hunting. He's got the 2 fluffy hats, but they do have a sentry down. So if he gets a little too close, they'll be able to just run away on the side of Hokori. And the pressure being placed on the bottom tower.
Exactly. Catapult well bottom, and they're playing around Brewmaster. This is what they need to do. Try and activate around their strongest hero, and strongest hero is actually Brewmaster now, despite being not the most farmed on his team. He just has that ulti and is very, very capable of taking a team fight right now. I don't think Liquid care though. They just split push.
Uh-oh. Analog, the cookie hop bear is gonna get himself a little bit of a snack.
Their combos with Snapfire have been beautiful so far. Insania playing a very good game, playing around the Nyx and the Lone Druid really well.
They're smoked up on the side of Hokori, but I'm not sure. They can't take a full 5v5 sort of thing here. So Vitali is gonna be over here looking for Matu. We'll just drop the Cinder Brew. Start cleaning up the mid lane.
Stack. He wants to steal, but he doesn't have much time in the area because all of Hokori are moving over.
Fox in a good position. Just kind of scouting out. Feels like Hokori are playing very reactive right now.
Yeah, they're being forced to, and top tower almost falling already, by the way. It's very low HP, so they're putting Puck here to try and keep the spiders off. Of course, good hero for bursting the spiders, but now Boxy sees that they're moving into their own jungle.
Korea? Oh no, he's got Vitali nearby. Get a nice little D ward off. Buck's just gonna teleport away.
Yeah, for now they're just kind of farming on the side of Hokori after he took the bottom tier 1 tower. They're just building up more farm, but I think this is the calm before the storm. Right now, Lone Druid only has that Mask of Madness, but once the Mask of Madness Desolator comes up, that's when the tempo is like relentless from the side of Liquid. So for now, they're not doing too much. They're just enjoying the space they have, but Hokori, I think they need to make more moves. I think they need to use the Brewmaster ulti. I'm concerned about every single minute that passes for them without something happening.
There. Gets him nice and tangle. Tally's just being held in place. Let's be careful while Insania finds this opening on Theolacor. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to see the side of Hokori just be a little bit more aggressive, but perhaps they're a bit too nervous, you know? They had a little bit of trouble for the mid lane for Analog. He did the best he could, but it's not much that you can do against a lone druid, especially Matu's lone druid.
The problem is it's hard to move in and take over their own jungle. There's Nyx sneaking around, there are spiders scouting, and there's, you know, all of Liquid are playing the area. So taking over the top jungle is a tall order for them right now, but they need to try, I think.
Yeah, they're smoked up over on Theolacor and Vitali, so they're gonna make their way towards the top area. Tower's already gone. Not sure if you still want this engagement, Hokori. I mean, you do need one, but Undyne will reveal himself first, drops the tomb. Try to get the bushwhack off over onto Matumba, and there it is. There's that split we talked about, but Matumba already out to safety. Boxy, though, has been left behind, so they have the vision, and they'll be able to get the clicks off with these Mortimer kisses coming in hot from Insania. We'll make sure that they can take down Gardic. And they're still just giving off some of these punches, but they're lacking in damage, it feels like. As okay, here comes Lumiere. He's got the Rupture up. He's going to be adding some of this damage, and as Matu tries to run away from the top, they already take down Mickey. The chase is not up for Matu, and they have the cookie, but it's not enough. Lumiere joining into this fight. Insania does manage to get himself one more kill on the way out. But Lumiere, he's so fast. He's just going to chase after Insania and get himself a double kill.
Really nice for him there, coming in, doing some crucial damage on the Bloodseeker, and they did finally manage to utilize their abilities together. The Brewmaster ulti, the Puck ulti, Tombstone was dropped in a good location. Zai took a while for him to bring down the Tombstone, even though Broodmother is good at doing it. And while the fight looked like it could go Liquid's way, you could see that Maelstrom Bloodseeker coming in and just right-clicking everything down towards the end. Oh, that's by Carapace block on the Hoodwink ulti. I didn't see what happened to Hoodwink ulti during the fight, but he tanked the Spike Carapace Hoodwink ulti there as well. Very nice play by Nyx there.
I'd like to see more of those kind of interactions from Hokori, because Liquid, they're just having so much freedom to be able to farm, and they're still responding exceptionally well, though mid lane Vitali doesn't have that split right now.
The problem is the tempo. They don't have Brew ulti anymore now, so it will be difficult to go again. And that's why they're gonna go Roche. They're trying to force it.
They've got the Dream Coil. Alright, they go and they find Insane. You get the Silence off, plus the Dream Coil, but the Spike Carapace, and plus the just follow up with the Impale. It's doing so much as now Vitaly doesn't have that split. Down for another 20-something. They'll drop the Tombstone, trying to just push them back as Insane is somehow still alive after all is said and done. This bear chasing after Gartic, chews through Undying. And Lumiere and Theo Licor, last two standing on the side of Hokori. They just have to back off. They can't stand here. They're gonna go right back into the Roche pit on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, back to Roche, and they have good heroes for bringing it down fast too, with the Desolator and the Mask of Madness, as well as the Pango with the Q spam. It doesn't actually have the disarm yet, but Broodmother as well with her right clicks. They kill Roche pretty damn fast. No way for Hokori to get over here. So meanwhile, they're stacking up, trying to farm, and they do have Bloodseeker BKB Maelstrom now, going for the very classic build. They receive Nyx with a good save on his friend.
Radiant's middle tower.
See that the Aegis picks up for Liquid. And I have to say, I like the way that Liquid is playing this. One of the things I think Hokori does exceptionally well a lot of the times, I was talking with Neff about this, he calls them the little fish, but they're good usually at getting these like pickoffs and forcing these engagements on this like further part of the map where there's, you know, nothing there, so they have to respond. And the way that Liquid is just playing though, because they are so close together, it's almost impossible for them to get these kind of pickoffs.
Yeah, Liquid are not really bleeding any unnecessary kill. They're moving very intelligently over the map and only playing the area that they want to be active in. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to get too many things for free against Liquid here in a sense. Matumba going in here.
There. It's that Rudolph over on Lumiere. Pops the BKB, turns right back around. He's got his eyes on Boxy. He's trying to get the front hood up, but he cannot do it. He doesn't have anything to cancel it out. So Lumiere is going to be forced to run away. Bushwhack over onto Mickey. They're going to throw out some of those Morty kisses. They've got so much rage as Zai follows up here. Kay's got all these fighters. They're going to nibble away over onto Lumiere. Follow up from Mickey. The Cinderbrew gets dropped. It's not going to be enough. They'll end up losing the Bloodseeker. And the tower will get chewed down by Matu and his bear.
No creeps needed. Gonna take that tower very easily. They also, oh, they don't see. No, they do see the top DD rune as well. So might go over and take down the bear and make even more moves. Mid tower, the tier 2 tower is not threatened.
Just have such nice heroes for this game here as Analog. He's had such a difficult time. Boxy does show up. He's got the Spike Carapace. Analog still hiding over on the side. Got this courier handing over. Sania waiting patiently too as they do start putting the pressure with the double damage on this mid tower. Savage Roar gonna force them back. Analog TPing over to the mid lane. They want to try to blow up the bear.
They might get it. They're gonna get it.
Yeah, they'll use the Dream Coil. They do have a resummon though.
That's no coil now, so gonna be hard for Hokori to fight if Liquids identify this and go immediately mid. Of course, they did see it get used. It's just a matter of whether they're ready for the fight. I think they are, though. This is up. I don't see much reason why they would slow down. Also, with the Lincoln Sphere on Pango, it's very difficult for Hokori to stop the Pango from having good impact in the fights.
Yoko and Vitaly do start moving forward, but again, Boxy immediately going into the Vendetta. Have the vision on Vitaly. Gonna go, get the disarm off. They drop that the Wraith Pact here. A little bit of a cookie hop onto the wrong direction. We'll wait patiently. Vitaly still holding on to the split.
Yeah, he held the split. They committed a Tombstone. That's all they really needed to use there. I mean, Hoodwink Ulti's gonna be up soon anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. But Liquid, knowing there's no Tombstone, it's almost as big impact as the Dream Call. They can again siege up for the mid tower, and it's gonna go down very quickly here.
Throw down the Cinder Brew, but the damage is done.
That is the only bear. If they can kill the bear, it would be big, but
it's a hard thing to do. It's a tall order.
Certainly difficult. Bloodseeker now only 200 gold away from the shard. Once he finishes that, he's going to be very strong against the bear. Like I said, he is sort of a soft counter at least to Lone Druid.
Got the 6 Deso charges already on El Doge here from Matumba Man.
Yeah, already growing, getting more damage in the mix.
It's impressive. They're out-tempoing a South American team. That is not usually an easy thing to do.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Liquid's games, especially following them throughout the Last Chance qualifiers. And something that usually happened was that Liquid might struggle in the early phases of the game. But any game where they play Lone Druid, I feel that's not true. They're just always like on point with their aggression and movements.
Bear chasing after Vitaly. And still holding on to the split. Foxy trying to get a little bit of information. That's the Theolacor. Yeah, it looks like Gardic is going to fall, and Theolacor is going to be next. 2 picked off here. So Vitaly does end up using that split. Analog hanging on the back lines. Just like they don't quite necessarily want to take this fight, because they are missing their 2 supports on the side of Hokori. They'll pop that Linken's over on Mickey.
This is a disaster for them. They used so much there. Brew split is down, the Tombstone is down. Even though Undying is respawning, he's not ready to defend. So this bear is just going.
It just does get reclaimed on Matu, but it doesn't feel like anyone seems to care on the side of Liquid. They know that they're very powerful right now. But another Cinder Brew. A little bit of harassment coming out from Zai Savage Roar. They'll put down the fort. They'll still protect that little bit left here on the racks.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Tania's courier does end up falling. It's going to be that medallion of courage.
Rax
No longer
still has
available because
90
Analog
HP. Still alive.
trying to like get their attention. I say that he's achieved some of that now. Back off a little bit on the side of Liquid.
Honestly, I like this from Liquid. Even though the Rax is like very, very close, and they could maybe have finished it off if they executed that a little bit differently. But the fact that they're like calmly backing out here and not getting greedy or blinded by the fact that, oh, the Rax is just one hit away, they're not giving an easy fight over to Hokori. But Hokori instead moving out with a smoke. No brew split, but they have good catch.
Do they see Zai? That's the question, because Zai's in a very good position. They don't have any wards, so Analog, smoke will pop, they can see him. Throw up the illusory open, they're just too slow. So they'll turn around, and this bear just chews through Theolacor, and long-range Snapfire Kisses coming in hot, forcing Hokori away. Zai, though, does end up getting silenced, as now Lumiere pops his BKB. Vitaly over here in the corner does not have the split. The spiders, they're chewing away on him. They get the hit, they get the stun. He's not going to be able to teleport out. It's a dead Brewmaster, and Liquid are just looking super fierce.
Yeah, I think Hokori are just not prepared for this Lone Druid game. I said it early in the draft that you have to respect Liquid and their Lone Druid. They play very well around it. Of course, it's not just all about that, but he does truly enable this hyper-aggressive objection-oriented gaming. You're just going for building after building. That's going to be mid-racks falling.
Top lane now under assault. Looks like Analog's trying to cut the wave a little bit, but it doesn't really matter here. Already have it. Nice Stream Coil jump in over onto multiples on the side of Liquid, but they need the follow-up. They need the damage, and Lumiere, he's trying. He's going after the Bear. The Savage Roar, though, followed up with the disarm from the Swashbuckle, making things difficult. Okay, can they take down the Bear once? Yes, there's one Bear down. They need to get more, though. They need to get these creeps out of their base. Get rid of all these spider babies. Analog, feeling a little bit cheeky. Does manage to get another click off over on Snapfire. But they've already lost the tower.
Here on Bloodseeker, he couldn't chase, so they have to let them just walk out, and that's 2 lanes down.
They do have the split, though, up now on Brew. They are pushing out. Huck doesn't have the Green Coil for another 30. They're right on top of this ward.
Zai and Boxy are both staying close here, but they don't really want to fight. They're just staying around to try and block some smoke rotations towards top. So they're protecting Mickey by doing this.
Boxy, I think, did they see him with that?
They saw him. He walked into sentry there a little bit.
I wasn't sure if they had the actual vision though tonight. Throw down the Cinder Brew, try to get rid of some of these spiders.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
I'm not sure what they do now on the side of Hokori. I feel like Liquid, they feel firmly in the driver's seat. But they're just grouping so closely together, they cannot get the pickoffs that Hokori likes. Bear? Savage Roar. Gardic just melts instantly. Floodright's gonna get thrown down. Lumiere now, he activates the double damage. He's got the BKB. See those Mortimer kisses though coming in hot. As over on the back lines, they try to get the bear out. Rolling Thunder coming through will end up just stunning Lumiere into place. He is dead. No buyback on the Bloodseeker for 50-something seconds. They call the GG. They realize they should not have let this bear through because Liquid is gonna push every advantage and run away with the game.
I don't think you should ever see Liquid get a second phase, or not second phase, but like a second pick phase Lone Druid pickup. I think you ban that stuff maybe first phase, maybe in the or you ban it second phase, but you do not ignore Lone Druid against them. They played way too good. They're like one of the only teams that run Lone Druid, but when they run it, it looks so dominant. I don't think you can do this again. Like Matumba is so confident on the hero. Also smart by them to put the matchup there, getting him against Puck mid. So they get one favorable matchup to begin with on mid lane, and then they played really well on the side lanes too.
Yeah, I think this is definitely one of those heroes you absolutely have to respect against Liquid. It's funny because, you know, even back in the day, if it wasn't Matu playing it, it was Koifa. So making sure that that's not available, don't give them a run back. It just looked too gosh darn good. And saw a lot of other really nice plays coming out from the side of Liquid. I would say too, Insania had some very nice moves. Some of those nice long-range kisses, the cookies, and it just started to get out of hand. And there was nothing really that Hokori could do about it at that point.
Yeah, this is like the one fight that actually went kind of good for him. And it wasn't even that good. Like, they got 4 kills, yes, and that's nice. But they didn't cleanly win it. They also lost 3 heroes during it. And so many times we saw this Nyx have big impact, same as we've been repeating, kind of harping on that in a lot of the group stage games, that Nyx is a very great hero in a lot of matchups. I like that low block he did too. Look at him walking down there to block the sharpshooter. Even when he didn't have the spike carapace up, he still provided a safe path out for Insania to get out. Just beautiful play. They're on the ball. They're focused on what needs to happen in a team fights. They're really like perceptive. On Hokori, I think they could have played this game better, but draft-wise, it's still a very difficult game for them. But if they're going to find themselves in this sort of game where Liquid hit a very strong timing, then they need to get the most out of their own heroes too. Because Brewmaster and Puck, I think there was too much time in the early game where they could have used their ultis earlier.
Yeah, we were both a little bit puzzled about that while we were watching the game, because Vitali did have his level 6, had split online. We saw one split, I think, in the bottom lane, and then just a whole bunch of time where just Analog and Vitali just farming the entire time. And I just feel like that was a mistake. And again, I'm not a pro player. I don't know what's going on in their brains. But with this kind of a draft lineup, I feel like it needs to play very fast and very high tempo. So I was surprised that that was the choice that they made.
Yeah, no, I think overall they just had a hard time getting those connections though, and finding an angle to get the upper hand on Liquid. But Liquid played a really great game here. This is like among the best that I've seen Liquid play in general. How they position and how they rotate. There was very clear ideas the entire game. So credit to them here in game 1. And I believe, you know, unless I'm completely wrong here and I'm missing something, but I believe that completely guarantees that Liquid are already secured upper bracket. But yeah, because they're only going to have at worst 6 losses. So yeah, that should be guaranteed.
Feels good if you're a Liquid fan for sure. And Matu, of course, playing an exceptional Lone Druid. We see him here, 11, 1, and 8 for the KDA. I also love the way they picked this Lone Druid because it did make them play very close together. It's a very, what's the word? Not necessarily an anchor for the team to play around, but like it is one of those focal points where it's like, okay, we know that Matu's strong, we know the bear is strong, we know that we want to take towers. They just circled around him the entire time. They formed like a little halo, making sure that they stayed together. And that, again, that's something that I think Hokori does very well, is if you don't play like that, if you are a bit spread out, or if you are sending, you know, one of your cores to go farm the jungle, they find these openings and they punish you. And Liquid, with this draft, it was perfect against what Hokori typically like to bring.
Yeah. I like that he had 15,800 hero damage. He actually had 16,100 building damage. So
wow.
Classic Lone Druid way, buildings are your enemies, more so than your enemies are your enemies. He was going for towers in this game.
All right, well, like Waga said, this first game here secures a liquid upper bracket, so that'll be very exciting as we move into the playoffs. But of course, we do have one more game, so I'm curious to see if Hokori is going to be able to go make these adjustments, bounce back, or, you know, if Liquid are just going to keep on this hot streak and continue domination. But we will find out with game number 2 when we come right back.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, welcome back here to the C stream. It is the final day of groups here for TI-11. We have Hokori just facing off with Team Liquid. Team Liquid showing off that Matumba Man Lone Druid and proving why you need to ban it. And Waga, do you think they're going to respect it this time around?
I hope so. I mean, for Hokori, I really hope so. In the first phase, I think it's possibly even warranted a ban. But if you go to the second ban phase, definitely get rid of it there. You have quite a few different ones. They got rid of like Naga Siren in the last one. And honestly, yeah, Naga is a threat and it's a hero that could be there. But you're against Team Liquid. They don't necessarily run that nearly as much or as well as they run the Lone Druid. So I think just more targeted bans for the team that you're playing against. And perhaps even less, even though it was a nice Naga game potentially, I think you need to respect this hero.
So I'm curious to see what they're going to pick this time around. What do you think they should be going through this time?
What they should be going through, what heroes they're going through, or what do you mean?
Well, just, what kind of tempo, what sort of heroes, like, obviously we've been seeing the same bans consistently, right? We have been seeing the Marcy getting taken out. We've been seeing the Enigma. Primal Beast sometimes slips through, as does Marcy. Do you try to angle yourself to get one of those heroes if you're on Hokori or even on Liquid too? Like, what's the play here?
I think Hokori had a nice idea overall, but I think two concepts mainly that I think they need to play around. I think they tried really hard to address the Pango. Didn't work in last game, right? They picked the Bloodseeker, they picked the Puck, both of these heroes with the idea that, okay, at least Pango won't have a game. Mickey proceeds to have an amazing game. So the idea of countering the Pango, it works to some degree, but he just went first item Lincoln Sphere and said, okay, now you committed heroes to try and counter me out, but I'm still going to be able to play the game. So Pango, I think, could be a very important hero to look towards against Team Liquid as well, since it's something they play frequently and they have multiple good players on. That could be a good first phase ban for Hokori. And second phase ban, I think they get rid of Lone Druid. If Liquid go to pick it in the first, then you have more time to tailor a draft against it. There are multiple heroes that do pretty well against it, but you need more tempo, more tempo in the early game. And if you do have big ultimates like they did in the last one, then you need to make use of them as frequently as possible, because there comes a timing where you're just going to be not strong enough to standing against the push that is inevitable.
Was Primal Beast completely ignored in the last draft?
Was it ignored? I can't remember.
I feel
Don't
like
have the draft up right now.
Yeah, I know. We've seen so many games. I'm just trying to remember because I feel like it was ignored. And that could be a potentially good hero picked up for either one of these teams. But kind of interesting how some of them value certain heroes over the other. So
Primal Beast was first phase banned actually by Hokori in last game. Yeah.
Okay.
It was the series before that we cast that the Primal Beast was ignored all the way, but no, they did get rid of it first. But here they get rid of the Marcy as if getting banned out by Liquid. Taking their time here.
Hokori's turn to ban.
Okay, very targeted bans now. Taking out the Death Prophet, that's not a hero that has seen some first phase bans against many teams, so perhaps thinking about the push. Analog, I know, does play this hero, has played quite a bit of it, and it feels like they gave a little bit of priority to Analog's hero in that last game, picking up the puck as early as they did.
Yeah, this is also like scrim intel, I feel like, because they only played one game, I think, in the entire group stage where they played Death Prophets, and they lost that game. So, but perhaps they've scrimmed against them or have intel about scrims, and feel like that hero could be a problem. And Hokori, I like it, man. Just get rid of Matumba's Lone Druid in the first phase, because honestly, he's that damn good on it. He really is.
I think that's absolutely warrants a first phase ban, just because he's just too good.
I think he draws power from just like trying to look like Lone Druid in real life. You know, it's the beard. He gets the long beard, the hair. He gets some power buff to his hero because he's entangling like a god, man. There's something is fishy about it.
Just get good. Jeez, Waga. A good Lone Druid player will get all the entangles that he wants.
That's true, but they also get something else that they wanted. The Enigma goes through here. They get the first phase Enigma. I would like to see Hokori respond here with a Nyx +1, and the +1 could be a lot of different things depending on how they want to draft. If they want to take more tempo approach against a hero like Enigma, a good hero could be Visage. Visage doesn't rely on any big cooldowns unless he feeds away his birds twice, but if you pick Nyx, he's great against Enigma in many ways. Also a good hero overall right now. And then Visage could lead with tempo. Also stealing the Pango is great though. That's a good call.
Yeah, I like this because I know they also, I mean, most teams play Pango, but they have run that recently, and then being able to remove it from the side of Liquid because they just have too much flexibility with the hero. Also, you know, blocks, well, not block, but if they were thinking about trying to run the Visage, now they have a good answer for it.
Yeah, that's certainly true. So covering a few different bases here. But I like it. They pick the first hero and then buys themselves some time so they don't have to dig into reserve time too early. But they are really thinking about it here. And I like this because last game was pretty much a draft loss. Yes, Liquid executed well. They executed really well, in fact. But I think their draft was so strong that Hokori would be extremely unlikely to win against them. So take your time, find your angle into this game. They're going to go with Tiny and Pango. Very good heroes at fighting on low cooldown, very ready. And Liquid don't even think about it. They just go Primal Beast immediately. They didn't care at all. They knew the Tiny was coming, I suppose. They were very prepared for this.
Yeah, that is a hero that Hokori really enjoys. It's a big one in South America as well. Still has a lot of popularity. I think it's just, in general, I believe it still has a decent amount of popularity in this tournament. Just Tony being a great hero, being able to have that flexibility of putting him as a mid or as a position 4. Just having that repositioning tool is super value with the Avatos. But yeah, Primal Beast, this is a little scary for me because I feel like this hero is just so strong. And I haven't seen anyone really shut it down too hard. Have you?
No, almost every game that I see Primal Beast, he has big impacts that pretty much is universal. I'm trying to think back to all the games, and it's been quite a few games of Primal Beast. Some of them have been handled in a little bit of a better way, but almost every single one has had tremendous impact. So now they have one hero that can fight on low cooldown, be very active, while Enigma is a long cooldown hero and, Liquid wouldn't be able to play high pace around him. Primal Beast only has that like 25-second cooldown ulti, so he can go in and slam people quite frequently. I guess it's like 30 seconds. Yeah.
It's very low, yeah. Half the time you hear the Primal Beast doing the pulverize, and he's just in a creep wave shaking up a bunch of creeps because it is such a low cooldown.
Yeah, it's 32, 28, and then 24, so even less than 25 is 24 seconds on max level. Ridiculously low. He can keep fighting with it.
No Tide Hunter available now for the side of Hokori. They've taken out the clockwork, so won't be able to have that initiation or the capability of separating things with cogs.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Yeah. Matumba got his chewing gum as per usual as well. He's
per tradition.
Yeah. Him and Will
should
are
ask him what his flavor is. Maybe it'll help us raise our MMR.
It's upper bracket flavor.
Ooh, the best.
10 seconds remaining.
Tastes like winning. So Hokori, despite the last game where we saw, of course, Mickey countering out the Bloodseeker with his Lincoln Sphere, they don't want to have to do the same thing, so they ban out the Bloodseeker, because of course, if you go Lincoln's first item on your Pango, you don't have that Diffusal, Orb of Corrosion, like early tempo with a Mana Boots type gameplay that you might want. And I think that's important. If they're going to run this Pango, especially on the mid lane, you don't want to have to go Lincoln's first. It delays your impact items.
Do you get something like a Nyx Assassin, so if they try to go for the puck pick, you have a means of slowing them down? Because Mickey plays one hell of a puck.
He does. He plays really well on Puck and Queen, those type of heroes in general. He's super good at him. And Puck is definitely an option here for Liquid. So Nyx could be a good fit still. for Hokori. I think against Enigma, I would definitely not be against it. Even against Primal Beast, having 2 different disables, you can always press your Spike Carapace when you get trampled on. I think it's a good option, but perhaps they have something else that they value even higher. I know that they have, you know, they've been prioritizing other heroes in general than the Nyx Assassin in a lot of their games. I'm trying to go back and see now if they've even played. Have they played a single game of Nyx?
10 seconds remaining.
No, I actually don't see a single game of Nyx from them in the group stage, so doubt that we're going to see them go for it then. More likely they're just not wanting to do it because they don't have the comfort for it.
That's a good hero, though. We've been seeing the Disruptor, also a very popular support hero. Be able to get the glimpse back. Just have to hope that that Primal Beast doesn't already have a person in his paws there, but...
Yeah, they have the long range cancel on Enigma. Even if Primal Beast grabs someone, he won't pull them with. He gets interrupted by it, so it's completely fine. And yeah, it's going to be a nice counter to both the ultis. The kinetic field is also good for stopping Primal Beast and his desire to trample all over your team. So I like this. Good synergetic pick for Hokori as well. Fits their draft.
I do want to see them have another hero that they kind of group up around over on the side of Liquid, because I feel like that's very, very strong against this team. Because the Enigma, usually, you know, that is a hero that you do see them play around when the ultimate is up, or rather he joins the rest of the team, but it's not always going to be up. That does have a pretty high cooldown. So I would like to see maybe some other hero that's going to be able to be quite tempo that they can play around.
I mean, Liquid enjoy having big teamfight control, so we might see Faceless Void or something like that. They're gonna go with CM for now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them adding in even the Faceless Void into this draft. It would give you 2 big cooldown ultimates there, but also gives you insane late game. Last game we saw them to go over the insane push strat. Now I think they're gonna play a lot more controlled and slower, and not necessarily go for towers as heavily.
Hokori's turn to pick.
I go for the Tusk. I like
Ooh,
this.
interesting.
I don't know where they're laning this. I'm thinking we see maybe, what do you think, off lane or mid?
I think they have so many different choices here. I'd love to see a mid Tusk, the way Nine showed us earlier, his fantastic mid Tusk, probably one of the most notorious ones on that hero. I would prefer to see a support Tusk, to be honest, even, and you can even run the option of having Enigma be a core, because if you put offlane Tusk, then the question is, do you want to run support Enigma? Something they have played. They like Liquid play a lot of support Enigma, especially in the past. But I could also see Zai taking that hero, and for me, I prefer when the Enigma is played on an offlane, so you can actually get some good item progression. However, I know they're really good. They're probably one of the best teams at making use of support Enigma as well.
It's nice when you have that kind of flexibility, and you can have, you know, your draft a little bit more veiled. Definitely a boom.
I can see the papers. I can see stats. Heroes.
That's a clockwork. That's a what is that? That looks like a phoenix. No.
Yeah, we got.
That's a burb.
Dawnbreaker there, clearly. Consulting the papers for the draft. I like it. I enjoy what Hokori did here, though, picking up the Morphling, going back to something that is a very, very powerful carry in the current patch, and I think a hard hero to get the squeeze on as well against, you know, if you have Primal Beast, he wants to go in there and get the grab. Hard against Morphling, who is, first of all, very mobile, but also has the possibility to go for that Lincoln Sphere down the road. It's a great item for Morphling to begin with, and you can do the same on Pango down the road. If this game is slow and takes a long time, then a lot of items can be useful here for Hokori, like a Basher on Pango to cancel out Enigma. Even if he goes for like BKB and Lincolns, he still can get cancelled by Pango.
That is the one thing that I am concerned about, is just if this game goes later and they get a BKB on Enigma, they have nothing inherently built into their heroes to cancel this.
Yeah, not inherently, but you know, it will be down the road, so they can solve it with items. I think they're not in a terrible spot there. if it goes late enough, they might even have Aghanims on Disruptor, and he can get that counter to the BKB. Just go in first and don't let them use it.
It's that easy. Now, I believe if Hokori win this game, does that then give them the chance to compete for upper?
That depends on Royal Never Give Up and also on OG, right? So how I'm not up to date with what their games
OG's
are.
at 6 right now, and Hokori's tied with Royal Never Give Up.
Are they at 6? Have you?
I just looked at Liquipedia right now. It says they're 3-2 and 3. Royal Never Give Up 4-1 and 3, and then Hokori 2-5 and 1.
Yeah, if Hokori lose this, then their result would be 9-9, and with OG being 8-8 right now, they could win their next series.
Okay.
So then Hokori would be losing out to them. So yeah, it would be a tie if OG just won a single game then. Okay. But it depends on the series of the RNG and OG, which I'm too focused on the series we have at hand here. But let's say Hokori winning would be very good for them. This is still a very important game that can decide the difference between upper and lower bracket for them. Whereas Liquid, of course, if they win, I think they can get themselves the top part of the seed still. Because LGD, well, it's very unlikely. LGD would have to... it's probably going to be a tie for second place if LGD beat BetBoom as well, which I expect them to do, considering
10 seconds.
LGD are quite the powerhouse.
Yeah, they are, for sure. And boy, I bet they wish they played Nyx Assassin with the next follow-up here with the Drow Ranger. They're going to go for the Broodmother instead, though, on the side of Hokori. So we have both of these drafts, and it feels like Liquid knows exactly what they want to do. They've got, like, the synergy, they've got the team fight, they've got a hero to group up around. And I feel like Hokori here, they feel a little bit lost. I don't know if you agree with me.
A little bit. I mean, their draft has some clear intentions as well, but yeah, just looking at which heroes are being picked up here. So it's going to be Zai offlane Enigma. Like I said, I prefer it. I like the core Enigma. And Mickey is going to be on the Primal Beast, so we're not going to get to see a repeat with the mid Tusk, the 9 style. And of course, Matumba on Drow.
That's later. We're casting Entity Tundra after this match. I'm sure we'll see the 9.
We probably will see it again. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But no, Hokori, their draft is very capable of fighting into the later stages of the game, but they don't have as easy execution as I think, the Primal Beast literally just charge in, right? That's very simple. So between him and Boxy going in, I think Matumba Man might find space to deal good damage. But overall, they do have good mobility. Hokori, they have Pango who can come rolling in. Broodmother can run at the Drow Ranger as well. Morphling can also get Aghanims, which counters Drow Ranger super hard. So I think Hokori have good tools here to deal with this game too.
Is it going to be enough, though? They have good tools, but is it going to be enough to clinch them this victory?
Hard to say because last game was such an outdraft win that I don't think they got to really display their capabilities, but they clearly are a competent team, very strong, and here fighting for an upper bracket placement. So the tools look fine. I think that the people using them as well are more than competent. So let's see if they can take a game here in the series against Liquid, or if it's going to be a 2-0 for Liquid.
I know a lot of South American fans have been watching Hokori, and Hokori making a lot of just new fans in general with their run throughout this this group stage. I think it was like, the second game of OG versus Hokori. Everyone was like, oh my god, this game was absolutely insane. So they're showing that they deserve to be here, that they're very strong. They just need to make these adjustments, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it in this game number 2 as we start to get into it. And do get the smoke immediately from Team Liquid, as we did before. And I think, actually, did Liquid bother with the smoke last time, or was that...
Last time it was...
it was Hokori who grabbed the smoke, right? No?
Yeah, I think last game they didn't smoke, I believe. It was the other way around, but Hokori do also smoke. So Liquid are the ones changing it up, because they did not use it last game.
Right, so what's the lane to watch here, Wago? What's the one that's going to have the most impact for each team?
I think always the Broodmother start is so crucial for this hero. I mean, every hero wants to have a good start into the game, but Broodmother, her level 1 to level 3, I always try and keep a close eye on it, because it can dictate whether or not the Brood takes over the game in a good way. And mid lane, of course, can be quite explosive as well. You have the Primal Beast. He can suddenly grab and do a lot of damage. But laning against a Pangolier mid, it's going to be probably a pretty easy lane for him, I assume.
I feel like this bottom lane's pretty scary for this Broodmother because you have, you know, the Drow Frost arrows. You've got Crystal Maiden with her Frostbite and the Nova. If you're not careful in your positioning, you could get caught. And
They were trying for 4 runes. They're attempting to get all.
Battle begins.
it's like they're still gonna go in. It's gonna be a split though. 2 to the side of Hokori, 2 to Liquid.
Good damage here by Gardic going over
Yeah.
on Matumbo.
He's gonna have to eat through some of these tangos. Does of course have the Iron Branch, so get that double if needed. Just gonna trade a couple hits off though, because in comes Insania.
Yeah, he's running away. Gotta stay safe on Gardic, but got some good harass before the lane starts. That puts Broodmother in a position to be a little bit more dominant on the last hitting, perhaps.
And like you said, this is a lane that Brood really needs to have a good start, and if they start to have issues, that'll be disastrous for the side of Hokori.
Yeah, it's gonna set the tempo a lot for how early they can invade bottom, of course. I like what Meke is doing on mid. So many Primal Beasts generally just skill like trample no matter what, but in this lane, Uproar is the play. He's getting so much damage, and look at the last hits, 5 and 2, and even getting a lot of damage here. He has to be careful.
Still has got the level 2. The analog need to be so careful. Meke is very tanky and has a lot of damage at this level 2. In fact, pushing the creeps back underneath that tower. This is going to equalize. And we get that little bit of a pull here in this top lane. You can see that Boxy and Theodore duking it out.
He keeps pulling aggro on Boxy, so trying to stop the ranged last hit, but Theodore still gets it. Patience.
These are the shards out, so Theodore gonna take a couple tower shots here. A couple clicks from Zai. Has the Eidolons too.
Yeah, now he's pulling the creeps instead, whether he wants to or not. Insania in trouble?
Bottom lane. Yep, there's our first blood. Gardic's sitting so very low during all of that too, but Crystal Vein just a little bit slower, a little bit squishier, and they have a little bit more damage as Theolagor continues to just have these creeps over here.
He's a lot slower than Tusk, so Tusk keeps getting these auto attacks every now and then on him. 310 versus 285 movement speed. He does have 1 ring of protection, so he's not taking tremendous damage from these clicks, but Boxy soon has shards again. Not quite in time though.
Theolagor, hey, let me here, I brought these for you.
Yeah, not really perfect though, because he didn't connect it to a creep wave or anything. He just had to run away from the Tusk, of course. Boxy being very oppressive.
Again. In the bottom lane this time, Insania will get the kill on Gardic before eventually falling.
Oh, so he died without TP now. Big impact for him. Gonna have to walk, and we all know how fast CM is. It's gonna take a while before she shows up on any creep, any lane now again.
I feel like if we can have something like Centaur with his cart, I feel like Crystal Maiden should get something where she gets like sled dogs.
I'm timing CM. I'm timing how long time it takes for her to get back.
Feels bad. Crystal Maiden Ags gets a team of sleds. Top lane though, there's the onslaught from Nikkei. And there's a snowball here from Boxy. They've got these stomps over onto Lumiere. But just gonna be able to harass, and we'll see Mickey just teleport out back to the mid lane and go and pick up these creeps.
Update back from the marathon. It's been about 35 seconds. It's now 40 seconds, and he's back to the lane. That's from when he started running, so he died as well. There's a full minute gone from the lane after dying. That's really painful.
Look, she'd be faster if she could, alright? She's at least getting out there and getting her cardio in. That's more than some people.
She's doing it on purpose. Oh, Tiny in trouble again, getting sharded here. Aidlon's hitting him.
Yeah, he is trapped over on the side, and that is gonna be a kill for Zai.
Perfect shards there by Boxy. Good timing. Catches him as he's in the tree line there.
Primal Beast just doing so much work on Analog. Has the Onslaught. Is only sitting at level 5 though, so not going to be able to pick him up and start shaking him about with the Pulverize. But it is proving to be a bit difficult here for Analog. Still doing great in terms of CS. 21-1 over on the Pango. 25-9 on Mickey.
Oh, they're committing for Morphling. Not going to get the kill, but they're bullying him a lot.
While this is going on, they'll end up losing the Matumba man in the bottom lane. Gardic has just been super on point and very aggressive with his Disruptor.
Yeah, level 2 Glimpse pulled him back there. Very nice. So bottom lane is starting to shape into a bit of a win here for Hokori, as they're getting these kills continuously. Oh, the Glimpse. He wants him.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, no.
Big mistake there, TPing in Vision.
Yeah. Surely they die for this. Surely.
Yeah, that's a CM. They're just gonna go in.
Yeah. Well, we talked about having a good laning phase for this Broodmother. I would say this qualifies.
Yep. On the other hand, though, Insania with this death, you know, third death, he has 3 TP scrolls. He is saving up. Copium, there's something good here.
There you go.
Minor wins, minor wins.
Well, it's a W. We take those.
The worst W ever, but it's something.
It's a consolation prize is essentially what it is. Sorry you died, but here, at least you can get back to lane faster.
Speaking of lane, yeah, they're switching.
Mickey does have Pulverize now, so if anyone shows up, get the Onslaught. Does see Gardic, so we'll see the Onslaught. Doesn't even need that Pulverize. Glimpsed right back over, so he's happy with that because, hey, look at this. It's a nice rune here for Mickey. Old Stompy Feet's gonna be able to go even faster stomping around.
Bit careless there by Gardic. He had a high ground ward, but he didn't respect it.
Analog, there's the Pulverize, the shake, the clicks from Matu. He's gonna try to get out of there, but the snowball was ready and waiting, so this tower now looking to belong to the side of Liquid as they do fort out. Teleport will come in. It's a little bit scary for that Disruptor, but look at Mickey. He's already hunting. He's looking to see if he can get his hands on someone else. And there's the Olacor, so there's going to be the Onslaught, the Trample. Does get tossed back, but I don't think that's going to stop Mickey here. The shards do come through, so it's going to be the Eidolons at the last second that pick up the kill.
Good way to enable Mickey, and this is all they need. Like, if you get level 6 on Primal Beast, I don't think you need to keep laning or farming at all. You can literally just turn him into an added pos 4. And that's what they're doing. They're playing it like double pos 4s right now, just running around and ganking with a Tusk.
Look at Matu and Gardic just like, no, 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 no. He knows what's coming. He knows his death is at hand. You know you're not safe when Drow just starts running at you like that.
They're now supporting Matumba, sieging in mid tower. So Matumba goes from having a terrible laning stage bottom to actually helping just take out mid tower all of a sudden. With this Primal Beast, we just see why this hero is rated as a first phase ban, one of the strongest heroes by far in Dota.
I mean, Vitali does manage to take the bottom tier 1 too, so it does end up being a bit of a trade, but yeah, there's no breaks on this Primal Beast train. He just constantly is ready to fight, ready to skirmish, give the backup if needed, and Matu does have to back off, use the Gust against the Tiny, but he has such good support in the form of Mickey and Boxy. Anyone who tries to make any moves on Matu is just gonna get jumped. There's an Arcane Rune top, a Snowball, opening up over onto Gardic. He goes and gets the dewarding off. Gets a little bit of a glimpse, so won't be able to have the, Mickey running into the kinetic field. But won't be able to have the Drow get the kills. Boxy doesn't have shards for another 7 seconds. So
Snowball soon, though.
Running around in circles. The Olacor's here, though, with a nice avalanche. Be able to protect him, toss up into the air. Boxy still wants this. He's going with the shards, doesn't manage to connect, and now he's kind of in no man's land. Because there are a lot of enemy heroes surrounding him, so he is going to have to just walk out. Oh, the glimpse, though, coming out from Gardic, throwing him back into the circle waveform from Lumiere. Boxy, he's holding on to the Snowball still, is getting clicked down.
What is this space created, though? This is taking a while.
There are no
Maybe
boots
toss.
here on Lumiere. The Olacorn, no, I think
Don't tell me it lives.
He's gonna live.
No.
He's a liver, that Boxy boy.
He walks under another ward now, so maybe Broodmother can finish the job here?
Yeah, Vitali creeping forward.
But she is spotted by a Liquid ward, so he TP's out.
He's out. He's out. What a god gamer.
Yeah. They also had a ward on the other side of the cliff.
Top lane, we're seeing that Primal Beast teleporting up, perhaps wanting to provide that support, as there is also Insania with the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah,
Like
Zai also called out there's a ward there. He pinged out that, you know, those Eidolons were nuked from Fog of War. They don't find it though.
Middle lane.
We're just down to the right.
Find themselves Matu. The toss over to Vitali. Do have the gust, but these babies should be able to chew through Matu. In the top lane, the onslaught does get used. They'll get the kill on Analog. And Insania trying to close this gap here. Trying to slow him down just a little bit. Just as the Brown Boots does get glimpsed back, but Mikke. I wasn't sure if Mikke was going to be patient with the onslaught. In fact, Gartic is sticking around.
Good position here by Hokori, so they're going immediately for...
Right, oh, into the kinetic field. It just doesn't come up fast enough. As now Mikke is chasing up Gartic. The shards holding into place. What's the snowball? The hit squad of Boxy and Mikke will continue to dominate.
And they don't want to lose mid tower. They're coming in with Insania.
They have a black hole too if they get into position. You have to be careful of these spider babies. Will nibble away at Zai. And Theolacor is in a nice position, so if he gets anyone that's a little bit too close, you're going to see the Avatar. But look at Boxy. Look at the way he's playing here. Snowball over onto Vitali, and Insania is going to be able to go let that freezing field go, as they need a couple more clicks to finish off the spider, but she's a little bit too quick. Mikke with the onslaught starts running after Theolacor. Won't be able to find him. He's a little pig. He's just running around in circles. It still will be a deadly pig with the help of Zai to get the kill.
That's a 10% DPS increase, right? You get 10% movement speed, do some extra damage.
Also look hilarious while you're doing it.
Yeah, why not? Added bonus. They see Broodmother, or saw her before here. They still see her.
Choo-choo, here comes Mikke. He's a very big stompy pig as he's just chasing after Vitali, but Vitali again will be able to get out.
Yeah, not gonna get grabbed by the primal ulti there. Getting out of the way. Timberman is trying to farm top, but it's not the safest area, he feels, as Pango's sitting around as well. So he gets some backup TP.
Look how fast Liquid just teleports in. Gets bounced back here by the Rolling Thunder, so a nice read from Analog, realizing that the TPs were coming and he needed to get out.
It's more like he heard the roar. The moment he heard the primal beasts, his onslaught, that was one drawback of this hero, right? You can tell when he's charging in, so revs up the engine, gets out.
Double damage now over on Mikke. Gonna continue to protect this mid tower. Only lost the bottom tier 1 with the Broodmother lane, so still standing.
Yeah, Sai having a pretty quiet game this game, but still doing fantastic, by the way. 4-0-1. So he's mostly just been sitting pretty still in the lanes, but Tusk has played around him in a beautiful way. So Boxy and him have secured a lot of kills for this Enigma.
Dire are scanning.
And it's a Midas Morphling, by the way, with intentions of going for a Manta style as his next item. I think the Manta is great against the Drow Ranger and the Frostbite of CM here, but not sure if I like the Midas. It's a little bit greedy, I think.
You think he should be more active? Boxy, nice snowball. We'll be able to dodge away from the avalanche. Bounce over onto that gun too. Matumba Man trying to get in position. Let's get the Walrus Punch on Gardic. He'll have to back off because of that ultimate coming out from the Disruptor, but they have the last hit coming into play. And they get the show. Theolacor left behind here. He's gonna get shaken down by the Primal Beast.
Yeah, a little hop as well with a Tumbler Story, gets up to the high ground, farms the camp. I think I would just... Oh, nice. The CM ulti saves the tower. You killed the spiderlings.
Got little spider dead bodies over here. My goodness.
Yeah, he's happy to take whatever net worth he can get. I mean, when you're a support, those spiders look like juicy gold.
I wonder how many spiders have been killed so far in this game.
Yeah, that's a stat. We need where's T-Panda when you need him?
Eidolons versus spiders. Okay, that's not fair. You can't do that, Analog. That was strictly between the summons. Now Zai.
Oh, he stops the toss.
Tossed back over to the... Oh, that's... Could have been a nice moment for the... Oh, again, the black hole. That was very unfortunate for the side of Hokori. They did not want him there. I feel like Zai had a moment of just like, oh, hey, yeah, this is perfect positioning. Thank you.
And not a single tip. Damn, Liquid are just all business. That toss into Black Hole, Zai is just like, thank you for the free blink dagger. That's very nice. I'll appreciate that.
All right, and that's gonna get. Yeah, you can see this here. The fight. There's the toss from Theolacor into Vitali and into Analog. And I thought for a second, I wasn't sure if he was going to go for it or not, but he does find this opportunity, the trample, pulverize, everything they need to get themselves a Roche.
Yeah, the opportunity was kind of, you know, thrown into his face, or he was thrown into the face of the opportunity, I suppose. Yeah, he gets to use his ulti there on Zai. They get their hands on an Aegis now from Matumba, so he's going to be a little bit more comfortable farming up. And I suspect they're just going to keep playing around Mickey the way they have been doing, with both Insania and Boxy activating around him all the time.
Yeah, they're so close to this BKB completion on Mickey, and they haven't been able to kill this guy at all yet. Sitting at 5-0 and 8. The impact from Mickey on this hero just proving to be very, very influential.
Yeah, top. They're getting a little bit flirting with death here, getting this close. Gonna get out.
They're just poking. They're seeing what they can find.
Both teams sitting around a bit in the tree lines.
Let's see. We have Yasha completed coming out now for the Drow. Lumiere already has that Yasha. Still working towards the Manta.
Mid tower finally goes down to Vitali. He's been working hard on getting that.
Top lane. Hunting for Analog. Gonna try to use the Rolling Thunder to escape. Should be able to escape. I don't think. Oh, but Boxy's here. All right, they need to go and cancel out this TP, but they're not gonna be able to do it. So
wait,
Lumiere dies to a creep.
Morph?
Okay. Kinetic field getting used. The toss up into the air. The frostbite over to Gardic. The follow up. Snowball though, saving them just long enough to. No, not gonna be able to save the Crystal Maiden. Mickey trying to get out here. Does have the Tumbler's Toy, not quite enough damage though. It looks like he's actually going to survive.
Yeah, they're gonna back out and of course make it off the field for a little bit, but not off the field for as long as this Morphling died to one Storm Harpy crafter in the jungle here. He just morphed Agi. Oh no. That is a pin. It wasn't even the patented Gork move of the shovel and morphing Agi and hoping it's not a kobold, but no, it was he just died on a creep camp.
Sometimes this happens. We've seen a couple mistakes out of Hokori this game. Lumiere dying to the neutral creep, and then of course that unfortunate toss back into the two heroes on Hokori for the perfect black hole for Zai.
Yeah, they're crumbling a little bit. I mean, they're still very even in net worth, but I think Liquid are, you know, very comfortable with the Aegis in hand and now potentially sieging up some towers as well with Matumba on top.
Smoke play coming out from the side of Liquid though. They're looking to make another play, perhaps put some pressure on this tier 2 and open up this outpost for themselves.
You can see his short little face palm there as he died to the neutral. It's not very proud of that, no. It happens, man. It happens.
It does. Absolutely does. Analog, though, here in the corner is silent. They have the Wraith Pack. Even go through with the Onslaught as Boxy opening up in the back line. Sees Gardic. Frostbite's going to get used, and a couple clicks should do the trick. This time Insania finishing him off. So this tower is going to go down. That'll open up the outpost or the side of Liquid. I like the way that they're playing this, I have to say.
Yeah, they're using the Aegis in a good way here with the activation, and they're also going to go high ground a little bit, maybe poke and force people home, because right now they're being pushed on mid. Broodmother is trying to get some compensation. Tier 2 tower is falling pretty fast to her. She has a good amount of spiders.
We're going to send Zai back, though, to see if they can kind of deal with what she's got. And another hero, too, sending back the Crystal Maiden, so...
Meanwhile, Boxy's chasing in the other side of the map.
Yeah, he found himself the Olacor. Snowball, finish off, and now Lumiere, his own Tusk, but needs to be careful because he's not alone. In comes Vitali, they'll be able to blow him up, but there's the Onslaught, there's the trample over onto Lumiere. Crystal Maiden letting it go, the Pulverize. They will make Lumiere pay for killing Boxy.
Yeah, good catch by Boxy. Even though he didn't have people right behind him, he knew that, okay, we're done top. We're going to make a move towards bottom now for the tier 1 tower. So he goes in very aggressively there. Even though he gets caught in the end, he did net his team 2 kills there. And a kill on the Morphling, who is the most important hero on the map there.
Middle lane, they're pinging out Zai. He's working towards the Blink Dagger as his next item. He enjoyed getting that that first black hole, but knows he can't rely on the Tiny to constantly toss him that way.
Hey buddy, I need another blink. Please, come help me.
Yeah, the secret agent Theolacor over there, secretly working for Team Liquid.
I need an investigation. Dying to neutrals, tossing enigmas. Well, what is this? Very suspicious.
Not in my Dota 2. Nikkei, seeing Vitalis, gonna try running over. He does get glimpsed away though, so he'll resume his initial position, and 20 minutes, it's gonna be a haste rune top.
Pango's coming bottom. They wanted to try Matumba,
Well,
but
they
he has
have the
friends.
Olacor. They have so much damage that he's just immediately evaporated. They cancel out those TPs. They'll grab Analog. You cannot escape the black hole, even if you are running your little rolling thunder. So this tower
So
belongs
notably
to the
there,
Liquid.
the ether lens allowed him to catch him from such a far distance. Usually a problem with black holing Pango in his ulti is that the black hole's so close to you, you pull him into yourself and cancel the black hole on yourself. But he has that ether lens, he was able to grab him from far away, and he just got too close on Pango.
That's a very cool observation. BKB completed now for Morphling. Nikkei being that wall front and center.
Also BKB on him. Yes,
BKB, oh, it's a good avalanche though, the opening up for the Olacor, but immediately, oh, look at this nice static storm that gets dropped though, as Nikkei is forced back. The Olacor falling. Lumiere getting off some of these clicks over onto Boxy. Just be careful though, the BKB is over. Nikkei though so low, so is Boxy. They're both gonna head out. And while this is going on, Zai blinking forward. They drop the Wraith Pact over on this Brood Mother. In comes Crystal Maiden. Xenia has a frostbite. It's gonna follow up with the ultimate, with the snowball, with the onslaught, and one big old punch. So we'll make the Brood Mother pay for pushing in this mid lane once they had finished healing.
Every single core is dominating so hard over on the side of Liquid, and meanwhile looking over to the side of Hokori, they only have 1 kill on Morphling, no assists. The Pango is 0, 5, and 0. Has not been able to connect with anything this game. His attempts at fighting have been really difficult. Granted, one time he got an Enigma tossed on him and he just gets black holed, so that was a bit difficult, but they're not able to have a game on any of their cores. The best one is Broodmother, but she's not really dominating the game. She's still struggling.
I like how you say it so nicely, like, that was a bit difficult.
A bit difficult for him, yeah, I mean,
That was
probably
death.
not.
That was very much death. Like, you can't control that one at that point.
They could have coordinated that more though, because the Tiny was for quite a while showing his intention of tossing back there, and if he used his roll before the toss back came, then he could have rolled on Enigma. So they were not quite on the same page with what was going to go down, and he ended up reacting. But Black Hole is faster than Pango ulti.
That's fair. Liquid, though, standing on the high ground. They have a smoke over on Hokori. Just wandering near this Roche pit. Again, Roche not going to respond just yet. Still at least 15 seconds. They're taking a wide wrapping play.
Yeah,
But you've
and
got Boxy in position to break any smokes.
they
Nice
stood on every
position.
single ramp up to the Ancients here. So Liquid waited patiently. Wouldn't be surprised to see them want to smoke themselves now, because they waited out the smoke. And the moment Hokori reveal themselves on lanes like Pango, they smoke and chase after.
They're gonna have Black Hole in about 10 seconds over on Zai. Important that he sits back. They'll get the gust off the onslaught. Quick hit and run coming out from Nikkei. He's gonna stomp his way into this jungle, force Hokori out.
It's such a shutdown of Pango. Pango is, I mean, that was the first pick that they went with, that they wanted to, you know, play around and wanted to be the most useful hero for them. And he is not having a game at all. Theodicor in danger now. Has a Blink Dagger. Little spiders are keeping tabs of things.
One of the many uses of tiny spiders. Nikkei, though, they see Vitali. They're gonna try to get this Broodmother off the map. They're tired of the split push, Walrus Punch, and another couple clicks. Down he goes. So, 2 dead on the side of Hokori. We will have the Pangolier up back in a couple seconds, but there is no place for him to teleport if the Hokori stay in the side of the jungle. So they are just gonna back out.
Yeah, Hokori are falling back, but they're gonna fall back, but soon I think Liquid are just gonna be in a very oppressive position to just keep them in their base. For now they're on the map, but it feels like Liquid are just more and more assertive, for every minute that passes here.
Oh, Boxy, alright. He's just blinks forward, finds himself Gardic. Gardic is not looking too great here. We'll use the static storm, but Boxy does not care about this. He's the only one over there. He's real tanky.
Tier 2 mid tower now, next target for Matumba. Starts shooting and everyone else just playing around him. They have Black Hole ready.
I love the way that they're playing this. Zai finding the opening on Lumiere. We'll get the Gust off, get the Science. They can get in position. If they want to use this Black Hole, they're gonna use it to ensure that they can kill the Morphling.
And Lumiere, both Lumiere and Analog are having no game at all. It's super difficult for Hokori right now.
Definitely feels like Liquid has their number. And they do have, they've got their coaches, they've got their analysts. They've got a whole support staff that definitely, you know, have been doing their homework as well as the players, so that does make things a little bit more difficult. A bit of a glimpse here for Matumba Man. Avalanche is going to get dropped, but they don't have the static storm. Snowball over onto the Core. Gardic on the back lines, too, is just getting stopped away by Mickey, and these arrows coming out now from Drow, just doing so much damage. Boxy, though, does get chewed up by the spider, so Vitali will find a kill. But Roche is back up. There's 3 dead. Morph's going to be up in a moment, but I don't think they want to take a fight without having their Disruptor and their Tiny, but are going to get fairly soon, too. Still fairly low level.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Liquid just go straight into Roche here. Even with Tusk dead, it feels like they're so dominant. They can probably go in and tank it, but not going to check that it's up on the way through. Mickey, going to check. Yeah.
Sees it.
Okay, so they're waiting for the Tusk. And there's Dieter in bottom for Morphling. This could be big impact.
What's going on with the spider? You seeing this?
Oh, they're bugging? Yeah, they
bugging out.
They sometimes can't really move somewhere. You know, they have the spider web bonus, and then they lose it when they move somewhere, and they get stuck on funny places. It happens all the time.
BKB completed now for... I thought I saw one. Is there one flying out?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I saw that. Yeah, there it is. Sorry. Matsu's got himself the BKB in his inventory. I was looking for that. Spiders, though, going to slowly comb out. Do have the one still in the pits. They're looking for the opening, though. They see themselves Vitali. The snowball onto the back lines from Boxy. He's pretty far away, so he's going to end up falling. The static storm coming into play very nicely. Will slow down the side of Liquid for a little bit. Lumiere seeing Insania, chasing after Matu. Matu, of course, has that BKB, though. They're going to try to walk away. Glimpse back, though, over onto Mickey. He's going to just disjoint it using his own BKB.
Yeah, that was a difficult fight to take without Black Hole. Good positioning there by Hokori, and also Brood, proving to be very difficult to kill with a Wraith Pact and the Pipe of Insight. He stayed alive for a long time, which was very crucial, and Boxy just got a little bit too deep there, as his team can't really break the high ground without having Black Hole as well. If they all charge up there, they would just be getting caught in a big disruptor ulti, or getting clicked down by Morphling.
Alright, well, Hokori will hold off this Roshan for a little bit longer. Still playing up in this area. They know that that's definitely a high priority for Liquid. And I like that Brood does have this gem picked up, bought for him by Gardic. So they're going to be able to get some more control over this side of their jungle. And then also, anytime that they have any sort of invis, they will be able to punish.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of staying relevant in terms of farm over on the side of Hokori. Despite the game being so grim for them overall, the 1-6-1 Pangolier is still quite even in farm with Mickey's Primal Beast, who is 8-0 and 13. So that's just, he has a lot more, I want to say a lot more CS. I'm not even sure how he's even in farm. Mickey actually has similar CS. I guess a lot of those are spiders. Yeah. Probably kill a lot of brood spiders.
I'll pick up the Invis rune over on Core. Still have Insania in this area, as is Matu. But they'll push out this bottom wave and then send everybody back.
Watch out.
Insania, yeah, there is. Oh, he's forced up on the cliffside. A beautiful ward, but gotta be able to go get off the ultimate on the back line, so they bluff Analog, and Insania, he's absolutely safe because of that black hole and that beautiful Crystal Maiden ulti. It was just absolutely perfect as an ultra kill now for Matumba Man.
Oh my goodness, that was some good reaction there by Zai coming in and saving, and all of Liquid as well. They care about their Pulse 5s. All Pulse 5 players wish they got that much love. And the moment they go on Insania, the entirety of Liquid mobilize to get over there, and they punish Hokori big time for overextending there.
I thought for sure he was dead, but Zai being in a good position. Yeah, you can see it. 4 stuffs onto the high ground. And I thought for sure they were going to get the last click of the storm, but there it is. There's that black hole dragging them forward. Insania using the big freezing field on top of it, and the fight gets split during that entire time, so they're able just to clean up.
Yeah, he actually didn't have mana to add the freezing field. That was all the damage of just black hole, and then Drow coming in with some last hits. But that was still, I think if they reveal their positioning like that, just to chase after CM, then the fight becomes easy for heroes like the Tusk and for the Enigma. Enigma relies on knowing where his opponents are. So if they break formation and show themselves just for a CM, then Zai is going to be very happy about that. Zai, by the way, has a Crimson Guard now, so his damage mitigation is getting a little bit nice too.
Must have been all the particles from the Crystal Nova I was seeing over there.
Yeah, it was a lot of cosmetics really going down. The black hole looks wild too.
Alright, well, Liquid firmly in hand now. They've got the Aegis over onto Matumba Men. As they're going to comb through this bottom portion of the map. Most of their lanes are pushed out, so it makes it very difficult for Hokori to get out on the map. Okay, stomping up, just going to clean through. Knows that there is someone here at the Olakor. There's not a lot of trees. Onslaught coming through.
Finds him.
He's got him, picks him up, starts shaking him around. Go drop down the Midnight Pulse with the Malefice. And he's trying to get out of there, but it's not looking good here for the Olakor. He's going to die.
Yeah, the haste trample hurts so bad. Like a bowling ball coming in when he charges through like that, the primal beast. Daedalus on Matumba now, with Aegis, sieging up the high grounds.
How do you get them out of your base?
I am quite uncertain how to do it. I don't know, they don't really have any tools to do it, I think. I guess they have Ags and Pangos, so you can spam his stuff during the roll, but if you commit roll and you don't win the fight hard enough, they're just gonna take your entire base afterwards, so you have to win in one fight here.
Zai's super patient. He's gonna have the black hole up in 6, so if Hokori group together too tightly, we'll be able to blink in with the black hole, and he's been on point. Some shards, get a little bit of vision over here to the side. Tower's gonna go down. There's a gust over onto the back lines. They're going to just try to blow up the Olakor as fast as possible. Mickey does go running in. The Rolling Thunder from Analog, though, going to hit the back line. Snowball from Boxy. Going to get Avalanche tossed up, and that's going to be a kill here. As now they'll chase after Matu. He's got the BKB up and running, so they're going to just back off for the time being.
Well, they're backing up, taking the Arcane Rune. Successful defense there by Hokori, so very well executed. They stayed in good formation, good positioning, not to get caught by anything there. There's so many different dangers that they have to avoid, right? Getting multi-shotted or right-clicked down by Drow, the Enigma threatening Black Hole. One good thing for them, though, is that there's still no BKB over on the side of Zai's Enigma. So Glimpse is always able to stop him as long as you're ready on the Disruptor.
Look at the way they're playing around the sword. Do you have some of the little spiders? They're being very patient. Seems they can get themselves some sort of a pick off. Again, the Blink Dagger and the Onslaught on Mickey make him so incredibly fast and ready to jump in if needed. But they'll show again in the mid lane. Important to note, too, we do have the Frost Arrows on Matu. The upgrade, rather, with the Aghanim Shard.
If he is a dangerous hero for Morphling to watch out for as well.
Hypothermia is nothing to sneeze at, no pun intended. Or the follow-up again. They keep jumping onto Theolacor. They get pretty far back, but the Pulverize. All right, this time Mickey will be successful. And they'll put pressure over onto this other Rax. Again, you have to be a little bit careful. Matu still has the Aegis for 40-something seconds. It's going to get glimpsed back by Gardic, but these arrows do so much damage. Plus the multi-shot. The black hole over onto the back lines from Zai, just holding on to Lumiere and Vitali, but he needed the rest of his team to be there, as it looks like he's going to just get shred apart. Boxy next to fall. Matu's coming back up again. He'll get off a Frostbite. There's just nothing to help save him, though. Crystal Maiden and Insania trying to do whatever he can, but they'll end up losing him, as it looks like Matu does manage to get out.
really fantastic hold there again. I mean, nice black hole by Zai, but he didn't have any damage following through in it because the Drow was being brought down. So if Drow is not auto-attacking into the black hole and you also don't have Primal Beast around, then even though he caught 2 heroes, it doesn't really end up doing that much. Now Hokori storming down the mid lane. They realize that this is a good timing to do something. Only 30 seconds here, so gotta make quick use of it.
Yeah, there's no black hole available. And several of these supports are down. There's gonna be the onslaught though. Lumiere is silenced. The hypothermia, they just burst him. Very nicely done. The pulverize picking up and just shaking Vitaly. Mickey chasing out to Gardic again. It's a glimpse away, but they're gonna force stab Mati forward. Doesn't quite manage to connect with the Gust, but the onslaught coming forward. Oh, he manages to go and catch him, but doesn't matter. These arrows are flying true, and they'll kill off Gardic.
Yeah, that hypothermia, you were serious about it. He comes in and, of course, has that the marksmanship trigger as well, piercing through any natural armor that you have. Even though you have 40 armor on the Morphling, you just get absolutely pierced by the Daedalus right clicks of this Drow Ranger. Hurts so badly.
I think they can just go, yeah, they can just walk right into this this base. Is in the top lane. The Olakor gets spotted out. There's the Snowball, there's the Walrus Punch. He's not going to be available either now, so 4 dead on the side of Hokori. They do have buyback on the Morphling if they want to try to use it. Looks like they're going to go up towards the top lane. Okay, there's a bash there from Analog, so Mickey not going to be able to get his hands on him just yet, but he's just acting as a wall currently. So you can see here that Matu and Crystal Maiden, Sania, they're hitting this racks, and they're just going to be able to rip down these buildings.
Yeah, they're playing behind as well. Matumba just keeps right-clicking here. Mega creeps are secured, and they are going for the throne. Hokori still trying to hold on here. Don't want to tap out here. Every single chance they have, even if it's slim, they need to keep trying.
Matu feeling very strong. Boxy does blink forward. The Hypopromia stacks. It's nice. They fall off with the Static Storm though, so Boxy now is just trapped over in the corner, but they still manage to get the kill on Lumiere. He's dead. There is no buyback on this Morphling. His Analog rolling around in circles will get clicked down. Oh my goodness. Mickey with the BKB picks up the tally, shakes them about, and yeah, they will indeed call it. Liquid 2-0ing Hokori and looking to be an excellent form coming up from those last chance qualifiers.
Fantastic game there played out by Liquid. We saw them play, you know, very push heavy in the first game in this series. They played around the Matumba Lone Druid a lot, but in this game, the story of the game was just Mickey and how they enabled him. Of course, Matumba was also 19-2 and 10, so I'm not saying he didn't play fantastic game too. Holy crap, he was owning. But this switch that they made, they lost bottom lane, right? The Drow wasn't doing too good. Broodmother started taking over that lane. Switch her towards mid. Replace Mickey, not going bottom, just enable him running wherever he wants on the map, acting as a second pos 4, a very farmed and very big pos 4, but they then had just 2 roamers actively playing all over the map, and it worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, just the way that once Mickey got online, he just never stopped running, just the entire time. I think he ends up with, 741 experience per minute on this Primal Beast.
0 deaths.
Around. No deaths.
10, 0, and 21 on a hero that charges in and goes in first.
The disaster happens here. Oof.
Oh, that was the toss back into the black hole.
Yeah.
Oh, that one hurt to watch. I mean, Liquid were the more deserving team in this series for sure. They played confident, and meanwhile on the side of Hokori there were a lot of miscommunications, like that toss back. There was also misplays, like dying to the neutral creeps for the Morphling. Some disasters happening here and there, but Liquid looking very organized, very happy, and you know, they should be happy. They played a fantastic game there.
Yeah, Liquid fans feeling very good. And again, over here you can see we had that beautiful black hole getting used, and just Matu with the ultra kill. And here's the beginning of the end. Another nice black hole. The problem was they just weren't in the position to get off the maximum amount of
Pango
damage
controlled the Drow entirely, and maybe he could have committed his BKB on Drow and dealt damage during the black hole there, but he was holding it for after the Aegis. Usually you don't want to use your BKB during Aegis, or before Aegis triggers. And here, this was
big.
Like,
just pops him.
Yeah, the Daedalus trigger. If you get a Daedalus proc on a marksmanship proc, then Morphling almost disappears in a single hit from that, and he already was kind of low HP.
Yeah, that was a good kinetic field, but can't run away from those arrows there. Mickey looking like he's having a fun time. It was a great game for him. Got to play a very fun hero. I'm guessing that you would say that Mickey is your MVP after this match. Yes?
Certainly my MVP. He played fantastic, and what a performance by him. But honestly, Primal Beast, what a hero. I've never seen Primal Beast have a bad game in this group stage. I really haven't. I'll have to go back and see if there have been any Primal Beasts that really struggled, but I always see them just dominating.
Yeah, I'm curious what the win rate is on Primal Beast right now, because we're not seeing it very, very often because it's just proving to be super, super powerful. But in fact, I think, do I have the stats here?
We have some stats here. Looking over the game, we can see, of course, the 19, 2, and 10 there on Matumba and his Drow Ranger. Also Zai only dying a single time. So in total, they had only 3 deaths between all 3 of their cores on the side of Liquid. And we were mentioning during the game how Analog couldn't come into the game. He was 0, 6, and 0. And of course, Lumiere was also like 1, 2, and 0. So they were really struggling to enable their pos 1 and pos 2 on Hokori.
Yeah, so it looks like Primal Beast has only a 51% win rate, believe it or not. But I think a part of that has to be with the fact that it's constantly being banned. So maybe it's a very specific kind of niche setup. But yeah, no, Mickey looking incredibly powerful. The driving force behind Team Liquid on this particular game, paired up with Boxy too, making all the space for Matu and allowing Zai to have these nice initiations. Just really well done. Liquid fans have to be so pleased right now, especially because they did have to go through those last chance qualifiers, and they had been looking shaky throughout the year. And I think it was Insania who said, we just have to start believing in ourselves. We have to start, getting out of our own way. And I'd say they definitely did this game.
Yeah, I think they said at one point that their biggest enemy is themselves, and that's very true. You have absolute star level players that had to go through last chance qualifiers, which already is a surprise for them. They're the type of team that should be up there. They should be seen as one of the top 4, top 6 teams in the world, I would say, Liquid, when they play at their best. Thing is, they have had a lot of peaks and valleys throughout the year. But fortunately, here at TI, they seem to be in good shape. They've done their prep work. Every player is delivering. And they're just looking ready for TI. And group stage, they're going to be one of the teams that we see going out into that upper bracket.
Yeah, and as a Liquid fan, you love to see it. As a Hokori fan, you're feeling a little disappointed probably right now, but they're still looking very, very good. I would say that they are definitely overperforming a lot of people's expectations and making a lot of new fans. But today in this match, it's going to be a 2-0 here for Team Liquid. They've secured upper bracket. They've got to be feeling great. And we do have another match here on this channel. I believe at this point now, because Hokori lost 0-2, that eliminates one of the tie-breaking situations. Not 100% sure on that because there's a lot of moving pieces on it. But we do have at least one more game on the stream, and that is going to be Entity versus Tundra, which I know Wog is going to be very excited for. I'm going to be excited for it because we always see such weird drafts coming out, something a little bit different than the usual meta. So you're going to want to go grab your drink, grab your snack, make sure you come back for this match because it's going to be exceedingly fun.
With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
We have at least one more series here on the stream for the TI-11 group stages. Waka, I can see you bouncing around with excitement.
Yes.
I'm very excited for this matchup too. It is going to be Entity versus Tundra. Both of these teams not afraid of going off book, trying something a little bit different from the meta that we're used to seeing. And I think that's some of the most fun Dota to cast.
It is some of the most fun Dota to cast, but this is also the most deciding, crucial game that Entity have had in their life that is coming up here. This is a series that they cannot afford to lose right now. Like, they are at 10 losses. If they lose this to Tundra, that would be absolutely terrible. They would be at 12 losses, which I think all but guarantees that they would be eliminated, or at least a tiebreaker for elimination. So this is truly their tournament life at stake. Meanwhile, we have Tundra, played amazing Dota. They've been just showing up, looking like an absolute force here at TI. So the strongest team of Group B for sure. And I'm excited to see Tundra because they play fun Dota. This for all different reasons. I'm super hype.
I don't think they've lost a single game yet, right? Is what we were looking at.
They've lost, yeah, they've had draws. They have not lost a single matchup. So they had 4 wins, 4 draws. So no team has ever 2-0'd them at the group stage here.
It's very impressive. Very hype stuff. And again, Entity is got to be feeling a little bit nervous right now. I hope their nerves are going to hold. And you're familiar with a couple of these players, right, Walga? How are their nerves? Do you think they're going to be able to stay nice and calm? It feels like whenever I see Stormer, the man just seems like he's just vibing all the time.
Stormer is the most wholesome person that, you know, I've probably ever seen in the Dota scene, and Dota scene is my entire life pretty much. So he's just he's just very, very lovable, and the entirety of their team are fun to watch because they play such an exciting style of Dota. But yeah, there's my man. We used to play together for like over a year on the same team. We have a lot of experience. He was my coach at the training camp for 3 different years as well. So naturally we have quite the bond, and I'm very nervous for him here as they're on elimination. Any entity fan have to be hoping that they are able to pull it out here against Tundra, but this is a very decisive game.
So what happens if they end up with a split?
If there's a split, they would have 11 losses on Entity, which would tie them for losses with current TSM.
Okay.
And if TSM beat Fnatic 2-0, they would be at 11 losses. So they would be both at 11. And then it comes down to what Talon are going to do. Talon are against Secret, and they're at 10 losses already. Secret looks absolutely monstrous as well, though. So I'm kind of expecting that Talon will probably have a tough matchup there. I believe they're playing at the same time as this, if I'm not mistaken. So that matchup is also important for the results here. There are multiple teams fighting to not end up in the bottom two, but at the end of the day, Fnatic are also at risk, because if Fnatic were to lose to TSM, they would be with 11 losses. So all these teams are in possible elimination or tiebreak for elimination situation.
This has been such an exciting group stage because it feels like it could really just go any way depending on, you know, the day, depending on how the team's feeling. Just very exciting Dota and very, very hype. So, I mean, this is going to be one heck of a TI with the way this is shaping up, Waga.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if my nerves can take this. This is rough. I mean, I'm gonna keep my cast as unbiased as possible, but damn, this is gonna test my nerves for sure. Watching this, all these teams resolving the bottom two at the same time here with the series. I recommend viewers to have multiple tabs up so you can watch and really follow how it all unfolds. But we're heading into our game here with Entity versus Tundra. Game 1, the draft is on the board.
Don't worry, Waga. I'll cover if you need to get up and go walk around nervously.
I'll
Get
stay,
a wireless
I'll stay
headset so that way you can do that. But no, very exciting. Like we said, this is a elimination time for several of these teams. We're going to lose 2 from each of the groups. Entity does not want that to be them. So going to take a look at some of these bans coming out. Some respect against that Crystal Maiden. They've been running quite a bit of it over on the side of Tundra. That has been a Snake King special. And then, of course, the Undying. Broodmother is the respect coming out from Tundra. Don't want to see that. Or the Enigma. So seeing some of these fairly meta, I would say, bans coming out. But again, Tundra not afraid to dig deep, get something a little bit weird. And Entity also not afraid of, you know, trying things that are a little bit not expected as well.
That's very true, very true. Both these teams are creative teams, super fun teams, and very easy to be a fan of either of them, honestly, just by the way they play. And feels good to be a Tundra fan right now for any Tundra fans in the chat, because they have been delivering so good. I like the start of this draft. Entity actually giving respect to Snake King's CM. They have been playing so much CM. I was looking at their recent drafts earlier today before we started today's cast. I think they played like 8 or 9 games or something of CM. So just taking them a little bit out of their comfort zone by banning that and see what's going to happen, I think is a smart choice. However, Tundra, though, get their hands on that Doom, which we've seen 33 play before, and he was certainly delivering some real good game. I can't remember which series that was.
We've watched a lot of series, but no, he was left completely to his own devices. And it just, I think it might have been a Spirit versus Tundra game the other day.
There was Spirit, Tundra, yeah, Tundra Spirit, where Tundra 2-0'd Team Spirit, the previous TI champions, of course.
And I think that was crazy to realize, because like the first game or second game where Spirit got like all the meta heroes. Like they got pretty much everything they could hope for, but Tundra just played so gosh darn fast, especially with 9 on his Tusk. He's just making all the right moves, putting the pressure down, and the rest of the team was able to follow up. And by the time that 33 joined into the fight, he just was monstrous, and they couldn't do anything against it. But we've talked about this before. You see the Marcy, you get the Lich. You see the Lone Druid, you get the Doom. Well, already having the Doom. They picked the Lone Druid into it. But these are some of the solutions that we've been seeing coming out in these drafts, right? So like the Marcy,
honestly, I disagree with one of them. The Lone Druid, I actually think the other way around. The Lone Druid is very good against Doom, because Doom struggles. So yeah, but otherwise
I said that
I
the
agree
wrong way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you meant it the right way, but yeah, the Lich armor, of course, fantastic against the Marcy. You also have the possibility for finding that ice armor, something we've seen 33 find before when he played on the Doom. If you get ice armor from the Ogre Magi, then it's very difficult to do physical damage. And so far, that's the main thing the Entity have. They have Marcy and Lone Druid going to be punching a lot. So this opening here is smart from Tundra. Keep in mind as well, Tundra did let through Marcy against Team Spirit, like you mentioned. Team Spirit had all the stuff that they wanted, but Tundra, they have a unique approach to Dota, and they're a fearsome team to deal with.
Definitely feels like Tundra plays their own style of Dota no matter what, and that's something I really, really respect. I feel like that a lot of teams, you know, especially some of these teams that are coming up from regions that might not necessarily have had all the international experience, sometimes they get a little bit too caught up in trying to be extremely meta and, you know, just like, okay, well, they're playing this, so we have to play this. And maybe you pick a Nyx Assassin when you haven't been playing Nyx Assassin, and that just makes it weaker. Whereas if you had picked, you know, something that you're comfortable with, you might have a better showing despite it being meta. So I like the fact that Tundra really just, you know, yes, they're going to be responsive, but they also aren't afraid to pick their own stuff. And important to note, too, we've got the battle of the coaches here. We've got, of course, Metpum, who's been coaching over on Entity for quite a while. Stormstormer talks very highly of him in interviews. And then on the side of Tundra, you got Owie 2000. You know, Curtis has been a TI winner. This guy is incredible. So it's fun to see the way that these teams, you know, utilize their coaches and the way that they view the game differently.
Yeah, and for any coaches out there looking for a team, I mean, like you said earlier, if Hokori are playing without a coach and doing as much as they have been doing here at this TI, it feels like they're a team that, you know, aspiring good coaches without a team currently should probably try and get in contact with, because they would be probably unlocked even more. But we'll see if that will happen. But here, in this Entity versus Tundra game, of course, both are under very good supervision and guidance from their coaches.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, so I do have a little bit of an update because we have the potential tiebreaker situation. Looks like OG 2-0'd RNG, which means OG gets the last upper bracket spot for the side of Group A.
Yeah, RNG, man, you have to feel bad for them. They started out dominant. Their team got it, and that's ever since then they've lost. They lost every game since then. I don't know if they played out. I know they forfeited one game. They had some hospital visits. So, yeah. Then Group A is completely decided for upper brackets. It's gonna be EG, Liquid, LGD, and OG. Those are your upper brackets from Group A.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here, really heartbroken for the side of RNG. I know some people were saying, you know, oh, COVID's not that bad. Some people get it real bad. Some people, it's nothing. You know, they had it, it was nothing. But it's definitely, when you're in a tournament with the best players in the world, you want to be at your peak. You don't want any sort of fatigue. You don't want any sniffles. You don't want anything that can distract you. And we already know, too, Somnus, he had to go to the hospital. That means that this is not just a little mild cold for him. He's having some serious symptoms, most likely. So feels very bad for RNG. Hopefully, you know, if it is mild, maybe they can shake it off. Maybe, you know, it'll be very quick and pass, but you don't know. You don't know. You just, if you're an RNG fan, I know I am, you're hoping that they will still be able to, you know, show up here at this TI.
Yeah, they have some time at least until the playoffs, so hopefully they will be able to have swift recovery and be able to get in fighting shape. They're still in it. They're still in lower bracket. They didn't get eliminated. They played good enough on day 1 and 2 that they couldn't be eliminated. So that's the insurance policy right there. But
I
yeah,
didn't even know it was an insurance policy at the time.
No, but
Oh man.
but over here in our game, it looks like Tundra are gonna go with the Hoodwink, adding a little bit of disable here against the bear when it runs in. They also get some nice damage to dish out. They have a lot of fire and forget damage. And what I mean is like Lich ulti, just toss it in and it's in there. You also have the Hoodwink who can just blast in from long distance. You also have the Doom, who if he connects on someone can just use his ulti and then start chasing down either him or another target. This excites me. We get to see Invoker in Entity. I'm not gonna say elimination game because it's not really an elimination game, but it's potentially a game that could spell the doom for them. So getting to see Stormstormer, he has 5,500-ish games on Invoker. Certainly the most out of any pro player out there, and we'll see if he can deliver in this game. There is Doom though. That's a good hero against Invoker.
I mean, what's the likelihood that we're going to see that Aghanim's coming out for Doom? There's a lot of pretty decent targets now. If you can get the jump in on the Brewmaster, he doesn't get the split off, jump over on Invoker, it seems like it's pretty value.
Yeah, I think it would be very value, but it's down the road. It's a down the road type item. You need a lot of things first, so he's gonna go for a safe build up. I know for sure that 33 is gonna go for, you know, just progression. Probably gonna go Midas because he likes getting a lot of item progression, and then Blink, BKB. You get yourself some Octarine Core, you know, refresher possibly first, and then Aghanims is gonna be somewhere down the line. But it is a thing to consider. And it will be dangerous. Bit of trivia here as we're waiting for Tundra's next pick. Oh, not waiting for too long. Trivia will have to wait. Pango is going to come in. I like it.
Yeah, this is a hero that we've been seeing more and more of. It's very strong, being able to, you know, roll about, have that little bit of magic immunity, get the disarms off.
Yeah,
Just,
9 also plays a
fast-paced-
fantastic Pango. And it's good against Lone Druid because you can disarm spam against the bear. So that's a huge impact. You can stop the bear from hitting. Very useful tool.
Very high tempo draft coming out from the side of Tundra. About what we expect, though, honestly, right? This is a Heat team that... How fast were their games? They were... I think they were like anywhere between like 20,
30 minute games, it felt like. It felt like it was faster than that even. But yeah, they play at a rocking pace. They, you know, you need to hold on to your seats when they start making their rotations. So we'll see if they can abuse the Brewmaster ulti cooldown. That's usually a key component for playing against Brew, is forcing his ulti and then taking fights again. Tundra, they strike me as a team that definitely will be able to do that.
I feel like a lot of it is relying on the tempo coming off from 9, and the supports that they picked up for the side of Tundra, these are active supports. These are not supports that are going to just have to play super defensive all the time. And another thing I like with this Doom pickup is he's fairly survivable. So once you get to a certain point, we're gonna start seeing Saksa move around on this Hoodwink, start putting pressure across the map, and that's really when, you know, Entity's gonna have to be aware, step up their game, and prepare their defenses. Or if they're, you know, having a good enough time in their laning, which they should, honestly. They've got themselves a Marcy who is very good at helping to secure some of these lanes, will be able to, you know, put down their own pressure and perhaps make Tundra respond to them. But a lot of it's going to come down to these last picks.
Yeah, they certainly will be able to threaten stuff, because if you look on the side of Entity, they have some combinations going on. The Lone Druid, you can summon out the bear, and then the bear starts hitting towers, along with Alacrity from Invoker, also Sidekick from Marcy. Combining these things, you can turn that Lone Druid into a wrecking ball. But that Pango with a disarm, I think, can play an integral part in keeping buildings alive and nullifying some of this. So I think the Pango pick, worth mentioning, was really a strike of genius here, and maybe a hero they will regret that they didn't ban out.
All right, final moment of truth here for the side of Entity. Need to figure out one final hero. What's going to round out their draft?
Yeah, looks like they're gonna go maybe Disruptor. Yeah. Felt like Disruptor. It felt like they needed something to have more lockdown, more control, and seemed like the best suitable POS 5 for this game. Also curious that they saved their POS 5 pick for last. I would like to understand why they decided to ban or like pick Disruptor as 5th instead of waiting with the Invoker. But I'll get chances to talk to the boys later about how they draft.
I was about to say, I'm like, well, luckily you have a little bit of an in there, so I'm sure
I do.
Well,
Yeah.
you'll have to post a mini interview for us over on Twitter if they're comfortable with sharing that. I feel like maybe they saw the opportunity to pick these heroes up early. They didn't want to see them get removed, so perhaps that's how it ended up happening, but you won't know until you ask, so...
Yeah, that will be an interview on my stream later, you know, shout out to that. But certainly will happen at some point. I stack with Stormstormer a bit, so. But let's see what Tundra are going to do here for their final pick. I think they are lacking a real damage dealer, something that can tear down the bear quickly, something that truly just brings a lot of hurt, and could be a Bloodseeker for them as well here. Kind of like the fit of it, honestly, but there might be something else that they're thinking about.
Definitely taking their time. So I've got a little bit of that reserve left. The final pickup is going to be Wraith King. All right. That Skeeter Wraith King. This is a hero he loves playing. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him pick up a Giant's Ring as the game goes super late.
Yeah, sure. He He plays a phenomenal Wraith King. He has good understanding of the hero, and I think they probably picked this just because it's, again, a Tundra hero that they can play very dominantly when they go in. So if you envision the way the game is going to go in mid to late game team fights, then Doom will probably have a BKB and be quite farmed and jump in. Wraith King will have 2 lives, and Pango ideally is rolling into the fight as well. So every single core is going to be difficult to bring down for the side of Entity. Initiation will really be important to them, but I see Tundra drafting in a way that all their cores are hard to bring down. Meanwhile, on the side of Entity, their cores are a little bit easier. Not saying Lone Druid is super easy to burst, but if you get to jump on Invoker, he does die pretty fast. Same if you get to the Brewmaster before he uses his ulti, of course.
Feels like it's a matter of just outlasting your opponents too, right? You say that these are all heroes that are pretty good to have pretty good survivability, and so even if Skeeter, you know, he's jumping in along with 33, gets blown up, there are so many other ways to counter initiate. You know, even just like the Lich, we saw how valuable that Sinister Gaze can be in the game where I think it was Royal Never Give Up. We saw that X Nova played it to extreme, just peak performance with it. And then, you know, you've got the Bushwhack, you've got, you know, Rolling Thunder, you've got so many tools here. I'm a little worried here for Entity, because they do have some nice picks, but I feel like the draft is just a little bit more well-rounded for Tundra.
Yeah, I think like both teams have things that are definitely comfort zone. Like, of course, we have 3 over on the side of Tundra playing their platinum tier. You know, Doom, Pango, and Wraith King all are definitely their iconic heroes. But over on the side of Entity, while they're not Dota Plus users necessarily, saving that money, this Bronze tier Invoker, could he even play Invoker? I don't know. But, you know, both teams getting stuff they're comfortable with. But I think I favor Tundra slightly, just by how difficult their cores are to kill.
All right, filling out my predictions here, and no one opting this time around to go for that smoke to the mid lane. But
yeah, curious.
Here comes Tundra, though. They're doing a little bit of a rat play. Saksa leading the charge. He's going to reveal himself. Kataomi jumping forward.
Yeah, and they revealed the Scorched Earth and used it as well. So Doom not going to go for any greedy Devourer level 1. He's going for the Wraith Band, by the way. This is standard. This is not a mispurchase or anything. This is a very, very good item for Doom. A lot of armor, and the hero has so much HP, he gets good value from it.
I'm seeing a lot of Wraith Bands getting picked
Snaking,
up.
careful.
Yeah, I'm just going to harass. Kataomi, though. That's a lot of damage with these couple clicks coming out. So chasing after him underneath the tower. Now, 9 will respect it. Respect also that Stormstorm is standing nearby. So they're going to just back off and head to lane.
That was cute. They used the bear as a target for Kataomi to jump from. So he was able to jump in, get the stun, and get the bottom rune.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in one of the other tournaments. I want to say Stockholm, maybe, where they started using the bear and Marcy quite a bit together to give that little bit of that rebound speed and buffing. Just buffing the bear at the end of the day, too.
Yeah, it's nice. Marcy, of course, very strong laner. Overall, going to be paired up with Lone Druid safe lane against the Doom and the Hoodwink. Mid lane, just a showdown of Pango Invoker, of course.
And it is kind of fun to watch these teams because you know that they've played against each other in pubs. They've played against each other quite a bit just in like even the regional tournaments. So have a good read on each other, the way that they'd like to play. And I'm always curious in this mid lane to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it's an exciting matchup too. But so far, pretty nice play by 9, doing a good job CSing. But they're both 4 last hits and 2 denies, so dead even for now.
Some movement down here in the bottom lane, seeing Kataomi just kind of trying to harass a little bit, but has to be careful. So which lane really has to pop off here? Is it going to be just...
I think... Yeah, sorry. I think top lane is going to be the one that has the highest kill potential. Also, I think Entity overall might have a slight edge just by having Sunstrike available.
Okay.
Oh, nice cancel on the bear.
bottom lane. Now they're disposed. They get a root off over onto Saksa, but he's going to be able to return some of these clicks right back at Kataomi.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine in the end of the day, and 33 is not really able to get harassed in this lane. The big thing is that he's just so damn tanky, having 9 armor. And just 800 HP, of course.
Yeah, I can take a couple of these tower shots and gets entangled by the bear, but gets a tango. It's such minimal damage. He's just tells Saksa, yo, give me one of those. Give me your last tango. I need that.
Yeah, he will happily oblige Saksa. These two have really worked well together, by the way. For Tundra, a lot of their success has hinged on how well Saksa and 33 play together on their offlane. Like, I watched a few of their games, they always seem to be delivering.
Cancelled out
9.
here.
Trying for the Invoker.
He's diving a
Still
bit deep
aggressive
here. Yeah, he's still thinking
Storm
about
in danger.
it. Doesn't have the swashbuckle for another couple seconds. Does drop the ward though. Shield crash forward.
This is so huge, he's pulling him out of the lane.
Top lane too, bit of pressure. Sunstrike comes in, not gonna be able to quite connect though. I like that they did this cheeky, like, little ward behind the tower over from 9 himself. Yeah, sometimes you see the supports make this rotation. Oh, 33 gets kill on Pure in the bottom lane, and now he's got to run from Kataomi. Nope. He can't quite close the gap enough in time.
Huge kill there. That's why I was saying 33 and Saksa, they are so good at playing in tandem. The two of them, their laning stage, know exactly how to get the most out of it. And again, getting a kill on Lone Druid, not the easiest job, but they managed to secure it.
Very nicely done.
Top lane a bit silent. We haven't talked too much about what's going on here, but a lot of trading between the Lich and the Disruptor, of course. As we see Pango just chasing after Stormstormer.
Yeah, I like the way 9 is playing this. Didn't manage to get that water rune, but in the top it was Invoker who grabbed it. But he is just playing super aggressive and making Stormstormer have to be consciously aware all the time that 9 is not afraid to get very aggressive, and that also means that they have to have their supports on high alert on the side of Entity in case he does get dove. They need to be prepared to be able to teleport right away, and with the way that these lanes are going, with the way that they're having to play on Entity, it does prove to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, certainly, and 9 has great understanding of how to be aggressive, and he has a disregard for his own creeps, but instead he goes and kills the Forge Spirit a lot, which is really important in this lane. Killing off the Forge Spirit, making it so that Invoker has less damage, but also getting himself some extra experience by doing so.
I just feel like every time I look down here, 33 has been disposed underneath the tower, but he's a Doom. He's so tanky. He doesn't really seem to care that much, although, again, another entangle, but Saksa in position with the Bushwhack. 33, he's fast. He's got boots. Just out.
Nice attempt there to eat a tangle to get your bear free by Lone Druid. Pure trying to set his bear free and chase down the Doom, but he gets away. He's too fast for him to really catch him, and Saksa was in position, of course, as always. 15 seconds for the power runes now. Supports making their way over.
Kataomi getting into position over here. Fishman and Snake King, though, we get a stack off. Or try to, at least. And Entity is trying very hard to control these runes. It's a regen top.
Yeah, Storm wants it.
He wants it. They also want to kill, though, here in the mid lane, because they know there's no mana left over here on 9. Does have himself a Fairy Fire if he needs to pop it. Will try, juking around to the trees, but it's not going to be enough.
Big rotation there by Kataomi. And the region, of course, was sacrificed by this. Snake King stuck around and made sure to not leave that for Stormstormer to take afterwards. So they get the kill, but Storm is kind of low. He has the region. Top lane now. Skeeter is keeping his catapult alive a little bit by sending in his skeletons and protecting it.
I like this rotation on 9 because it does feel like a lot of the momentum in the game is built off of him. He does have the level 6 now, the Rolling Thunder, so could see him paired up with maybe another support, try to make something happen. Glimpses there. It's a little late, though. Doesn't manage to send him all the way back home, unfortunately.
They had a ward mid, so they knew that Disruptor was sticking around. So he TPs very far back, waits a few seconds, and only then does he go to the lane. Not making the mistake of getting glimpsed back to base, because that would be detrimental.
Does feel bad. Fishman, though, coming back top. Got kinetic field. They've got that Sunstrike. Not quite enough damage, though, to finish off Skeeter. Do get the glimpse back, though. Can they finish him? Snaking? No, Snaking is here. He's got that Frost shield. He's going to be able to protect him.
What a big brain way to survive, but they're chasing Invoker now with a roll.
Rolling Thunder over around the side. They want Stormstorm, and they'll be able to find it. Kataomi, though. This is looking a little bit scary for him. Fishman does teleport over the Dispose. Shield Crash from 9. Gets himself a double kill. And he is a little low on mana now, so it looks like he's not going to continue to chase. Otherwise, that could be a very dead Fishman.
That survive by Skeeter was very 5-head. He summons the skeletons, and that tanks the Sunstrike. So the moment they stun him, he knows the Sunstrike is gonna come. He summons out the skeletons and lived only because of it, by the way. So it was really cool. Pull back, Hoodwink. Very fast hero though. Trying to get away. First hit root.
Oh, there's an arcane rune. Nah, it's still gonna be a denial fault, but the Sunstrike here, Kataomi in a nice position with the Dispose. They'll be able to punish 9.
Kataomi has good rotations here, helping out on mid, but this is just 9 being so strong on his tango as well.
Toby, do they have the burst though is the question. He is sitting only at 5, so good harass coming out from the side of Tundra, and making it a little bit harder for Toby to make it towards that level 6.
Also closing in on level 6 is the Doom, 33. Wants to get just a bit more experience. He's ready to chase someone down. They glimpse him. Just messing with him.
I don't know, I just feel like he is not bothered at all. Like 33 has no fears in the world really down here. Everybody else is skirmishing and 33 is just being allowed to fire. So is Pure though, to be fair. Sunstrike over onto Saksa. Got a nice bushwhack though, and the acorn shot bouncing around, so he is going to survive. And now the follow-up is here from 9. Shield Crash forward, is trying to go for that Rolling Thunder, but it's going to be the Frost Shield coming off. Should be able to just click down Kataomi, and Snaking will get the kill. Still holding on to the Rolling Thunder. Thinking about maybe going after Stormstorm. In fact, that's exactly the case here. He's going to roll forward. Does have dust on him in case Stormstormer decides that he wants to try to use that Ghost Walk. Doesn't have it up, though. So end up losing Snaking on the back line. The glimpse back, though, as the rest of Entity makes their way over. Swashbuckle over to the top area. Sunstrike landing on 9. They have the vision. There should be enough clicks to get the kill. Huge rotation coming out from Entity, making sure that they can remove 9.
That was a crazy goal by Tundra, though. They actually just dived that tower. I couldn't believe that they went for it. I didn't see how the kill potential would happen. Hoodwink ulti would have probably secured the kill if it helped out, though. But they missed it just barely. Top now, Glimpse is available. They're chasing a little bit. He doesn't have ulti.
He's holding on to a point, I think, here.
No, he's not.
No, he's not?
No, he's not. But they're not committing the Brewmaster ulti?
Saksa with the sharpshooter, getting in position, chasing after Fishman. Needs like one more kill, but they don't have it. Dale placed down Skeeter.
Oh,
he does end up
He was
it.
holding it. Yeah, he was holding it.
I'm the one who's supposed to have NA Math Waga. Come on.
Math on stream.
It's
okay,
fine.
so they force out the ulti, but they traded for Brewmaster.
They do indeed. So it looks like Toby, he used the split, is able to survive, but they didn't get any kills off of it.
A lot of aggression on the lanes, but so far it seems like a pretty good start overall for Tundra. They're getting more farm on their Wraith King than the Lone Druid. He's pretty far ahead. And the Doom, the big hero that scales so well into late game, he has his Midas, and we know 33 is going to keep farming down here.
I'm surprised they're not putting any pressure on. Is it just because they feel like they'd have to put too many resources on him to try to take him down, or...?
It's because of 9, mainly. 9 has played, you know, like a crazy person, just running all over the place and fighting.
That's true.
They did kill 9 3 times, though, so they punished his aggression, but like you said, they leave Doom to his own device, and that means he's going to scale to become absolutely huge this game.
I always feel like you can't leave 33 alone to his own devices. This guy is going to show up, and he's going to have a huge impact. Kataomi just kind of soaking down here. They do have the smoke over on Skeeter and Snaking. 33 revealing himself. They have no idea that the rest of Tundra is over here on the side, and looks like they might rotate towards the mid lane now. Drop some vision along the way, grab themselves a rune.
Making a move. Storm might go for the haste rune top, though. just to get himself a little bit out of danger there as well. Mid tower is falling a little bit lower. These force spears are doing damage.
They ping it out, but seems like Tundra, they're just happy with playing down here in the bottom lane.
Thought they want Fishman or Saxa.
Yeah, Saxa is just doing squirrely squirrel things. Soaking some of the experience. The Seeds of Serenity gonna allow him to heal up, and Kataomi just leaving this bottom lane. They're gonna just give up this tower.
Man, Saxa just barely got out of the range of Glimpse there. That was like 100 units away from it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So bottom tower is being traded for top tower. Nothing too major, but they're moving towards mid now. I think Entity want to make a move and fight around the Brewmaster Primal split that's ready.
I'm hoping that they don't get entangled, but there it is. There's the dispose. They follow. Oh, there's the dispose rather. And they go, and they do get a pretty nice chain frost off for a moment, but not the bounces that they might necessarily have wanted in the end.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Don't think it's
Madness
huge.
Bear
Yeah.
just shreds through the tower very quickly. And Stormstormer didn't even join for that mid tower. He's still farming top. So right now, Entity are getting more. That was a big pick on 9. We've seen 9 be sort of the catalyst behind Tundra's aggression in the previous games that we watched from them. And he has 4 deaths right now. So not having the greatest momentum in this game. On the other hand, though, they still have both Skeeter and 33 who haven't died a single time.
I was about to ask. I still feel like this is okay, even though 9 is not popping off like he usually does. He is providing such a good distraction, so that way 33 is just, you know, he's getting massive in terms of this net worth, and Skeeter's just basically getting free farm now. Like, they made one attempt on him, they failed, and he's just been allowed to hit creeps.
Yeah, he's tucked away very far away though. It's a dangerous move to go in and try and kill him when he's farming under the Ancients, because there are a lot of TP points. Like, you can TP on bottom, you can TP towards mid, and you can easily get surrounded if you try and go over there. So understandably, he can't really be touched. The bigger thing, I guess, is that 33 has been able to enjoy farm without anyone killing him.
Just playing his own game right now, farming simulator. Got
Yeah,
nothing
there's
but
a
Hammer's
bit of
gonna
that.
BKB soon. Like, he's gonna get so big, I don't know how they deal with him.
He will be hard to deal with, but they also have a lot of stuff brewing on the side of Entity. They have the... Oh, Invoker has to be careful here. Both the supports eyeing him up. Not gonna get the grab though.
9 in the bottom lane. Oh, they're gonna TP in. They want to chase after 9. The rebound, the dispose, into the Sunstrike. They just have so many good ways of dealing with this sort of split push that we've been seeing from him. And 33 now is gonna rejoin with Snaking. Know that they have to be a little bit careful.
Almost a full BKB all around Doom, so he's gonna be very ready to fight the moment he sends that out. But the TP getting cancelled for Stormstormer was almost the best case scenario for him, because he gets to stay top and keep farming. So he can keep playing greedy, and I know this. My German friend, he's a very greedy player. Very greedy.
Alright, let's see here. We've got 2 components of the Agnum Scepter for Toby. That timing is gonna be huge. Agnum Scepter, of course. Oh?
Are they gonna go nuts?
Oh, the Wild Wing! Throwing them over, just give them the opportunity to maybe jump in here and make the play. The Bushwhack Sharpshooter lands. Silence though over onto Skeeter. They get the split off from Toby. He's got Frost Shield on. They're gonna try to keep Skeeter alive. They draw back over on the Pandas. They want to try to get rid of Toby if possible. Got a couple more clicks. Skeeter, even though he got jumped on, still will end up getting the kill on Toby. Or rather, 9 will get the final hit, but he is slain.
Did you see the block on the Hoodwink ulti in that? I want a replay. I want a replay right now. That was crazy. Kataomi flew in with the rebound to tank the Hoodwink ulti. That was a very clutch save over on the side of Fishman. However, it is Tundra who pulled out the big win on that. And now with the Didorum possibly gonna be able to get themselves a tower as well.
Here we go. Here's your replay.
Yeah, let's see if we can see. That was the initiation. Look at the Disruptor and Hoodwink. Hoodwink ulti coming in. Boom! But the tank by the jump in. That was actually crazy. Meanwhile, in the game now, they're trying to catch Stormstormer bottom. Looking for a setup. They have scanned him out.
Saxa? Started to get thinking about the Rolling Thunder, but realizing, alright, Stormstormer, he's gonna be already teleporting away. Let's hold on to it.
Yeah, he had the blink, so he blinked to his side, ghost walked and TP'd, and he's gonna be just fine there.
They're hunting now over on the side of Entity. They know that someone's probably in the jungle. It is 33. He's got the BKB.
That's tough to kill for them. They don't have the disable.
Yeah, I
They
don't
see
think
him,
they want this necessarily. But now Pango, 9, using the double damage. Thinking about possibly making this play. Have to be careful. All right, he's gonna jump in, the glimpse away. Put the pressure over onto Toby, but now Toby walking into 33. The Chain Frost does come through. They burst down Toby. There's not going to be a split. Fishman next to go down. They were, over on the side. They were looking to see if they could stop Pure. Saksa poking away. They're going to get drawn back by the Lich. And now Pure, he's left all alone. 33 has the Centaur Stomp. Even pops the BKB. They want to ensure they can get this kill. That Stormstormer isn't going to be able to go and put any sort of distraction. As now they're going to walk into this Roche pit.
Fantastic there by Saksa to catch the Lone Druid as well in the backline. They already won that fight handily, getting the Brewmaster and the Disruptor, but he just makes sure they get one more big kill, and that's going to lead to them taking Roche here. They have fantastic heroes for doing so. Wraith King is starting to hit really hard with his Armlet and Deso. He's going for a Blink next, so Skeeter is looking to get involved the moment that he finishes his next item.
Alright, well now they've got the Aegis on 9. He has died a couple times now, but this will give him a little bit more of an insurance policy, and he can continue to make the space for his cores. Especially like we said, Skeeter working towards that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and the same is true for 33. He also has Blink building up right now, 1400 gold, and we know how fast Doom can farm with Devour and Midas, so will not take very long before he gets there. 9 is gonna show bottom.
Well, again, does have the Aegis. We'll go drop the Static Storm, but they've got the Frost Shield to buy him a little bit more time. Snake King waiting patiently. They're gonna teleport in the Doom. 33. They want to kill Stormstormer. He blinks away though. Still hunting. They're gonna throw down the roll around here from 9. They can't quite get their hands on. They use the courier, and there it is. They'll finally be able to close the gap.
The courier coming in as well, but yeah, there was no way out of that. Nice blink away, but not gonna be enough, and they managed to bring him down there. So looked like maybe it could be a good catch for Entity there, as 9 was showing himself on the lane. But even so, he had an Aegis. Best case scenario, they would only get an Aegis down, and Tundra, of course, very ready to react and TP to that tower.
This team is so wealthy. My god. Blink Dagger's gonna be sent out to them. They are gonna run into Snake King, or rather Snake King is gonna run into them. He's got the Frost Shield though. Buys a little bit more time, draws Kataomi into a stare. Does end up dying. Toby gets split off. Got 9 being thrown up over into the air. Kataomi looking for the opening over onto Saksa, but 33 joining in. BKB is gonna get used. They've got their sights set on Pure, and they will be able to cut him down. On the back lines, Toby after that split, he has got to get out of there. He does not have another split up. They've got the mark on him. Gonna keep chasing. Nice bushwhack here from Saksa. He'll get that bushwhack, or rather the final hit off here from 9 with that swashbuckle.
Yeah, and the Doom over on Invoker just completely stops him. He is farming under vision now on Stormstormer.
Yep, they'd be able to get a nice pick off on him as well.
Yeah, nice jump in. Chain stun from the Doom. He has the War Stomp and the Inferno Blade. This is what we've seen 33 almost always do when he plays Doom. I think every single game pretty much. He ends up choosing, the moment he has Blink, he chooses the War Stomp, and that is the keep he keeps for the rest of the game.
He's so effective, but the 9 finds a kill on Fishman while this is going down, and they see Toby. This is some big crits coming in, but Skeeter does need to be careful because they do have the bear over in the mid lane. Pure standing nearby. Got the Desolator on the bear. Mask of Madness has been on for a while. Saksa did a little bit of scouting. Couple plinks off, but it definitely feels like Entity now are being just cornered into their map. And it's a lot scarier for them to get out there. Kataomi using the rebound, gets the heck out. There's a lot of heroes down here looking to take this bottom tier 2.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job over on the side of Tundra. Like, they have 0 deaths on Saksa, 0 deaths on 33, and 0 deaths over on Skeeter. So all of them are just having a flawless game going on here. And really right now, there's not any way that Entity can stop 33. that's sort of the key component to how this game is playing out, is that Doom is an unstoppable force at the moment that they cannot solve. And I don't see them having some item coming up right now that is going to suddenly make it easier for them.
They were trying to get that Invoker here in the top lane, but it's already teleporting out. Tundra backing off. With their little primal companion running around too for the brew.
Yeah, he's got the Aghanims. The companion is an interesting creep. You can use it to farm, use it to fight.
Slips back on Snake King. Got the stare up. Go for the split. Snake King does end up falling. Snake King's gonna try to teleport out. Do they have the vision? They do. End up putting the pressure over onto Saksa. Gonna survive a little bit long. We do have the Rolling Thunder from 9, and Skeeter, you know, trying to do what he can. They will buy back, actually, now, with this Disruptor. But Skeeter and 9 just trying to run out. The roar off over on Skeeter. Still has Reincarnation if they decide to chase. 33 nearby. But they did lose both of those supports in that last fight. So it looks like 33 just realizing, all right, I'm going to teleport bottom. I'm going to continue to farm. Sitting at the top of the net worth of 15k right now. Good lord.
Yeah, he is massive. He's getting close to Octarine as his next item. He also has the movement speed talent, level 15 talents for Scorched Earth, so he can run people down even more effectively. And yeah, once the Octarine goes up, he's going to be able to doom people more frequently and also farm even faster. Like, oh boy.
We have the Aegis reclaimed on 9, so that does open up this window again for the side of Entity. If they're able to get their hands on 9, should be able to get a kill, but multiple BKBs from the side of Entity. Looks like Marcy's got one, and so does the Invoker, so it is going to be a little bit more difficult for them to lock down these heroes. They do have Doom, of course, and they will have to go and use those BKBs. Nice War Stomp here from 33. They cut down Fishman. Toby getting the split off. They go again, putting the pressure over onto Skeeter. He's got the Frost Shield. It buys just a little bit more time. That is going to be the Reincarnation, but 9 over on the back line. So does has his eye on Toby. 33 popping his own BKB, gets another stomp off. Will be able to take out Kataomi. As the rest, they take down one of the bears here. Pierre does have this resummon. Now Pierre has to be careful. He cannot afford to go down, even though they have that Stormstormer blinking forward. Though there's a hit immediately from Skeeter. 33 sees Stormstormer. They need a little bit more. That's a triple kill now for 33. Nothing can stop this man. He's so tanky. He just keeps running at them with this Frost Shield. This is going to be very bad. They can't afford to lose the bear, but they do. No resummon for Lone Druid. Not for 94 seconds.
Oh boy, Entity are drawing all but dead in this game. This is very, very well done by Tundra. The way they blink in there with Skeeter. This comes back to what I said during the draft. They have these 3 heroes that are going to be so hard to kill. And they truly play around that. They initiate with the Wraith King, confidently going in, forcing some reactions. Same thing with the Doom. He's going in there, doesn't even use his BKB early on Doom, just holding it, waiting for a moment that he needs to activate it. And with the increased cast range from Octarine as well, he gets that Doom over on Invoker.
Oh my god, how is Saksa still alive?
Yeah, in the game they're chasing over.
Yeah, Stormstormer realizing, it's a difficult one here.
Yeah, they had to use Brewmaster ulti there as well to bring down just the support, so they got a kill, but it's not a feel-good kill. They did get Saksa in the end there, but now they don't have Brewmaster split to work with.
Basher is now online for the Pangolier. We'll be seeing some potential hits coming out now that will probably make Entity very upset.
Yeah, that's just even more utility for them to work with. They could already play quite aggressive. Now they have even more reason for Pango to want to get in there. And possibly going Aghanims as the next item could be big for him. And Lone Druid having to farm with Hyperstone on his hero because he doesn't have his bear yet.
That feels very bad. But now he has it. He's got his bear resummoned. He's ready to go. But yeah, Tundra's just taking away this mount, taking down the vision. Kataomi teleporting into the mid lane. There is Stormstormer there. They do have to be careful. Got a lot of mobility. Easily get the jump.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Swooping around here. controlling the Ancients, and Entity have to back out. Entity have no rights to the map anymore. At 17,000 gold lead and Tundra playing the way they do, it's very difficult for them to get on the map at all. And you can see a deep vision they planted as well over on the side of Tundra. A lot of that's due to Saksa and where he can go. They see everything around mid.
Opening over onto Pure, the BKB gonna make sure that they're not able to get the glimpse off. And Pure's just dead. 50-something seconds. Skeeter having no hesitation. Neither does 33. He blinks forward. He heads them. He follow up with all the chain lockdown over to Toby. There's not gonna be a split here. They do have the Brewmaster buyback though. So if they decide that they're just being pushed too hard, might opt for it. But 9 rolling forward, sees himself Stormstormer. Keeps chasing after him here. Gets off a couple of clicks. BKB is going to get popped as now 33 joins the top area. So
yeah, he gets out
Skeeter.
Gets out on Invoker, but we saw the damage that Pango deals there, just going on him with the roll and with the Q and the W. He almost brings down the Invoker immediately, so he's quite squishy if Tundra can get on top of him. And I think any of the cores would be difficult for Invoker to deal with. If he gets doomed, then he's in massive trouble, of course. If Wraith King jumps in, that also hurts. And Pango, we just saw what can happen to just one Pango.
Nothing like a double damage outside the Roche pick. 9 immediately using it. Dropped the bottle for a moment. It felt like maybe Skeeter perhaps wanted it, but now they're just gonna go right on in. And you can see Entity, they know what's up. They want to get over there. They have a ward over here on the side, but I'm curious to see if they'll be able to do it fast enough. In fact, Tundra, they read this.
Good scan.
Back out.
Yeah. They scan it
waiting
out.
patiently. Knows that there's no vision over on the side. 9. Still in the vicinity. They go to the high ground. And the acorn shot. One of the pandas, little spirit, make its way over. Let's go and cut it down very quickly. I'm feeling confident though. They know that they're nearby. It's very hard to fight a Pangolier in a Roche pit though. They'll send in the bear first. They'll stun the bear. Sunstrike. Then boomerang. Just try to cut it off fast enough. Okay, there it is. There's the AoE Doom. Over onto Toby. Over onto Stormstormer. The most perfect setup as they just blow up both of them. There is no spell available for them now as Kataomi is chasing, staking off on the side, but they get Fishman. Oh my god, it's so perfect. Now Pure, he's just stuck over. They have the stop. 33 is just doing so much work, so much damage. It's devastating as Pure, he's still alive. 33 though, he wants the skilling. They can't quite manage to get it. As over on the back lines, they found themselves Stormstormer. 33 now, they did get that the split out here from Toby, but it does not matter. They'll kill Kataomi. They'll chase after each one of these little brewlings. And they're gonna just try to take down Toby one more time. They have it. It's a triple kill. What a beautiful blink coming out from this Doom. They call GG. They just don't want to deal with it anymore.
Yeah, they call it, and rightfully so. I mean, Tundra, they were building up this lead from the end of the laning phase already. They were looking very, very dominant here. The Doombringer was, or I don't know why I call him Doombringer. It's his old name, old name. It's my boomer side showing. But the Doom was having a free game, and there was really nothing that could stop him. Overall, 33 plays that hero fantastically. The efforts in the early game to shut down 9 by Entity were well placed, I think, because 9 is really the hero they play around a lot. But they didn't need to play around anything. They could just brew up to become this monstrous, you know, trio of unkillable cores, and Entity had no solution to it. They found themselves just lacking in damage and also lacking in survivability. Tundra were just ahead on all fronts.
Yeah, 33 just looks absolutely unshakable on this Doom. It just feels like he's so calm. He knows exactly what his limits are, especially when you consider how many times did he jump in, doesn't immediately Doom, doesn't immediately pop a BKB, takes a lot of just damage from the enemy team, and he just knows exactly when he needs to you know, use his spells and hit these items. It's very impressive.
Yeah, the way he plays, I mean, very calm and calculated. The patience from him overall and holding his BKB on Doom, I think was one big thing that impressed me. Sometimes jumped in, just forced some reactions, didn't fully commit to the fight, but then after a reaction was used, like BKB was used, split was used, he then comes back into the fight very, very calm and controlled overall by Tundra. They looked like they were in charge and understanding of how to break down the fights every single time. And yeah, that was why. I mean, we see exactly why Tundra are undefeated in the group stage in terms of getting 2-0'd, and they're gonna hold that. They are gonna be the only team, yeah, the only team in the entire TI group stage that has not been 2-0'd at all.
Very, very impressive. Very scary for Entity. I still can't get over that Ags blink in with the Doom. Just hits both of the perfect targets. Man, that is one for his highlight reel. It just looks so gosh darn good. But
he doomed like everyone in that. He doomed the two of them, then he ran on to another guy, and then to another guy. So he was spreading the doom for everyone.
Some doom for you, some doom for you, and a little doom for him too, you know? But yeah, very, very impressive performance coming out from Tundra. Just the way that they play together is so incredibly impressive, you know, and like we said, like, it usually tends to be the 9 show early on. 9 did make all the space that was needed, died quite a few times, and you know, normally you'd be like, not sure about this, but it worked out perfectly. There was no pressure on 33. Skeeter, I think, got ganked maybe once, and they just had it in the palm of their hands. They felt very confident. Perfect game for 33, 10-0 and 6. Perfect game for Skeeter, 3-0, 15. 9 is the one who just tanked all the I can't even say he tanked the ganks, because a lot of times he's the one starting the ganks.
Exactly. He was like preemptively, you know, guarding his course by being the one to go in there and forcing a lot of rotations. While 9 did die, it took a lot of hard work for Entity to bring him down a lot of those times. So it was not like, oh, he accidentally died like to just one person or 2 people. No, usually it was both the supports coming over from Entity along with Stormstormer. And there we see 33 with a stellar performance on his Doom. Not the first time we see this at all, and would not be surprised to see it get first phase banned, because I doubt they want to play against this again. He knows his ins and outs perfectly on this hero.
All I can think of looking at his picture here and seeing this KDA is that meme of like, it all started with that damn smile. That's what it looks like, sort of thing. But yeah, no, absolutely impressive. But you banned his Doom? 33 is so good at offlane just in general. Like, he has quite a few heroes that he can absolutely dominate on. So, I don't know. Yeah, you should respect his Doom, but then if you ban the Doom, you let something else through, Waga.
Yeah, but they already let stuff through. It's more about banning Doom because you just lost to it in this dominant way.
Okay.
You don't want to have to deal with the same thing back to back twice, or you draft yourself something that deals with it better. Because certainly he plays one of the best Beastmasters out there as well. His Lycan is really good. His Visage is phenomenal. So he plays a lot of the summon strats as well into this. And of course his Broodmother. I mean, his Broodmother is insanely powerful. So you're going to be annoyed by the things that this man can do, no matter what he gets, but getting the same treatment twice, that really is tough to deal with.
All right, well, I do have a little bit of an update. It looks like we are going to be having tiebreakers. Right now, it looks like tiebreakers will be best of ones between Sonic, Boom, and I think it's Bet Boom, is that it? Yeah, Sonic's Bet Boom and Boom. So the Booms are fighting for their lives here. Sonic's is also down there. That's not going to be on this stream. That will be over on the A stream. But we still have one more match here between Entity versus Tundra. I always love watching these teams, especially I love watching Tundra, to be perfectly honest. I love the way that they play. So definitely don't want to miss that. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have the final game of this series over on the stream.
path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone. We have game 2 of Entity versus Tundra. Tundra has been just looking so dominant throughout this group stage. They haven't lost a single 2-0. They have split and they have won 2-0, but they have not lost, and they're keeping that trend. This is very important for Entity right now. They need to be able to get themselves another victory. They're on the ropes. I know you're very nervous, Bwaga.
Yeah, I'm nervous because I'm a big fan of Entity, of course, and they're in the most pressed situation of their lives right here. I'm also happy at the same time for Tundra because I've been a big fan of them and how they play Dota, and I know that they've had their slumps throughout the year, but peaking at TI when it matters, playing some really damn good Dota is beautiful to see. And yeah, I'm just hoping right now that Entity can, clutch out a win here, no matter what. Tundra are upper bracket. They're already, I think, winning upper bracket no matter what. Entity, however, they want to avoid what's happening in Group A, though, because what do we have in Group A, Moxie?
I don't know. We have a lot of stuff going on, though, and a lot of potential tiebreakers. We're still getting information on the tiebreakers.
Not even potential. They have a tiebreaker. They have a three-way tiebreaker confirmed
Sonic
in Group A.
Boom and Bet Boom are all in a best-of-1 tiebreaker, I think, right now. So, yeah, you don't want to be... it's already a very complicated situation, for sure. But, yeah, it's been interesting because I think a lot of people... I know, personally, I rated Entity very, very high. I thought they looked incredible at the last couple times that I've had the chance to see them. They look strong. Tundra had its ups and downs, like we talked about. Also, kind of a fun storyline to mention is the fact that last year at Tundra, they were looking so incredibly strong, but they missed TI.
They did, yeah. It was really tragic too, because they were just looking like a team that you really wish that you would have seen at TI, and arguably, at the time around TI looked stronger than a lot of the teams who already made their way to TI. But of course, you gotta be strong the entire year and peak at TI, and they didn't secure enough to go there.
Just funny because you look at Team Secret. A lot of people were kind of like, I don't know if Secret's going to make it this year. What's happening to Secret? Secret's not looking good. And they waited patiently, and all of a sudden, wow, they made it through last chance qualifiers, and they're sitting up towards that top of the group. So you know what? A little bit of reverse for Secret. Usually they peak before TI. Not this year. This year they're looking strong, and we're hoping here that, Tundra are going to be able to also be very strong. And Entity, they need to step it up. It's just looking so scary for them. But we get some pretty big respect bans here out of the side of Entity. No Doom. They don't want to see 33 on it, like you said. He has a lot of other heroes he's very good with, but don't give him a run back. And no Crystal Maiden for Snake King.
Yeah, I like what you said for a second there as well. I want to say that Puppy said, of course, in the interview after winning the last chance qualifier that he went to TI in every other way, right? Invite, by points, by qualifying in regionals, and then there's of course the or open qualifiers even, and then there's the last chance qualifier was just a new way to get to TI, so he had to, of course, take that way to TI this time. Just thought it was a really funny interview.
10 seconds.
I like it. He's got a good sense of humor. I feel like he interviews very, very well whenever we get him. But all right, let's see what else. They ban out the Brood Mother on the side of Tundra, and you know what they say? All right, we're gonna ban out the Brood. You've already banned out 33's Doom. We're gonna give him Visage. Why not? Let him have a little fun. And they pick up a very early Luna.
Yeah, it would be banned in the second phase most likely. This is because Visage and Luna have this global aura combination currently, where during nighttime, the Luna aura works on the birds, it's global, it's more than a DD rune for the birds at level 1 birds, because they have 25 damage, and Luna aura is, I believe, 28 damage increase. So you just, enable your Visage in a fantastic way and allow him to come online really hard. And when you already have 33 Visage, who's so potent, so good at playing this hero, it's a risky thing to play into now a DD Birds, you know, essentially the entire nighttime.
It's a very cool way of being able to look at the draft and bringing it to a higher level. I know a lot of the viewers, myself included, might not have necessarily considered the fact that that aura is going to be able to provide so much extra vision, and it's a very neat layer to what they have being brought here. So thanks for that insight.
Yeah, it's a lot of tricky little details in Dota and many ways you can approach drafting, but it seems like Entity, they go back to the Undying. They were actually spamming Undying quite a bit before the TI group stage and before Last Chance qualifiers as well. They were onto Undying quite early, that they thought this hero was broken, and then it got buffed, and then of course it already became priority for all teams. So they kind of go back to their roots a little bit by picking Undying and Batrider, also a hero that they've been playing around a lot for Stormstormer.
Yeah, definitely seeing, definitely haven't seen a lot of that, but a nice pickup. Also going to be able to, you know, I feel like the lanes are so important. Right now they've got 2 lane dominators over here for Entity, being able to, you know, spam the sticky napalm, getting those Undying decay stacks. But I also feel like, I don't know, I just feel like Tundra has been playing their own game. Like, they just are understanding the game on another level, which has been pretty wild to see just how fast they pick up this tempo. I don't know.
Yeah, they're certainly a team that has found their comfort zone 100%, and it takes a lot to throw them off balance. Even when you shut down 9, like in last game, with a lot of rotations, a lot of focus on him, then they don't even really flinch about it. They just keep farming up their other heroes. They're like, that's fine. We don't care if you get some kills on Pango. He can still be useful just by using his ulti. And then they still take up the Nyx here as well, so while they do the Visage Luna combination at first, they go back for a hero that's very problematic for Batrider with this Firefly.
Alright, they grab up the Hoodwink. They don't want to let... Well, I mean, at this point, you've got Nyx already picked up to deal with the Batrider and give that scouting. And then the Morphling is picked up for Pure. So a lot of this draft is being revealed right away, it feels like, from the side of Entity. Granted, this is, you know, pretty telegraphed from the side of Tundra. We figure the Visage is going to be being played by 33. He's just way too good with it. And then, of course, the Luna going to be Skeeter. Oh, here it is. This bad boy, this OD. We have not seen any OD played except from Tundra. So explain this to me.
Very intelligent grab here. Yeah, so they already enjoy playing OD. And I mean, anytime that 9 sees a chance to play it and it looks favorable, he's gonna have his eyes open on it. I think OD matches up really well against Morphling because his damage output is mainly magical and got some pure damage as well. So he doesn't suffer from the high armor of Morphling. But more importantly, and the most important part, is this hero has Imprison, so he can save heroes from Batrider when they jump in. He is a core. He's not going to mainly prioritize doing that, but it makes it so that Stormstormer pretty much has to grab the 9 OD now when he goes in, or there's going to be the risk of that Imprison protecting people.
All right, well, again, we've talked about how Tundra do not play the meta. Tundra plays whatever Tundra feels is best. And there's definitely a lot of good reasons why to have this hero. The only thing I guess I'm a little nervous about is that I'm used to seeing 9 be incredibly active and aggressive, and I feel like OD doesn't necessarily supply that role, but I guess it's the idea of having them come to them, perhaps, which is also very valuable when you play Dota.
Yeah, and it also plays into Tundra's calm that we saw in the last game, where they just kind of farm up and keep progressing. They have, you know, Visage is going to be happy to scale up. Luna, obviously the hard carry, definitely going to be rising up quite a bit. OD, who also is happy to go towards late game. Over on the side of Entity right now, Batrider can become a fearsome damage dealer in late game, especially with this sticky napalm and how it interacts nowadays. But it seems like they're going to go against this sort of try-carry team of Tundra, which shields them from Batrider. Batrider is a single target hero. He wants to kill one enemy who's really farmed. He doesn't want to deal with 3 farmed carries, essentially.
All right, well, let's see the last couple bands coming in before they finish off the draft. And again, Entity, they really need this victory. And it feels like Tundra is just blocking them with a couple of these picks.
Yeah, they're blocking some heroes that would be obnoxious for them to play into. The AA would counter out the Undying and his heal a lot, and also be great against Morphling and his ability to heal up. And then you have Abaddon, just the hero that would shield. If you have Abaddon and OD, I think Batrider would be unable to play Dota. You could not lasso anything at that point. And you can also shield off not just the lasso, but also the sticky napalm charges. So some form of Dispel would be nice for Tundra in their last pick.
What about a Shadow Demon?
They could go for Shadow Demon.
It gives you a little bit more
get the
save.
shard.
It gives you, yeah, get the shard and purge it off.
You can also steal Morphling, which would be nice. It's okay. I feel like the only downside is they don't have spells to follow up the SD Disruption. They certainly could pick it, but the only thing they have to follow up is like the Nyx stun. They don't have like a Leshrac stun or something added into. So we may not see it, but it would be a good way to have a continuous self-dispel on some target.
I'm trying to think of what else has a dispel. I mean, Legion Commander, but I doubt that we're going to see that picked up.
Yeah, we could also just see them go back for something something a little bit older. Like they could go for Spirit Breaker even, if they want to go for an old Snaking Classic charging around.
That's true. That is true. All right, final pickup is... Oh!
Choose your hero.
All right.
Oh, baby. All right, let's go. I love it. I'm
support
digging
Luna. Yep.
Hell yeah. Let's go, Tundra. I love seeing this weird stuff. This is my favorite kind of Dota. Makes sense, and it's just unexpected.
Snaking Luna. Okay, well, that's more of a curveball than the Spirit Breaker would have been. I like it a lot, though. I mean, I'm a big fan of Luna. You also have more night vision now. A lot of vision advantage over on the side of Tundra, since you have both Slark with nighttime vision and Luna, who has night vision as well, and can turn it into night when she pops her ulti. So you can you can get some advantage here. Lower the enemy vision, and suddenly Slark is healing with his ulti.
All right, so don't look too happy over on the side of Entity, unfortunately. How do you think they're feeling right now with this final Slark pickup?
I mean, I'm sure that they weren't prepared for this, and the Slark into Batrider is a very common counter as well. It's a difficult here to get your hands on. You can't really lasso Slark that easily, and now with OD as well, with Imprison. I think this game is pretty tough from a drafting standpoint for Entity. Not gonna count them out, but I can understand why they wouldn't be in super good spirits right now, as they already lost one game, and this looks like a pretty rough draft as well into Tundra.
All right, give me a pep talk. Pretend you're talking to Entity right now, okay? Pretend that you're talking to them. You're down a game. You're scared of elimination, but you've got, a pretty decent draft. It's a little bit harder to execute than what you're seeing coming out from Tundra. Give me that pep talk. What would you tell Stormer and the team right now, Aga?
There's a reason you don't have a Swedish analyst as your pep talk guy. I hope they have someone better than me. No, I would just, remind them that they were the ones who 3-0'd Secret in the Last Chance qualifiers. They were the top dogs, losing 0 games in Last Chance qualifiers. Just play confident, believe in yourselves, and play the way that you used to. And you should easily be able to dominate any team in the world. But I'm sure they already had all these reaffirming talks, but it's difficult when people are really showing up. Tundra have showed up for this TI at their absolute finest. And I would say Entity, they haven't hit their stride in the way that they did in the Last Dance qualifiers and up to TI. So they're fighting to stick in it here and hopefully make it to the playoffs. Let's see how this game 2 is going to unfold.
All right, well, you heard it from the pep talk king himself. But no, I like that. I like that. You've made it this far. You are definitely worthy to be here. Just play your heart out, and hopefully you'll be able to get that confidence and get that drive to get you another victory. So 9, it's just gonna poke away over here. Does get spotted here by the tower. Some of the information he needs.
Yeah, he finds out that there is indeed vision, and there were a lot of heroes too, though, so he can't be 100% sure that that was the ward seeing him, because the heroes were also standing around providing that vision that that you scout for when you walk up. So it's a nice way to kind of counter out that, but still, they do find it. They drop a sentry anyway, and indeed, Snaking is on the money with a sentry ward.
God, just remembering what the old OD ags used to do, where it was you'd hit the Sanity's Eclipse, and then everybody would be in the Astral Imprisonment.
That was so weird. Yeah, that was the strangest one. The mass imprisonment one. Yeah, that was very strange.
My keyboard is not working.
I think a lot of the times it would backfire on people half the
My
time.
keyboard is not working.
Yeah,
God, I haven't seen an OD in so long. I'm like looking at him like, okay, what's changed about this guy? Do you see him ever? I like never see him anymore.
Oh, wait, I was debated. Snaking, you asshole. Oh, it was the debate. That wasn't a sentry. That was his ward that he named sentry ward. That was his observer ward. Oh, this man, I hate this man. He names his wards, so his observer ward is called sentry ward, and it looks blue because he has the blue wards. And then he has his sentry ward, which he named observer ward. This man, he got me good. I was like, why is he not killing the ward? Oh, this guy.
Yeah, that was spotted, I think. I forget which game it was, but it's one of the bigger games. I remember them mentioning that he does this little trick. I hate that word. I don't like that it's blue. Like,
There
yes, the
shouldn't
eyes
be
are a
blue
different
observer
color,
wards.
but
Yeah.
that should not be a thing.
And you shouldn't be able to rename it to sentry ward as well. That is illegal.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So I'm curious, which lane are you most interested in watching? I mean, aside from the mid, because you always say the mid, you're a mid player, but...
I kind of like the Luna support here. I want to see how it's going to play out on bottom lane. So yeah, I'm very curious about bottom and how it's going to unfold here.
We're seeing pretty decent CS over on Skeeter. Snaking continues to just harass as much as possible. Probably not going to see any sort of kills down here, not for a while anyways. Top lane.
Yeah.
Soxa just dragging the creeps away.
Soxa has been running around with them for a while, and it's very annoying for a Morphling when this happens too. Any former ranged hero doesn't really like when creeps are going on the tower hitting you because you don't have support of your own creep wave. It's been pulled away. Melee heroes can deal with it a little bit better because they take less damage from the damage block. But yeah, this is certainly annoying for him. And they're just going. They're going between tier 2 and tier 3 here. Fishman is in it for the ride. He's following.
Still has those 12 stacks of decay right now. Is gonna wander off, and we'll run into Soxa, who just keeps doing the same thing he was doing before. So
That was great by Fishman though. The fact that he followed like that. 33 didn't get many CS there at all. He only has 3 CS total. All those creeps went to a tier 2 tower. He's going for the banner deny if he can get it. Doesn't get it though. But top lane, I mean, it's handedly going the way of Entity right now. Morphling at 14 CS and Visage at 4. So very big disparity there. And mid lane, we see a little bit closer. 15 and 7 versus the 16 and 3.
it's been a while since we've seen this matchup. I'm not sure what 9 played when he, or sorry, who 9 was up against the last time he played OD. I believe they ended up winning the match though.
Yeah, I mean they've been winning most of their matches, so I guess he's prepared for most things. But yeah, OD against Batrider is pretty comfortable since you can imprison the Batrider and disengage.
Bottom lane continues to be fairly quiet. Snaking just, you know, using those glaives to try to harass. He's holding on to a couple mangoes in case they need to use the Lucid Beam, but nothing too wild down here.
No, it's a lane where they're actively contesting and fighting. There's no creep pulling going on, so both of them want to play the lane. But overall, Slark is getting away with pretty good farm. But all the cores of Entity are happy right now, and the big difference is that Visage, he is only at 4 CS still. Finally, he made a pull again, pulled it back behind his tower, and tried to get some farm there, but meanwhile, Pure is definitely uncontested on his Morphling here.
I like this, that they've made it more of a priority to try to mess with 33, because you saw what happened in game number 1 with his Doom. He just had way too much free farm. Didn't get pressured at all, and ended up just dominating the game, honestly. Snaking though bottom lane is drawing a little bit of attention. Brought away from his Slark, pick up the bounty rune.
Yeah, and a lot of this is because of Fishman and how he played, right? This guy was spamming Undying before anyone else was really playing it, so we can see he knows what he's doing, and has that lane-winning impact that you expect from the hero. Because if you pick Undying, you need to win that lane, or it's going to be sort of a waste pick, I feel.
Absolutely not.
Every single core on 24 to 26 last hits here, apart from 33. So very even between the rest of them.
Zoxa just continuing to grab the creeps. Does end up losing them though. They're gonna join up over here on the side. Very quiet game considering it's almost 6 minutes and we have not seen a first blood.
Yeah, it's calmly playing out. I mean, there's not really much potential for anyone to die on mid lane, and on side lanes, with all the shenanigans they're doing top, there's never going to be anyone dying really. So bottom lane is the only lane where we can really see a kill possibly being produced, but Skeeter is playing it very safe and just farming up. Top lane, maybe they can get 33.
See the TP coming out. They were chasing after 33. They dropped the tombstone, but you've got boots over on Zoxa. It's moving quite quick, and then of course we've got the tranquils over on 33.
Radiant's top tower.
Be able to just walk away. They still spot out 33, although Zoxa over here is spotted by Pure. Carapace gonna buy him a little bit more time to be able to use the Impale Snaking, rotating top. We get the double decay off again, 12 stacks. Just trying to dissuade them here in the top lane. Have to be careful though, Snake King on this Luna is not the tankiest. Has to be very careful. Stormstormer over here on the side spots out Zoxa. Happily will take this
Snaking
kill.
as well.
And Snaking is looking like he is very dead. Oh no, he had the one charges. Stick charges. He's still alive, but Stormstormer top lane. He's got a lasso, even if they want to try to hold him in place. So we're just gonna close the gap over here. There's plenty of heroes though. It doesn't feel like they need the lasso. Waveform forward, and that's a kill going over to the side of Entity. So 2 dead with the first rotation from Stormstormer in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're getting the value that they need. Nice impression there on the catapult by 9, keeping the catapult alive until the creeps go in and tank, getting just a bit more extra damage. Possibly over on the tower. And 9 is farming for that Midas, by the way, so he's gonna be scaling up as well, similarly to how we saw 33 in last game, just confidently going towards a late game situation here. And soon comes the power spike, by the way. The entire reason that Tundra picked the Luna is because they wanted to use it together with Visage. Visage needs level 6. When he has that, the birds, they will already have that level 2 aura, so 14 extra damage during the entire nighttime. But there's only 2 minutes left, and he's not level 6 yet.
9, using the imprisonment. There's multiple heroes on the side of Entity though in this top spot, so just gonna walk away. They're getting very close to that level 6. It's a little
very,
bit more
but they're
here.
rotating.
Kata Omi. Yeah, look at this. Zoxa, trying to get in position, waiting patiently. Gets the impale off over onto 2. And
Misplay by Kataomi there, he didn't connect his QW.
we'll drop the tombstone. 9 is here. The imprisonment. He's gonna focus down the tombstone. In comes Snaking. Does end up getting bushwhacked. They'll clean up the tomb. Now they have birds online for 33, so this was the power spike we were talking about.
But only 50 seconds remaining of the first nighttime, so they might have to, you know, wait for the second nighttime to really have big impact from it. They definitely would have wanted to be level 6 earlier on this Visage, but Entity have done a great job shutting him down. And now they're opening up a bit, moving the Morphling over to the mid lane. So possible that we might see some rotations here. Should be mentioned though that while Visage got a late level 6, he did get it before the Brewmaster. So Toby actually has a slower level 6.
So level 3 on Nyx Assassin. Gonna get a little bit of that de-ward off here in the middle lane. But they're smoked up over on the side of Entity. Stormer. Waiting patiently, knows that 9's over here. Pure also coming in. Immediately that's gonna get us imprisonment, but now 9 they get chased underneath the tower. He needs help from the rest of his team, and they're not in position to do it. He's not looking like he's gonna survive this one. So a good play coming out from Entity, sending 5 heroes over to the mid lane to slow down 9.
Very good start for them there. If he held his Imprison for the Batrider, that could have maybe kept him alive, but he used it on the Morphling. Morpher is showing top.
So is Toby. He's got the split available now, sitting at level 6. Was trying to go for the primal split, but he's not going to be able to do it thanks to the Luna. That's a quick loosen beam.
Oh, snaking.
Chase after snaking, and I mean, he is the position 5 despite playing this Luna, so he'd much rather that he dies and not 33.
Yeah, he's gonna go down in the end, so 4-0, but still the gold is very even, not a big difference. It's yeah, pretty much 200 gold difference here between the two teams at the 10-50 minute mark.
Feels like a very measured game this time around. Entity's finding these nice openings and taking advantage of just slowing down the side of Tundra, because this is not the usual tempo I think they normally play at. It is a bit of a shift because 33 had a more difficult time, and then of course 9 not on one of those playmaking heroes like his Tusk.
No, he's not a playmaker, but he's gonna go towards a pretty active item as a second item, while Midas was a slow one to begin with. He wants to go back for an Aghanims, and that's gonna give him charges on that Imprison so that he can really be disruptive in the fights and keep imprisoning over and over. Now mobilizing for the top here over on 9, trying to maybe put some damage on the tower. Entity are mainly just looking to farm up, but they do have travels ready on Stormer, and he has lasso ready in 5 seconds, so he might make a move. He also has smoke ready.
Snaking. Wandering in. We'll run into Fishman and Kataomi.
A little region rune for Batrider as well. Not really contested. The Tundra are sitting back a bit more this game. Definitely might be, as you say, 33 didn't have a good game, so they're playing it a bit slower. But even if he did have a good game, this Midas on OD and the way they're playing is signaling that they want to go more late game. But Entity, they're going to be the ones to seize the chance to go for a smoke here. Hard to grab a Slark though, so maybe just wrapping towards bottom.
Well, they're feeling a little bit scary here for Saksa. See the waveform. Spike Carapace coming to play, but just kind of prolonging the inevitable as they'll get the pick off.
Yeah. Good involvement by Entity, by the way. They've been in every single kill with both Pure and Fishman. So they're playing towards each other. These are not random kills happening. These are moves that they're making, right? It's not Tundra dying randomly, but Entity are playing together, using the smoke, and gonna save themselves a tower here, bottom, get to tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tower goes down. Entity's gonna be gaining a
Oh,
little bit of
Storm is
space.
chasing
Top
9.
lane, yeah, he wants 9. He's gonna get the drag back with the lasso. The rest of the team is making their way over. There's a lot of sticky napalm, so 9 not gonna be able to survive this as they get a split off. Down here on the bottom lane. Chasing after snaking.
Okay.
They have those bears. Yep, they'll find the kill with the pandas.
He's in
See
danger
there, though?
still. The Earth Panda.
They're looking for it for sure. 33 though, held into the tree line. Pure though is gonna get leashed up. They've got a lot of nukes. They're gonna try to stun Pure down. Followed up, a couple more clicks. They'll get the kill on the Morphling.
Yeah, he's struggling there. The diffuse will burn all his mana, so Slark made it so they couldn't get out from that one.
Saw the Spike Carapace. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to go make the play on Stormstormer's bat, but he is already out.
Yeah, a bit of a costly mistake there for our Entity that Pure get caught out. I mean, nice save initially. especially from Kataomi coming in with the bushwhack to save his Brewmaster after the solo kill he went for. Team's back to farming. Toby's gonna have a fairly early Aghanim Scepter still in his Brewmaster this game. And once he has that, I think he's gonna be very, very happy.
And having that extra little primal companion. It's very nice to have as full in your arsenal. Top lane though, they dropped the tombstone. 33 is getting chased over here. The go land the nuke over onto Stormstormer. Kataomi though with a nice bushwhack will connect over onto 33. They drop the Sanity's Eclipse though, and they're trying to just get off enough damage. A nice Astral Imprisonment though will end up saving just for a little bit longer. Fishman now. Oh, they do finally get the kill on 33, but they end up losing Toby. And now Fishman chasing around here. They've got the birds, they've got the vision. We talked about the nighttime. He's fairly tanky, but Skeeter just says the more tanky you are, the more essence I can click off of you. Pings.
Yep. Very nice fight there for Tundra as they siege up around the tower. Difficult to go.
Smoke up. They want Pure. Luna has been in position. They have that nighttime vision like we talked about, opening up with the Lucent Beam, the Impale. Couple of these clicks, the stomp
the centaur stomp.
from the center. He's trying to help Pure out, but he is going to turn himself into his own Slark with the morph. Stormstormer is nearby, but again, that Spike Carapace slowing down Stormstormer. Gets the lasso off on Socks, so there's not much that they can really do about that. So they will end up losing the Nyx. TP though, coming out from Fishman. A Skeeter immediately realizing, oh, this is great. I will take this. I will take some Essence Shifts. Another Astral Imprisonment. Get the hit back from the Hoodwink, is now Toby on the chase. Bushwhack lands over onto Skeeter. He's still holding onto that Shadow Dance. Will bounce off another hit. It's gonna be a dead Toby. No split for him.
The key thing here is that they have the Slark, right? He keeps dispelling himself all the time with the Dark Pact. Usually you get chased like this by a Batrider, you're in trouble because the sticky stacks are starting to add up. But he just continuously dispels, and as such they can't fight against Skeeter. And now, losing a bit too many heroes, Tundra are just going straight into the Roshan.
Yeah, there've been some nice Astral Imprisonment saves coming out from 9, but like you said, that was the one thing we talked about with the Slark. How incredibly important.
Here too.
Yeah, there's enough heroes crowded around him. He's trying to help Pure out, kind of, maybe, sort of.
I think he helped a little bit. I think it would. Yeah, I think it probably wouldn't have changed too much there. Same thing would have happened. Socks up, looking for Pure. He's full agi. No, not full agi anymore.
He was trying.
For a moment, he was full agi.
Yeah, but look at the way that everybody else is moving down here. They have this vision. One of the big things here with this draft is just how good the vision can be. Popping Lincolns. Snake King gonna be chasing after Pure. He's getting the shift off. Again, that pounce. Rest of the team, but they're distracted on the other side of the map. There's the waveform. Does look like he's gonna be able to make it out. 33 though is gonna get left behind as now 9 is leaving. So a little bit of a just split fight going on.
Yeah, key that he had a Lincoln's delivered there. I think maybe if he didn't have it, the Lucent Beams as well added into it. I think he might have been fine anyway, but it helped him survive and get out of that situation, despite getting pounced up. At least Slark took some stats, got himself some agi so he can farm faster.
This is one heck of a Luna set, my goodness. It's got like a
Nice.
Shogun headdress.
He's very shiny as well. Got that golden glaive.
Gotta commit a lot of war crimes in order to get that bad boy, you know? Falamene doesn't just hand those out.
Yeah. Full Aghanims now coming out for the Brewmaster. So he's got a big power spike. Pure again been spotted by the Nyx. This time could be in trouble. But they're
Let's have the
sending more
team
people
fairly
over.
nearby though. It's not like he's totally off on his own island this time.
Everybody's coming for him
they're
though. He's
so-
showing on the lane.
Ruling. Soxa. Vision. We have a sentry ward down. The opening immediately over onto Fishman. They'll take him out and they'll just quickly chop down this tombstone.
Fishman is struggling a lot now. He was winning the top lane super hard, but he is an Undying against Slark, and Undying does not fare well against that. You don't have a way to survive when Slark just sees you and goes on you with a diffuser blade.
Yeah, they don't want to have to defend this to see that they've already just teleported away. So this top tier 2 should go the way of Tundra, and that will mean that they can take over the outpost. giving them even more control of this map.
Yeah, then they are starting to assert their dominance more and more. With that Aegis still for 2 minutes, they can make more moves with Slark. So if they want to just farm up. Oh, diving Kataomi actually.
Go in for that. But Skeeter does have to be a little bit careful. Still holding on to the Aegis. We'll end up using the Shadow Dance. They're gonna try to protect him a little bit more because they did have the Sharpshooter coming in. They're gonna back off. They know that they don't necessarily have to push it just yet.
Yeah, there's no reason for Tundra's lineup to siege high ground early. It's not like they're running any form of like lone raid or push draft. They just want to play this in a steady way and build their items. Speaking of which, 33 does have that full Wraith Pact and 1200 gold as well now, so he's definitely back in the game in a good way.
Yeah, they did a great job shutting him down earlier, but yeah, look at this. Slark's like, they have vision here, they have vision here. All right, there's an opening though. Soxa with the Impale and the Spike here because they want to get rid of Stormer. But Skeeter pouncing away. Soxa is taking the damage because they do have the sentry in place. As it looks like now they're gonna back off on the side of Tundra. Should lose that Wraith Pack, but they still have Skeeter stuck here, so he is gonna end up losing the Aegis. He's gonna be coming back up again. Question is he gonna be able to make it out? Yeah, he does have that Shadow Dance, so able to walk away. Pure though, turning himself into his own Slark. There's gonna be the Astral Imprisonment. Get the Bushwhack, drop the Sanity's Eclipse. Does force them back for the moment, but they still just haven't managed to burst down Pure. As they're gonna back away here into the tree line. They still have that sentry over here. Pure regrouping with the rest of the team.
Toby's being so annoying with his Aghanim Scepter on Brewmaster. He has a Storm Panda right now. He's been switching between which one, but the Storm Panda just tornadoing people all the time.
Luna. I'm gonna hold 33 here into place as they see these birds. Shooter coming through. Lincolns gets popped. We'll be able to go and throw out the Banish. Stormer starts coming forward. Feels like they want to go back in, but they're not 100% sure. And they're going to go for the D ward here, using the birds. Make it a little bit safer.
Being careful in case Slark is coming over there, because at first Slark was showing top, but then they didn't see him for a long time, so they're just going to back out. And they know that they're weaker right now. Overall, Tundra in the 5v5 are certainly stronger, so you need to find favorable fights.
The Astral Imprisonment's gonna take down again some of this vision. The pounce forward again. They always focus Fishman down, it seems, right away. As they cut down the tombstone, wait patiently. Kataomi also going to die. Jump forward from Soxa. Nice impale over onto Pure. They're looking for the pounce. Not able to quite connect it. But they will force him out.
That could have been trouble if that pounce landed, actually. They had a lot of people coming up, but they're still in trouble in terms of their base. They get forced to use the glyph. Tundra have just taken a phenomenal lead in this game again here. Now with the Aether Lens on top of the Aghanim Scepter on OD, he's able to save people from very far away, but also lock down the opponents. Against the Lincolns on Morphling, the double imprison is a good solution. He has 2 charges. Just click it twice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now we're just going down to these birds. Don't have a very good way of taking them out here. So they're just going to continue sieging. Smoked up over on the side of Entity, trying to find an opening. The group gets dropped. BKB from Stormstormer jumping onto the back lines, onto 9. Because they should be able. Now he's got the Astral Imprisonment. 33 getting off as many nukes as possible. Snaking is forced back. Another imprisonment here. Trying to buy the time for 9, but he is going to end up falling. As now the rest of them, there's the pounce forward though from Skeeter. He sees Fishman, is trying to use that heal, trying to stay alive a little bit longer. There's another hit though. Let's get the kill, take down this tombstone. It's a messy fight. Tundra does not have 9. But they're down 2. There's a jump forward over onto Pure. Can they burst him down fast enough? Yes, they can even go using the Eclipse. Turning the attention now over onto Stormstormer. They buy back on Fishman. And then Toby over here, he is stuck. He does not have the split. They're doing everything they can, but he's still going to die as now Skeeter, smelling blood in the water, finds himself Fishman, gets another kill.
Man, Skeeter on his Slark is just completely uncontested. They don't have the heroes to deal with him. Like, if Morphling goes down, he's the only one who could possibly stop it. And look, they're just hitting the throne here. They know there's nothing that can stop them, and there's only 2 heroes alive. The TPing in, the OD, Slark backing out to get some HP regen. They're going for the finish here. They force out the glyph.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
They know that Undying is dead for 30 more seconds. They're going back in. They want a quick finish to this game.
I mean, this Morphling is going to be up in about a second, but like, look at this damage, especially when you have this Luna. She is a support Luna, but these Glaives get so many bounces around here. A little bit more. They did leave one. Oh, a beautiful bushwhack from Kata Omi. Sharpshooter comes through. They'll get the kill on Snake King. Another Astral Imprisonment coming in. Saksa, though, is going to end up falling. Dropping a big Sanity's Eclipse from 9, but he's going to end up falling. Tries to save him over here on the side, too. 33. He's gonna try to survive a little bit longer. He's waiting patiently, though. Entity, they're ready. They're just more than happy to get rid of them. Oh, but another...
Takes a while to kill him, but...
Yeah, takes him a while, but eventually will fall.
That 4-man bushwhack by Hoodwink. But this was Tundra just going for a quick finish. They're playing like a team with not nothing to lose, but nothing to win, right? They already won the group stage, and they're just trying to end the game quickly so they can go and have some coffee or something. They're feeling like done with today, because if they were still playing as though they would get eliminated, surely we would have seen them back out. But Entity, they get a little bit of a comeback there. A lot of gold going the way of Toby in particular, who got 3 of those kills.
Radiant's middle tower.
It definitely feels good for Toby. There's the initiation, but 4 staff away. Pure hoping he could burst down Snaking. Not quite have enough just yet. Skeeter rejoining.
It's
working on the
possible that this
BKB.
Aghanims on Morph could help them counter out the Slark a little bit.
Game, a little bit of a scuffle back and forth.
Yeah, they're still fighting for some control here. Pure was trying to push bottom, but I think Entity know if they split up too much, they're gonna get picked off, so they're trying to go together. They see OD, but he's been spotted on Batrider.
They see Stormstormer, yeah, they have plenty of sentries down to prepare themselves. And this is just, of course, in this rune, they have a gem on Stormstormer too.
Yeah, he has that gem, and maybe he can get this D-ward on that cliff, but he's scared. He's very cautious about going up here. For good reason, Saksa sticking around.
Of course, if I hear Firefly does get used here by Stormstormer. This is cleaning through some of these creeps. Try to get rid of this little primal companion, but not gonna be quite enough.
Looks like they back out. They need the Firefly for the fight, and the ideal target for Entity is still the OD. It's always the OD. If they don't get the grab on him, I think they lose the fight, so Storm has to find that angle. Very tense moment here. Both teams fighting around Roche.
Yeah, they want this Roche. It's a big deal. There's not a...
Huge item coming up soon as well. Skeeter is trying to finish off his BKB before this fight erupts. He's only 400 gold away. I think they're just waiting for that. Tundra are waiting for this BKB, and then they're gonna go and take the fight to Entity.
They're smoked up on the side of Entity, though. Yeah, they're looking. It's too quiet. They have to realize that something is up. So close to this BKB. Need to hold. Entity, though, still positioned around this Roche pit.
Yeah, Tundra also doing a good job with their positioning. We see Saksa just sitting under his ward and sentry. The rest are being very cautious. They're not showing OD. That's the key thing. He recognizes that this is a dangerous time, so 9 is playing very cautious.
BKB being flown out right now to Skeeter. He's going into the pit. Perhaps trying to bait them. They don't see that he has the BKB completed yet, so maybe they're going to try to make a move. But there it is. It's completed. An Entity. They scan.
I think they're gonna forfeit it. They're backing up. Morphling's all the way bottom. Doesn't feel like they want to contest it anymore.
Okay. I'm dropping the Wraith Pact. That's the Roche. He just picked up now for Skeeter. Got the Shard over on OD. He is fully kitted out here in terms of Ags and Shards.
Yeah, he's looking very, very strong.
Some of these neutral items getting dropped too. Do manage to stun Stormstormer with the Spike Carapace, but it would be a bit of a dive.
Yeah, I think they're gonna siege towards mid now, the tier 2 tower. They take the outposts. Tundra looking quite ready to go, and they have Skeeter just kind of clearing the way with his night vision walking in. He scouts that there's a ward on this high ground.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This middle tower just goes down. They can't do anything about it. Pure's still in the bottom lane. Still doing his farming. He does have the Lincolns. He's got the Ags and the Dragonlance, but it feels like Tundra, this aggression here. The pop drums pop the Wraith Pact, and that's fortification.
That's
right
cooldown on
back in
Firefly
again.
though. Not ready to go in yet. They need 10 seconds, then maybe Stormer can go
Pounce
and
going in a bit deep again. They find themselves Fishmen. Get these couple clicks off, but Skeeter back off, starts hitting away here over on the racks. Cyclone's gonna get used over on 33. He's trying to stay within range here with those birds.
Has PKB on Morphling.
Save
He's
again.
coming to join.
Cinnamon gets dropped over on the ground. Toby waiting patiently. Kataomi trying to find this angle. We saw an amazing bushwhack from him earlier, but they do ping it out. They know that he's hiding in the tree line. So Tundra, walk away. See that there's that ward.
That's the value of Stark right there. You get all these D wards, and you can feel so safe. The enemy vision, you know that you're not inside it, and you can just play very, very confident on this high ground now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tower, though, will fall to 33. Playing this very, very carefully over on the side of Tundra and Entity, trying to figure out how they get out and how they get this advantage. With the immediate Spike Carapace, the jump forward from Skeeter. He wants Kataomi. He's going to be able to get the clicks down. That's a dead hoodwink for 40-something seconds.
Almost feel like they might go mid here and try for the tier 4 tower again.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking down the
Knowing their
racks super
aggression.
fast. Still have the Aegis. Pouncing pretty deep here. Shadow Dance, Pop poking away over at Pyrrha, getting some of those essence stacks. They're being very patient, though, on the side of Entity. We have not seen Toby go and do any splits just yet. Seeing them hold on to the BKBs. They're very measured.
He can't be baited out. If he uses his split early, then the team fights will be nearly impossible. He has to have that ulti ready for when the big fight erupts. And Tundra can just poke and try to disengage again with the Aghanim Slark. He jumps in, forces some form of reaction, then jumps out. So that reaction cannot be that you use your primal split, because then you're just gonna stand there with nothing to fight.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Push is coming bottom. Birds are coming. Luna staying close for the aura.
There's going to be the jump forward here from Skeeter. Gets a couple of clicks off over to Fishman. He drops the tomb. And Skeeter is pretty far in here as he does end up having to back off. Still holding on to that Aegis. A nice force out. It's going to be all right. They just keep having these little hit and runs. So clean up the creeps.
Yeah, nothing major. Force the tombstone did go down though, so maybe there's a chance on next creep wave to keep committing, but looks like they're smoking up. They're trying to go in through top. They're drawing on line. Oh, Stormer, he's the target.
They want him. They realize that if they can get the kill on him, yeah, there it is. The impale, the clicks, everything is there. They blow him up, and there is no buyback on this Bat Rider. Split does get used though. We'll throw out the Hunter's Mark from Kataomi. Saksa on the back line is going to end up falling, despite Slark trying to keep him alive here. Chase is on. 9 being held up over here in the corner here, looking for the opening. Yeah, that's a kill for Kataomi. They're doing it, but Skeeter, he's still alive, still pouncing around, sees himself Fishman, and just starts clicking away over here. They'll even go use the Eclipse, dropping the tomb again, as they don't quite manage to finish off Fishman. This just keeps healing himself, but there's a pounce from Skeeter. They'll finally take him out, and while this is happening, they'll lose the tier 4s. Whole other fight over here from 33. He has drawn their attention, but while he's drawn the attention, there are people in their base, so yes, they get the kill on 33. Now Skeeter has to leave. Again, this Aegis going to time out in about 8 seconds. Snake King trying to get out of here as fast as possible. Toby sending the Primal Companion, though, to tail him. Does manage to seem like he's going to be able to get
find
out.
him. Pure doing so much work though in that fight, turning into Slark, just going in, he kills off the OD, he reacts to bottom, waveforms in, uses the Slark jumps to chase after the Visage, manages to get the Visage too, but their base is in shambles right now, no tier 4 towers, they only have 1 melee racks, but that's the one thing they have going, it's not mega creeps yet, and Morphling is starting to look really, really powerful. He's the most farmed in the game, and with this BKB and Linken's, he's not that easy to deal with.
Impaled, hop over onto Toby. Does not have the split. Skeeter's got plenty of damage here as he starts giving off these clicks. We'll be able to find it. Soxa though will end up dying. And it did get hit. Now they've got the BKB. They turn back around, but Stormstormer dragging him into the rest of the team. Skeeter pretty far out there. Follow up with that Sanity's Eclipse from 9. Ends up getting bushwhacked and left behind. They get the kill on Skeeter. And they're waiting patiently here for this OD, who eventually will come back out. It's a triple kill now for Pure.
Pure playing absolutely fantastic, and that grab on the Slark as well. Difficult hero to lasso, but still gets it. Look at 33 now.
33?
He wants the backdoor.
He's creeping.
He has the Luna aura.
Hokori does go down. Yeah, look at the Snake King joining up here.
He's gonna be fine in the end. He's gonna back out, changes his mind. This game is not over yet.
Nope,
oh, Storm in trouble.
Oh, Stormstormer though, it could be over now. Nope, he has got buyback. But definitely was not expecting that hit from Snake King and 33.
Yeah, Pure has almost an entire butterfly right now. Even though Stormstormer died there, and I think they're gonna try and make a move with that. If Pure can finish up this butterfly, he's gonna be massive. He has, yeah, he has enough gold if he just gets 80 more. Push is coming in now. They're in position. They realize.
Your 3 birds start
On the
chipping away over here. Fishman can't do anything.
More than chipping, they're taking it.
They are taking it, yeah. Okay. Trying to take out this one bird. They drop a sentry too. Alright.
Melorak still stands just barely. No bird resummon available just yet. 20 seconds cooldown for that. But Slark, he could make his way over there. There's Glyph available still for Entity though.
Let's get a kill on Pure's Courier, so they know exactly where they are. They're smoked up over on the side of Entity. Skeeter. Hugging the tree line. We'll show 33. That Rider coming in. The bushwhack from Kataomi. Just going to try to hold 33 down. Mosquito pouncing in onto the back lines. Has the depth shroud. Going to be able to provide a little bit of that protection. He's getting the clicks off over onto Stormstormer. Doesn't manage to do the last of the Fishman now. Getting clicked away by Skeeter. Just stacking and stacking up here with these Essences. Gets the pounce off. Tries to run away. Looks like they're gonna be able to escape while this is happening. Yeah, 33. They end up having to fort. They're gonna have to TP home several of these heroes.
And they catch Soxa, right? Or they catch Soxa with a good stun?
Catch Kataomi. And now they're looking to see who else they can pick off. They're gonna make their way over to Toby. Toby's gonna get nuked down. Does have the split available. Buyback coming out now from Kataomi. The heart is on.
The throne is taking damage.
Throws out, but Throne is indeed taking damage, and they'll end up losing Soxa 9 here. Also looking like he's going to fall. It's a double kill, but look at this Throne. They have to get home. Stormstormer making sure that he sees that. But now over on the back line, Skeeter's just running away. Triple kill now for Pure. Kills off Snaking. Skeeter chasing after Fishman. Does manage to get it. Again, the Cyclone coming into play, putting 33 up into the air. Pure turning himself into his own Slark. And again, Slark, though, buying himself a little bit more time. He's going to be able to go. Pounce away. 33 is left behind Pure. They want this, though. They're chasing after him.
He bought back. If he dies, he's shit. Oh, my God. He's dead for 90.
Yeah, there is no OD available. And this throne, though, is very, very open. Still have half a racks down here.
Yeah, we know 33 is definitely going to keep an eye on if he can get an angle to go around. Right now, doesn't have resummon. This Morphling, though, we could see in the first fights, there was kind of 2 back-to-back fights there. But when Morphling first tried to turn into Slark, the Lincoln Sphere pickup on Slark blocked it. So he couldn't. But when he turns into Slark, oh wait, in the game, Skeeter?
Pounce. Forces out the BKB. Pure. Trying to chase after Skeeter now.
Yeah. He needs a way to trigger the Lincolns first.
Nyx. Seeing Kataomi and Toby. A little bit of a stun. Silence over to Skeeter, pops the Lincolns. Toby with the Cyclone. This Panda has been super valuable. But Skeeter Has a pounce charge, leaps away.
Yeah, and he got away before Morphling was able to turn in Slark. That's like half the game right now is whether or not Morphling becomes Slark, because that's when he's killing everyone. They're taking Roche. It's fast. I don't think they realize Entity. Not gonna go over there.
Nope, it's going down too fast. They're not going to make it in time. They do come over, but Aegis is already there. They picked up the cheers. They picked up the refresher shard. Either just pouncing out. An Entity realizing, okay, we're just going to back off. There's no need to take this fight right here, right now. I have to say, this Mindbreaker doing some work in these fights on Kataomi.
Yeah, it's very useful for him, having that silence on the Acorn shot. It's really nice little trick. We have an Aeon Disc completed now, of course not assembled, but completed over on the side of Saksa.
Radiant are
Skeeter going in mid.
Skeeter, they use the Eclipse. They'll be able to blow up Kataomi instantly. No buyback on the Hoodwink, but now Pure is gonna have to waveform out. Turning their attention over to the Wraith Pack. They'll cut it down. The Pounce, though, onto the back lines. They want Snaking. Waveforming away, though. Saksa getting into position. Aeon Disc will end up rocking as they get the lasso, the drag back. Oh, man. Skeeter, he's sitting so very low. That is going to be the Aegis. They get Stormstormer. And now Pure, he comes back up, but they have the damage. They blow him up using the Luna ulti. Sky back now from Stormstormer. They don't have buyback on Pure. They're chasing after Toby's. One little creep here, Fishman now trying to give a little bit of a distraction. Stormstormer sees 33, the nuke over onto Toby, the pounce off to Skeeter, just clicking away at him, and he is absolutely dominating. The GG gets called. Entity, they will end up losing this series 2-0 to Tundra.
GG. In the end, Tundra was simply too strong, even with them being a bit impatient and giving a big chance for Entity to turn this around when they died with several heroes in their base there trying to go for the early throne. Tundra was still strong enough to turn this game back into their advantage, even throwing a little bit there at first. But nice effort there by Pure in the end. We could see him on his Morphling really trying his hardest to bring this game back to a win, but Tundra just had too many things going for them. Skeeter only dying a single time in this game. His Slark was very, very difficult for them to deal with, as they didn't have proper disables to counter a Slark, really.
Yeah, it felt like even though they were having some difficulties trying to close out this game, God, that was such a good bushwhack. That was so good.
They were so cocky staying there. They just wanted to end the game fast. That was a bit of a freebie that they handed over there, but even so.
But yeah, it felt like the entire time, even when they would like lose people, Tundra immediately just pick themselves back up again, start running back in. I have to say, Pure did a great job of, you know, finding this farm and just trying to stay in this game, but it just started to get out of hand. And despite their best efforts, Tundra just playing very, very well, and Skeeter was just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Skeeter had a very free game, and overall, especially being protected by 9 as well. 9 did get targeted, rightfully so, as he had the Aghanims Aetherlands build going on OD. He had to be targeted and prioritized, but that just led to Skeeter having more free of a game. And this Luna Visage had really great impact. We could see, despite 33 being completely shut down in lane, he found his way back into the game, and a lot of that is because of the damage he had on those birds. So yeah, the combo worked out really well.
I do also love the point that you brought up earlier, having the extra night vision coming out from Luna on the birds, plus Slark's night vision.
It doesn't give vision, it's only the damage. The vision does not work for them. Yeah, but they do get the damage, and that's more than a DD on level 1, and that already is so impactful. It's like you had level 2 birds when you're level 6.
Bouncing back and forth, but yeah, at the end of the day, unfortunately for Entity, they're not going to be able to take down Tundra. Tundra just are looking to be in really fine form here for this TI, and I think a lot of other teams are going to have to start taking notice, because they're looking like a team to beat, Waga.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, Tundra are really in top shape right now, and they can play so many different things. They have their own style. Every single player is shining. They dominate lanes a lot. They have great understanding of how to draft. There are very few weak points in this right now. When they deliver, Tundra are seriously a very fearsome team, and they handle Entity here 2-0 in this matchup as well. So yeah, great performance again here. Skeeter having only 1 death throughout the 2 games. He almost kept it clean to a 0 death series.
So what does this mean now for Entity?
For Entity, that means that they have now 12 losses, I believe. Yeah, Entity have 12 losses, and I haven't looked over since we've been casting. I'm gonna have to update myself on how Talon are doing and how TSM are doing, because that's the important thing. TSM versus Fnatic, the outcome of that is very important for the situation. If TSM lose 2 games, they have 13 losses. So if they get 2-0'd by Fnatic, they're going to be at the very bottom. And then you have Talon, of course, playing against Secret. And that matchup is important because if Talon win, then they only have 10 losses and Entity are eliminated, I think. I'm not gonna say it definitively unless I can double check all the things. But yeah, there's a bit of tiebreaker situations that are possible, and we'll have to see exactly what the results are in the other matches.
Yeah, we will indeed. So Skeeter with that MVP here, playing an absolutely dominating Slark. Definitely one of those heroes that he's well known for playing. And with an 85.2% kill participation, my god, this guy was super active. And that is the name of the game, I feel, for the side of Tundra, is just super aggressive, super active, and never let your foot up off that gas.
I like that, though. I like that that's what's dominating this TI. Can we be grateful a little bit about... Sure, there are things in the meta that I don't really like, but what a wonderful TI when the ones who are really dominating and really crushing are playing a very exciting style, honestly. They're playing overall high-tempo things. Either it's a very fast push, but it's not all push meta. It's also hyper-aggressive. That can also work, but you also have the ones... like this game, where they still go for that Midas on mid lane, but it's still aggression built into it by having Slark take part of so many kills. So this meta of Dota, I honestly really enjoy watching. It's very fun.
I think it's a lot of fun, too, to see all this aggression. It definitely beats the farm fest that we've seen on other patches. So a great time for TI, for sure. And speaking of, TI, we do actually have some tiebreakers here for TI. And I think we have a little graphic. Yeah, so we do have a couple games coming up here on the schedule. The first one is going to be Sonics versus Boom. And then it'll be, I believe, the winner of that. And then... I'm not...
Yeah, it's a 3-way tie. So
Yeah.
Sonics plays Boom, and it's a round robin. So the winner of that is then going to play Bet Boom. And if he wins that too, whoever wins, then they are 2-0 in the round robin. And since it's, a 3-way tie fighting for 1 slot, that means that team would advance. So if I understand it correctly, yeah, that is exactly how it is. So then we wouldn't have a third game. So winner plays Bet Boom, and the outcome of that could decide if there's going to be a third game or not. And if everybody beats everybody, then I guess they just re-go again, I think. And I think it keeps going until it's resolved.
What a TI, my goodness. Yeah, so you want to be sticking here on the stream. That is going to be right here where the tiebreakers are going to be played. But we are going to take a short break. So I know a lot of people are hyped about these tiebreakers. I'm sure we're going to have some more people piling on over to the stream. So make sure that you park it here. And when we come back, we should get started with our tiebreakers.
With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
And we're back with even more Dota 2. Waga, we have a three-way tie here at the group stages. And why don't you tell us what that means for our audience?
Yeah, so we have a three-way tie, and we're going to be starting out here with Sonics versus Boom Esports. They're playing against each other. This is a round-robin situation because three teams are tied for the same spot. There's two teams going home, one team staying in and getting through to the lower bracket. And between these three teams, they're now going to resolve it in a best-of-one round-robin. So Sonics versus Boom Esports, they start out. The winner of this will then play against BetBoom. And if we have a winner, a repeat winner there, then it's resolved because it's just one slot that are fighting for, and we wouldn't need to play a third game. But we're going to start out here with Sonics versus Boom Esports. Boom Esports, of course, they won against EG in order to set this three-way tie up. So EG blessing us with more Dota here. And I'm excited to see Sonics and Boom, how it's going to go between them. Because both these teams, I mean, they're at the bottom. They've been struggling a lot. It's been rough, to say the least.
And again, this is a Southeast Asian TI. Boom, they want to be here. They want to hear that crowd screaming their names, having that home field sort of, hype and excitement. But at the same time, it's a really long flight back to NA, right? So Sonics, they want to stay here too. Everybody wants this Aegis. Everybody wants the chance to fight. They want to give it their all. Sonics, of course, too, formerly known as Quincy Crew. It's taken a long time for them to get to the point of having a sponsor. So this is also super important to them to show that they're worthy of having the sponsor, that they can bring home, this Aegis if possible, just, eking it out. So can see here, we've got a little bit of the head-to-head team comparison. We've got 56.13 kill participation. Boom. They like to play really, really aggressive. So that's 60 average net worth, fairly close, and average building damage. That's interesting that it's exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there are the same amount of structures always on the map. So if you, I suppose there's always the same potential building damage, but unless you're playing as some Treant or something. But yeah, the teams have both not been allowed to hit buildings too much though, because they have been on the back foot in a lot of their series and they have been struggling quite a bit. But yeah, like you said, this is a very big match, especially for Boom Esports, who have the chance to show themselves here in the CTI. We have like Yopash, big, hero of the C region to a degree. His mid laning was admired by mid laners throughout the world a lot, and they have a lot of other super strong players in the team as well. I was watching FBC and really impressed by, for instance, his Mars is something that he delivers super well on, and there are many things that you can highlight from them. But like you said, Sonics, they are here at TI with a sponsor. They used to be Quincy Crew for a long time, and I think they must have had offers for quite a while, but they finally got themselves a sponsor, and now you, in a way, don't want to let the sponsor down, but I think more so, they just want to stay in TI and be able to compete here for themselves.
Now, my question for you is, we're going into a best of one. This is a do or die situation. What is the best plan? Do you go completely all meta? Do you go with comfort heroes? What do you do here? Because, you can't afford to have any shreds of doubt. You got to go into this match thinking, I'm the one who's going to leave the victor.
I think you gotta go dirty. You gotta go with some cheesy stuff. You gotta sweep the leg. You gotta go for the Huskar last pick. You gotta go with something unexpected. There are a lot of quite cheesy heroes that are common now in the meta itself. So I mean, the Broodmother, the Visage, these type of heroes used to be seen as cheese. Right now, it's very staple. But yeah, I hope that they pull some wild approach and try to secure themselves one victory right here. Because if you get the first win, then you also get the chance to decide it right then and there by going on and playing the next team.
Oh, baby, we're going to have someone slip through, though, because we've got a Clock ban, we've got an Enigma ban, it's SF. So next question is it going to be the Marcy? Is it going to be the Primal Beast? Is it going to be the Undying? Or the Visage?
Yeah, so there are so many that they're
through?
like, just let everything through. I mean, they ban out the
Just all
SF and
pick?
the Enigma. Yeah, a true all pick here. Pick whatever you want, boys.
Can you imagine if that's how we decided tiebreakers, is with an all-pick match?
I think it should be with a 1v1 mid, but that's just because I think the 1v1 match is always hype, but
Mid-player.
of course. Just send in the representation. Would be pretty cool to just see Yopash and Quinn duke it out in a 1v1, actually. I would enjoy that.
After seeing Quinn constantly getting run at by every single other team, I'm sure Quinn would probably like to have a 1v1 at this point too.
You would probably like not to get ganked by multiple different heroes. I mean, mid lane is currently in a spot where rotations come in. Minute 6 especially, you always see, you know, every single support basically will be there for the top and bottom runes without fail almost in every game that we watch. But they're going to ban out the Primal Beast, finally. Boom Esports do not want to play against it. That leaves through the Marcy, and Sonics are going to snap it up.
All right, well, this is going to give them a solid laning stage, generally speaking. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see Boom pick up the Lich. That seems to be the fastest pickup immediately after we see the Marcy because of that Frost Shield. But they might opt to pick it up just a little bit later here because I don't think it's of any danger of being banned out with all the other heroes that have been left here in the pool. Could also see the Nyx Assassin. I feel like Nyx has been very, very popular. They're going to go with the Undying. Again, that's a hero that, again, should provide you with a very solid laning stage, is very good at bullying, throwing down those decay stacks. So does not surprise me, but I'm curious to see what they're going to go for their second pick. If they value that Marcy, if they're worried about it, or if they say, nah, we can just pick up something else that we think is very high value.
I would like to see the Pango come out. So I think Pango is a good solution as well to Marcy. You could go Lich as well. Lich, Undying, I mean, both are very lane-winning type support heroes, and I think winning lanes is very, very strong in the current patch. But they're going to go with Disruptor. Another pretty good bully hero in laning stage with those Thunderstrike spams.
Do you just go for the Nyx Assassin right here, right now?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, well, because the Marcy, I guess, unless you want to shift the Marcy around a little bit, but...
I'd probably still consider taking an off-lane hero first here. Yeah, they're going to go for Broodmother. Okay. So that makes a lot of sense. There is Disruptor, which can be annoying for the Broodmother getting glimpsed back in some bad situation. But Brood also enjoys going for an early Pipe after that Wraith Pact. So Pipe can mitigate a lot of the damage coming out from Disruptor.
Boom Esports turn to ban.
And
Pango gets banned.
Rightfully ban out the Pango when you play Marcy. It's just so difficult for Marcy to do what she usually wants to do in the mid and late game into a Pangolier, so makes a lot of sense here. Boom. Seeing now the Broodmother and the Marcy, you pretty much, you know, suspect that this is going to be a lane that will be laning together. Like, this is the off lane, the pos 4, pos 3, whereas Boom are not revealing a full lane. I like that approach a little bit more. I like having... like, if you're going to pick a support and an offlaner, I would prefer to not show the likely offlane support. Because you now basically know exactly what you're going to go up against if you're on the side of Sonics here.
Alright, well, we're reaching this next ban for the side of Sonics. Be curious to see if they're going to start focusing up on these offlaners or if they're going to start focusing on just core heroes that they don't want to see. And there's a lot of those, right? We've been seeing a ton of Morphling and Naga specifically. In fact, that's exactly where they go. They say, we do not want to see the Naga Siren, so...
Yeah, Naga is a great solution to Broodmother. So strong against her. Lock her down with the End Snare and the illusions shred through her, and her baby's pretty fast. So a good hero also would combo extremely well with Disruptor, because once you get the Aghanims, if you get it on Disruptor, then you can just use the Song of the Siren as a setup, and they never really wake up again. They just find themselves in Static Storm, and that's where they die.
Alright, so Naga removed. Now, what's going to be the ban from the side of Boom? We still are looking potentially for that position. Oh, okay, so they're going to ban Quinn. They respect him too much to allow that Leshrac through, and also just gives it so much push. And we talked about this, you know, it wouldn't be the worst thing to see a little bit of cheese in a best of one, because at the end of the day, you just want to win. And a good way to do that is to just have lots of summons, lots of tower push, and just run them over, come online before they can even get their footing.
Yeah, I like the Leshrac ban. I think it could have been a good hero for them here. I would still keep my eye open for something like, you know, potential lone druids coming out, or just cheesy heroes that take the game by storm and don't really let you get time to get online. So Boom Esports have to be careful since they're already Broodmother. You could easily see Sonics adding up some Death Prophet, maybe a Lone Druid or something down this route. Even a Furion carry can be played, you know, like fast tempo heroes, I believe to be very, very dangerous here.
Oh man, I don't think it's going to happen, but I would not have minded seeing a Nature's Prophet picked up for Sonics. You talk about this high tempo, and I know that they have plenty of players over there that could make it look really, really good, but...
Yeah, that's for sure. Also should be mentioned that the 2 games that EG just won, or that Boom just won against EG, they were playing to themselves, and they were also relying on Enigma, and they're not going to be able to grab any of those heroes here, as Sonic stole the Marcy and banned the Enigma.
Okay, so they're going to have a little bit more repositioning over on the side of Boom. You'll have the X marks the spot from the Kunkka, and you'll have Glimpse from Disruptor. So it's going to be very important that Sonics plays this carefully, and they're totally aware of their positioning because they do not want to get latched by either of these heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, certainly. And Kunkka is a good hero to solve Broodmother to a great degree. Now you have both the Glimpse and the X-Mark, so free movement is a thing of the past. You're gonna go where Boom wants you to go, and Tidebringer bringing down the spiders very easily is gonna be fantastic against the push. So adding a bit of protection, also a tanky hero in general, Kunkka is certainly fitting the bill for the current meta heroes. Now, thinking what Sonics want to reveal next year, what they're gonna go with. I think Kunkka is very, very likely to be their mid hero here, so they kind of know the matchup. Could go with something that does well in general against melee heroes. I mean, Jopash Kunkka is very, very respectable as well. He knows his ways around this hero.
We talk about, you know, do you go for the comfort, do you go for the meta? In this case, we're going for the comfort and extremely talented with. So I'd be interested to see if they're going to pick up Quinn's hero, what he feels like playing, or if they're going to hold on to it a little bit longer. Because Quinn does like... Okay, we see the Death Prophet picked up. But again, could be flexed a little bit. We've seen that in the past, but...
It's probably Quinn.
Solid.
Very, very likely. And this is exactly what I was concerned about for Boom Esports. That Broodmother plus DP, we could see fast-paced, cheesy stuff here. And Sonics, that looks like what they want to do. She does do pretty well against Kunkka. She has a lot of sustain as well. And a natural hero to buy Yule Scepter on, which can be nice against the possible X-Mark combos.
Yes, the poor man's BKB, as we used to call it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or the greedy man's BKB. I don't want to buy BKB, I'll buy something else instead. Buy some Manta Style, like Yule Scepter.
That's true.
You know.
Didn't think of it that way. I guess because I'm a support, I'm just always like, oh, I'll get this. This is good. It'll protect me and help others. Go for a Hoodwink pink up, though.
Oh, so. I think Boom are going to go for Mars, seeing that. Because now they rely on sitting in the trees quite badly, with both Broodmother and Hoodwink being such tree-hugging heroes. And they do have FBC on Mars. So for them, it looks like they probably want to run out the draft with like a Mars and a Bristleback or something. And just be able to deal with the run at you type draft. They did pick Bristleback before as well, so those two heroes could work well here. Over on Sonics.
Oh baby, you called it. We got a
yeah.
Bristleback game.
Yeah. I mean, we're calling a lot of these heroes here. We got them figured out. Nah, but the Bristleback makes a lot of sense. They played it before, and it's also a hero that fits very well against the Broodmother. It deals with the hero rather well. It's also not necessarily a slow hero to come online, and I think this is important. If you're seeing Broodmother DP draft, it's going to be high-paced, it's going to be high-tempo, and now Boom Esports can fight on almost no cooldowns at all. They have like Tombstone and Static Storm, both is very low cooldown, and Bristol has no cooldowns at all. So they're looking fight ready.
So then what is the final puzzle piece over here for Sonics? What is going to help, you know, enable this draft, give them that tempo, and just allow them to go non-stop?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they could add something hyper-aggressive, but I could also see them taking some hero that secures them the late game as well in a degree. Earlier we saw the Morphling banned out by Boom Esports. Could see perhaps something like a Terrorblade. Doesn't do too bad against Bristleback since he has high armor against the Quill Sprays. And Kunkka's Tidebringer also doesn't hurt that badly, so I am imagining that they could be playing a type of hard carry into this, and TB would also allow them to still group up and take mega pushes with Exorcism and Meta. But Drow would also function in similar ways, for sure. That's another, you know, pushing carry that does scale into late game, and that's what I think they're looking for. So good ban out there by Boom.
Seconds remaining.
Taking their time here on this final ban, trying to decide what they don't want to see, how it's going to counter them. And they take out the Beastmaster. This is a hero that I feel like he's always popular. I think Kips has a flowchart that says when is a good time to pick Beastmaster, and pretty much no matter where you go on this flowchart, it's always a good time to pick Beastmaster.
I mean, Beastmaster is a very comfy hero to play with. You get some nice vision, you get good pickoff potential, you have fantastic push. He builds a lot of auras for your team. You can get the dragon to split push with. Yeah, he's a neat hero to play in a lot of drafts.
Okay, what's the UR hero? What is the final pickup?
Yeah, thinking what it's going to be, but could still see them like just committing hard to the push. I think even adding a Lone Druid wouldn't be out of the question still, but maybe they'll go with a more right-click hero.
Okay, it's your girl.
It's my girl. It's TA gets picked up. All right, I'm excited. There's a lot of heroes that TA does shred here, so I haven't been even wishing for TA. You can testify to this on almost any of our casts because I don't want to jinx it, but finally we get another TA game. We only had one so far. I'm only a little bit salty. But TA does fantastic against Bristle and Kunkka because she has so much minus armor and high damage. So these melee heroes with potentially not the highest armor values can struggle against her.
I fully expect you to be criticizing this TA the entire time and telling us what should be happening since you have been so excited for this TA. But no, it's like you said, it's a good pickup. You know, Meld Strike is very, very strong. Negative armor, always nice. And they do have plenty of lockdown coming out from the side of Sonics to be able to really enable this TA, obviously with the Bushwhack. You've got the Silence, you've got Dispose. And the rebound, just, yeah, it seems like it fits the pace and the tempo very nicely. So now over on the side of Boom, looks like they're going to end up picking the Brewmaster.
Okay, so yeah, Brewmaster, a hero that we've seen a bit as well played. Certainly a useful hero in the sense of just lifting up and removing certain heroes from the fight. Great against Death Prophet. Also good to try and get in there and find the Broodmother in the fight if you send in your Windwalked Storm Spirit. So yeah, this is another hero that FBC is very happy to play, and I think their draft looks pretty clean. Both teams kind of got what they wanted here, and Boom look ready to deal with the hyper aggression in push that I expect coming out from Sonics.
All right, so whose draft are we deciding, you know, is going to be able to take it? Because again, this is backs against the walls. You're playing to not get eliminated. You want to be playing to win. What are we thinking?
5 seconds.
I'm gonna go with my girl. I believe in Yawar on TA here, and Quinn. I'm hoping that the NA boys are gonna be able to stay in this. We'll see for this game, but I like their draft overall. I think the Broodmother is tough to deal with, even with the right tools in your team. She can put such an oppressive presence on the map, just invading your own safe jungle. So Boom will have to play very well to take this game, I think.
All right, well, I'm sure they're going to have a lot of just fire built up underneath them. I know the SDA crowd, they are always so hyped up to play Dota. They definitely want to be in that arena. They want to hear everybody cheering for them. So, you know, maybe it's going to be enough, because also you never know on the side of Sonics too. Perhaps they'll have some nerves. Perhaps they might be a little nervous. So now's the time to, you know, get that pep talk from your captain, from your coach, and get ready to rock here, because nobody wants to go home.
Yeah, I think you're probably more than a little bit nervous. This this is completely nerve-wracking series that they have a 3-way tie between them. And there's only one slot, so this is so tense. First game decides a lot. Probably even more nervous for BetBoom to just sit on the sideline here and watch. But they do get a bit of an advantage. Speaking of the third team here in the 3-way tie that we have, they first get to see how these two are going to play against each other, and then they play the victor. Granted, they have to win that one game immediately, or there's no chance for them to go through. Then they already lost. Whereas if you lose here, it's still possible that they repeat the tie, and I think I'm gonna double check that. You know, we would have to clean up the tie as well. I don't think it goes on any timer. I'm looking up the rules right now. You can tell us where we're at.
Oh yeah, yep. They don't end up smoking to get out to this river. Again, this is a bit strange. We have been seeing more and more teams using that to get the advantage, get out there a little bit faster, and place wards without them getting dewarded. But not valued for either of these teams right now, apparently. But they will get the wards up, hide over in the tree line.
30 seconds to battle.
And see how serious everybody looks on these player cams. It's do or die. I'm sure somewhere Slacks is watching this, and he's very excited. He loves elimination matches.
Yeah, it seems, from what I'm understanding, that the rules seem to say that for elimination, we will continue until it's resolved. I don't think there's any like time rules or anything like that. Nothing silly. So there's no extra incentive for going push strat or anything like that.
Yeah, that used to be one of the old rules, right?
Yeah, that was terrible. Yeah, God. Yeah. But no, I believe that we're actually just, you know, if there's a 3-way tie again, then they have to just keep going. But it's best of 1 here, so it's not a full best of 2 series that we're seeing, or best of 3 series.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
One having a very nice block here in this mid lane. It's gonna meet fairly close though. So which lane are you thinking needs to be watched the closest?
I would keep an eye on your Pasha and see if he can get an edge over the DP mid. It's not necessarily an easy matchup, but I also know that he can work wonders on his Kunkka. So we'll see how that mid matchup can go. Meanwhile, though, the side lanes are also very high contested. Top are fighting already.
Yeah, FBZ sitting a little bit low here from the amount of harass. And this is what I would expect to see from a Marcy Templar Assassin lane, right? Because you've got that rebound picked up, and then of course UR has that point in Meld. And Meld feels like it lasts a decent amount of time. But the harass here in the bottom lane, we're seeing that MSS is forced back, and it's just a slugfest. And each of these lanes is people are going to have to just regen and continue to just get the CS. Oh, that's a nice little cancel there over on MSS. But
yeah, there's certainly going to be a lot of battling, and Tim's with his Disruptor is going to be happy to lay in the harass over on the Broodmother. But meanwhile, same thing, we can see it from MSS. Top lane, double melee lane against TA means that you might need to get creative with pulls, because she should be doing fairly well here. Meld Strike is certainly a great tool to have against the Brewmaster here, as well as them dying.
Yeah, both of these lanes are just insane when you consider the fact you've got so much harass coming out in the bottom lane with Jackie and Tims, and then the top lane, you know, again, you've got UR and Fata, you've got a TA, you've got a Marcy. Like, these are not easy lanes to play.
No, certainly not. And, I mean, mid, so far, neck and neck even as well. 10-1 versus 10-1. The CSing is very close as well. So, competitive all across the board here. Quinn with a slight advantage. They still have some creeps to kill here, but the CS is identical.
Water runes are up, so we'll see mid laners go snap them up for themselves. You have the bottle over on Quinn, and of course over on Yopaj. Gonna just throw out a little bit of harass, use up some of that mana, and then grab up the water rune.
Yeah, he's gonna heal up fine. Not taking too much damage. Both teams getting off some pulls as well, so small camps are not blocked for either team. So either of them can rely on that to try and get the lanes back a little bit. Yeah, War's HP is so low. He's trying to get himself some regen, but his courier is just going base right now. And Fada, well, he has a salve ready. You can't really salve him.
Yeah,
he's gonna take immediate damage.
Not really value here, so. We'll see though, does have the refraction, which is very useful. We do get the rebound over onto FBZ. Get the dispose. Yeah, they need a little bit more damage. You are though, he's ticking down. Doesn't seem like he wants to do it. And again, the meld looks very good, but when you're already sitting this low, you just have to be too careful that you're not going to overextend. Don't want to lose this lane.
Yeah, he's healing up again on FBC, just tangoing up. And they are ready, by the way. Boom are ready. If they get a single kill, they get urn charges. Because he rushed that urn on Brewmaster very fast. So if you die a single time on this lane, then the lane becomes nearly unplayable. Because then the urn charge is going to make refraction useless. And the damage output will be very high.
4-minute water runes have spawned. Should be an even split. No supports coming to contest those just yet. Get a little bit of a bushwhack in the bottom lane over onto Jackie, but they have to respect the fact that this is a bristleback. This is not an easy kill.
Soon, Bristleback has Vanguard, and then he can be left alone here, though. And Tims potentially could make a move towards top the moment the Vanguard is completed.
Dying. Quinn just continuing to use... Oh, they fortify here.
Yeah, fortifying, no damage taken from Tide.
Spirit Siphons are doing a lot of work over here in Yopaj. Does have a couple of those bottle charges, though, and a Fairy Fire in case they overextend, but the MSS wandering through the river. Possibly trying to go and get a stack.
Yeah, he's trying to prepare. He's not going to be in time to get the Ancient stack as well, though, and he has a TA in his team, so it would have been nice for him if he was there just slightly earlier. Meanwhile, though, Fada also stacking up jungle, so both the supports of Sonics preparing a little bit.
Fada making his way over, realizing Yopaj is sitting quite low. Does have a salve, though. He's gonna regen back up.
Oh, Glimpse coming back.
Yeah, the glimpse back over on MSS. This is not looking. He's gonna try to teleport away to the tower. Oh, look
that's
at
not that far away, though.
Oh no!
Oh, that was a slow TP too. His Broodmother already TP'd, I think.
Oh boy, that feels so bad. You saw Jackie just like, what? Really? Okay, I'll just walk over here and wait for you. Now he's got to go, and he's got to make the walk of shame back.
Oh, he just took like 2 steps over, stood there and waited for a TP to finish. That felt so bad for MSS. Now
Sometimes
the
these
power
things
runes are
happen.
spawning. Radiant contesting with 2 supports.
Yeah, Fata coming to his top lane. He's gonna meet up with Skem. It's gonna be towards the bottom though, and it's gonna be a haste picked up by Yopaj.
That's a good rune
No
too. He has the
rune.
bolt ready, so if he sees a chance to TP to the other lanes, he will definitely take it. He pings top. He's thinking about top. He wants to go TA.
Yeah, there's gonna be the Mel Strike it over onto FBZ, but here comes Yopaj. ZX off here. You are. He is not looking like he's gonna survive this, and no, he won't. A nice gank play here from Yopaj, and thanks to this haste rune, he's just gonna run right back over to the mid lane. However, there are multiple people here as Fata is waiting nearby. They drop the ward, and MSS hiding in the tree line. They ping out, they see Yopaj. Exorcism's gonna get used. MSS waiting patiently. Looking for the bushwhack. No, it's gonna be the rebound. And there's gonna be some teleports coming out now from the side of Boom. They want to punish them for this bit of a dive. Here's Quinn now. He's gonna turn back around. X marks the spot into the boat. Quinn popping the fairy fire. It's a lot of damage though, and it's just too much. We'll end up overwhelming
Glimpse
him.
is there.
As now MSS trying to run away. The glimpse right back over into the arms of Yopaj, into the arms of Scab. He's got the acorn shot, so Tims is gonna have to be the one who delivers the killing blow.
Yeah, he just whacked him with his hammer. Get the melee hit from Disruptor. Right in the face. But yeah, that's a very good reaction to the siege coming out from Sonics. And Sonics, not much going right for them right now as they lose the first Exorcism without really bringing down a single tower. Did some damage to it, but the reaction was very good by Boom overall. The positioning and the patience by Disruptor as well.
That kinetic field over onto Leslau. He's just going to use that insatiable hunger to just go and get some of this HP back, but does have to be careful again. Not a lot of mana left on Jackie, but still have to be careful.
Yeah, they're farming up some jungle stacks now on the side of Sonics. They are kind of taking the back foot. They're stacking up the Ancients, preparing a little bit, but overall, Boom are in control of every single lane right now. Mid lane is going completely fine for them. Brewmaster's free farming top, and the Bristleback is uncontested on the bottom lane. Since he has that Vanguard, Sonics don't really have a hero that can rotate there and bring him down quickly.
A little bit of an invasion now coming out from FBZ and Skem. Looks like they've got some wards on Undying. We'll run into Fata. Got that charge on the Marcy, so you are going to back off a little bit. Still wants to farm these camps, and he's going to get himself a pig pole for his troubles. They have to realize that there's going to be some vision placed down, so Fata's going to go make his way back to this top tower, suck some experience, and feels like they want to make something happen here in the bottom lane, but again, it's very hard considering that you've got that Vanguard completed on the Bristle.
Exo is up in 10 seconds, so they're waiting for Quinn to get ready here, and he even gets the Fair Trinket passed over. Very nice drop for him. And in 5 seconds, they're going to try and take this tower. Don't think they're going to wait too much longer. Just going to siege in here.
Nice bushwhack off over onto Jackie. There's going to be the TPs coming through. Tim's was waiting off to the side. TP from Yopaj. X marks the spot, dragging Quinn back underneath the tower. He needs some help. He's got to move and he's got to get out of here quickly, but they have that glimpse. We'll bring him right back. That's the second Exo that he has used that hasn't had the maximum effect of what they wanted it to do. It's a disaster for them in the top lane too. They're putting the pressure over into Fata. Will force out the TP, but they'll cancel it out using that tornado. This is looking like a dead Marcy.
Yeah, completely fine to use that ulti as well, because now he can use his pandas to push. They hit a little bit harder, a lot harder than his hero would, so he can just hit into that tier 1 tower as well, and suddenly he's the one threatening the first tier 1 tower of the game. But they do bring up Quinn top now. Mind you, does not have Exo anymore.
Middle lane, pressure onto UR, lands a Melt Strike over onto Yopaj. The supports are in position already. Gonna try to bring, oh, the glimpse back over onto UR. MSS, he was trying. Turn around, can they get the kill over onto Tim's? Oh, mischance though, oh no! Disaster! Tim's is gonna be able to walk away, and that TA, she used so much, she committed so hard, and she couldn't even take down the Disruptor.
It's like an unwritten rule though. Anytime you meld strike uphill, you're gonna miss. A meld hit uphill, it has like a 100% chance to miss. It's hard coded into the game, I swear. I want to see the code from Valve every single time it's a miss. So doesn't get a consolation kill even, and 7-0 right now. Terrible start for the side of Sonics. And on the back of this, Boom are even prepping a little bit. There we see the miss right there. It's barely on the high ground. Boom are even prepping some stacks for themselves in the jungle. Undying with a triple stack now.
Smile.
Just,
yeah, I don't know. This is feeling real scary now for Sonics because it feels like they're starting to snowball on the side of Boom. And I feel like, you know, Leslie, he's trying his best down here, but he's up against a Bristleback. Like, what is he supposed to do against this hero? He's just going to chew through all the spiders every time he sends them anywhere near him using the quills.
Honestly, it's a fantastic counter to Brood. It's so difficult to deal with for Broodmother. Mid lane now, they're trying to get Fata.
Yeah, they see Fata, they have the glimpse back into the kinetic field. Yopaj is gonna join in, and they're gonna wait patiently. He wants a final hit, but it's still gonna be Skem who gets it.
Yeah, they're even killing a lot of stuff here without expending many resources. They didn't use the Undying ulti, the Disruptor, or the Kunkka ulti. All of them had it ready, but not gonna need to use it. Actually, you know, Undying just got his level 6, but they're holding, you know, efficiency in mind while killing off the support there. 8-0 now, 3,000 gold lead. Fantastic start for Boom. They want to represent. They want to represent the Seed Dota here at TI.
Yeah, I think we're hitting Gaben's mustache shellacking at this point with no kills on the board here for Sonics. They're struggling so hard. Lasal, though, does find Tim, so perhaps they can get themselves this kill, and yeah, they'll be able to find it, but in comes Jackie. Gonna be able to turn right back around with Yopaj joining in. Gonna go pull back on Leslau with the boat, with the torrent. Needs a little bit more, and they just don't seem to have it just yet. Jackie, though, running back over here to the lane. As they've got a smoke over here on the side of Sonics. Fata not going to be able to quite grab. Okay, there it is. There's a nice bushwhack holding him into place. The teleports are coming out. The rebound. And the big meld strike here. They've got the exorcism. They want Yopaj. Skem, though, has teleported in. And they're just having so much difficulty holding them down. FBZ joining and Quinn doesn't want to die again. He's already used this Exo several times and hasn't been able to do what he wants. And they're just battering him completely. Dead again now, and MSS, oh, glimpse back over here. He's gonna try to just see if maybe these creeps will help him out, but they will not. Boom is looking absolutely dominating.
I also like what they're doing over on the side of Bristleback. He saw that fight going down, but he has his priorities. He stays here on the lane, keeps pressuring back, and he's going to be bullying the Broodmother completely here, killing all the spider babies. And he's going to be able to start threatening the tower soon. And his item build's on point too. You go Vanguard straight into Aghanims. Don't delay it with something like a Hood. Just pick one item and go straight Aghanims afterwards.
Rebound onto FBZ. There's a nice torrent, but they'll still end up losing the Brewmaster, and that is a kill split between several of them, but still sorely needed. Either way, Sonic's only 2 kills
doubling
on the board.
their
They
kills.
would like Pash too, but they're going to turn their attention to the mid lane. Fortification is going to come out. You can see here MSS trying to find a good angle, as Leslau also going to join in. And then try to throw out Jackie is here, though. The focus over onto Quinn. They just keep focusing this poor man with the storm. Couple more hits, and that's just a dead Death Prophet. Do finally get the tower, though, so that is a small shred of hope for the side of Sonics, but it just feels like Quinn, they're targeting him so hard.
Yeah, I like it. They're doing exactly what, you know, their draft intended. No free movement. He could not leave the glimpse back, the X mark, the kinetic field. Just hold him in place forever, and finally it goes down. But Quinn is having a horrible game here. What is his net worth? He's 4.9k. It's at 14 minutes. Quinn, usually a very outstanding mid player who can get really farmed, but this game he is not finding a way into it. He's almost getting doubled up by the Bristleback right now, and Kunkka also at 7.2.
I do like the way that Leslau played this, though. They took the middle tower, and then knowing that Jackie wasn't down here for this time, took advantage of that and used the little spider army to finish off the tier 1. So, again, small victories for the side of Sonics. It's still feeling really difficult for them, but they do smoke up. They're gonna have the unleash on Fata. And they're seeing if they can grab. And again, Jackie's a tall order. It's going to be difficult. MSS leading the charge. There's a lot of TPs coming out, though. They're sitting on the high ground. Bushwhack, again, the exorcism. Can they finally blow up Jackie? Yes, they can, but they get the split off from FBC. Skem joining into the party. Tim's also in position. As to see all these zombies, all these spiders. A nice static storm, though, again on Quinn. But this time, Quinn, he's got himself the Yule Scepter. But the boat coming in hot. It's going to be able to go land. It lands on Quinn. The X-Sword dragged back. Fata now looking like he's going to die. MSS, they use the charge on him. He's got the piggy pole. Tries to run away. He's trying to get to some safety over here using the scurry. They're looking for him. They pop the trap. They can't quite see him in time. So he is going to be able to make it out.
Wow. Yeah, the fight started out pretty well there because they saw the front of Jack Boys as he showed himself going down the ramp. So they didn't have to worry about the Bristleback. They also have the Hoodwink ulti against it anyway. But as he walked down the high ground, it started out as a good fight, but they cannot run away. We see it time and time again. They just cannot leave when Boom are around. Maybe now it's Sonic's chasing, though. They're chasing FBZ.
They do see FBZ. They like to grab him. They have to dispose. Got Cinder Brew. Quinn wants this revenge. He would like another kill. Good bushwhack here from Hoodwink. And it's going to go over to MSS.
Gets himself another kill. Meanwhile, Yawar is off in the jungle somewhere, farming on the other side of the map, just trying to build up. But importantly, we're 200 gold away now for the Aghanims on Bristleback, and once he has that, he evolves as a hero. He becomes a monster. He's gonna flash farm very fast, and he'll be very difficult to teamfight into.
Yeah, that viscous nasal goo with the Aghanim Scepter, definitely very, very threatening to have on the map. Going to put a lot more pressure down.
Viscous nasal goo. Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Oh,
Very
yes. That nasal goo. Okay, they managed to go and grab Fata, but it's like they're going to get a glimpse back over onto MSS too. So just very hyper-aggressive plays coming out from the side of Boom as they clean up both of the supports on Sonics.
And while they do that, they also run top and Bristleback gets the tower. So very nice moves here by Boom overall, and Sonics, it just feels like they're they're barely allowed to be in this game. They have such a small presence, and they're gonna play towards later timings. They do have the entire Desolator with Dragonlance for TA now, so she's hitting a bit of a power spike, but I don't see a way she can teamfight into Kunkka and the Glimpse, the Brewmaster, without BKB, so she has to keep farming.
It's about to get a lot more difficult. Like you said, the Agnum Scepter over on Jackie is completed. They're going to get the Aegis online too. He's already just so incredibly difficult to kill.
Yeah, that will be them gaining confidence enough to be able to threaten all these tier 2 towers. Tim's running mid.
FBZ sees Quinn, gets the silence. Fear Typhon, Glimpse back though, right into the arms of FBZ. He drops the Wraith Pack. X marks the spot over onto Quinn. They've just been bullying him non-stop. This poor Death Prophet has got the Cinder Brew, followed with the Torrent. She's just toast.
Very patient there. Yopash was faking his Torrent over and over, and I thought they would use his Yules earlier on the Death Prophet, but no, he held it and lived for longer than expected, but still cannot survive against all this. And nobody was going to help him either. They're like, nope, we're not going to die one by one.
I see MSS, they've got the X off. I'm going to sidestep a little bit here, but this is looking like a very dead Hoodwink. Still managing though, you know, at the end of the day you are still alive. His supports have been taking a lot of the flak, a lot of the heat from, and he does have the Desolator and the Dragonlance completed at the very least, but it is still feeling very, very difficult, an uphill climb for Sonics. The TPs are going top, they see Fata.
Oh, another X mark.
Another X mark into a boat. They've even got themselves an Arcane Rune on this Kunkka, so it's more than happy to throw that down.
They're trying Bristle, he has Aegis.
This is quite the siege after him. He's just continuously throwing out the nasal goo. FBZ though does get silenced. Fuel's gonna come into play. They've used the Exorcism. Nice bushwhack holding FBZ. They'll try to keep him alive with this whole rip. It's long enough so they can turn it back around. They get the split and they'll throw this TA up into the air. Quinn's going to die yet again. Waiting patiently now for Yawar. They're grappling all around him as they get a couple of these hits off, and he just can't seem to run faster because there's all this nasal, there's all this nastiness just being thrown upon him. He will end up dying. Leslau is going to make it out. No, he's not, because they have a place to just stop out that teleport. They have the vision on him. They're going to end up losing Leslau here too. Skip does have to be a little bit careful. He's getting crunched on, but at the end of the day, they'll be able to kill the Brood Mother.
Boom are just showing up in force here in this tiebreaker, and Sonics, they don't have any single chance. They're getting completely handled. Even the support Undying is like 3-0 and 15 in this game. Skem having an absolutely fantastic game here. He also has a gem in his hands, so he's checking for high ground wards, dewarding all that he can. And this is just falling apart so rapidly.
Dodo Plus showing that there's a very high win percentage going over to the side of Boom, but it's not over till it's over. Again, this is an elimination match. You never know what is going to happen. These guys, it's the tiebreaker. They want to stay here.
Yeah, Yopash doing some damage on mid, not gonna be getting a kill, but bottom tower is going down to Jack Boys as he's been continuously just hammering away here. Nobody wants to fight the Bristleback right now. Aegis or not, I don't think they can fight him straight up, so wherever he goes, they have to just dodge him. And the rest of Boom can just travel as 4. They're gonna follow him and his lead towards top lane.
Yopash moving forward, has an Invis rune, doing some scouting.
They're trying to hold on for their timings. BKB is still long away for TA, and it's also the next item for Quinn, but he is also just dreaming about it right now. It's not really that close.
They have the gem picked up too here on the side of Boom, so they're able to just rip down any vision that they have on the side of Sonics. It makes it so incredibly terrifying to step out of this base. But they do realize, okay, they're probably going to be playing top around Jackie, so we're going to have to just find some farm here and to their side of the map and just stay out of their way until they come high ground.
Yeah, they're getting what farm they can, but Boom are immediately forcing them home here. Look at them. They're not hesitating. They're going up high ground. 1 minute timing of the Aegis as well. This is enough for them to go for barracks here.
What can Quinn do? He can throw out a Crypt Swarm. Keep seeing this nasal goo. Does have a double damage bottle, does have the Exo, but I'm concerned that it's just not going to be enough. And MSS doing what he can. Will throw out the bushwhack. Silence over to Jackie so he can't start spewing more of that goo. Courier does end up falling, but they're gonna send some people home here. Get the glimpse back over onto Leslau. A little bit off the mark though with the static storm. This is not looking great here for Tims, but there's gonna be a boat coming in, and Yopaj will ensure that they can finish cleaning up. And look at the way that Boom is playing here. They're standing on the high ground, so if they feel like it's safe for them to come forward, they will run into the wall of Boom.
Tims having the Shadow Amulet there as well, just going in this. Looked like maybe he could get a consolation kill for Broodmother, but nope. Used the Shadow Amulet and then gets the Glimmer Cape delivered as well. Gonna make himself out just fine there. Sonics, they are really in dire straits right now. They do have the TA BKB almost complete, but the push is coming once again. Tier 2 tower mid, no way to defend this one.
Yeah, this Aegis is gone, and I do not think Boom gives a hoot.
And the gem again getting the D word. Scam is back. Vision's gone.
Glimpse back here. Over onto MSS. Let's get the bushwhack off. Not gonna be able to quite land the kinetic field, but they do land an X, no problem. Just point and click, and it's a dead MSS. Buyback is available if they want to use it. Jackie just cleaning up this creep wave here.
Yeah,
Feels
they
bad
did.
for Sonics.
Quinn getting the mid creep wave there is gonna delay their high ground a little bit because they don't have a creep wave with them right now. But mid is coming in. And at the same time, Boomer are not necessarily on a timer here. They're not stressing, but I think they can just go. The creep wave's coming in, and Bristleback is feeling very confident. Full BKB as well.
I feel like they just don't have the solution to Jackie here. And look at this.
Yeah,
They just leave him here.
X'd.
They leave him here because they get UR, they have the X, they got the boat, got the vision on him. Kinetic Field gonna come into play. This is looking so bad for UR. He's just dead.
He was 70 gold away from the BKB or something like that. He was like 80 gold, 70 gold away from BKB, but he dies again. Absolute despair, can't get on the map. And now they're gonna run back to a tier 3 tower. Oh boy.
That's doing whatever he can with these bushwhacks, just trying to buy a little bit of more time.
Yeah, they're going for the easier tower top. They already prepared it a little bit before. It's also easier because less angles of initiation for Sonics. Not that I am even sure what their initiation would be at this point. It's so difficult. Fada does have that BKB on his Marcy, so he's feeling a little bit ready, but his cores are not.
I think the physical damage that they can output right now is just too. It's not going to really matter that you have the BKB.
He'll
It's not
melt
going to be
to
locked
Bristleback,
down.
yeah.
Yeah,
Marcy
look at
cannot
this,
sustain
okay?
it.
Quinn doing whatever he can, uses the heal scepter, but it's still it's down to tower. Spots it does lead forward. See Leslau teleporting here to the top portion of this map, as was forced to have Tims go handle with some of these things at home.
Tims is just sitting around hoping that the Broodmother is going to show up here, but Brood already went base, not going to get caught out down here. But that also means that she's in base now. She can't keep finishing her BKB. She has some spiders farming a little bit, but they're going to die now. So he is 400 gold away. TA does have her BKB. Okay, so Yawar finally ready.
It's going to be enough, that was the question.
They don't have Quinn. 100 gold away.
So patiently, they'll drop the tombstone. Fata, though, just rebounds out. So far, seeing if he can get a grab on anyone. CX up over onto UR. Again, does have that BKB. Yules is going to get used. They hold Jackie over onto the tree with the bushwhack. Big silence getting dropped over onto multiple, but just very reluctant to go forward on the side of Sonics, even though they do have these BKBs. They realize that they need some more time. They need to have the perfect initiation because Boom is just looking so terrifying.
Yeah, they also don't have all the BKBs. I mean, it's crucial that the Death Prophet has her BKB as well in these engagements. I'm almost surprised they didn't try to sell his bottle or sell something for it.
Static Storm over onto MSS, and we'll be able to get the hit over onto Yawar. BKB is going to get used. They'll lose MSS, and they're not going to be able to get their hands on Yawar. Does manage to teleport away using the BKB, but that's not how you want to be using this if you're Sonics.
Very clear intention here by Boom. They're not going to stress with the high ground. They did push a little bit with the Brewlings there, but they're going to back up, control Roche area, and make it very difficult here for Sonics to come back into game. They should be smoking up now, though. They should be looking for an engagement.
Easy. Sitting over in the... Oh, all the spiders, giving them all the information now. You can see how fast Quinn, though. He's already been X'd. They have a ward in place. Right there. He does have the BKB. Is he going to be able to use it, though, is the question. It's taking a lot of damage. All right, yes, he's going to turn back around. Drop the Wraith Pact over on the side of Boom. And they're going to just back off.
Would BKB used as well? They poked out 2 of the BKBs there. That's
huge.
Really sad. They don't have TA BKB as well. I think Boom want to stay disciplined, though. This is elimination at TI. There is a chance for them to go in right now, but they also know that how are Sonics ever going to contest this next Roshan? So they just wait, play around Roche. If they get this Aegis, that should seal them the victory in this first game in the 3-way tiebreakers.
Flash popping his own BKB. Dancing around a little bit. All right, they'll use the Exorcism. Silence gets dropped. They need some way of holding them down, though, and everybody's just moving away. Big boat coming into play here. Spata, is he going to be able to survive this? He's going to get blown up as the BKBs are popped. Jackie just running after Quinn. He does too much damage. Now he's going to face off here with Yawar. Yawar is going to be making it. Oh, it's a beautiful save coming out from MSS. Going to allow Yawar to live, but he will end up dying for his core.
And now they can go. They don't need any Roche when 3 heroes are dead. Straight into the base. Bristleback is going in. Clear intentions here. Want the racks. Creep wave is coming soon. Backdoor protection will go down.
You can see the desperation of Leslau. He's like, I guess I'll just throw this at you. I don't know what to do. I can't go close to this. I'm gonna die.
You just do whatever you can. That's all you can do. There's not much they can hold against this Bristleback force, though. He's so strong.
He is incredibly strong, even stronger with a Satanic now. All right, Death Prophet's gonna be back up in a couple seconds. Doesn't have the Exorcism, though. I feel like none of these Exorcisms just went the way of Sonic's. And
not a single one, no. Every single Exorcism has been tragic in one way or another. Either he has been running after people, or he's just been killed immediately under a tower. It's been very, very difficult for him. And at this stage, he's 9,000 net worth against a 19,000 net worth Bristleback. So if you pop that Exo, I think the Bristleback is just gonna laugh at you. I think he will run at you and punch you.
I mean, that's what he's been doing the entire time, so that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there's no way that they can contest this Roche here. It's going down way too fast between all the negative armor from Jackie. Yopaj just clicking away. They're smoked up around them just in case they try to make anything cute here, as Bata does grab up 3 bounty runes, which is nice, but there it is. We've got the shard, we've got a hairball on Jackie now.
Oh no, Quinn,
we've got
run.
an Aegis. Quinn having to pop the BKB. Luckily, they don't have any way of canceling that at this time, but they don't seem to care. They're like, all right, go home, we'll meet you there.
Yeah, Konka's X-Mark TPing. He's gonna clean up the base here. Just gonna kill the next creep wave easily. They are trying to split push, but
I don't think they win this.
Even though they've pushed fast, I think Bristleback is quicker. He's got 500 damage.
I would definitely say that they move a lot faster. Fortifications have been used, though. Take the tower. So they're gonna be measured. They're gonna go after the racks. They back off a little bit here. See Tim's? Looking to see. He's got the vision on Yawar. Immediately, though, gonna dodge away. Gets a glimpse back over onto Fata. Yawar is pretty deep here, though. Throw out that kinetic field. We'll hold him into place. In comes FBZ. Wants to punish him for being here. We'll pop the BKB, though. Then he's gonna teleport out.
Safe TP out. I mean, he did extend the game a little bit more, but now they know he doesn't have BKB, so if they push out bottom and then go straight mid, they have to take the fight without it. So he held them in the game, bought a little bit of time, but it feels inevitable. What Boom have going, it's gonna come and hit you soon.
Yopaj. Very forward. They do have a courier over here. It's Quinn's courier. Sitting over by the secret shop. BZ
He wants a plate mail, yeah. He wants to try and tank up a little bit so he doesn't just die immediately.
Could be the dream, but look at Jackie. He does not care. Throwing out the hairballs, throwing out the snot. This guy is a biohazard and a half. Cut through that rack.
Certainly a hazard to this base.
Oh my god, yeah. Again, this guy is so powerful. I don't even think they can take him down once.
They're gonna have to try. This is it. They smoke up. I don't know how, but you gotta try something, boys.
You gotta make it happen. Quinn already, though. Look at these hits that just come out. Jackie turning his back to them. Big silence. Fata jumping onto the back lines, about to come through, but look at this damage. Okay, go with the rebound off the dispose. War standing a bit far back, but Jackie just keeps running back and realizes that Fata is just bleeding. Blood in the water. X marks the spot. Glimpse coming into place. They called it. Sonics realizing that there's no need to prolong this any longer. They call GG. Boom has made it through the first step here and staying in the TI-11.
Yeah, so we're gonna have Boom versus Bet Boom as the next matchup here. This is the round robin 3-way tie in the group stage of TI, and Sonics have, you know, a slight hope, I suppose. If Boom now lose to Bet Boom, then they're gonna have to play against Sonics. Bet Boom and Sonics would have to play it out. But if Boom win against Bet Boom now, that would mean that they are the team to qualify.
Nothing like a Boom Bowl coming up, but yeah, we can see some of these highlights. Quinn he was trying to do so much here, but just it felt like he was never able to quite get enough done with this exorcism. He was, you know, being aggressive early, but it just felt like Boom were always ready, always punishing him and focusing him down in these fights.
I actually felt like physical pain watching him trying to run in, getting just kited so hard. He could never connect in the way that he wanted. It truly was a difficult game for him. He got shut down hard in the laning stage, but every single time he used ulti, Boom were ready with a response for how they were going to deal with it.
It's just a highlight reel of all the times that they just forced Sonics to run away, and most of the time they weren't even able to run. They just ended up getting cut down. Jackie just absolutely massive during all of this. Such a great pick in this call for. That was a great save there from MSS, being able to get UR out, because otherwise I think he was absolutely toast. But
yeah, that was also a hero that they ran in their last series, so it was a good reaction to the pick that they were in, but it's also something that they are clearly comfortable playing, so fantastic fit for them here in this game one. I think Broodmother was completely mitigated by this, and it's just a nice fit for the draft overall. Having the Bristleback made it so that Brood never took over bottom part of the jungle, and the game became very clear-cut from there.
yeah, Boom knew exactly what they needed to do. They knew exactly what the plan was for the side of Sonics, and they made sure that they could not pull it off. So, I mean, they're looking really good here, you know? They're sitting at the bottom. They've had some rough games, but, you know, sometimes the most dangerous creatures are the ones that get backed into a corner because they've got nothing left to lose, so they're just going to unleash everything at you.
Yeah, that's certainly what it feels like. And yeah, there we see the draft that they ended up with, the first game of the tiebreaker. Very well done by Boom Esports. That didn't look like these teams are here because they performed evenly. That was a slapdown. I mean, Boom just played so much faster and more decisive. Sonics tried to bring the tempo with the DP ulti and the Broodmother with the idea of pushing, but Boom were simply just stronger at fighting, and that solved everything. If you're not confident in your capability of fighting, then push lineups can struggle really hard, because what is Quinn supposed to do in this game? You can't just sit back and farm on DP. You need to force yourself into these towers. But meanwhile, they had the TA wanting to farm up, so it felt a bit disjointed, their draft idea. I think they would have needed something like a Terrorblade who could show up, or some big hero who could bring the push as well. But of course, nice play here by Boom overall. I think it was definitely a good performance by them.
Yopaj being the MVP, we saw how active he was. We saw like just some of these great moments of being able to get the X's off, the boats coming through. He was very much assisted by his team, though. Let's be really honest here. Like, I feel like the entirety of the Boom squad just playing so meticulously well together. We saw some amazing glimpses. We saw some great X's, the splits. Obviously, you know, some of these saves coming out from Skem with the heals. And then, of course, Jackie just being enabled to his maximum to just run around in these fights and just non-stop throwing out everything. Bristles, goo, hairballs. Just incredible. Just looking like they do not want to get sent home. They want to stay here. They want to play in front of a crowd here at TI-11.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels good for them that they secured this first game, but they still have to go through Bet Boom as well. So they're one game up and they are now in a deciding position here. If they can just take one single best of one, they make it to the playoffs. Everything comes down to that one game. There's a lot of pressure. There's going to be a lot of nerves. So hopefully they can stay calm and play the way we saw them just now. And we'll see what Bet Boom have prepared against them.
We will indeed. So we will have another tiebreaker here on the stream. Like Waga mentioned, it's the Boom Bowl. Boom Esports versus Bet Boom. Two of these teams duking it out. One of them, needs to get that victory. They want to stay. So stay hyped, stay tuned, and be here when we come back after the break.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, raising our shields and swords and heading into the tiebreakers yet again. Waga, we've got Bet Boom against Boom here in a best of one.
But Moxie, you look different. what happened to you?
I've got a glorious, luscious beard now.
Oh boy. Well, I'm happy to have you here, Gareth. I'm glad that you're joining me for these tiebreakers, as we just had a pretty one-sided game one here with Boom just taking down Sonics, but it's a three-way tie, so like you said, we got Bet Boom versus Boom now. All the Booms, and we'll see who's the best Boom and if any of the Booms are going to be the one to go through here, or if we're going to have a round-robin tie again.
One more Boom and I'm done with you. You've had enough now. But yeah,
Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, interesting. But Gods and I were casting Boom against EG in their series that kind of dragged them out of the relegation zone and into tiebreakers, and they were using this Bristleback, which they just performed with in the previous game, right?
Yeah, exactly. That hero is really delivering for them. It's allowing them to stick here and, like you said, not get relegated just yet. Still fighting for their lives, tournament lives at stake. There's so much pressure on these players right now. This is like the highest stakes of their lives.
Yeah, it's time to dig deep. You can see in the background Mushi with his papers, looking over drafts, scurrying through information, try and figure out what they want to do here, because it's felt like as the group stage has gone on, we're increasing the tempo. Now, from LCQ into group stage, I was a little worried about how the games were extending and drawing out with Terror Blades and Naga Sirens, but now, we've got these Bristleback kind of heroes. Bet Boom, no strangers to early tempo either, right? With Dahak's hero pool.
Yeah, I think it seems... Like you said, it's been speeding up, it's been getting faster. Yeah, sorry if you lost me there for a second, but no, it seems like overall the tempo of the game seems to have sped up, and I don't think we're gonna see much late game here. These teams have to be prepared from the laning stage, from the start of the game, and we'll see if Bet Boom are prepared, because Boom, they looked strong there. In that matchup against Sonics, they were very, very dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they've absolutely got the wind beneath their wings, that momentum from defeating EG 2-0. EG, a team who had previously only dropped 2 games to Liquid throughout the entirety of the group stage, and were looking incredibly hot, has given some serious momentum to Boom, but here we see Bet Boom as yeah, things are going to get interesting, aren't they, as we cast this best of one.
Yeah, can we call them like BB and Boom or something? No, it's full. Okay, yeah,
that's illegal.
Illegal. Okay, no illegal plays here. We're gonna keep it by the books. But we will see. We will see who's going to get an advantage, because, like you said, momentum is in favor of Boom Esports here, perhaps. But on the other side, Bet Boom had the advantage of being able to see the first matchup here in the round robin tiebreakers. So they saw exactly what Boom Esports are doing. They've seen the Bristleback. They had time to sit back, prepare, think over what are we going to do against this. So both teams have something going for them: momentum versus preparation. Which one is going to, eke out the edge here?
Yeah, and I think Bet Boom have a bit of momentum as well. I mean, their past 3 series, they've not 2-0'd anyone, but getting a 1-1 against OG and a 1-1 against LGD, you've got to be feeling pretty good about your playstyle and how you're setting up for this tiebreaker situation, because it's a one-and-done situation, right, Waga?
Yeah, it is. I mean, if Boom Esports were to win this one, then it's completely over already. So you only have one chance here if you bet Boom to get through. And even if they do win, they still need to, like I said, continue against Sonics and win there as well. So yeah, we see some comparison here between the teams, the kill participations and the average net worth. A little bit more farm on Bet Boom average, but ultimately stats. Stats can say something, but it all comes down to one best of one at the end of the day right now.
Yeah, average stats be damned. All it comes down to is a single game. Average building damage, an interesting stat that I've never really seen or thought about before there. I mean, slight advantage for Boom, but it's definitely going to be key in this kind of game where the contest around certain heroes in this one, especially around these pushing heroes, is going to be immense. We've had Bet Boom with their Nature's Prophets and Dahak on his Visage, stuff like that. Very scary to deal with.
Yeah, I kind of hope, by the way, I believe it was in Bet Boom versus Sonics. We were talking between the break, you and I, that everything is a blur. We watch so much Dota. I think it was between Bet Boom and Sonics, by the way, that I saw their best of 3 was 2 1-hour-plus games. The longest game of the tournament at the stage then, 74 minutes, and a 62-minute game. So if we get this game going in the favor of Bet Boom, the matchup against Sonics could also be a very long game.
Yeah,
actually, was it
you're
against
right.
Sonics or was it against? I can't remember.
It was against Sonics.
It's a blur.
Yeah, I've got it open. It's 74 minutes and then a 1 hour, 2-minute game against the Spectre in game 2, it looks like.
Exactly. Yeah, there was some crazy stuff. So Bet Boom certainly happy to take it late game. They were playing on the back of some sniper then, and they also utilized the Hawk on his Furion carry, something that they might pull out here in the tiebreaker, as I think having heroes that can play high tempo but also scale if the game drags out would be very important here. And that's sort of what Boom picked in the first game. The Kunkka, good early on, good fighting, good clashing hero, but also scales pretty decently. Same with Bristleback, and I guess Brewmaster was just a team fight securing hero.
Yeah, and how do you think all of this, all this information we're giving and gaining and looking back across drafts, how much does it change going into a best of 1? First phase bans, I'm kind of used to seeing the Marcy, Enigma, Primal Beast. But do we see like a Nature's Prophet? Do we see a Broodmother ban? Do we have a Bristleback? How does this actually modify the best of 1 drafting phase? Because it's not a best of 3. There's no meta shift. It is a straight up 1v1.
I think, honestly, if I was Bet Boom, I would be concerned about that Bristleback since they've run it now 3 games in a row. Would be a little bit scared of like Boom Esports doing it once more here. So certain heroes can find their way into their first phase ban. That's going to leave some more of the popular heroes. Like, you got to think, are you going to ban the Enigma, the Primal Beast, Marcy? What's going to happen to them? Shadow Fiend, these popular first phase bans. But I think it's smarter to leave stuff open and just try and commit to tailoring your draft against your opponent, and also respecting out some heroes that they are relying on.
So if that's what we're looking for, like how do you tailor a draft to defeat a Bristleback? Is it itemization around your Spirit Vessels and Scardies and stuff, or is there hero counters and picks you can actually grab?
I believe they are both. I think we could see something unorthodox, like just pick up a Shadow Demon, and just pop that ulti on Bristleback. Suddenly he's not that rapid race car running through your entire front and back line, just tearing everyone apart. He turns into a little slug, not even moving anymore. So that could be an option. You could also play something like the Tundra-esque Doombringer, bring out the Doom with the possibility to just not care about Bristle anymore. You slap the Doom on him, and then you can bring down his team meanwhile. There are many different ways you can approach it, but I certainly think both itemization and hero picks are going to be very custom tailored for this best of 1.
Yeah, because I think you were talking about it during the break, just waxing lyrical about how many different ways you can play Dota now with push drafts, late game drafts, and we were casting, or Gods and I were casting a secret series earlier on today where they really just doubled and tripled down on minus armor drafts. They're going for these Shadow Fiends and Slardars and things like that. Is that also like an option against a Bristleback or some of these tankier cores?
You can try to rely on that. However, some of the heroes that have minus armor built into them are not necessarily best early game heroes or like heroes against high tempo. Think of the, Shadow Fiend is decent, I suppose, but Vengeful, Slardar, some of them can get overrun if a team has a very strong 5-man draft. Slardar in particular, not really being a great team fighter early on, but very good for pickoffs. So it's one way, and yeah, I think Dota is just exciting right now. Seems like the teams are getting ready, by the way. We have both of them. All the players are loaded in, so we're not holding the game hostage, chat. We'll have the tiebreaker coming up soon.
Start the game, Wagga. Press the button, please. Start lobby. Come on.
Let me finish my monologue.
You're being paid by the word here.
That's how casters get paid, no?
No, unfortunately not, or else I'll be a millionaire.
Oh, think about Odie Pixel. Oh boy.
Yeah, spewing words to make up that word count. Oh, hero pool there. Look at Jackie and Dahak. Now we've seen this lone druid, his visage, and Jackie.
And we don't see there the Bristleback. He's also pulled out things like the Chaos Knight, so definitely very adept at bringing out the tanky strength cores along with these TBs and TAs.
Yeah, interesting to see the common heroes here a little bit, but yeah, they certainly have to a degree similar playstyles, these teams. But I think here overall what we're gonna see a lot of emphasis on is gonna be tempo in this matchup. I think if you sit back and let your opponent dictate the pace of the game, you're at such a big risk, and you can't really allow that to happen, I think.
Well, tempo usually comes from the rhythm section. Your bass, your drums, your piano. Who's the bass? Who's the bass player for Boom or Bet Boom here?
I would say probably FBZ and Yopaj are the ones you wanna really heavily rely on. But last game it was Jackie on his Bristleback. You know, he just dictated this is how it's gonna go. We'll see on Bet Boom. Bet Boom, when I cast them against Sonics in that crazy long series, they were playing a lot around the Hawk and how he enabled, and he was, you know, coming online as a carry pretty early and showing up for the towers and dealing some damage. But they didn't close out the game very convincingly. So it took a long time, of course, super late game, and I hope we don't go to a stage like that, because then everything is up to who initiates better, and that's super scary for the players. The nerves are going to be crazy this game.
Yeah, I mean, initiation and vision has been such a vital part of Dota for many years now, but it feels like this patch and this group stage in particular, there's been a lot more focus on summons heroes, not necessarily due to needing push power, but having a Broodmother who can separate 20 Spiderlings, scout Roshan, scout enemy high ground, and then Chantress who walks up high ground. You know, how important are these heroes for both of these teams?
Yeah, that's super true. I mean, like you mentioned, a lot of the summon heroes, even just, you know, your basic Venomancer, just putting down Venom wards everywhere, stuff like that. You know, and that's where also, like, one of the non-summon heroes that actually has had high impact would be Nyx Assassin. I think he has been so successful in a lot of games that I've seen. I'm not sure if it's been the same for you in your experience through the group stage.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I think a lot of players have become much more adept at like dodging enemy sentries, knowing where they can play around, you know, obscuring their visibility. We've had so many ravages from a Nyx Impale. It's actually been insane.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And we go into the draft here. So quickly, Bet Boom are banning out the Tiny, and Boom says, "No, you're not gonna get the Dahak Furion." I like it. Dude. They're already tailoring their drafts.
Well, there's the adaptation. Yeah, coming straight into it. Like, you know, given a shot here. What's your second ban as Boom? Is it Visage?
Yeah, I think you probably want to target an offlaner. I think either that or even Sniper, dude. The Hawk on a Sniper is annoying to deal with. It's not super high tempo necessarily, but he looks so comfortable on that hero and very, very difficult to get the squeeze on.
So we're going to leave in heroes like Brood, Shadow Fiend. I mean, Marcy is still out there. Nyx,
all
Clockwork,
kinds of stuff.
Undying, everything. Yeah, with this Tiny and Nature's Prophet really being targeted against the opposing teams. Oh, they opt for the
Lesh is a smart ban, though. Yeah, Lesh makes a lot of sense because he is very successful as well at just pushing early on. But that means Marcy's open if Bet Boom want to take it. But very often I've seen Marcy get first phase picked, and throughout the group stage, teams have adapted. They've learned more and more about Marcy. It's a strong hero, yes. It's actually an absurdly strong hero. Strong enough that it's going to get picked here, but teams have adapted a bit, and we see a lot of Lich to try and counter it out. I've seen very successful Lich counters to Marcy in like 6 different games, I think, that I cast.
I've not seen a single Lich Wagger.
Really? Really? Oh, you haven't been in on the meta then. You've been missing out on the Marcy counter.
It was kind of funny. I was watching another broadcast, and they'd not seen Leshrac, and I've seen nothing but Lesh.
What? No, Lesh?
They'd seen Lesh a couple of times, but I've seen it in like every game.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's kind of funny how you watch different games, you cast different groups at different times, and there's all these different metas emerging, different hero picks prioritized. With,
one caster goes to the other like, "Oh, we've had great games this group stage, haven't we?" And the other guy's like, "Yeah, really? I don't know."
All the luck of the draw. Enigma, of course, left in, getting grabbed up by Boom along with the Tusk.
Yeah, but Enigma, that feels like you can respond with many different things here for Bet Boom. There's still Silencer, Rubik, Nyx is also a good counter to the Enigma. We were talking about him. I like the choice to go for the Tusk, though. Boom They play nicely around aggression, like the Tusk and catching people out with shards. Enigma, of course, you secure yourself some big team fights.
Yeah.
There's that sniper. I told you, dude.
This is the counter to Enigma. I've been saying this for days now. We've seen it from Liquid really show it off for multiple reasons. You're hiding from the Enigma from long range, so you're very unlikely to get black holed unless there's a surprise move. But I think primarily the reason is here, it's not a lane counter against Enigma in the normal regards. It's a lane counter against Enigma because you can shift him to mid and say, screw you, I'm not going to lane into you. I can actually just sit in another lane and get myself up and running.
Yeah, and I think you made a very vital point there. Sniper doesn't naturally stack up with his teammates. Enigma relies on getting those 2 or 3 man black holes, you know, but Sniper is very seldom close to his own teammates, so hard for him to get that good catch. On top of that, Shrapnel can make it hard to blink in, even close to distance. And of course, if you black hole anything, Sniper might just kill you from super far away during it with physical damage.
Yeah, and pre-BKB, you've got to cancel on black holes. So many tools. A great Sniper pick first phase from BetBoom. Like, how do you answer this now as Boom? You've got a little bit of gap close with Tusk, but are you looking for... Okay, Ember Band, I was going to say, are you looking for Spirits, or do we go back to a Spectre or something?
Yeah, exactly. I like heroes that can get on top of Sniper. The counter to Sniper is to actually be in his face and bring him down. Spectre is a good hero against it, but she kind of struggles a bit current patch though. We have seen, I saw War play it. He, did hard carry in the series against BetBoom. Jesus, it's all a blur. No, that wasn't that series. Yeah, he did play it though, and was very successful. But I think Spectre is a tough one to pick when you have Enigma as well, because 2 heroes that operate on such long cooldowns can be a bit too slow. And I'm concerned about tempo here. BetBoom's team so far, Marcy and Sniper, sure, Sniper wants to farm, but he can fight very actively. He has no long cooldown limiting him.
There's no downtime for him. He can come out of jungle camp, say, right, I'm here, peep a few heads, back to jungling we go. And push out the... He's also very good at that phantom push, being able to shrapnel lanes, hide in the trees, not really show his face to anybody.
Yeah, certainly comfortable there. But I like their approach. They're banning out the Ember and the Batrider. Scared of Batrider getting an angle, getting in there and finding the Sniper. So anything that can get on top of him is probably going to be the biggest concern.
Yeah, pretty solid. They already banned the Tiny of Boom, and now the Kunk are going to join him. So... it looks like Yopaj's hero pool being shut down pretty hard here. No Tiny, Ember, Bat, Kunka. Definitely curious to see what they're going to grab for him, in fact.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious, but he could still play something like Void Spirit, I suppose. Also works pretty well, similar to the Ember Spirit. Even Storm as well. Like, the Spirit heroes in general are great gap closers, so an option for him to go for any of those.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good Puck, a pretty good Invoker as well. Maybe we head back to like a Storm Spirit or something, but I don't know how I feel about Puck nowadays.
I don't like Puck into Sniper because he doesn't carry a lot of damage on his own. So like he can catch Sniper, but he doesn't bring him 100 to 0 very quickly. He needs a lot of help. And I think this Storm would have a much better time being able to bring people down. So also do... which goes another way, not counter Sniper through the mid laner, but you can pick like a life stealer on the safe lane, infest into the Tusk, and there you go, boom, in, like you're on top of the Sniper.
This is such a nice trio of heroes to have as Boom, when you've got this second pick, and knowing that you're not really giving too much away. Okay, Enigma Tusk, that's your lane, Disruptor +1, but BetBoom having to double pick here into double team fight, double catch heroes, and Enigma with the ability to push lanes. It's a little bit spooky.
Like Rubik and Brood or something now. Or Pango. Oh, okay. Pango is a nice hero to have if you want to stay active, and that's sort of what BetBoom's lineup looks a little bit lower cooldown and faster paced than Boom's. So plays very nicely into that. Also kills the Eidolon super easily with a single swashbuckle. You kill him off.
Yeah, and kind of a soft counter to BKB Black Hole as well, right? You've got the potential to buy Basher later in the game, have that long-range counteract to deal with the Enigma, and probably going to be, your mid lane Pango and your off lane Mars now looking at things.
Yes, probably a carry Sniper coming in here, and he's going to need a good +5 to babysit him. You can also run the Marcy together with Sniper, but Mars and Marcy, I mean, why not put the 2 of them together? They're namesakes, right? They're made together. Let's go.
Meant to be. Hold hands, go into lane together.
Mars and Marcy, best friends forever.
So happy. All right, Boom. You've got to pick into a couple of bands. What are you afraid of being removed? I mean, I'd assume mid lane heroes, but we'll see what they go for. Faceless Void.
Okay, so they're going for the wombo combo approach here, having the big jumps. A nice thing is he can get on top of that sniper quite easily. Now you have Chrono as well to worry, and it's going to be able to close that distance. You can also put down the Chrono if the Pango is rolling around, but this is very long cooldown stuff coming out from Boom Esports. They want the late game. They want to hold on and get there. But even if they go late game, Sniper is not the easiest to deal with.
Yeah, he's still a beast. In Faceless Void, he's been the king carry going into late game, that's for sure. And they've got the ability to cycle through ultis as well. You know, you may not need both Black Hole and Chrono for one team fight. So if you go into a Roche battle, you use one. You can have that second round of brawling a little later on.
We'll see.
This was the worry I had with like Storm, with mid laners being banned by Bet Boom. Now the pool is really limited.
Exactly. They're banning out more spirits, so no Ember, no Storm. We were talking about a Storm could be a good fit. They agree they don't want to deal with that. And I'm curious what they're going to get rid of last here, because at first I was thinking Queen, but Okiopash Invoker that they get rid of as well. So no Cataclysm Chronosphere combo, same with the Black Hole, of course. Would have been a nice combination for them on their own team, but they are removing that as well.
It's kind of saying, hey, you got to play your puck. You've got no other options left. And you said you didn't really like that too much.
I think puck would be kind of difficult, I think, overall here, but maybe the options are certainly getting very limited. They don't have too much to choose between. They're going to ban out the Phoenix, recognizing that even more team fight would be hard to deal with.
Oh, adding in a Chen now as well. That's a good bit of pressure from Bet Boom.
I like that a lot. The first pick Chen's, I think, tells so much about how you want to play, because Chen changes a lot how you're going to play your draft. But if you pick it first phase, you know, if you have like, you know, a fantastic Chen like Puppy or something in your team, I can understand it. But you can also in really, really late, and then the enemy are not quite prepared. Look at Boom now with the high cooldown Enigma and Faceless Void. That Chen could be coming with a fearsome tempo here.
Yeah, I'm looking back, and Yopaj, every hero he's played here in the group stage has been banned. He's played Kunkka, Lesh, Lina, Tiny. Sorry, Lena's still out there. Sorry, I'm mistaken. There is still a Lina out there, but it looks like it's going to have to be a new hero for Yopaj in that mid lane.
Lina would fit really well, though. Would be a really nice one for them still. Not banned in this game. So could certainly see that. Lina and Faceless Void is a classic combination as well. And it pairs up well with their Tusk setup and Disruptor. So maybe that's what they're going to lean into. If they don't, but then they don't get that much stuff to jump on top of Sniper. Could still go like Void Spirit if they want to have more ways to get in there and close the distance.
Yeah, try and catch up to him. And just quickly back onto your point, yeah, during regionals, we saw this a little bit from Bet Boom as well, when they've got this pick phase to leave Roger's hero to last. Before Nyx became super popular, they were last picking Nyx and surprising everybody.
Yeah, which shouldn't really be a surprise, because Roger Nyx has been legendary ever since he started playing competitive in high-level teams. I mean, when he got picked up, he was spamming Nyx. I was thinking about Zeus earlier, like, maybe they just add damage. Maybe just raw damage here to get the pick when Faceless Void jumps in. When they ban out Invoker, I was thinking perhaps they can find some other hero to substitute the Cataclysm. And Zeus ulti does that in a pretty good way. If he gets Nimbus as well, that's a great combination.
And it's like his hero doesn't need to be on top of the Zeus. He's just got to cast his spells. On top of the Sniper. Just cast his spells on there. And yeah, Nimbus, a great ability to try and catch Dahak out, especially when that BKB is either not there or is low on the duration. And it's nice to see Jackie with the Cthulhu set. He's got all these tentacles flying around for his Faceless Void.
Yeah, that looks absolutely fearsome. But this is a well-rounded draft overall for Boom. They have, you know, a clear intention. I think now their late game does look stronger than the late game of Bet Boom. And Bet Boom, they have to utilize this Chen to try and take a good advantage and then play around that. If they get themselves some Aegis controls, then they could certainly close out this game as well, especially if they can abuse the long cooldown on that Black Hole and Chrono.
It's a matter of getting to late game for Boom up against this Bet Boom squad. We'll see how they do, though. And again, just to reiterate, if Boom win this, it's all over. Tiebreakers have been broken, and Boom will be your last team from that group in towards the TI playoffs. Bet Boom, if they win this, then we go into the next round of tiebreakers with them against Sonics.
Then it just continues, and it never stops. We'll be here forever if Bet Boom take it. So, yeah, this is exciting to see, though. Both teams have certainly competent drafts that, you know, it doesn't look like one team got a clear edge. There's just strengths and weaknesses on either side that can be utilized, abused here. But I don't feel like there's one winner from this draft phase.
Yeah, there's no need for any like lane swaps or anything, right? Because my past couple of games, we had extended like 3-minute long periods where we had carries farming jungle. We had supports level 3 at 1 minute in, getting last hits and all this kind of fun stuff. This game looks pretty set in stone, standard stuff, right?
I think so. I don't think there's going to be a lot of switches happening. I think it's going to be as expected here overall. But, you know, there's some flexibility. You can send, you know, Marcy or Chen to whichever lane. You can decide where you want to have the impact of them. But we're going to head into the game here, and we see immediately no hesitation from Bet Boom. They're going to smoke their way over to drop down some wards.
Okay, get across the map. Try and plant yourselves in position, get that vision down. And a little bit of a change from Boom. I saw them against EG do the same move over and over again, where they would sit around their tier 1 mid and try and guard against these early observers. It looks like they're going to sit up on the high ground now and maybe wait for Bet Boom to come to them.
Yeah, but there's probably not going to be anyone coming. So Neko dropping a ward behind the tier 1 tower bottom. But overall, Bet Boom just kind of controlling the ramps. We see the Hawk sitting mid. Got that sniper vision. You can see a little bit better than your average here. Not full night vision, not like a Slark or a Night Stalker or something, but it does have extended vision.
A little extended, yeah. And with these lane setups, you were saying you could put the Marcy or the Chen wherever you want to. Is it going to be that melee ranged, or do you think Seneko comes top with the sniper?
Yeah, I think they do the melee range overall combination, but maybe they send Seneko top. That also would work really well, because protecting... Chen is a little bit better at protecting a lane, and Marcy might be better at abusing, together with Mars.
Oh, the shards. They found Noticed already. Trapped inside the igloo, out of this Tim's tusk, but not able to bring anyone down just yet. Jackie grabbing the bounty rune, and Dahak up north, gets a couple himself. So just a bit of chip damage early on in the river fight.
They're fighting. Go! The supports.
Yeah. And Disruptor's like, I've got Thunderstrike. You've got what? Divine Favor?
He's got a headdress. He can regen.
Oh, you're right. He does have a headdress.
Pretty fast. Yeah.
No scoffing anymore. Lol in that mid lane already. A statement of intent from him. Just shield crashing forward. Not just to secure range creep, but just to harass Yopaj early days.
Yeah, that damage reduction is very good too. I mean, you take 20% less damage, so you can dive in there and you're not going to take so much from the Zeus hit.
And I'm looking into this top lane. FBZ Enigma always going to be dragging the lane back with these denies. Definitely curious to see what role Tims will have here. If he goes for kills, if they try hit level 2 and play forward on the sniper, and they could open up with tag team and Eidolons to actually kill Dahak in the first couple of levels.
Yeah, they can try, but I think overall...
They can try.
They can try, but I'm just concerned about... Oh, mid... What?
Oh!
He died mid?
I was watching that thinking, it's fine, we can keep talking about top lane, but Yopaj, first blood over on LoL. I was talking about statements of intent. That is an absolute stormer of a start for Yopaj.
Yeah, I mean, Yopaj, you cannot underestimate him. He's a very strong player, but that must have been an overcommitment there by Laurel as well. Dying to a level 2 Zeus.
Yeah, playing hyper aggressively. I mean, Swashbuckle level 1's pretty long cooldown. You gotta be wary of that.
Costly mistake for sure. I'm gonna put Yopaj well ahead here on the mid lane.
And Seneko getting glimpsed back into Jackie's damage. And Scam the one to claim the kill in the end. And 2 lanes already looking victorious in the first 2 minutes from Boom. As top lane, Tims and FBZ, they pressure back the Marcy. And that's now rebound being used and on cooldown for 20 seconds. So a bit of freedom for the Enigma.
Yeah, and Tims is angling for the sniper a little bit. Gonna get the courier maybe here. As in my way. Tries to keep it alive.
Shards it. Shards it, Tims. Oh, it doesn't even need to. Good cut of the tree.
Yeah, nicely secured there, but the Hawk is being chased down by Tims, but not gonna get caught by the shards there. It's fine.
And Yopaj. I mean, last hit wise, Lol is doing fine.
Oh, they're diving FBZ. They caught him.
Inside the shrapnel. Yeah, Roger. Pairing up with Dahak. Tims was off trying to kill Couriers again, and he will snipe one, but not worth losing your Enigma there.
Yeah, that's the danger of rebound and dispose. If you get jumped and pulled back, Sniper as well, who has both shrapnel and headshot. That's so much. There's 3 slows and a stun. Very difficult to survive against that.
Super difficult. And it's down at bottom, noticed. Well, at both lanes, dragging these creep waves around, trying to mess up the equilibrium that's being set up by the carries. It looks like Tims is going to get the majority of the wave across towards his Enigma.
Yeah, but doesn't get the ideal. He wanted to pull the full creep wave, but after range creep dies, he decides to just put into the tower here. But he's not going to get to deny the next creep wave, so Sniper is not going to take any financial damage from this.
Can't keep my eyes off of mid because it's just constant diving from Lal. He may have died once, but it hasn't halted his aggression. Yopaj is on the edge of his seat right now, like, oh, wait, am I going to die? Do I need TP rotation from supports? Probably asking for Tims to come in now to guard the 4-minute runes.
Everybody
will
moving
secure
over
the
for
top
runes.
one.
Yeah. Oh, he
Awkward
failed.
shield
He didn't jump
crash.
across. He's in trouble.
No mana. He can't swashbuckle. He's looking dead. Yopaj and Tims not only securing the rune, but a second kill on the Pango.
He tried to jump over the shards, but he didn't get across. He got put on the other little corner there, so he was just stuck.
Unfortunate for Lal. I mean, that's not what you need from your mid lane Pango. He's meant to be the one banging the drum and fighting early on with his level 6 going to be delayed now. There's going to be no Rolling Thunder for quite some time.
Second death, and that's really costly for him. Gonna struggle a bit now, and fantastic start for Yopaj. Means early ultis too. We almost have a level 6 Zeus already.
I mean, what lane should we looking for in terms of kills then for him? Because it doesn't feel like Disrupt to Void are going to be able to take down a Chen and a Mars unless they make some.
I think they can. I think they can with Zeus coming in to help with the ulti. Maybe they can get a kill here.
Okay. Already chipping away. Scam trying to put Seneko in that threshold of death. He's got Headdress and Divine Favor. Staying topped up. Another
couriers.
So that's 4th?
That's his work.
3rd, 4th this game? It's losing count.
So many couriers dying, but I mean, so Neko killed 2 couriers as well, so he also has 2 to his name on the Chen.
It's time to tighten up a little bit. It looks like Scam gonna pull back that bottom wave, give them a longer lane to chase this Chen into. Continually just trying to Thunder Strike him. Zeus, he's got his finger
Roger
on the trigger,
trouble.
ready
Zeus
to go.
ulti,
Top
maybe?
lane, Roger. They're going to zap him. No, not
No
yet.
need.
Tims and FBZ. They're going to take down the Marcy, but Dahak does get a trade. Turns with a shrapnel and headshot, and even chipping away at FBZ.
Oh, he got all the Eidolons with the shrapnel, though. That was pretty satisfying for him. Got a big amount of gold from that.
There it is. Seneko blasted. Wasn't even really in the lane. He was walking back to his ancient spot after taking some serious damage from Skem.
Yeah, that's nice by Yopaj. Just wait. Let him run for a little bit, you know. Let him think that he's gonna live, and then you ulti. TP mid for bottle refill. Some service by Tims here. Yopaj
Is that the emotional damage you're doing to him then? Thinking he's gonna survive, riding the high, and then suddenly dies. As Larl, rolling thunder. He needs this to escape. Looking for a kill attempt on Tims, but it's a difficult one. And Larl has to roll away from there as Yopaj was pressing forward.
Yeah, the moment he used his swashbuckle and his shield crash, they just sharded behind him, and he had to commit ulti to get out of that. So good recognition by Tims at the right place at the right time.
Seneko again glimpsed into the waiting arms of Tims. Tag team with an awful lot of damage here for Jackie to finish off the courier and the kill on the hero. A lot of money coming into this Faceless Void.
Yeah, he's getting real rich now. He has his raindrops and power treads ready on the courier. When it comes back, gonna send him out. And power treads makes a big difference for Void. Get that out, and then his chrono is gonna be a little bit more kill potential against this Mars potential even.
Yeah, no, not just the attack speed, right? He's pretty mana hungry as an Agi hero.
Yeah, the
switching to in treads.
Yeah, tread toggling really helps for Faceless Void.
like he's the new anti-mage, the better version of the AM nowadays.
AM who? Dead hero.
Rest in peace. Poor guy. We're talking about this with gods, and we're kind of hoping there would be like an offlane AM or something, but just seeing none of him.
No, even the offlane AM was kind of nerfed though. That fell out of favor as well. It's not really in a great place right now, sadly. Or sadly, I guess a lot of people are happy about that. They like their mana.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like Bet Boom thinking about the move onto mid. There's DD Pango, a rolling thunder, but a good heavenly jump, but that rebound in, catching out Yopaj, the black hole, FBZ, right place, right time, catches two inside of it, and the Thunder God's wrath to finish them off. Suneko trapped in the shards, there's a glimpse back, they're gonna get all three of them, Boom responding beautifully. Bet Boom thought they had him.
Oh my god, at the right place, at the right time with this Enigma. TP reaction on point there. They commit to try and get Yopaj, but he's 5-0-1 after this. They do come in with a double Satyr Mindstealer to burn his mana, but here we can see it again.
Perfect from FBZ. Straight there to save his Zeus. And more than enough damage to finish off the remaining members of Bet Boom. 9-2, kill score going the way of Boom, but still very even game in terms of farm because noticed.
He got briefed, he TP'd bottom, but he got glimpsed back immediately. Scam was sitting around, so he has to do the walk of shame as well.
Unfortunate for him, his game's just going from bad to worse. 0-3 on this Pango now.
Yeah, he's having to fight just to stay above Tusk in net worth soon. He's at 2.8k net worth. Meanwhile, his counterpart, 4.8k.
Oh, I mean, 10 minutes in, 2k difference is a pretty massive gap. And really got to rely on this Mars, it feels like, for Notice to... Oh, Sniper! Dahak, Tim's shards is going to block him, and Yopaj unleashing hell from the heavens as Dahak
standing his ground,
is standing and fighting with a sidekick on him. Has a lot of damage from the sniper, but they finished him off. Roger, with the help of the arena, finding the kill over onto Tim's, and Yopaj is stuck here, trying to battle back and does get the double, but his life is forfeit now. The streak is claimed, and Notice with a double kill grabs himself even more money.
That does greatly accelerate the Blink Dagger timing, at least for Noticed here. So they can try and play around him. He's now having a very good game after this. He hasn't died a single time, and while the game has been difficult for Bet Boom, he has not been struggling at all over on the Mars. So I think this is going to be key for them. Try and get that Blink finished up and just use the Mars non-stop.
Had a chain fight into fight, kill after kill. And Suneko isolated a little bit down at bottom. Tim's here again, already level 6. Not even needing to expend a chrono or anything from Jackie, so still holding that threat where he can TP react, maybe make a move elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, he's doing a great job just staying ready, but also getting, you know, a lot of farm here on bottom lane. And I like that he's moving over to join in for this. Just goes over, gets the Chen kill, quick and easy, and back to farming again.
Something that Boom did very well in their series against EG. Stacking up these camps, building up a lot of bank in this Ancients area. Right now it's just the large camp because they don't have a Bristle or a TA or something to clear them out. But it's just that acceleration of farm even further for the Zeus.
Exactly, very, very farm. At 5.6 at minute 11 is kind of ridiculous. He's looking very big, so he has now the Kaya as well as a Void Stone. Wants to go for that Ether Lens quickly here. And looking very fight ready, so top tower goes down to FBC's Enigma.
Yeah, looks like they can get a D-Ward as well here. Remove a bit of that vision that's protecting the top jungle for Bet Boom.
They don't see where Bet Boom are right now though, so respecting they could be smoking, and indeed they are. But they were over at Void.
Well, he's quickly back into the jungle. So what is the plan for Zeus?
He just goes up and gets the sentry.
Very nice. So what is the plan for Zeus? You mentioned the Aghanims during the draft. Is this going to be, you know, an E-Blade out of the Kaya Sanj?
I like the way that he's building right now. Just get the Ether Lens and then go Shard. I think Shard is really, really important when you play Zeus to get that early. But I wouldn't mind seeing him go for perhaps a Yule's Blink type of approach here as well down the road. Just some survivability and be able to keep casting his spells throughout the fight. But Aghanims is certainly a powerful tool when you have Chronosphere in your team. So we'll see exactly what he opts for after the Shard, but I like his build-up thus far.
Yeah, I guess you mentioned, similar to the Sniper, that Zeus kind of wants to play from Fog, you know, obfuscate the visibility that the opponents have over him. Like a Yule's Blink will allow him to keep distance and then catch up to the Enigma and the Void when they do make their jumps.
Yeah, it also makes it difficult for like Pango or Mars to get their catch on him and get some way of security to get out. Looking at Mars, see, Roger's gonna jump to safety though.
Yeah, has the Mars thinking about TPing bottom to back him up. Noticed from this dire ancient spot. Looks like he wants to smoke with his squad. He's got Blink Dagger, he has the arena. Right now, though, not really seeing an angle of attack for them.
Yeah, I think they need to try and utilize Chen as much as possible as well in the early game, because I feel when you pick this hero, you rely on getting good impact in taking down towers, in pressuring your opponents early on, because down the road, yeah, you can use your creeps to scout, but Chen does fall off to a pretty high degree as the game scales, whereas Disruptor, he, you know, has the opposite effect. When he gets Aghanims, I think he can become a serious threat to late game as well.
They sure can. And we will have that mech on the Chen, so it looks like prime time for Bet Boom right now. And Roger holding hands with Noticed, clearing out a few little camps they've stacked. No real rush from Bet Boom. It kind of feels with the green lights all across the board, it should be time to fight.
For both teams, yeah, it feels like they're holding high grounds right now. A good play by Tims though, sitting on this ramp, so feeling like a smoke might be coming out. Indeed it is. Can Mars get on him? Noticed. Looking for it.
And Tims finds the DD. Make sure the opponents don't get it. And Seneko, doubly trapped, and that big punch from Tims. The DD paying off, but Notice is in onto Skem. Rolling Thunder connecting on the Disruptor. They've blown up Seneko though, as Boom, they're holding the high ground, and Tims is fine. Gets himself up the ramp, and away he goes.
Did you see the Yopash just breaking the laws of physics there? He was so fast that he can jump out of the arena, because the arena was like going up in his Super Mario jumping out of there. So Zeus for some lightning fast reactions, if you don't mind me.
Oh, yeah, more of that, please. Get the puns going.
Boom, there it is.
Oh, yeah. A 3K lead emerging for Boom. Feels like they've got during the draft, they've got a firm grasp of this game, but during the draft, it felt like they wanted to wait till late game. They wanted to get to this point where Void and Enigma were ready with big items, but they've come out of this laning stage with a pretty tremendous lead.
It's all because of mid, though. Like the start that they got on Yopash after getting that solo kill, and then the rotation, they get another kill mid, and suddenly the glimpse TP back as well on Pango. The big story here is that Zeus had a fantastic start. He's 8-1-1, level 12 already. He's absolutely enormous.
And Pango 0-3-0, oh, great read from Boom. They've scanned the Roche pit. Double dire wards are here, scouting out any movements. And it's gonna have to be a quick maneuver from Boom to contest this. And it looks like for now, just with the shards, Tims has deterred them.
I think so. I think you can't continue. Now that they know that they've been spotted, you just have to respect it.
Attempting the D-wards, Roger. Very forward positioning. And we do have this Wraith Pact for the Enigma now as well. Already throwing it out there, expecting the imminent fight to kick off immediately.
Oh, the one sentry found both the Observer wards. That's very convenient for the side of Boom there. So all the vision is suddenly gone, and Roshan no longer going to be on the menu for Bet Boom.
And is this something that Boom can go in and sneak? Or what's the plan here? Because Bet Boom, they're vacating the top part of the map.
I don't think so. I think they just keep hitting creeps, because like you said, they want to go late game on the side of Boom. They don't necessarily play with a lot of stress here. I think they will scale very well. And yeah, they're they busted Bet Boom there. They also got the double D ward, so they know there's going to be a little bit more limited vision. But they want to keep farming. They want to blink on Enigma. They want Void to get his BKB. No stress inside of them. Oh, that's bottom.
That's stress for Lal. There's a lot of stress for Lal. 0-4-0 now, Pango. He did finish his Diffusal Blade and has an Arcane Rune bottled, but on an island in that bottom lane. Getting caught out as Boom, they are swiftly moving across the map. They still have Thunder God's Wrath here, so Zeus can play into this top lane and even TP's mid to regroup with his team.
Skem is getting all the D wards, got this one as well, so 3 D wards in a time span of just like 2 minutes now. and that means BetBoom are going to play really blind here for a while. They do have a ward on mid still, but even that is not necessarily guaranteed to live that long when Zeus can just bolt around there and find out if there's a ward over there too.
Yeah, so now they're relying very heavily on Chen and his army to give any kind of vision. Marcy doesn't really want to be the first point of contact, breaking up high ground ramps and starting fights like that. She's much rather the Mars jumps in, but he needs vision to jump in. They need these observer wards to start the team fights, to see the Zeus, see the Enigma. These are heroes that play from fog.
He does, and he also, going first with Mars, I mean, he might have to, but it's not that easy. Oh, they put a new ward mid, so they see Tim's, just barely. Their observer ward is stretching.
But there's no catch. Boom. In unison. They fall back to smoke behind their tier 1. The gank squad's in action, Waga. 4 heroes strong. Boom. Trying to play under their vision. They have an observer ward near the Dire Ancients. They saw Dahak move back.
Yeah.
He moves back in, and here comes Boom. Seneko, though, breaks the smoke. The first contact they have is with the Chen. Fortunate for BetBoom here, as long as all they lose is the Chen, but the Disruptor drops the Static Storm on Sniper while the Mars turns onto the Zeus. The 2 gods battling inside the arena. The stuns are lacking, though, as Yopaj gets himself out of there. Black Hole did get expended onto Roger and Dahak, but Sniper survives. A double for Dahak, as BetBoom hold their high ground and a spear back on the Faceless Void. Making sure there's no chrono play, Jackie got the time walk away and gets down to the low ground, away through the river, sail back to safety. Tim's nearly dying to the swashbuckle of Laurel, but he'll slip out of the reach of those Chen creeps now.
That was so crucial that Suneko was standing in between there, revealing the move. If he was not there, that would have been a lost Dahak for sure, but Suneko just playing around his carry, realizing that it doesn't matter much if they break with me. I don't care if they didn't even go on him, right? They just ran right past. But that gave enough time for them to react properly, and noticed with a great jump there on the Zeus. Zeus still alive though. 10-1-1 is his score right now, and he has Octarine.
He does,
That's a fast Octarine.
Well, catch Disruptor. Blow up Scam. He has buyback, and I don't know. If BetBoom moved into the Roche pit, might have had to use it. Looks like the Dire squad got different ideas, though. They're starting to pivot back towards this mid lane. You know, Black Hole's on cooldown for 2 minutes, so a bit of a window here for BetBoom.
Yeah, their spells are coming off cooldown soon. Mars almost has ulti.
Another spear back onto Tim's. He'll snowball onto Notice, though, and this damage from the Zeus raining on down onto the Mars. He'll arena and try and catch out Tim's and Yopaj while Lol's been blown up by Jackie. Poor Pango, and now Roger, the next on the menu for Boom. Sniper trying to peep away at them, but no real chance. Roger slain. Jackie onto the Sniper now, and where did he go? He disappears! Obliterated by the Time Lord himself.
Okay, Sniper got a little bit too close there to the Time Lord. He looks scary with that Arcana, and he is scary, it turns out.
Look at the Mars's HP. He got zapped by the Thunder God's Wrath down to like 50 health.
Yeah, oh my god, that was... Yeah, we see a replay here of how it went down, but that was really a nice fight for Boom. The way they just bring down Pango before he can use his ulti. Zeus jumping away from the Marcy, keeping himself alive. But Sniper was too far away at the start of all this. That was a huge fight without Sniper being there. He's here now, but that was just too late, and he just get bashed down so quickly here.
That's felt like one of the big differences in this game, at the very least, between BetBoom and Boom. When Boom are making moves, they are grouped up as 4, as 5, smoking together. Very tight-knit group. And now, for the first time, we'll see BetBoom do the same thing, but it's up to high ground into a BKB Void. Static Storm's dropped, Mars in trouble, down goes Notice, and the Rolling Thunder is useless. Tim's has gone to the back lines to try and deal with Dahak and the remaining members of BetBoom, but they've isolated... Oh, he's got away from that.
Yeah,
no glimpse back. Very nicely done. They nearly isolated the Pango, as I correct myself. But Boom still the upper hand here. Tusk for Mars feels pretty damn good.
Yeah, they're just chilling now. They don't need to commit for more. Happy about this, and good use of the shard there on Pango to save himself from the glimpse, but that was the worst case scenario. You walk in with your smoke, you break on the high ground, and there's a Void standing there with a BKB waiting for you. Not really the ideal situation. So, of course, they would probably have planted wards on the high ground if they walked up there if they had it available, but they got dewarded quite a bit, and he was, of course, standing right on the ramp, too.
Ready and waiting. And Jackie, unkilled, 6-0-1. Heading into Sanjanyasha next, it looks like.
He's having such a clean game. After dominating with Bristleback as well in the game before, you can only feel like are playing with momentum and confidence in this. They're riding the high of last game's win as well. You can tell by the way they're playing.
Yeah, and a hint of desperation from BetBoom. An 8k deficit. They're smoking over and over again into the same spot, and a touch of deja vu here as Disruptor. He's the one that sees them first. The Chrono there, onto 2. They found the sniper in the back. Kill him off, and that's the Huck dead. Oh, the follow through though as FPZ's crushed down by Lol, but BetBoom in full retreat mode now. Roger left stranded by the tier 1 middle. Found out and killed by Yopaj. 4 down, and they only got the Enigma kill.
And they're going towards Roche immediately. Yeah, that was a beautiful chase there by Tims and Jackie as well. Chasing down Notice. No way for him to get out of that. And you can see Zeus damage, if he's untouched in a team fight, is ridiculous. Especially with Octarine and Kaya. If you don't get a jump on Yopaj, I think you don't win the fight, period. I think they have to bring him down. And that's just it. If you do not connect on Yopaj, I think he wins the fight.
Step by step, Boom are getting closer and closer to securing the road to TI for themselves.
Yeah,
BetBoom have so much to do in this match.
This is playoffs they're playing for. They are playing for their tournament life. Down 10,000 gold here. BetBoom, if they can't bring this back, then they're going to get eliminated.
It's difficult to see what they can do. They've tried the smokes. They've tried the aggressive plays as 5. But now you're going to get whittled down by this Aegis timer of Jackie. Boom will have the control of the top third of the map.
Enigma
come back into mid with the
unnoticed.
Zeus. FBZ, right. Seeing the Mars there. Lol. Swashbuckle and the Thunder. He's rolling in onto FBZ and straight up black hold. The spear will cancel for a second now, and Lol will get the takedown onto him. But the Pango's going to get crushed here. Tims is back in with a Walrus Punch. Lol getting zapped, and Jackie chasing forward for more. The Pig Pole will get a bit of distance there for the Chen, but the Roger Marcy dragged back into the waiting arms of the Zeus.
Scam has been doing such a good job on his Disruptor, always just looking for the next and the next kill. Whenever they do go for someone, they always have the Disruptor looking for, okay, who else can we kill here? And
plus one.
Exactly. He's greedy for more, and in a good way too. He's not getting out of position, but he's staying wary of, like, do we have extra kills here that we could be missing on?
Oh, Dahak, careful, buddy. He's
got Aegis on Void too.
In comes Tims. He blinks north, though.
Are they really going to go on this?
Skips past them. I mean, the Mars has jumped away and TP's out in the trees. Dahak can TP as well. Just throws a shrapnel on the creep wave. Like, that was incredibly risky.
Flirting with death there. I mean, they were looking for maybe a way to get rid of this Aegis. There's still 3 minutes on it, so if they could bring that down quickly and then get out afterwards, that would have been the perfect. But it was very dangerous as so many of Boom players were sitting around this Face Void as well.
Yeah, I don't know about flirting. It was like French kissing death almost. It was very, very scary.
Very graphic.
And you've got now a BKB on the Zeus, so you can't really make the jump onto him. Yopaj has all the safety in the world. And a blink black hole in a minute and a half. Boom, just need to be patient now. They can almost taste victory.
Oh, but the BKB on Zeus, yeah, that's going to keep him so safe. This is going to be a real trouble for them. Like, the only way to go on him now is going to be with a clean initiation. They find his ward as well with this bolt.
All BetBoom can do is split push, cut waves, try and delay any of this map pressure that's coming.
Tims is going,
though. Tims is going to spot out Seneko top. Shards and a Walrus Punch. He'll go for the tag team first, make sure there's no TP play, because the Hurricane does buy a bit of space for the Chen here. Thunder God's Wrath give a bit of vision and actually catches a glimpse of Notice. Mars with no BKB, and they're just given a bigger target for them to kill. A bonus one on top of the Chen, which Tims will find inside the trees. BetBoom losing another couple of heroes.
Oh, it's starting to look real grim over on the side of BetBoom. They still do have a sniper building up, and he's getting stronger, but how does the sniper stay alive when he can get jumped by this Faceless Void, who's having a clean game? 11-0. He's beyond godlike. I mean, between that and then the Zeus as well, you might just get zapped down because he's going to go for an Aghanims next. Sniper might just get bursted by the Zeus alone as well.
It's getting more and more difficult. Something you can play around is this Aegis timer, though. 1 minute remaining for Jackie. And maybe with the perfect initiation from a Mars and a Marcy. Throw in a Rolling Thunder. You've got a lot of control to catch him before he gets the BKB off.
As long as there's a sliver of hope, right? You're going to keep trying, and they certainly still have chances to bring this one back. I think they can maybe make some play around the Silver Edge on the Hawk as well. You've used a lot of smokes, but still got the Silver Edge if he wants to try and get advantageous positioning for the fight.
Oh, even more dewarding from this Zeus. Only one observer on the map for BetBoom over in the enemy Ancients, and that's only lasting for another 40 seconds.
And then the map is truly dark and full of terrors.
It is. Tentacled terrors with this Jackie Void.
Yeah, the deep one. Oh no. Oh no, he dropped a Quickening Charm. The Zeus is going to be very happy upgrading from Arcane Ring to the Quickening Charm. That's a bit of a power spike there.
On a Blast Rig as well. I'll see who takes that one. I mean, pretty good on the Tusk if he's the one jumping in and playing so aggressively. Tim's Tusk, it really just, every opening is because of him.
Fantastic confidence on Tim's. He knows that his team is behind him. He knows that he can trust them. So he's been going for stuff that he knows he can't solo kill it. But if he goes in, that opens up, you know, the position and makes it easy for Faceless Void and for Zeus to follow up. And more importantly, for the Enigma as well, to understand where the threats are.
It's like we were talking about earlier. Tim's Tusk is the hero that Marcy wishes she was. As Roger getting found out. Static Storm even expended there from Skem to make sure she dies quickly. Yeah, Tusk is the one breaking vision. Getting up into the faces of BetBoom.
The Hawk was
another
in
D-Ward in the same...
creative position here, farming the enemy Ancients, understanding that the safest area is the enemy base.
Apparently so. And another D-Ward there in the same spot again. So really no vision here for the Dire team as Lal once more having to roll into
Black
Hole. FBZ gonna stop him. I thought he was gonna roll TP away safely. He is still getting a bit of distance now, and there's no one in behind him. Bounces back and swashbuckles across, but Tim's with a snowball closes the gap, punches him into oblivion. Boom, find the Pango for the 7th time this game. That's your mid Pango.
Oh my god, he's having such a rough game. And also his Zeus ulti was revealing Sniper bottom. He almost got caught by the Faceless Void because of this. He was looking for him, but he managed to just barely in you know, just using that nighttime sniper vision as well. He spotted the Void and managed to dodge him. Roger.
Well,
Roger.
Void has spotted Roger now, yeah. I dispose. Delaying the inevitable demise of Roger's Marcy here.
This is just unfair. All he has is a cloak. How can he live?
And play your way out of those trees.
The Hawk?
6 feet under, but playing mid.
He's going on your push.
He's got a BKB
This is not
TP
gonna
and
work.
Tim's. Snowball, punch, speared across. I'll focus onto the Tusk, but he's too tanky to contend with, so just a TP out from Dahak now.
I noticed. Not gonna be as lucky as BKB though, for the glimpse. Not against the Chrono.
Caught in the bubble. Down to a third of his health, bashed up. Does get a spear round, but there's Tim's again. If he's not the one opening fights, he's the one finishing them. Yopaj with the last blow of damage as the blinking from the Pango. Lal trying to force the fight here. Void with a BKB into the back lines. The sniper starting to do a little bit of damage, but Boom looks like they're able to reset. A snowball save buys a bit of time. It's rolling onto the creeps, so Jackie's fine. Back in we go.
On all.
Time walk and reverse. Tim is focused down though by Roger and Lal. At least a pick off going the way of BetBoom, but in comes FPZ. No black hole.
No black
jump
hole.
on the sniper. He goes in with a Malphite stun, but Jackie nearly finishes him off. The concussive shot to the high ground allows Dahak to survive. Healing up, but Yopaj makes sure he dies. They
got the Void, though.
Get a big streak of the Jackie Void though. And Lal is onto Skem, bashing him up. And Roger with a dust gives the vision they need to finish off 4 heroes.
Okay, they got... How much gold did they get for that kill on Faceless Void? That was some big bounty coming out. 1100 gold, and then the spam is making it hard to see. What is that? 700 behind it? This text. What is this UI? Well, like 700 behind it. Thank you. Observer, pro gamer right there. 1800 gold basically for one single kill. And they get some form of space here to get back on the map. Well played by BetBoom, but you have to feel like the fight, that wasn't really a good sign that that fight was as close as it was when there was no black hole.
Yeah. I mean, if there was a black hole there, I think FBC had 4 of them, including the sniper, and it's game over.
He just killed him with the ulti without even having Nimbus. He just zapped
Poor
him
little
to death.
Chen.
Oh no.
Poor Chen. I'm gonna have a refresher orb in a few minutes for the Zeus, the way this game's going. 20,000 net worth on Yopaj. And 1 minute, just under for Roche to respawn. High ground vision is here for Boom. They're trying to replace some observer wards, keep tabs of Bet Boom in this top jungle. If you grab the outpost and get a couple of kills here, it just allows you to freely walk into the pit. Roger will be the first sacrifice of Bet Boom. He does have buyback though.
He has buyback, but he's never getting to this BKB. We're 33 minutes in, and he is struggling to finish his first item here on Marcy. He's the lowest farm in the game. He's not allowed to have any impact.
Where's this roll going? Lal rolling away from the Nimbus? Yeah, trying
FBC
to
wants
clear
to
out
black hole
waves.
him again. They want to chrono him too. It's not safe just because you have used your roll. You can't just TP out and think that you're fine.
Yeah, the shark's in the water here. Dangerous, dangerous territory for a little Pango. Well, Skellies of Snako scouts out Roshan. And
Next
Jackie Boy.
item here for the Hawk is important. He's gonna go for... Does he buy the full Moonshard? No, he doesn't buy the full. He sends out a Hyper Stone for himself. But seems like he wants Moonshard for damage. Gonna save for buyback though.
I mean, fair enough. It's kind of an all-in situation for BetBoom right now.
Honestly, yeah, you gotta just, take risks at this stage of the game.
It's like this stage of the group stage, this stage of the game, this stage of the tiebreakers. It is that stage of your career. Trying to get to the TI playoffs.
Stage of your life as a pro player right here. You're fighting for your tournament life, your chance to be here and prove yourself. And Boom, they're really showing up to the task as well. 16-1 and 12-1 on their 2 cores, and fantastic play by everyone. I mean, Skem and Tims have been putting in the work, and FBC is looking solid as well. All of them just playing some strong Dota, but BetBoom are not out of it. They're holding on.
Yeah, they're getting a good push down bottom lane, forcing Boom to come back, react, maintain this lane equilibrium. May give them an opening here. If they can take down this Aegis quickly, it would be a great boost to BetBoom's morale. But they're swinging top instead.
Yeah, they're smoking up. Oh, are they gonna go on the illusion? Please don't go on the illusion.
Oh, I beg.
They didn't see the illusion, so I think for now, but maybe it's when it's gonna show mid, but they will see it's in the illusion immediately.
And they're still playing into this dark, dark map. There's an obs for Roger, so they can play into the enemy ancients. And Dahak Sniper.
BetBoom are everywhere. They're on the entire map right now. How are they sneaking around like this on the map?
I don't know. There's no sentries anywhere over here.
So Neko was spotted. Jackie going for him.
Get the vision with the Nimbus. Take down the Chen. And he's gone for 50, so no Mech, Hand of God, Wraith Pact. All of the utility and teamfight aura items, they're on this Chen. This kill amplifies the damage of Boom by like 15%.
That's actually true. A lot of his stuff is very useful here for his team, especially once he gets to the pipe. Still a long way to go there, though. I like when they use the... If they use the Zeus ulti, they can just reveal where all these heroes are, but they're holding on to it for a team fight. Would like to see him maybe even consider using it.
Hurricane! Oh, the missed chrono! What? Wait, Hurricane scammed to high ground, and Jackie tried to use that moment. Oh, lol, he's stuck. Yeah, the black hole from FBZ gonna catch out the Pango. In with a punch and down with the lol Pango. We go with Jackie. Gonna time walk back away to safety. Still trying to fight this, though, as BetBoom have popped a few BKBs. Still holding Mars Arena. A very scary fight to take, though, now under dire vision. So Boom wisely retreating.
Yeah, they're on the hunt a little bit on BetBoom, trying to get them back here, but that was... the only concerning thing for me there was that Sniper was attacking into that Enigma for quite a while, and he didn't manage to kill him, but he did just now add the second Hyperstone, and he's queuing up a Rapier on Sniper. He has the Moon Shard, and he has Rapier as his next item. This is as YOLO as you can go. They know that they're in a stressed situation. Vision here. They see them.
This perfect ward from Roger. It's scouted. Skem has ability here with Tim's gem and the Faceless Void trying to break the smokes. In comes Notice. Snowballed, stunned, chain disabled. The time locks. They're catching on to Notice and he's being zapped down. Now the Static Storm onto 3 of them. They've been caught up in the kinetic field. Just need the damage to come from the Void of the Zeus and they'll find the Sniper. Down goes the Hawk. Followed through onto Lol. Roger's on the run. But Bet Boomer being crushed. Stomped down in this middle lane. And Lol with a TP away. He'll survive. It looks like drastic casualties caused though by Boom's hold.
Oh, nice try though. They had that high ground vision, and you can tell they know that they're desperate. You gotta try to go for that play there, but they stacked up quite a lot. And like you said, that 3-man Static Storm was really beautiful there by Skem. Gets the catch on them, and Void can come in and clean up the job there. Still has 1 minute 30 on his Aegis as they push high ground now as well.
Another step closer. The TI playoffs for Boom. And the chances being whittled away for Bet Boom. Maybe a couple more fights in them. They're losing their tier 3 mid. And this Faceless Void, so bold, able just to jump in and out, holding Aegis. And even attempting a catch with a Nimbus there. Good try by Yopaj.
Yeah, he has a haste run on Yopaj as well, so he can feel a bit more safe in the next engagement, or even chase someone down a little bit more easily. Here we can see the replay for it as they go in. Mars didn't really get the jump that he needed though. He jumped in and immediately got disabled. Didn't get a chance to blink in with the arena catch.
A 3-man snowball into Static Storm though. The 2 supports on Boom playing out of their minds right now. I really look like Bet Boom with the vision advantage. We're going to get the jump, but like Notice goes in and just gets bashed and stunned and controlled so much.
In the game, they're smoked right now. They're looking for their jump. Jackie, he can see them on the outpost.
Yeah, they try with the Nimbus, but again, Bet Boom are quick with the blinks. They get away, but once more, the D-warding game, this battle of wits between Seneko, Roger, and Skem and Tims. It's just Boom all the way home with this early gem.
They have this advantage of having the Zeus as well. He's just helped out so much this game with the bolding a lot of wards. Bet Boom are really playing this game nearly blind. The entire game, the map has been so close to fully dark. They may have snuck some ward over, but it's been like deep territory where you might not even be playing right then. So not greatly useful.
And still no rush for Boom. And we were talking about how well they scale into the late game with this Void, Enigma, and the Zeus. There's no real reason to make any rash pushes up to high ground. They can just hold areas of the map, close in on Bet Boom, make sure their farm is limited, and kind of just wait for next Roshan.
They get some big power spikes that they're about to hit as well. Void very close to level 25. Zeus also level 24 right now, and then you have 2 level 19 heroes. Now Enigma hitting the level 20. So we got that Eidolon damage talent. They're gonna hit harder. It's almost like a DD rune for the Eidolons.
Yeah. Very good at just ghost pushing these lanes.
Roger.
Vision given. You see the Marcy.
He's 200 gold away from BKB. He wants it so badly. He doesn't want to die again.
Well, Tims is going to make sure that this is an attempt onto the Marcy. Notice has shown his face here as well, but you can see the swarming of Boom. 2 more heroes joining in this top fight to kill off Roger. And slowly but surely, looks like he's going to get brought down. It will take a while, and he's looking to take Skem with him. Roger, he's still not dead. Zeus finally zapping into him. The high fives being given, but Yopaj is going to TP away. They're afraid.
A lot. Okay. He realized that he can TP base and just pop the ulti. So he knew the job was done, basically. He also knew the Hawk was close. Look at that. He threw the Nimbus into a tree line and correctly spotted the Hawk, who was sitting around thinking if he could turn that around. But that must have been for him to see his team dying, but also knowing if he shows himself, he's immediately going to be the priority target. So he couldn't help there.
I mean, in the meantime, what were the rest of Boom doing? Because that was a fight. Sans Enigma, without the Faceless Void. They were just bottom lane farming?
They were hitting some Ancients. They were farming up some creeps, my man. It was
fair enough.
A new tier of items, you know, getting some good stuff.
What are these goodies? What do they got?
They got Prism over on the Zeus. They've got, you know,
big.
Void is holding onto a Paladin Sword. It's basically a tier 4 item. Look at the Hawk, dude. Look at his position. He's just behind them. The Hawk is playing like a horror game. This is not even Dota that he's playing. He's playing a horror game, dude. He's running around like a horror RPG.
What's that game in Gary's mod or whatever it is where you disguise yourself as a crate or as a tree? That's what Dark is doing. It's like, I'm a tree, I'm a tree, I'm a tree. Don't look at me. Just pretend that I'm not here.
Truly.
You might get scouted, you know. Scam is coming. Hello.
Oh
Sniper.
no. Oh no.
Nimbus. He has no BKB, does he? He's just gonna straight up die here. Scam scouts him. Zeus opens up. The damage comes from Tims and Jackie. Sniper dead for 70 seconds. I mean, he can't risk a buyback now. He needs that money for Rapier to have any chance in this game.
Yeah, Noticed is going to be able to get away on the mid lane. They're chasing after him, but like you said, he does not want to use that money. The only way they can bring this back, I think, is by him getting substantial damage so he can suddenly turn the game around, but oh, it's going to be tough. They will force the buyback. They're going top. Boom are not going to be so kind to just sit back here.
Prop hunt. Thank you, chat. I'm just looking at... I knew they would know. Prop hunt. That was the game that I was thinking of. My old man brain lacking a little bit. And here we go to high ground again. Middle racks are open. And Jackie makes his move swiftly up there. Double chrono at the ready with a double BKB with its refresher orb.
And the
No
backtrack
need to wait for
balance.
Roshan just yet. Yeah, true.
He's taking
And
no
Sniper's
damage.
still dead for 10. Oh, the chrono! It's caught the Mars and the Chen in here, trying to batter away at Noticed, realizing though the Chen is a juicy target as well. The Seal Totem getting a bit of distance for the Mars, but back towards the barracks we head. Jackie finishes them off. And boom, they've really struck into the hearts of Bet Boom's base now.
They did get to respawn though, and they back out on Boom, so they still have 3.88 gold on the Sniper, has a moon shard. He knows Rapier is the only way this game is gonna swing in his favor, so he wants to go for it, but still needs buyback as well. Once he has sufficient gold to buy the entire thing, he will buy it. There's no way he's gonna hold his buyback, but no point buying just a little bit of the damage. You need it to come as a surprise as well.
Buy it out when you can. Scam inside the pit, though, is looking to scout out Roche. And maybe only a couple of fights left in Bet Boom. Smoking is 4. Chen is going to have to make that long walk out of base on his own. And
Tim's smoke revealing.
Perfect positioning. Blinks away from the spear attempt as well.
Oh my god. So good.
And he's back in. He's got the Trickster Cloak. Scouting out the Marcy. Thunder God's about to give more vision. Punches there onto Roger. This is Tim's toying with Bet Boom. They will go back in with the Unleash, though, as Jackie and FBZ back in with the Black Hole, finding the Pango and the Marcy. And they've also seen the Sniper. They've got the Nimbuses. He's dead. He's going to have to buy back to try and defend his base now, because Boom are coming for you. Chasing Lol. The dust, the reveal, they can't see Lol. They'll go for Noticed instead. Mars and the Marcy, both about to die. And Bet Boom, you've got buybacks, but what hope do you have left?
Not much. Or he didn't even use his BKB there on Mars. He was holding it because he knew he has to buy back and take a fight again. There would be no point trying to survive for him if he uses the BKB anyway. So they have to try. This is the final fight right here. They're coming. Sniper doesn't want to use his buyback. Can they hold? I don't think they're going to finish the game, so 30 seconds. That's the timer.
In 15 seconds, they've got double chrono again. He didn't use Refresher.
Oh, no.
So they've got this ability to go back in towards them. There's the jump, though, from Noticed, but Tim's with a BKB, dodges the spear.
He's all alone.
Punching the Mars, and Jackie getting the bashes he needs straight onto Noticed Mars. He's going to drop immediately. Lol is in the back, but there's not a hope in hell for Bet Boom now. He'll cause a bit of chaos, but Sniper's still dead for 10 seconds, and they've got the chrono on him. Jackie, soloing into the Pango, forcing out the Eon Disc, and looking to kill off Lol. He's got buyback, but there's another chrono, this time for the Chen.
Yeah, Sniper's back, but now his entire team is dead. They're respawning and buybacking. They're jumping in with Roger. Desperation here.
Nimbus is on him, and Jackie with a triple kill. Dahak back into Invis. Goodness gracious me, they're pulling out all the stops to hold down.
They're going Roche. They're like, we're not risking this. We're taking an Aegis right now, and then we're going to try and play for the Aegis in the playoffs. That is their plan. They're not risking shit in this game. They're going to play it out safe.
Safe, deliberate play from Boom. They can wait for their refreshers to come off cooldown as well.
The
2
players
minutes for
can
the Faceless
taste
Void.
it. Oh boy, it's theirs right now. They know it. They know it's their right. But during this time, though, the desperation, the Hawk, close to the Rapier. If he gets a little bit more gold, he can sell both the Wraith Bands. But he needs to farm a little bit more before they come.
Just watching it back here. It's a solo chrono on the Chen in the end. But taking down that Pango for a 9th time, lol. Yeah, he's got Seneko there. Feeling very, very upset about how things have panned out.
I mean, that's rough. What can you do when you're a little Chen getting chronosphered by this massive monster of a void? The course on Boom. They're coming up the high ground.
Dire Vision saw Scam going in there. Oh, wait, he smoked. No, sorry, he smoked and glimmered, so they didn't see it.
Sniper still
My
doesn't
apologies.
have it. He wants to sell something. Does he sell his power treads? He has to get this rapier somehow.
It's got to come. Their base is in disarray.
He's going for ancients. He needs a little bit more, please.
I mean, FBZ is waiting. Like, where's the sniper? I want to jump. I want to black hole the sniper. Where is he? They're pinging it. Look, they're pinging it. They've got to read. They know. They understand that Dahak must be elsewhere farming for a big item, and they're gonna find him. The concussive shot.
He almost has it.
Oh my god, he's so close.
He's gold.
He has to get away.
He just needs to TP out. Get out, dude. Don't let them find you.
Not another creep camp. The Wild Wings. Okay, looks like Boom aren't closing in on him. Dahak, one more shrapnel, a TP away.
He can sell his raid band now and he has it. Or he wants to keep. Okay, yeah. Has enough gold, but the courier, it must not die. It's in danger. There's a lot of heroes around. He buys, locks, so it doesn't get stolen. Nice little trick to not combine the rapier on the courier. But I don't think it would matter. If the courier died with rapier on it, they would just go and end. He has
a canopy of trees. He has a rapier. Sniper.
49
big damage item.
net worth disadvantage. Can he do it? One man with his gun.
He's got a lot of peeping to do. Let's see how they can hold here, Bet Boom. As Boom rallying around this Jackie Faceless Void. 3 minutes on Aegis. Refresher orb ready. Straight up jump onto Seneko, chipping away at him at the beginning. And focusing the buildings, dodging the spear. Noticed he's in. With his BKB going, will Roger and Lol into the back. The black hole into the Marcy cancelled. The basher from the Pango stops him in his tracks. They are trying to get into the back here with Tim's kicking and punching Lol around. But it looks like Boom, they're going to have to refresh back up to get more out of this team fight.
The Hawk just can't commit. He knows that the moment he shows himself, they're going to jump in after him.
And they've still got double chrono. Jackie can refresh his BKB as well. If
Spear?
he sees the sniper, he's speared back into him. Good damage from Dahak. Looking to kill him off, but the time walk back to full HP and Chronos Dahak.
Oh, that's
found the sniper. That's it. It's all over now. Boom have secured their place in the TI playoffs.
Congratulations, Boom. GG comes out and congrats says noticed. Some manners coming out here in the last second. Some nice sportsmanship, but well fought by Bet Boom. They tried until the very end, but Boom were dominant here in the tiebreakers, both in their game against Sonics in the first show-off, but also here against Bet Boom. Just looking like they were definitely gonna go to that playoff, and they get to represent. Very happy faces. We get to see the players here in their moment, securing themselves that they're going to the playoffs. Look at that relief. Look at the relief on that man's face.
It's like there's joy, there's elation, ecstatic, but there's also relief and understanding. Like that took us a lot. That took every ounce of energy from Boom here. Starting before the tiebreakers, their games against EG, so much emphasis put into these matches today. One day, what, 4 games, 4 best of ones separated them from TI playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it all came down to this single best of one in the end. Of course, they did play a best of one before this in the first tiebreaker game, but it was all on the line and they showed up. Nerves didn't get the best of them. They delivered. You can see the faces. Oh my God. You can really feel the atmosphere in that room right now.
Yeah, it does, of course, mean commiserations to Bet Boom and Sonics. With this tiebreaker resolving means Boom are the only team left from this group heading into the playoffs, as the other two are unfortunately eliminated from the group stage of TI 2022 here. And Waga, what a ride it's been. I've been glad to join you for our last series, our last best of one of the group stage here for TI. Been a beautiful, beautiful journey.
It was a pleasure having you on for this. What a game we had as well. Exciting stuff happening through, and I was just happy to watch Boom and how they delivered. Some highlights here from the game, and it was just a stellar performance from all of them. But look at their course, 23-124 and 19-114, the scores of the Zeus and the Faceless Void. They were such forces in this game.
such a tremendous laning stage from Yopaj. You know, the first blood on the Pango and snowballing from that into the mid game really set them up for success. I was watching back, you know, it was apparent 20 minutes in that Tim's, with his initiation, breaking vision, starting fights, and really just causing this uncomfortable nature and scenario for BetBoom to play into. This Tusk, problematic.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after this game, even watching Yopaj and Jackie, what they did, I still feel like Tim is up there making a name for himself as the MVP of this game. I think all of them are obviously playing outstanding together, but I don't think you should blindly stare at the score of the KDAs here, but because Tim, he was the catalyst, right? He started everything, and what a fearless man in this game here.
Yeah, he was going into like 1v3 scenarios, like, oh, I'm going to punch him, I'm going to cancel his TP.
And look at FGC just jumping in on the sniper here. I'm going to stun you, and it did result in sniper going down in the end here.
And final touch of the Zeus's damage, yeah. He got the kill in the end. That was a sign of life from BetBoom, you know, fighting back, but you mentioned it in the moment. That was a fight without Black Hole.
Yeah, it certainly was, and only then barely could bring it back, but when all the abilities were up, there was no chance against Boom. They had too much.
Really, just a wondrous end to this. So much team fighting, so much, you know, reading of the game multiple times. He pointed out to Huck's positioning, finding these little pockets of farm, which, you know, felt unsafe, but he knew where the opponents were. Such a good understanding of what he needed to do to try and come back into this.
Yeah, truly, I mean, watching throughout this, he truly was playing like an action horror game. Look at him, he's at the top of the fight, he's sneaking into the fight. Moment he shows, boom, this is what happens. Like, he showed for 1 second. 1 second, Gareth, and that's what happens to him.
Blown up. Completely blown up. Goodness gracious, mate. I mean, with this, we've only got one more Tiebreaker to go. Entity against Talon, gonna try and resolve a Tiebreaker over in the other group, Group B, to try and figure out who our last team coming into the TI playoffs are. I mean, overall, you know, looking back on the way we've come through these groups, have you had any surprises or any teams or players you want to point out?
I mean, Tundra showing up and being just the most dominant team of Group B, I think that has been really impressive to watch. They didn't drop a single 2-0 throughout the entire group stage. They're the only team to go completely, you know, undefeated as a 2-0 goes. So Tundra showing in such incredible form has been a big standout for me. I know that they had the potential always, but never knew exactly which form they were going to be in for TI, so that's been exciting. Other than that, I think Entity being there, fighting for elimination, a lot of teams and players as well expected perhaps them to be doing a little bit better, so that's been tough for them, but they're still fighting for their lives.
Yeah, up against Talon in that Group B Tiebreaker. Yeah, definitely right. I mean, I think for me, you know, casting all the SA DPCs, it's so nice to see Beast Coast and Hokori and Thunder are doing very well for themselves.
Hokori has been a standout as well, for sure. I mean, no way that you expect Hokori to go in and play as dominant as they have been.
I could say I expected it, but no, I didn't. I absolutely did not. I mean, I want to see Beast Coast, you know, really replicate some of these previous performances they've had. Even Thunder, you know, a couple of these South American teams, Beast Coast in particular, getting 6th to 8th in the past couple of lands. Try and push that one step further. But here, and of course, we're celebrating Boom and their journey into the TI playoffs. And Yopaj, the match MVP, getting that first blood on the Pango, dominating his lane and causing so many problems throughout that 50 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, and he had a 19-minute Kaya Octarine on Zeus with 10 kills at the 19-minute mark. Like, that was probably one of the most impressive Zeus games I've seen in competitive Dota. That was an outstanding performance, and Yopaj showing what a true monster he can be on the mid lane, getting that solo kills as well. I mean, 91,000 hero damage. Ouch, dude. Ouch.
91,000, yeah, not too shabby there. Yeah, all unlocked with that 2-0 victory over EG at the start of play today. Really a wondrous ride. I mean, that adrenaline must be pumping for Boom right now. But they've got a few days to settle and maybe, you know, have a day of relaxation before prepping hardcore for the playoffs and understanding their matchups and what's coming up next. But yeah, I mean, Waga, that's it for us. That's it for these tiebreakers out of this one. No infinite tiebreakers. I'm a little bit disappointed.
But I can't really stay disappointed though watching Boom play so dominantly 2 games in a row here. It was really exciting. I would have loved to have the infinite time loop, you know, where we feel like we've been here before. But no, it was a pleasure casting with you, Gareth. That was amazing Dota and a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you everyone watching. Make sure you do head on over to the mainstream though, as that final tiebreaker, one more spot, Entity against Talon in that best of 3, I believe, is over on the mainstream. So head on over there, and we'll see you guys next time.